the time, right? We're in the middle of a public health pandemic that has killed over 225,000 people in our country. People who sadly, so many, had to die and live their last days on earth by themselves because of the nature of this pandemic. They couldn't be with family members to hold their hands. And, you know, I've been through that process with someone, and if any of you have, to not be able to be with your loved one in those final days, to look at the fact that we're in a pandemic that has infected 9 million people who, thank God, have lived. But God only knows with what kind of long-term health consequences. And we have in our hands an option to elect a president in Joe Biden who understands, sadly more than most, what it means to go through being in a hospital with somebody, losing someone you love, understanding the dignity of life, the dignity of love, and the importance of caring for all human beings. We have in our hands and in our power the choice of electing a president who, in the midst of a mass casualty event of a proportion similar to World War II, who will lead with a sense of compassion and care. And Joe Biden, somebody who says, look, yes, President Obama and I pushed through the Affordable Care Act that brought health care to over 20 million people. Let's build on that, not take it away. Joe Biden, who says we need to continue protecting people with pre-existing conditions. Clap or honk if you know somebody who has diabetes, blood pressure, or a breast cancer survivor.
Or taking care of COVID patients every day.
And taking care of COVID patients every day. And so Joe understands that. And he says we got to extend it. We have to bring down the cost of drug prices, bring down the cost of premiums. We should bring eligibility for Medicare down to age 60. Joe says, I understand that when we're talking about health care, the body doesn't just start from the neck down, it includes the neck up. And that's called mental health care. The choice we have right now is in our hands. The power is with us, the people. Think about this economic crisis. It has hit Michigan so hard. Gary and Debbie, Brenda, they talk to me about it all the time. When we're looking at, in America, over 30 million people filed for unemployment in just the last several months. When we're looking at folks standing and parked in food lines, 1 in 5 mothers describing her children under the age of 12 as being hungry. So many people, I think the number is like 1 in 6, who are describing not being able to pay rent last month or concerned they can't pay it next month. And Joe understands this, right? Joe understands that you don't deal with America's economy by doing what these other guys did, which is passing a tax bill that benefits the top 1% and the biggest corporations in America.
These are live shots we're getting from across America. In fact, we were just showing you live shots from outside the White House as well. People have started to gather there as they are now eagerly awaiting the results of this election. Now, we are getting some very crucial information here as far as early voters are concerned. Now, we told you that more than 70% of the people, when you compare it to 2016, more than 70% had already cast early votes this time before election day. So a lot of people really came out in America to cast their early ballots, whether in person or through mail. And we are now getting a breakup of party-wise breakup of who voted and who cast these early votes. And we can tell you 45%, this is according to agency reports that we're getting, 45% of total advance votes cast in this election, 45% were Democrats, 30% were Republicans, nearly 15% were independent and 9% other. So clearly more and more supporters of the Democratic Party came out and vote ahead of election day, so they really cast their ballots. And we have seen how Donald Trump has been questioning this mail-in ballot process right throughout the election. Trump has not hidden his views on postal ballots. Time and again he has described them as very dangerous for our country and a catastrophe, and even calling the 2020 election the greatest rigged election in history. So Donald Trump has already cast his doubts on mail-in ballots, and it's clearly the Democrats who have come out and cast their votes in huge numbers before election day. So election day will be crucial for Donald Trump's future in the White House, because he would want more Republican supporters to come out and vote. And like we have been mentioning, experts believe that more and more people did in fact turn up to cast their ballots, and that this will be the highest voter turnout in America in close to a century. So we just heard from the Democratic vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris, and she has also tweeted appealing to voters that one day our children, our grandchildren are going to look us in the eye and ask what we did this moment. And I want to be able to say we did everything we could to fight for our country and their future. Go vote. Harris's husband also posted a tweet. He said, "I am so proud of my wife and even prouder of this entire Joe Biden team. Let's get this done. Let's make history." Those are words of Joe Biden, who's maintaining a lead over Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump has just sent out a new tweet, and this is what the president had to say. "We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you." So Donald Trump showing some optimism. He says we are doing really good over the country. Thank you. Like we just mentioned, that Donald Trump will be hoping more and more Republicans come out and cast their votes on election day today if he has to continue for 4 more years in the White House. It has been a challenging 4 years for Donald Trump, who has dealt with a variety of issues, starting right from the pandemic to the impact on the economy, and much, much more. What Americans really want to know, and what Joe Biden has said, that he will implement an action plan as far as fighting the pandemic is concerned. And he said that if he enters the White House, he will reveal his plan to battle this pandemic as well. Susan Tehrani joins us live now from New York. Susan, it's been a fascinating and memorable election campaign. It's finally election day. We were just getting some agency reports that suggested that 45% of all early votes cast were Democrats, nearly 30% were Republicans. So a lot of people who cast their votes early were, according to agencies, Democrats. And Donald Trump has already cast his doubts on this early voting. So is it likely that this election result will go to the courts?
We'll see. Anything could happen. Just one caveat there. Democrats do go and vote. Registered Democrats perhaps are known to go and vote earlier than Republicans. But if you're a registered Democrat, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to vote Democrat. You have the option of voting Republican. And considering the harassment we've seen from both sides, it's fair to say there's a silent majority in the United States that has gone out and voted, and they don't want to share who they voted for with anyone. It's remarkable, striking to see that some people think their lives are on the line by really saying who they're going to vote for. So let's see how these early votings and these early projections really show. What's going to be very important is if we see a state that we're going to see the results very early on, in less than an hour, in about half an hour, states like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, these are 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Stations that will close, and we'll sort of have an understanding of where these states stand. We also have Ohio, and I think Arizona is one of those states in the West that will also close early as well. So these are important states, and if we really get kind of an understanding of what happens in these states, it's very unlikely that the issue will go to the court. However, what's interesting is from the last time we spoke, which was about an hour and a half ago, Axios, the newspaper, has a report that comes out and says that Joe Biden has said that if there are early projections that he's actually winning, meaning the media saying it or projectors saying it, he will, quote unquote, assert his power. Those are very strong statements coming from
Absolutely.
a candidate who doesn't know if he's won or not. So that's something to take a look at.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has been making passing mentions during his campaign rallies about his signature accomplishments, or what his aides believe are his signature accomplishments, which are the nation's economic rebound, that is the economy and its state before the pandemic, and its rebound in the last quarter has been pretty good. And the recent installation of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah. One could also talk about his foreign policies, the Abraham Accords. So while the pandemic and the racial tensions have worked against Trump, there are certain things that might appeal to his supporter base as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is a vote for two completely different candidates. And if you support Donald Trump's vision of American exceptionalism, individualism, entrepreneurship, moving ahead with opening up the economy, dealing with the coronavirus in a sense of rehabilitation and vaccines, then you're going to be voting for Donald Trump. He's also very pro-Second Amendment, the right to own arms, the right to bear arms by American citizens. And a lot of single-issue voters, being Republican, the Second Amendment is definitely one of them. On the other hand, you have the economy. The economy was booming. It was doing great before this coronavirus pandemic, as you mentioned. Yes, we do see high numbers in the third quarter, about 33% GDP rise in GDP. I mean, that's astonishing on the one hand, but then Absolutely. On the other hand, we still have unemployment numbers pretty high right now. So, the economy is something. It's the confidence in Donald Trump to bring back the economy that has driven these voters to support him. If we look at the economy right now, I think many Americans are going to relate to someone like Joe Biden, who says, listen, we're going to give you a handout, we're going to help you out, the government's there for you. And maybe they want to take that. They want to do that. Not to say that Donald Trump hasn't done that, but the Democratic rhetoric is usually, we're here to save you, us, the government.
Absolutely, so, Susan. Donald Trump has been talking about...
The economy is an interesting issue to look at right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. Donald Trump has been talking about reopening the economy, reopening America, saying that America is turning a corner as far as the battle against the pandemic is concerned as well. And it remains to be seen if the voters are convinced about what alternate plan Joe Biden has or had to deal or to fight this pandemic. What would Biden do differently than what Donald Trump has? I guess that has been one of the key election issues, isn't it? Meanwhile, Susan, quickly tell us where are the two main candidates? We are learning that Donald Trump spent election day at the White House. He's been monitoring the progress of the elections from the White House. We even are learning that his staff plans an election night party at the White House, but will they have cause for celebration? Where is his rival Democratic challenger Joe Biden spending election day?
Yeah, Joe Biden was campaigning around Pennsylvania earlier. He was in Delaware. He visited a church where his son had a funeral at, and we know that one of his sons passed away, Beau Biden, earlier, so he was also around his family and supporters as well. He's expected to be in his home state of Delaware, and Kamala Harris, as far as we know, will be joining Joe Biden in his home state of Delaware, and they're preparing speeches. They've been very clear that they're going to be preparing speeches that will come out probably in that state.
Right, we are getting some projections from certain networks who are saying that Trump voters are strongly voting for their candidate rather than against his opponent, with 4 and 5 saying so that they are voting strongly for Donald Trump rather than voting against Joe Biden. So these are some early reports that we are getting, that Trump supporters are firmly backing him rather than being against Joe Biden. Susan, is it once again going to come down to the popular vote versus the Electoral College, like we saw 4 years ago in 2016 when Hillary Clinton got nearly 3 million more votes than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump won the race to the White House?
We'll see. We'll see. I think Americans are hoping for a clean, clear understanding and victory by either candidate, and then we can move on past this election season. However, whatever we've seen so far has been anything but conventional. I mentioned earlier, you can't really underestimate that silent vote across the United States. I mean, even here in New York, in a blue state, when I was setting up our cameras earlier outside the polling stations, two people came out behind us before we went live and said, go Trump. I mean, that's something that's very odd to hear on the streets of Manhattan, especially on the Upper West Side or Upper East Side. So you never know. You never know how the popular vote is going to turn out. But it's going to be tight. It's not going to be a landslide, and that's what the projectors are saying at this point, unless we really had horrible margins of polling prior, and then we'll be in for a real surprise. But they say it's going to be pretty tight.
Right. Quickly, let's just talk about the key states, Susan, and which are the key states that are likely to decide the outcome this time.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at Florida, we're going to be looking at Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Ohio. These are states that we're going to be looking at. Texas, we will also be looking at. Their results are going to come later on, considering the fact that they're more on the west side. These are states that, Donald Trump, and generally a Republican, really has to work very hard to win, considering the fact that the Democrats start with a higher probability and chance due to the Electoral College, the way it's set up. So those are the key states we'll be looking at. And if Donald Trump manages to win, Michigan and Wisconsin are two other ones, if he manages to really have a landslide in these states, then he's not really going to have to win Pennsylvania or wait for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is in the case that Biden takes one or two of these key states, or maybe has a surprise, like I said, in Texas or something, and then we'll try to, then Pennsylvania becomes very important later on.
Right, but it's not just the pandemic and the economy that are the key election issues, isn't it, Susan? What about China, foreign policy, immigration, job creation, racial injustice, healthcare, student debt, college costs, climate, energy? So, there have been a lot of issues that have made headlines leading up to this election battle. Let's talk about the racial tensions in America, because along with the pandemic, we've seen the Black Lives Matter protests, people coming out for racial equality, people protesting against police brutality, and that too has divided the voter base, isn't it? Clearly, at least the President Donald Trump and his rival Joe Biden took really contrasting and drastically opposite views on how they saw the protests in America, isn't it?
Very true. Again, two different views, and ultimately, the Democrats have usually, they're very good at presenting their rhetoric. The Black Lives Matter movement is a movement that leans towards Democrats and progressives. They are funded by Democrats and progressives. The Republicans and Donald Trump, at one point it was to the favor of Democrats, these protests coming out. And it's interesting because the key issue here is about racial justice, social justice issues that need to be resolved among certain communities. That, of course, in 2020, just like anything else, became extremely political. So when it was protests, it was the right for Americans to go out and protest. It started out about those protests, and then when the looting and the violence came in, and the takeover of cities by what some call progressives or groups like Antifa, then President Trump really hammered in on his law and order message, and that was his message throughout these protests. One of the things that Black Lives Matter wants is the defunding of the police. On the other hand, when you see violence and eruption, Donald Trump came out and said that I'll back the police, I'll back law enforcement, and I won't be defunding it. So these are issues that people will be looking at. But if we take a look at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's track record on trying to so-called save the African American people from unemployment, from their disparities, if that's what they're trying to do, you look at their track record and you realize that even during the Obama administration, not major laws were really passed, but for example, Donald Trump had a pretty good number in terms of black and African American job numbers, and he also passed an act regarding incarceration and post-incarceration, which often affects African Americans more than others. So, you know, that's one issue about racial issues, but another issue is really convincing the African American voter to get out and vote. At the end of the day, many of them that I talked to, at least here in New York, we talked to a lot of them in Detroit, which Kamala Harris was there. She probably knows this more than anyone else. They've given up on politicians.
Right.
Yeah, so getting them out to vote is the racial issue, and getting them out to vote is two different issues that really come together this year.
Absolutely, Susan. Stay with us, Susan. In fact, we're just getting these live shots from the White House that we'll be showing to our viewers. A lot of people have started gathering outside the White House where Donald Trump spent the election day. And we're just going to come back to you, Susan, live in just a bit. Also joining us on this broadcast is Republican strategist attorney Amanda Maki, and she's joining us live from Tampa, Florida, so we welcome her. But this is live shots from outside the White House. Donald Trump and his team are inside where they monitored today's progress. In fact,
It used to be that.
This must have been
Yeah, because Dominic? Eric? Well, he looks Hispanic, even like there is a white guy. They went over the park. That's what Bianca's. That's what made me move it. Because I actually went online when I heard it, and when I heard it, I realized wait. And so I started reading it, and now the press release that I said. As soon as I heard the press release, I started calling LA County, but I didn't contact LA County, and so I sent a couple messages, tried to come up with my route, and then called Jim. Just out of curiosity, maybe I'm having a problem. And so he looked me up and he goes, no, these are people that I'm doing. So what's the she got hers 2 days ago. Yeah. Today while I was here, I did his Arizona. And he said, just got it back in the mail. I said, can't you deliver it, yada, yada, yada. And I said, right here. I sent it back. Just payment it's got to be money or pressure. It's not even out there. So I said, really blowing it out. I said, because the envelope that you provided to they're all the rest goes beyond. I said, I have no idea. I said, that was because people will come in and all of a sudden they'll say, oh, well, I don't want that on there anymore, whatever. They're supposed to be good, but by the time we get to class and we get the certificates, if there's a typo or any of those things, so I go home that night on class, I make a new certificate, I scan it, I email them the new certificate, and then I mail them the purple. Well, for the 9x12 envelope, is $1. So, I mean, I have to go to the post office every month, otherwise I have to put 3 stamps. So I just go to the post office and I see how many envelopes do I have, that's how many dollars. But yesterday I went to the post office and I mailed 5. You deal with the regular message. With that one, all I have to do is and then all you have to do, actually, you don't have to do you already have a certificate. I don't even have to class. I just people who have their CCWs, those, and with like those that don't have a CCW, they have to pay for the regular price. They don't get the certificate because it's full. 8-hour course for these course something that flows into Orange Riverside. Because anyone that doesn't have a current CCW somewhere, and they go to the whatever, we charge them for both clubs, and then if they get approved for the company or LA or whatever, then that just give them a new certificate and then Orange County, of course, the Orange County and LA County, of course, is $250, and then and that was and for it. If they would have had to apply for LA, if they came back later, then they would have 100 the Arizona or for that California. Trying to figure it out. They normally can do it across for California, Arizona, Utah, and then there's that part of it. So it would be that $275, and then they would pay the difference of the $100 for the California. So it comes out to $375 no matter what. Or someone who doesn't.
We're on 113. We can tell she went through a lot.
See how many you guys got.
All of these are
Great. May I have your first three letters of the last name? A-U-N. First three letters of
So you can do this middle scanner here. Just take your ballot out of the car suit. Slide it in under the white arrows. I can do that. It's all good. Just gently push it in. There you go. There you go. Just make sure it's been counted before you head out. Great. Congratulations. You voted.
Hey, maybe I'll
With the longish hair and the hat, yes, I saw three of them.
Traditionally Democrat, but Donald Trump turned it last time. These are the results from last time, 2016, and we'll have the live results when they start to come out, and we'll be watching to see how many of those votes have been counted. We have more granular detail than we ever have before when it comes to this election. But of course, that's beneath the surface. We'll also be looking at the big picture as well. There's the live map. This will be populated as we get those results in. And of course, you'll have seen it before, I imagine, our race to 270 looking over here. Look, there you can see it. It's our virtual White House, and that it really is the macro picture here, seeing how both of those two candidates and their race across this reflecting pool towards the finishing line of 270 Electoral College votes does. So we'll keep you in track with that. All the data, Dermot, I know you like it. There'll be a lot more to come.
Not as much as you, Ed. Only 10 minutes or so to go until you've got some real data to deal with. Well, talking about data, let's talk now to the pollster. Frank Luntz, very good to talk to you, Frank. Now, let's talk about the polling. What do you make of it? I mean, going into today, there was, an 80 to 90% chance of Joe Biden winning this. But, of course, we all quote last time round, 2016. Could they be wrong again?
It could be wrong again, but it's not likely. That one of the things that our polling community does is that they readjust, they reevaluate, and then they fix what went wrong. And so I'm expecting the exit polls to be much more accurate this time than they were in 2016. There is a hidden Trump vote. They call them shy Trumpers, and they don't participate in polls. It's not that they lie. It's that they simply refuse because they don't want to help the establishment. But that said, in the rallies, and I attended rallies on yesterday in Pennsylvania, on Saturday afternoon in Pennsylvania. I've been all over the country in the last 3 months. The intensity for Donald Trump is significant, but the turnout for Joe Biden is astronomical. And I believe that when all the votes are counted, that Joe Biden is going to emerge successful because of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That these industrial Midwestern states who had switched, to everyone's surprise, back in 2016, that the pull from them back to their Democratic leanings was too strong to overcome their sense of loyalty for Donald Trump, for voting for him. We did a session on Sunday with some of those voters who had changed their minds between Obama and voted for Trump and now have gone back. And their number one concern was actually Trump himself. That they did not disagree with where he stood on most of these issues. They did not disagree with his agenda. They disagree with him. And in the end, Americans want to vote for someone not only who they like, but who they think likes them. And Donald Trump doesn't realize that his persona did so much damage to his candidacy at the very moment that Joe Biden's empathy and emotion was winning people over.
Interesting what you say there about all that, but those three states you identified, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan, which if everything else stayed the same would be enough, as more than most of us, would be more than enough to get Joe Biden over the line. But what about, though, in those other states where the Democrats seem to be having a squeak? States like Arizona, even Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and of course, Florida.
I think those states are too close to call. I think that in the end, Trump wins Ohio because it's a more Republican state. And the fact that some polls have showed Biden up as recently as 2 days ago, I believe that people are coming home. And what I mean by that is they're returning to the roots. So those who traditionally voted Republican ended up with Trump. Those who traditionally voted Democrat ended up with Biden. But the key in all of these is turnout. We are going to set a modern day record. This could be the highest voter turnout. I'm reading the numbers now as they're coming into me, that this could actually be the highest voter turnout in 100 years. That's how significant this is right now. Traditionally, and in 2016, this is exactly what happened. Urban voters did not participate, did not help Hillary Clinton. Rural voters came out in record numbers for Donald Trump. There's no evidence to show that rural voters pulled away at all. But the urban communities are absolutely turning out for the Biden ticket. Having Kamala Harris clearly helped him. And you're going to have the greatest, and I haven't heard you talk about this yet, the greatest gender gap. That women are supporting Joe Biden in tremendous majorities. Men are more narrowly supporting Donald Trump. I actually think that there are going to be a lot of divorces over the coming weeks because we are so split by gender.
What about, you mentioned those shy Trumpers. How then do you identify them? If they won't talk to you, what do you do? Do you ask them how their neighbours would vote, or how their best friends or workmates would vote?
Exactly. How other people, the best way to do it is how other people in their family are voting, because then you'll get an idea. People tend to choose others who have the same politics as them. But demographically, there's such a difference between men and women, and such a difference between younger and older voters, that the two surrogate questions I use to figure out who they're voting: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Is America better off today than it was 4 years ago? And how often do you attend church? If I ask those three questions, I can pretty well predict to 95% accuracy who they're voting for. Trump people absolutely feel that the country's improved, and Biden voters absolutely feel that things have gotten worse. And by knowing the answers to those three questions, I can predict who they're voting for.
You're giving away some trade secrets there, Frank. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much indeed, and we'll watch those predictions very closely. I want to bring in on that issue Kim Darroch, and Frank Luntz mentioning there, well, it's almost as if this election fundamentally wasn't necessarily about policies. It was all about character and the character of one man, a referendum on Donald Trump.
I think that what Frank said was absolutely fascinating. And while I tend to think that, for example, the president's handling of the pandemic has cost him, his handling of the George Floyd killing has cost him, the slide in Donald Trump's support started back when he lost badly in the midterms and lost the House of Representatives. So it's not just the events of the last 12 months. So I think Frank's point that it's about character and tone and conduct of the presidency is an important one. And I know Frank well from my 3.5 years in Washington. He's been a good friend for his embassy for many years. And he is one of America's top pollsters. So we should take his words seriously, although, we also need to start to see the votes coming in, don't we?
Well, Frank, I think you're still there. Are your ears burning? Do you want to continue this on-air love fest?
Yes, I do, because the ambassador represented his country so well, and I never got a chance to thank him because he departed so quickly. Sir Kim, you should be proud of your service. You understood the American electorate. You understood the country. I'm glad that Sky is putting you on the air. You get it. And there's so few people I can compliment that to.
Frank,
okay,
that's
I've
very
had
kind of you. Your check's in the post.
And it's Lord Darroch to you then, Frank, very soon. Listen, I'm intervening. I want to bring in Ashley Koenig on what Frank Luntz was saying then. See if you agree, Ashley. And let me flip this round. If it was a referendum on Donald Trump, that means the other candidate didn't really have to do very much, almost tailor-made for a campaign during coronavirus. Joe Biden keeping a low profile.
Well, and we saw that at the beginning of the campaign as well. And we also have seen that a lot of the voting for Biden has been in opposition to Trump, not necessarily for Biden himself. And in fact, Biden's numbers started soaring at the start of the pandemic. And of course, intertwining with the protests when he was leading what was being called in the spring an invisible campaign due to COVID. And we see now, leading in the past few months leading up to Election Day, we see that, Biden has really cut into a lot of the key demographics, the key voting blocks for Trump. And this is likely a referendum on Trump himself and Trump's actions and mannerisms. And so we see that Biden's now doing better with non-college educated voters, white voters, particularly looking at the suburban vote and particularly suburban white women. As we mentioned, since 2018, a lot of these voting blocs, more and more so, have been leaning towards the Democrats, particularly white suburban women, which is a key voting bloc for Biden to be able to get.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for the time being, Ashley. An awful lot more to discuss with you when we get some real data to deal with. We've been talking a lot about what might happen. Well, we're going to find out very shortly what will happen in 6 key states, because we are approaching midnight in the United Kingdom. It's 7 p.m. right here in Washington, D.C., and the first polls are about to close, including in some key states. Now, these key states could shape the direction of the race tonight. As I was saying, 6 states will soon start counting votes and posting their first results. The big one to look out for is Georgia, traditionally Republican territory, but a key target in this election for Joe Biden. If he can flip that, it would be a huge step on the way to a Democrat victory. Polls closing very shortly in 6 states. And there it is. The first polls have closed. Counting is now well underway, and this election and the direction of the United States is already being decided in the states of, let me name them for you, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and perhaps most significantly in Georgia on a knife edge, according to some opinion polls. And there have been signs of change as well as some concern in the Trump camp about that result. So we can already, I can tell you, make our first projection. Those polls just having closed, but a lot of counting going on before the formal closing of the polls. And that is that the projected winner expectedly in Indiana is Donald Trump. 7% of those polls formally counted. But the projection is that Donald Trump and the Republicans will hold Indiana. And Ed Conway's got 11 electoral college votes to fill in to his virtual White House. Only just begun, quite literally. Let's talk to Cordelia Lynch then. As I say, the projection there for Indiana, no surprises. It'd be interesting to see, though, in all these states, even when they stay with the particular party that we expect, within that vote, there's always a lot to find out in terms of those demographics that we've been discussing.
Yeah, absolutely. Indiana, of course, home to the Vice President Mike Pence, and Kentucky as well, home to the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. These are ruby red states. They are ones that we would expect to go to Donald Trump. But as you say, there are trends to look out for, particularly in the suburbs. We might find ourselves talking about the suburban vote a lot tonight. That's because of demographic changes that Democrats hope will go in their favour. Potentially incremental changes in those states rather than a tale of actually flipping them. We don't expect to see an Indiana or a Kentucky suddenly go blue. But one state we'll all be looking out for tonight is Georgia, of course. And the reason is change in the way people are voting, change in the makeup of the voters as well. 1 million new voters since 2016 registered, when about 4 million voted then. And Democrats believe a vast proportion of those are African American voters, educated voters too, around the suburbs, in that case of Atlanta as well. They think it is within their reach. And that is quite something because it hasn't gone Democrat since 1992. So we're talking a long time here. And, you know, we've talked a lot about a protracted results. There are 3 possible pathways that I think we can see tonight. There is a quick win that is possible for Joe Biden if he's able to score a state like Georgia, a state like Florida. We can see the race firmly turn within his favour. If that doesn't happen, and if we have these protracted battles in the battleground states, then we could be into days, possibly weeks of counting. Or the third option, of course, is a really contested, contentious, legally infused
Let's just stay, though, with that issue of change. And Omarosa, I mean, are we getting here in so many states now? We've already seen it, of course, these divides between the cities, their suburbs, and the rest of the state, the rural areas and the smaller towns.
Well, I want to just talk about Indiana a little bit, because you're absolutely right. It's Pence country. but its neighboring state of Ohio, and then North and Michigan, that's where the battle for the fight of this country is going down. I grew up, born and raised in Ohio. I'm curious to see if Ohio voters will, in fact, swing for Biden or stay with Trump. In Michigan, projection that Donald Trump is still fighting, but Biden has the edge there. So yes, there's these divides, but ultimately the state will show you where they stand once the results come in.
Well, what did you make? We didn't have time in the last hour, but what did you make of some of what Frank Luntz was saying? He was pretty explicit. I mean, he did say that he thinks Ohio will go to Donald Trump, but he thinks that a large proportion of the female vote will have deserted Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, a lot of that is attributed to his behavior, insulting many of these women that have stood up to speak out against him, including yours truly, calling them names. Most recently, calling Kamala Harris a monster, calling Maxine Waters low IQ, attacking black reporters, female reporters. Donald Trump then turns around and tries to appeal to suburban women by saying what? Suburban women, will you please love me, right?
Suburban women, we're going to get, jobs back for your husbands. Right. So kind of 1950s messaging and lots of kind of law and order pitching as well. His camp maintained that worked in 2016. What do you make of it now?
Well, right now we see all of this protest and pushback against the division. You have seen massive protests around the world behind the George Floyd controversy. I'm going to have to tell you, law and order is actually working against Donald Trump in this cycle. Why? Because he has used it as a sword as opposed to as a healing rod, and it has continued to draw voters away instead of bringing them in.
Okay, well, there's Indiana, where the projected winner there in Donald Trump. But in this clutch, in this batch of states where the polls have closed, most interested, it's most competitive in Georgia. And we're getting some information, Cordelia, from the exit poll in Georgia. What is it telling us?
Yeah, Biden leading Trump at the moment, 55 to 43%. Trump, though, leading Biden with men. What is interesting is that Biden is up amongst white voters. Now, Hillary Clinton had 21% of the white vote in Georgia back 4 years ago, but Biden has 30% to Donald Trump's 68%. Donald Trump down from 75% in 2016. So that's interesting. What the Biden team is trying to do is just close the gap. And closing the gap in key areas could be enough. Let's not forget how tiny the margins were 4 years ago. And we know that there's been a shift amongst college-educated voters, but also some change too in those non-college educated voters. If Donald Trump starts hemorrhaging them, then it's a real warning sign for his campaign.
Let's talk to Ashley Koenig. Ashley, I don't know if you're seeing the exit poll from Georgia as well, but that point being made by Cordelia, even if Joe Biden is losing in certain demographics to Donald Trump, if he loses by less than Hillary Clinton, and they're big sections of the voting population, that's a form of progress as well.
Very much so. Cutting into those numbers from 2016, that only helps Biden to move forward, especially in a state like Georgia. Remember, a third of eligible voters are African American in Georgia. I also believe that Latino turnout has been phenomenal in Georgia compared with 2016. So these are all good indicators for him, not only with the white vote, but also with these other communities of voters that could propel him possibly to a Georgia victory. We do know that there is a possibility he could take Georgia.
And what about the issue of women, and whether it's on policies or just being civil or not? Another huge, defining section of the electorate.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen this since 2018, especially so from the midterms. And let's not be mistaken, the movement has been among white women. We know that Black women have been the backbone of the Democratic Party. White women have now been coming around, and more so since 2018 onward. And again, that law and order rhetoric, that archaic notion of a more 1950s, 60s type of lifestyle has not played well with white women, has not played well with suburban voters. And I would expect we are going to see probably historic gender gaps in every state tonight.
And Kim Darroch then, the polls just formally closed in 6 states, and it seems battle is joined already for Donald Trump in Georgia. It's, according to the exit poll, only indicative, of course, and so much counting to do, etc., etc. But it's a must-hold for the Republicans.
It certainly is. And for me, I mean, it's a state I visited several times while I was over in Washington, and it's very hard to believe that it could swing Democratic. I think it's only voted for the Democrat candidate twice in the last 40 years or so. I think it voted for two Southern Democrat candidates, for Jimmy Carter and for Bill Clinton. Otherwise, it's been a very solid Republican state. And for it now to be a potential swing, even a potential swing to Joe Biden, is just extraordinary. And if Biden were to win it, that would be a heck of a signal that he's going to have a good night.
Just according to the exit poll there, 54% saying that they didn't think Donald Trump had the temperament to be president. Sorry, Omarosa, what?
There was an image of Donald Trump walking through his campaign headquarters in Virginia, and there was a total and complete lack of diversity. The room was 100% white. He did not even attempt to bring into his own camp diversity, and that lack of reaching out and diversifying his own inner circle has also translated in key battleground states around the country.
Okay, well, as I was saying, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I was saying, we've got plenty now of real data for Ed Conway to chew on. Chew away, Ed.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dermot. We mentioned that we have this exit poll data starting to come through now, and I want to show you what's happened in Georgia, where polls have closed, and have a look at this over here. You can see when it comes to gender, to remember here, red for Republican, blue for Democrat, and when it comes to the gender breakdown, look, Trump is leading when it comes to men, so 53 to 44, but look over here amongst women, 55 to 43 for Joe Biden. And if we look at the breakdown by ethnicity, you can see that Joe Biden is up amongst white voters. Last time around, Hillary Clinton had 21% of the white vote here in Georgia. Joe Biden has got 30, so increasing that. Trump down from 75 to 68%. So that's been a key area where Joe Biden has been trying to win back some of those votes. Of course, this is traditionally a Republican state. And you can see also when it comes to the age breakdown as well. Have a look at this in particular, given that those aged over 65 has been one of the main battlegrounds there. You can see Joe Biden with 44% of the vote of that group. Here's the key thing here. Hillary Clinton took, I think, just around 31%, so up from 31 to 44. So Joe Biden is doing better amongst the kind of the more elderly voters, better amongst white voters in Georgia as well, and better amongst women voters too. And that's going to be something that he's going to be quite pleased about. So we're getting that data through. You can see also when it comes to education as well, there's been a big disparity here when it comes to voting patterns between college graduates and non-college graduates. And you can see it kind of writ large here as well. College graduates going Democrat 59%, non-college graduates going Republican, but not by as much as Donald Trump had last time around. So that is something, I think each of these statistics will be gently encouraging for Joe Biden. And we'll bring you more of that as it comes. As you mentioned, you can see Indiana now there on the map, which is painted in red. Not a surprise there, but although it should be said that is a state that Barack Obama did win, much to many people's surprise. But that has gone back to Republican again. And we'll bring you more data as it comes through. Obviously, polls starting to close now, so we're getting actual voting data too. But this exit poll stuff is also really interesting. We'll have more of that for you in the next few hours. And there you can see, there is our virtual White House. And you can see, look, the bar has started for Donald Trump. 11 electoral college votes takes him, well, not that far towards the White House. It's 270 you need to get to get there. But at last, we do have a little bit of progress in this two-horse race to the White House. But there are many, many more hours to come. And who knows whether we will know for sure tonight, or whether it will be in the early morning, or whether we're going to have to wait for weeks to find out. We shall see. But so the race begins.
Indeed it does. Okay, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Should be said, though, remember about Georgia, that Donald Trump won it with about a 6 percentage point margin over Hillary Clinton. So plenty of cushioning there for that candidate. Well, let's find out, though, if there's anything that from the two candidates' camps in relation to what is emerging from Georgia and those other states that have declared that their polls have closed, that have closed, 6 states that have closed within the last hour. There's Greg Milam with the Democrats, James Matthews with the Republicans at the White House. And James, first of all, are you hearing anything, any reaction at all, any whispers from the White House?
Yeah, bits and pieces coming out. Not so much a whisper from the president himself, Dermot, as he sits in the east wing of the White House. We are told he will watch the results coming in with senior allies and with family members. He tweeted in the past hour in capital letters. He wrote, "We are looking good all over the country. Thank you." So that's the word so far from the president. Inside quite an eerie White House complex. It is surrounded by a non-scalable fence for fear of unrest. You know, there is the multilingual commentary of the world's media inside the grounds. In the distance, around 100 yards away, you can hear the drumbeat of demonstration. I think it's worth stating that because we are in a bizarre, a weird, unprecedented situation. The centre of this capital city is hunkered down because of fear and anxiety about how things might play out. But in terms of how the politics may go, we've heard from the campaign managers, insiders in the Republican campaign. I'll talk you through a little of what they've been saying, Dermot, talking up Donald Trump's prospects, perhaps unsurprisingly, but they seem to have increased in confidence over the day, actually, talking about big turnout in Florida. They say turnout that is similar, in their words, to a Trump rally. They're speaking about Wisconsin, saying that they weren't so confident about that at the start of the day, but they reckon that their numbers are looking okay. They've given a kind of list of a confidence list, if you like. Let me just run you through that for what it's worth. It's how the Republicans are seeing states at this stage. High level of confidence, they say Texas, Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Optimistic, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Cautiously optimistic, Pennsylvania. Not very optimistic, Michigan. Pennsylvania is an interesting one. We have heard from inside the campaign that they're not thrilled by the Republican turnout at the polls, and they reckon that Donald Trump's rhetoric on mail-in ballots, you know, he's been disparaging and questioning the validity of them for several weeks and months. They reckon that has actually switched Republicans off from mailing in their ballot, and they've been left with a mad dash, which too few Republicans in their mind have made today.
Oh, okay. Thanks, James. Just a quick check-in then with Greg Milan with the Democrats. I suspect that then they're scoffing at that list of states that James read out. Perhaps they're more optimistic about them on the Democrat side.
Yeah, they've been optimistic for a while. They think particularly those early voting numbers will favour Joe Biden, and they believe turnout will be significant. The man himself is at home here in Wilmington, Delaware right now, watching what's going on like the rest of us. We know he will come here and be on this stage at some point in the hours to come, in the words of his campaign, to address the nation. Very presidential language for the message he will have, which they say will be one of calm and unity as he awaits for the results. But even in the last hour or so of voting in Georgia and Florida, his campaign were driving voters to the polls. They were trying to drag every last drop out of the campaign in those states, which they believe will be critical. The man himself was going to all kinds of symbolic locations today in Pennsylvania, the state of his birth, to the house where he grew up, to the spiritual home of the Constitution, to neighbourhoods where they target black voters to try to get that support up. Very much looking at those sections of the electorate they believe will be significant. Suburban voters, those who sat out the last election because they didn't like Trump or Hillary Clinton. They believe that's the sliver across the country, and in states like Pennsylvania in particular, that will be the difference for Joe Biden. But every last vote they were chasing in the last hours of voting, and they are watching very closely, like all of us, what happens in Georgia, because they believe that will be the first indication of what's going to happen tonight.
OK, Greg, thanks very much. Indeed, polls about to close. Well, we're about to close in about 3 more states at past in about 13 minutes. Time. I say were due to close in 3 states. That's because one of them is North Carolina, and because of earlier polling difficulties in some polling stations, we hear that they're delaying the closing time for about 45 minutes or so, but at least 2 more in about 12 minutes' time. I want to talk to our panellists again. And Kim Darroch, I never got your thoughts. We somehow, I suppose, got caught up in the closing of the polls there about this idea of a disputed election, something very weird happening, and a red mirage, a blue mirage, it depends which state you're looking at. But at some point, Donald Trump getting his nose in front or being very close anyway, and coming out and saying, right, well, I've won this, and anything else that's counted after this is illegal.
Yeah, I've always felt, Dermot, that if it's very close, and remember it came down to 77,000 votes across three states in 2016, if it is that close, then it's bound to end up in the courts. And both sides, both the Democrats and the Republicans, have battalions of lawyers in all of the swing states ready to swing into action if there is any way in challenging how a result is coming out against them. So I do think that is likely if it is close. If there are states that should be, say, solidly Republican that go Democrat early, then maybe it's less likely because it will look just a much more comfortable victory one way or the other. I would say that I think it's a terrible look for American democracy if the result of the election ends up in the courts and if it takes then days or even weeks to resolve it. And when I was in the States, I would meet a surprising number of Democrats who still argue about the 2000 result, who still claim that was stolen by Bush through the courts off Gore. So it's not a way of finishing an election process that anyone feels happy with. And it's kind of something that's pretty unique to America. You can't imagine that kind of thing happening in our system, for example. So I just hope very much that we can get a clear result and that doesn't happen, because it's a really bad outcome if it does.
Yeah, I should just say there's another projection coming into us. Indiana there, you can see projected winner Donald Trump. We are also projecting that the tiny state right up there on the Canadian border of Vermont is projected to go to Joe Biden with, at this point, 62.7% of the vote, 3 electoral college votes. The state's represented at senatorial level by Bernie Sanders, of course, the independent, who votes with the Democrats and who so nearly became the candidate in 2016 and ran again, of course, in 2020. But Vermont, they're projected for the Democrats, and that gives them 3 electoral college votes. I want to continue that discussion. I started with Kim Darroch, though, with Ashley Koenig. And, of course, as Kim Darroch was saying there, Ashley, it needs to be close for that scenario, that nightmare scenario, to come about. If there's hundreds of thousands or indeed millions of votes between candidates in a particular state, they'll both accept that.
Very much so. And we know that as Joe Biden's lead throughout the night, if it increases, we know it's more and more likely for him to snag the Electoral College as well. The chances escalating for him to do so. And so that only bodes well for him to be able to get enough ground between him and Trump if he wants to win this election. Instead of having these close margins like we saw back in 2000, it could be a very messy scenario going to the courts.
Cordelia, did you get the sense, though, that Donald Trump was slightly rowing back from what he'd been saying about that? You know, today he seemed to dial it down a bit.
Yeah, I think he did, actually. I mean, he's faced so much criticism for this suggestion that he won't accept the results, that he considers the whole democratic process illegitimate. I mean, just a couple of days ago, you looked at his strategy and it seemed to suggest if he sees a margin he likes tonight, he's going to claim victory. If he sees a margin he doesn't like, then he's going to call this illegitimate. And then thirdly, he's going to try and battle this out, flood the zone, as they say here, with lawyers. So it was this really kind of bullish attitude that he was taking to it, but a much softer tone that he struck today, suggesting, no, we will wait to see the victor and then declare. And, you know, let's look at the actual path to a potential victory for Donald Trump. It's unlikely he's going to be able to declare victory early on, because the type of states that his success might hinge on are Pennsylvania, for instance. Well, it could be days till we get the result from there. Joe Biden, though, it's different. If he does well in that Sun Belt, as we call it, then, you know, it potentially could signify an early win. They have very different scenarios.
Yeah. But just on that issue of Pennsylvania, Omarosa, they are allowed to accept the postal votes to still keep coming in and count them potentially into the end of next week. But Donald Trump wants to say, well, if they're not in by today, they can't be counted. But it's not up to him, is it? It's up to the states themselves and the courts if they need to adjudicate.
Yeah, but I think it's really sad that it took a judge to step in and say, let's enforce the rules that are in place, the rules that have been established for so long. But Donald Trump always feels as though he can bend the rules to please his whim. And this is not the case where he can do that. We'll keep watching, but you just have to watch that Donald Trump is going to continue to shock you, because he always does when things don't go his way.
OK, well, let's remind ourselves of some of the key developments then so far. Let me take you through them. And the first polls have closed in the United States. More than 100 million Americans cast their votes before Election Day, putting the country on track for its highest ever turnout in a presidential election. Donald Trump has tweeted that he's feeling positive about the polls. He said, "We're looking really good all over the country, thank you." And he looks set to win Indiana, a traditionally Republican state, which is the first to be projected tonight. We've made that projection. And Joe Biden told reporters outside a community center in Delaware that he's superstitious about making predictions, but is hopeful. The Democrats are optimistic that the high turnout could bode well for their campaign, and early indications are that Mr. Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton's performance of 4 years ago. And the state of Vermont has been projected for the Democrats. 3 electoral college votes there. Well, I'm joined now by Margaret Hoover, a conservative commentator and great-granddaughter of Herbert Hoover, who was president during the Depression years. Very good to talk to you, Margaret Hoover. I want to talk about your great-grandfather perhaps in a moment or two. But first, your thoughts overall. I say a Republican commentator, but not a particular fan of the president.
That's right. That's right. I stand for a Republican Party that's true to its principles, that believes in being a leader in the world, but having strong alliances, especially with our friends across the pond. Believes in a constructive immigration plan, cares about debts and deficits. All the things that Republicans have stood for, at least for the course of my lifetime, and frankly, back to Herbert Hoover and even before that.
Yeah. When did you sour then on Donald Trump, or were you never particularly keen on him, even when he was candidate Trump in 2015 and 16?
Well, if you recall, candidate Trump ran against 15 other Republicans, all of whom I would have preferred. But the truth is, once he was elected, I gave him a chance. I wanted to see what he would do. I supported him when I liked the policy proposals and the decisions and the moves he made. And I called it like I saw it when I thought he behaved badly. But really, it was at Charlottesville when President Trump said that of a neo-Nazi march, a march that was purportedly about statues and Confederate statues, that there were good people on both sides of the equation, when really there were people who were neo-Nazis who were in the crowd. So that was really the final straw for me, like many Americans.
It's the divisiveness. Then do you think Joe Biden said, well, you may vote red or blue, but I'm going to govern for all of you. Is that the kind of talk that you think you want to hear it, but do you think the country does?
The country does want to hear it, but just to be clear, it wasn't just the divisiveness for Donald Trump. It was the coddling neo-Nazis and real fascists, and the dog whistling in a way that is deeply resonant of the worst traditions in American political history that got me with Donald Trump, not just the divisiveness. But look, it would be certainly nice to have somebody who actually is from the Senate, the United States Senate. Of course, Joe Biden has a long career in the United States Senate. Some of the most effective presidents in American history have actually been successful United States senators. If you look at Lyndon Baines Johnson, who had an enormously successful run in the presidency, passing the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1965. This is a man who knew how to move legislation through the American Congress, both the House and the Senate. He knew how to work together with Republicans and Democrats alike. This is something that actually Joe Biden is known for. And you see slivers of this, even in how Joe Biden has conducted the last stretch of his presidential campaign, a bitter animosity with Bernie Sanders, the Democratic socialist from Vermont, whom, by the way, the last Democratic nominee had defeated, Hillary Clinton, but she could not bring him into the fold in her presidential race once she received the Democratic nomination. Joe Biden, on the other hand, has welcomed Bernie Sanders in without really compromising his principles as what he really is a centrist Democrat. He is an old school liberal, really a moderate Democrat, not the democratic socialism of the new progressive left in the United States. Yet somehow he's been able to bridge that divide and bring the progressive left squarely into his corner. Now, we'll see how strongly they've turned out for him at the polls, but none of the contention and none of the dissent that you saw in 2016 about would the Bernie people show up for Hillary, that has just not been part of the factor in 2020.
And just a quick thought, we're nearly out of time. Quick thought on your great-grandfather. Do we need a stimulus package, the likes of which he started to deal with the economic fallout? Just 15 seconds, I'm sorry.
Everybody says yes. Wall Street says yes. Republicans say yes. Democrats say yes. Frankly, everyone except Donald Trump says yes. And I think that you'll get that. Even if Donald Trump is elected, there will be a stimulus next.
Great talking to you, Margaret Hoover. Thank you very much indeed. That's got us ended there because the next set of polls are about to close in just a few moments' time. This time in Ohio and most of North Carolina, both key bellwether states, alongside West Virginia. And there it is. The polls have now closed in 3 more states. And the one we're most interested in, well, perhaps not just one here, Cordelia, North Carolina. That's seen as competitive, but some of the polling stations still staying open there because of a few difficulties they reported there. Ohio as well. Well, let me start with you, Omarosa, because you think Frank Luntz thinks, well, Ohio's going to stay with the Republicans.
Ohio.
You're from Ohio, but
yes.
you think it could turn blue.
Well, I talked to folks on the ground, particularly in the key counties and key districts that will decide it. And they tend to believe that, yes, Trump will prevail in Ohio. I'm hopeful that as the results come in, that maybe my fellow Buckeyes will, find their way. But, I'm hearing on the ground that, in fact, Donald Trump did put a lot of money, a lot of advertisement there, and he put a lot of boots on the ground. That makes the difference.
Yeah, just tell me what a Buckeye is.
A Buckeye. We are the heart of America. The Buckeye comes from the Buckeye tree, which is our state motto. It's a little Have you ever seen an Ohio State game? There's a big Buckeye running around the game saying, Ohio.
Okay, well, listen, when this coronavirus is all over, you must take me. You must go and see the legendary Buckeye at the game. North Carolina, Cordelia.
North Carolina, very interesting. For once, it is a toss-up, and Democrats believe within their reach. Just to give you a kind of historical sense of how unusual that was. A Democrat hasn't won it since, well, Barack Obama, but before that, it was back to Jimmy Carter's day. So there's been some shifts. The reason behind it, well, we look to places like Charlotte, that's known as kind of part of the research triangle, where you're seeing more educated voters coming in with college degrees. You're seeing a lot more African American voters as well. They believe that their kind of push to the polls has really helped them. And if they're able to flip somewhere like North Carolina, it's a signifier of something they might be able to replicate across the country. He doesn't need to get North Carolina to win Joe Biden, but it would be symbolic potentially of something wider. I think it's very interesting to hear Omarosa's take on Ohio, because that, of course, was a place that Donald Trump won by 8 points in 2016. It seems to steer more right than, your Michigans, your Pennsylvania's.
But it's so interesting because I was there with him when he did his last rally before I left the White House, and he made promises about bringing back the steel mills, opening up factories. I can report to you that has not happened. Unemployment before pandemic was at an all-time high there, and as a result, I thought that Ohioans would say, "I'm not better off than I was before, and I'm going to turn," but they have stuck with Donald Trump.
Ashley Koenig, on that, did things change then in the likes of Ohio? Has it economically remained much the same? And then, of course, coronavirus came along, if there had been any improvement.
Very much so. And we know with North Carolina that coronavirus cases are up, especially there, like many states across the country right now. With Ohio, we see about a 50-50 chance. It's a razor thin margin in the polls for Biden. But again, as we've been talking about, this state likely will go red, has been going red. My dad is from Ohio, so I also very much know what a Buckeye is. This is steel country. We're talking about part of the Rust Belt. We're talking about particular demographics. So North Carolina may be more of a shot than Ohio.
Okay, you might got to get me a Buckeye T-shirt then.
Yes.
Kim Darroch, we've mentioned here the extraordinary amount of money that both campaigns have raised and spent. That's usual in American elections, but the Democrats far outspent the Republicans.
Yes, that's what I read. And it's a real turnaround, Dermot, because right back at the start of the campaign, 12 months or so ago, the story was that Donald Trump had a much, much bigger war chest than, for example, Joe Biden did. But that's all turned around in the last few months. A lot of money come in behind Biden. Some of it, by the way, I think from Mike Bloomberg, who was one of the defeated Democrat candidates, and they have been way outspending Trump in some of these key battleground states. And if money counts, and it does in American politics, the amount of advertising you do counts, that's going to give Biden a real advantage.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of those key battleground states. Florida, Pennsylvania and Arizona. We've got correspondents in all of them, and polls closing fairly shortly in Florida and Pennsylvania. Siobhan Robbins is there for us in Florida, so let's start there. And Siobhan, as I say, polls closing pretty shortly in Florida, but counting well underway already.
Yeah, that's right. You join me now at a Republican party. Let me show you around. So you can see people posing here, getting a shot with the president. People getting ready to have some dinner. They're watching the results here on the big screen, watching them come in. A bit of concern about the exit polls leaning in Georgia, but people feeling confident at the moment. You can see they've got all of the masks ready. Quite a fun atmosphere here. There are around 400 people here, and we can have a quick word with one of them. Joe, let me interrupt you. Apologies. So you're the president of this club.
Yes.
How are you feeling about Florida?
Really good. You see early on, you see the vote by mail returns because they're already tabulated. Going into today, the Democrats statewide in Florida had a turnout advantage of 115,000. We completely flipped the script on that today, and Republicans turned out by 340,000 more than Democrats. So we have a 225,000 now turnout lead. More Republicans voted in the state of Florida than Democrats. So I'm feeling very comfortable about that.
Quick word on Georgia. The initial exit polls seem to be leaning towards Joe Biden. How would you feel if he flipped Georgia?
Well, I don't think that's going to be much different. A lot of the votes in Georgia that are coming out early have been a lot of the early votes, vote by mail ballots and things. Democrats tend to embrace vote by mail ballots more than Republicans do. So these early results really aren't necessarily going to be truly reflective of the final results. I do expect Georgia to be close, though.
Do you think Donald Trump is going to win?
Yes, I do.
By a lot?
I think he's going to win by probably 2 or 3 percentage points. I think close to a similar win that he had 4 years ago.
Joe, thank you very much. We'll be watching very closely with you. Just to let you know, we're here with the Republicans at the moment, but it's tense here because just across the road are the Democrats. We're going to be bouncing between the two and bringing you updates from them both throughout the night.
Hey, good luck. Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Siobhan Robbins there in Florida. Well, let's go to Pennsylvania there, and we have Sally Lockwood there. And Sally, a contrast then between the speed of the count in Florida and that in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. The polls are due to close here in around half an hour, but counting has been underway since around 7 o'clock this morning, but it could be by Friday before we actually know the results here. Both candidates have been blitzing this state because this could be the deciding state in this election. Whichever way Pennsylvania goes, the country is likely to go as well. And every vote counts here. because the margin that Donald Trump took this state by in 2016 was very, very small. Now, the urban areas like Pittsburgh, where we are, tend to do better with the Democrats, and the rural areas tend to favor the Republicans. But we shouldn't generalize too much. There's still a lot of diversity among the demographics that we described. For example, we often say that younger voters, Black Americans, are more likely to vote for the Democrats. Well, let me introduce you to two young Americans who buck that trend, James and Brittany. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Now, you're both voting for Donald Trump, and you voted for him last time. Tell me why Donald Trump gets your vote.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily Donald Trump gets my vote. It's conservative values. It's being a constitutionalist, and I don't think one man in a White House in Washington D.C. has the answers for my life, my day to day. But that's just me. That's kind of my basis on my vote.
And what about you, Brittany? Are you happy with Donald Trump's performance in the last 4 years?
I mean, I would definitely agree with that. I think economically the most, the party that makes the most sense is more conservative views and more Republican. Now, if you get into the social views, I personally tend to be a little bit more liberal, but I think as an economy, what we need the most is someone who's more conservative, and Donald Trump has fit that picture.
And how much does Donald Trump's language concern you when it comes to even the election itself, wanting a winner to be called on the night, for example, questioning mail-in ballots? What are your views on that?
I mean, I think Donald Trump's character has come into question a little bit. I don't think he has necessarily the finesse with terminology that we would ideally like in a presidential candidate and then as a president, but I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to what's best for the country and how he can come through with that. And I think obviously we know there's a trend of his words not matching his actions. So.
And quick answers now. Do you think he can do it?
I'm sorry?
Do you think he can do it, Donald Trump?
I think we'll see. I think we might be surprised.
And if we are surprised and he does do it, do you think he can unite the country? It feels very divided at the moment.
I mean, I hope so. I think he's learned a lot over the past 4 years, and I think he's learned what has worked and what hasn't worked. And I think, ironically, this pandemic has maybe separated initially, but I think ultimately he'll be able to draw us back together.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. So there we have it, two young voters supporting Donald Trump. The owner of this bar, he is a Republican through and through, he told me. He's lending his vote tonight to Joe Biden. It still feels very unpredictable here at the moment, and it could be days before we know the results.
Oh dear. Okay, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Helen Ann Smith in Phoenix, Arizona. And Helen Ann, what is it, about 80 minutes until post close there?
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. And voters absolutely still coming thick and fast. It's been a really great atmosphere, actually, at this polling station here today. There's been music, lots of laughter, people pretty pleased to be here. As you can see, there's still long queues stretching all the way around the corner. They're not too long here, maybe sort of 20 minutes, half an hour wait. And that's largely because the Arizonans have a pretty robust tradition of early voting. The voters are used to it here. Many of them have cast early ballot, and the turnout's been amazing. The total number of ballots cast in Arizona already exceeds the total number of votes in 2016. Now, whether this ruby red Republican state will flip blue will depend largely on whether certain groups of voters turn up. One of them is younger voters. Just think about this. Donald Trump won this state by fewer than 100,000 votes last time. Since 2016, 600,000 young people have turned 18. And we want to talk to a couple of them over here now. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I know you guys are part of an organisation persuading students and young people to come to the polls. Young people could hold the balance of power in this state this election. How are your generation feeling about this vote?
Our generation is very excited across the board. I think one of the best things about being young in this era is that we have access to all the information. I mean, kids today, they see everything. They see the stories, they see what's going on, and they care. They want to make a difference and they want to make a change. So it's great to see.
I know you're a first-time voter yourself. How do you feel about that? Are you feeling good?
It feels amazing. I've been politically active for around 4 years now, since 2016, and God, all I've been dreaming about is the day that I'm able to vote and have my voice heard. So it's a great feeling, yeah.
What do you think the issues are that young people are voting on this time? What are the issues they care about? What really matters to them in this election?
I would say that a lot of the issues that students are most caring about this election are like healthcare, affordable higher education, what else?
The climate change.
Climate change.
Climate change is a big one for us. I mean, at least people I've talked to, it's like, it's our world, you know, and we're the youngest generation that's going to be living in it. So I think that's one of the decisions that we really want to have control over.
Is there a sense from your friends and your colleagues at school and university, is there a sense of which direction the group may be leaning?
There is definitely, I would feel, in my personal groups, a lot of progressive sentiment. There's a lot of talk about what we can do for the future, what we can do for even the generation that comes after us. So yeah, looking into the future and looking to make things a little more progressive would be ideal.
But crucially, are young people actually engaged this time? Because historically, they don't always turn up to the polls in large enough numbers. Do you think they will turn out this time?
Yeah, of course. I feel like now more than ever, students are showing up. And with ASA, what we have been doing is electioneering and going door to door and getting as many people out to vote, especially young people, because this election is really going to matter.
What are your plans tonight? Are you staying up all night to see in the results?
We're definitely going to keep track of everything that happens, and I mean, it's going to be a great night either way. I mean, we're going to have work to do, or we're going to have a lot of fun, so it's going to be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, guys. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
As I said, there's loads to play for in Arizona. This is a traditionally ruby red Republican state. Democrats feel very strongly that they could flip this state for the first time in many decades.
Thank you guys so much.
Very soothing, that musical interlude. Thank you very much indeed, Helen Ann there in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, as we say, it takes 270 Electoral College votes to win the White House. 2 states we've made projections for so far, which means we can show you the columns of the White House. 11 there for Donald Trump is the projection from Indiana, and 3, we're not showing you the White House, but Ed Conway will, I'm sure. Ed Conway, there we are. There, yes, 11
the White
in
House.
Donald Trump.
It looks convincing, I know, not
3
the
for
real
Joe
White
Biden.
House, but it is our virtual White House, and what you can probably see there is 11 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump and 3 for Joe Biden. And we're starting, now that polls are closed in a number of states, we're starting to get more information. Let me bring it to you. A lot of people thought that this was going to go Joe Biden's way and that he could be contending in places like Florida and indeed Georgia. Let me come over here so you can see. So Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, these are all states where we're just getting close to getting the numbers through. Actually, I can show you Georgia in a moment there. North Carolina as well, we're just waiting on. And no surprises, Indiana going red again. Ohio looking actually quite good for Donald Trump, and the early exit poll data there. It should be said that is seen as the ultimate bellwether state. Ohio, pretty much every election going back, I think, until 1960 has gone the way that Ohio has gone. So if that goes Republican, people might see that as a good sign. It's worth saying, though, it's been trending Republican. There's been demographic changes in Ohio for a while that might mean that's becoming a safer Republican seat, whatever's happening elsewhere. But I want to just show you Georgia. Let's just zoom into Georgia. Actually, come over here and have a look. We've got some data that I can show you. This, of course, is the states as a whole. And what you can see is different counties starting to be populated with different colours. So red for Republican, blue for Democrat. And if you have a look over here, what you can see is that Donald Trump is leading against Joe Biden, 52.4 to 46.6. But a big dose of caution on that, given down there, look, you can see only 5% of the votes are counted so far. So there is still a long way to go before we know definitively what's happening in Georgia. But what we can do, as I was showing earlier, is drill down beneath the surface to county level data. So I want to take you to Glynn County here. It's just on the coast. You can see the swampy area of the coast in Georgia. Brunswick is the main city there in Glynn County. And last time, 2016, Donald Trump won there by 63%. So remember that, 63% for Donald Trump, 35 or so for Hillary Clinton. 63. And now let's look what's happening now in Glynn County. 66. It looks, actually, we've got 56% of the vote in, OK? So it's still relatively early, but that's, you know, as early counting goes, that's quite a big amount. And Donald Trump actually increasing his lead there in Georgia. So a lot of people thought that the Democrats could be in contention in this state. It's, as I say, still very early, but Donald Trump, at least in some counties, including in Glynn, where we have a decent amount of the votes, the majority, compared with last time, Donald Trump increasing his lead. That is interesting, isn't it? We're also getting more data from that exit poll. Do you remember the exit poll I showed you just before? Not just about who's voting for who, but who's actually doing the voting. What's the composition of the electorate? And we have a bit more updated numbers on that, including who is turning out. So over 65s, you can see that it's gone up. The proportion of over 65s has gone up from 20 to 23%. That favoured Donald Trump last time around. He got a good elderly vote, but this time there have been some question marks whether COVID-19 might change that and people might turn out for Joe Biden instead. Non-white up. A question mark as to whether that helps. Traditionally, that would help the Democrats. But Donald Trump has been doing better in the polling with Hispanic voters in particular and also black voters compared with last time around. So will that be good for Donald Trump or indeed Joe Biden? And then you've got college graduates. That should be a positive thing for the Democrats. They tend to go Democrat. And then white non-college graduates down. Again, that is Donald Trump's those are the people who, a lot of people voted for him. White non-college graduates voted for Donald Trump last time, particularly around here in this Midwest area, in the kind of Rust Belt states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Now, very soon, we're going to learn what's happening in Florida. Very quick counters. And in the next few minutes, we'll have some detail from what's going on there. The verdict has always been, if Joe Biden's doing well in Florida, it might mean we have an early result in this election. But if Donald Trump is doing well there, well, it might have to come back to our old friends, these Rust Belt states and Pennsylvania all over again. And as I said earlier, they take a long time to count. So we'll get a sense pretty soon as to whether this is going to be an early result, whether Joe Biden has done well in Florida, or indeed whether there's going to be a long road of counting and working out whether those crucial Rust Belt states are going for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to get a reaction from my panellists. And Ashley Koenig, first of all, as Ed Conway saying there's a huge slew of states where the polls are about to close, including Florida amongst them. What are you going to be looking for?
Definitely Florida. As Ed had mentioned, Florida is going to count their votes quickly. So this is going to be a big key indicator of the night. We know it really comes down to Biden clinching Pennsylvania, which we know is going to take much longer to count, versus Biden clinching Florida and potentially some other states. So Florida is going to be the big one coming up here, but Georgia still possibly has a chance for Biden as well. So I think we need to watch for turnout in things like Atlanta and the suburbs around Atlanta, and if Biden can really propel support in Georgia to pull out a win.
And Kim Darroch, on Florida, as we mentioned already this evening, the nation, and particularly the Democrats, haunted by their experience there in 2000 with Al Gore. And in particular, this issue, which may become, along the lines of what we were already discussing in terms of a disputed election, about a concession. It's I suppose, a custom that the losing candidate makes a dignified phone call to the candidate that appears to have won. But back in 2000, Al Gore did that and then had to retract it.
Exactly. And that is one of the lessons that I'm sure the Democrats will remember. And I would be astonished if we got any early concessions from either side, however compelling the trends are over the next few hours. I just don't see this as the kind of election where anyone is going to concede until it is mathematically certain that they have lost.
Yeah, and indeed because it's incredibly tight, as we were saying. Certainly, exactly. And Cordelia, you've got some more details on some of these exit poll findings from the individual states.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio particularly interesting in that Trump is leading Joe Biden amongst the 65s and over. Now, we're looking at this through the prism of a pandemic that disproportionately affected that age group. And I think it's intriguing. We can't necessarily draw big kind of national take-home pictures from this. What's happening in Ohio might not be replicated in Florida, where we know the elderly votes can be really critical to assessing which candidate is doing better. But I think what we've seen in Ohio is a really kind of robust performance by Donald Trump at the moment. I would say, and Ed touched on it a little bit there is a demographic shift. You know, when I go to Ohio, you notice it's trending older, it is whiter, it is righter than, you know, the rest in the Rust Belt, they're kind of Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So it's not that if Donald Trump wins Ohio, then he's going to get the whole gamut of those states. But it does show resilience, and it shows as well that he's building, because the big kind of challenge for Donald Trump is, yes, to hold on to all the states that he got. He doesn't absolutely have to do that. He can pick up states from Democrats. Quite hard for an incumbent to do that. But if he's able to kind of stretch out some of his margins and to keep Joe Biden at bay, it could be enough for him to win.
Well, that's the point, Omarosa, isn't it? Back to your beloved Ohio. I mean, it always tends to pick the winner of the presidency. I think it was JFK they missed out on, but back to 1944, they've always gone with who becomes president.
We also are very proud because we have produced more presidents than any other state, including Hayes and Rand and other presidents. So yes, Ohio is a key state. It represents so many demographics that actually contribute to how we as Americans look at what's happening at this moment. So now let's break down what's happening in Ohio. Coronavirus up, spikes incredible, hospitalizations up, and people without jobs. In fact, I listened to a story that touched my heart on PBS. The woman said, I got here, but I'm not even certain I have enough gas in my gas tank to get home. That tells you that people are hurting. And yet, Donald Trump is still leading in the polls. So there could be a lot of surprises tonight. Ohio could be one of them.
Certainly could be surprises. And let's see how those surprises might go down on the streets. And in particular, here in Washington, not very far from our studio overlooking the White House, there's a big Black Lives Matter protest taking place. Other people involved as well. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, is at that protest right here in Washington. Tell us more about it, Alex.
Well, it's thinned out a little bit, Dermot, but there's still a fair few hundred here, I'd say. Still very much a carnival atmosphere. It goes all the way along this road, which is now renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza. You can see there's an array of international correspondents here covering the event from all over the world. It's been very upbeat so far. Women and children here, some people I've seen with their babies. Tell me a little bit about why you've come, ma'am.
Well, Trump represents the worst in whiteness, and that's racism. And it's important that I show my son that we must fight against that, and so that we show Trump that we're all against that. We're not for it.
We've seen a lot of shops and businesses along here boarded up. People were expecting violence. Well, they didn't even know what to expect. But you brought your son.
Yeah.
Tell me the thinking behind that.
Are you trying to say that that's not a good idea?
No, I'm trying to say I've seen a lot of women and children here.
Right.
Some people with
because,
babies.
Well, that's the thing. His supporters and him, they want to make it a violent affair. But it shouldn't be. That's wrong. This is a democracy. That's why we live here, to not live in a place where we should be scared to take our children out to protest.
Were you scared? Clearly, if you were, you just overrode it.
No, I'm not scared at all. No.
And I guess it's this. Everyone's talking about this being an historic vote. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, me and my son were out here 4 years ago as well. And yeah, it is historic. He needs to go.
Thank you for talking to us. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
Still very, very good-natured. Everyone getting on with each other. A lot of people have thinned out, maybe to go and watch the results at home. But still plenty of people out here. Even some people. I'll take you to have a look at this, because there's people painting, and they have been painting all night, talking about how they believe. Well, they're worried about all the votes being counted. Hi guys, do you mind if I just have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, let me grab Barb.
Great. Good. Thank you.
Hi.
You're live on Sky News.
Hi.
Just wanted to talk to you about, you spent all night, I've watched you for several hours now, painting. Why are you here? What's the thinking behind being here?
Sure. So we are sort of at a precipice in many ways for democracy. I personally am a climate activist, and there are only a few more years in which we have time to respond appropriately to the scope and scale of the climate crisis, and it's not going to happen under a Trump presidency. So the group that I'm with, we originally started as a climate group, but we pivoted to focus on the election, and yeah, and we're doing.
I notice a lot of your signs that we can just see are all about peace. You know, trying to tell people to calm down, not let this descend into a violent count. I mean, the polls are just closing now, and we're getting the results in now. So I guess, let's have a look at it. Fox News, lies, billionaire. So a lot of people here, lots of views. They're all after one thing right now, waiting for the results to come in and trying to keep it all calm. Very much a carnival atmosphere.
OK, Alex, thank you very much indeed. Cordelia, it's just a couple of minutes to go before this, as I say, a huge slew of states where the polls closed, and Florida amongst them. And in part, it's always close there, as we were saying, but in part because they count quickly as well.
Yeah, they do count quickly. They've got a good history in doing that, doing it effectively. But as we know, it can be a very, very contentious, tight battle in that state. Donald Trump has been spending a lot of time there. It's where he now has decided to vote as well. And there's lots of interesting aspects to it. Older voters, more diverse electorate. OK, which we will look out for when those polls close in a short amount of time. Just got to mention Kentucky there for you. Projected winner there, Donald Trump, and the Republicans' polls closed there over an hour ago. Well, we're just coming up to 1 a.m. in the UK, 8 p.m. in Washington. And the biggest moment of the night so far, as I've been saying, polls are about to close in 17 states. That'll make over half the total, including some that could prove really, really significant. Among them, Pennsylvania, central to the hopes of both candidates. We've seen the campaigns there. And, of course, Florida, much mentioned this evening. I can confidently say it will be much mentioned throughout the course of the evening and the subsequent days. So often a crucial state in American elections. Could it be decisive once again? And there we are. Polls have now closed across more than half of the United States. You can see the states involved, and the outcome of this election may already have been decided by voters there. What matters now is who has those votes, where they've won them, and possibly how quickly they can be counted. Well, what can we tell from the results in Florida so far? Polls just closed, but they've been counting before the polls close. Ed Conway, what have you got?
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. And as you can probably see actually on our map and at the bottom of your screen at the moment, Joe Biden's total of electoral college votes has gone up because many of these traditionally Democrat states now we can declare. But Florida has been this pivotal state for decades. And the expectation was if Joe Biden had a chance of winning early, it would be in Florida. So what is happening? Well, we can look at the numbers. Come over here and let's have a look. In short, it is very tight, but actually leaning towards Donald Trump. Early days, although I should say we've got 82% of the vote counted, but have a look at those two numbers there. 49.6% for Donald Trump, 49.5% for Joe Biden. But here is what is likely to concern the Democrats. Remember, there have been many polls suggesting the Democrats had a chance of winning in that state. But this part of the state hasn't yet declared. The Panhandle, Florida Panhandle, counts later and tends to be more Republican. So the fact that Donald Trump is ever so slightly in the lead at the moment, he will find encouraging, as will he find this encouraging. Miami-Dade County. Miami, there in the south of Florida, crucial urban area where Hillary Clinton won pretty handily last time around, 63.7% of the vote. I want you to remember that, 63.7% of the vote last time around for Hillary Clinton, for the Democrats, 64%. This time around, so far, Joe Biden, 54%. Joe Biden is losing votes potentially in Miami-Dade. Donald Trump is gaining them. Donald Trump up from 34 last time to 45.5 in Miami-Dade. This urban county within Florida, this is potentially, we don't really know, we're going to have to dig into the details, potentially that's a Hispanic vote, Latino vote going for Donald Trump, whereas a lot of people thought it could go for Joe Biden. So that's going to be something that's going to encourage the Republicans, as is this. I'm going to flip those over and we're going to look at Pinellas County. So here we have it. They're just across the bay from Tampa. So typically, again, it typically has gone Democrat in the past, but last time around, look, it went for Donald Trump. This is 2016 results we're looking at here. Pinellas County went for Donald Trump last time around. What about this time? Is Joe Biden able to wrest it back That would be really crucial for him. Well, it's very tight indeed, but he is just ahead of Donald Trump there with 91% of the votes counted in Pinellas County there, you can see. But they are totting up. You can see them coming thick and fast. And it's, in short, not looking as promising a night for Joe Biden in Florida. Early still at the moment, but a lot of people thought that he might have a lead by now. And as I say, it's these panhandle counties. Look at them. They're all, this is last time around, all red. And then if you come and have a look at them over here, I'll flip around here so you can see, these are the ones that are yet to be counted. So that would suggest there is more Republican vote yet to come. So that's the latest from Florida. We'll have more from different states and drilling into the county level data as we get it, Dermot.
OK, fascinating. Ed, thank you very much indeed. Well, we are in a position to project some of those states where the polls have closed. Let me take you through them as they come up. We'll start with New Jersey. Let's show you the projection there in New Jersey. There it is. In spite of the fact that not much counting has taken place, 14 electoral college votes. That is no surprise there that the projected winner is Joe Biden, 14 electoral college votes in the Democrat column. On to Oklahoma will be the opposite picture. In Oklahoma, there we are, the projected winner, Donald Trump, 7 electoral college votes going hand in hand with Oklahoma. Delaware, we're bouncing around here up there in the eastern seaboard. 3 electoral college votes. Again, nothing here to surprise anyone. Projected winner, the Democrats and Joe Biden. Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. Not a state, of course, but still has 3 electoral college votes. And again, they're going with the Democrats as expected. And as I say, 3 electoral college votes in Joe Biden's column. The vast majority of states in the United States are not really competitive. It's just down to a handful, perhaps up to a dozen. Maryland is one of the ones not seen as decisive. Joe Biden, the projected winner there, and the Democrats, handy 10 electoral college votes there for Joe Biden. And we have Massachusetts also going Democrats. Projected winner there, Joe Biden. Another double figures haul of electoral college votes, 11 there for Joe Biden and the Democrats. Here's the overall numbers. Remember that number. It's 270 to take the White House, or indeed to retain the White House. And there we have it, totting up those states where projections have been made. It puts Joe Biden in the lead on 44 to 26, but so early, and indeed so tight in a state where the polls have just closed, in a state like Florida, which amasses a mighty haul of electoral college votes, 29 in total, which turbocharges any candidate's campaign to hold on to the White House. Cordelia, well, it's happening. It's tight there, and an awful lot of the votes counted, as Ed Conway's been describing to us.
Yeah, and certainly some optimistic news for the Trump camp there. They've been pretty confident in recent days that they can win Florida. Of course, to remind ourselves, Florida is kind of critical if Donald Trump is to win. Joe Biden doesn't have to get it, but there are some interesting, worrying early indications for Joe Biden's team, and we can break it down a little bit. I mean, Pinellas is considered critical if Joe Biden's to win there. Ed was focusing in on that. That is a very diverse county. Miami-Dade as well, a very populous county. Now, Donald Trump's team have told me it's Cuban Americans that they've been really zoning in on. Why do they like Donald Trump? Well, I've spoken to lots of them. They like his kind of muscular positioning. They like his economic performance. And more than anything, they loathe the prospect of a socialist America. And they've been very uncomfortable with Joe Biden, not in their eyes sufficiently denouncing it. So the fact that Joe Biden is underperforming in some of these areas that we know have big Latino populations, he's not doing as well as Hillary Clinton did, is some cause for concern for their camp. But it also, I think, shows that Donald Trump is making progress. You know, he hasn't just stuck to his lane. We always talk about 2016. It was about the white working class, non-college educated voter. But actually, this shows, I wonder what your take is, Emrose, that sign of Donald Trump actually doing better?
Well, in my model, I always had Florida as red. I mean, I live there, so I could see what's happening, and the momentum goes to Donald there. But the path to victory for Donald is still a long one. I mean, he still has to get Michigan, Wisconsin. Those results have yet to come in, and they're also key. And let's not forget Pennsylvania. So we kind of expected that it would be close, but leaning towards Donald Trump. But I wonder if you think that any of those Rust Belt states will go to Donald Trump.
Too early to tell. Ashley, let's ask Ashley. I'm going to ask you, Ashley, about Florida, though, as we've all predicted, very, very tight there. But it is true, as Omarosa says there, Donald Trump really has to take Florida. If he didn't get Florida, it would be virtually impossible for him to retain the White House. But Joe Biden will have other paths. But, you know, it's the way things are going. If they happen in other states, it would be worrying for the Biden camp.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Biden has other paths that just may get a little bit messier now, and he's made inroads with some of those voting blocs that are traditionally Republican. He's made some inroads with those who are over 65. But, you know, again, we had talked about that. It's really that Cuban vote. We're talking about specifically in Florida. We're talking about Miami-Dade County. It's that Cuban vote, in particular, Latino voters that are going just enough for Donald Trump that it's giving him some headway and making Florida look better and better for him, especially with a majority of precincts counted right now.
Ashley, we're having a bit of problem. We can still make out what you're saying. A bit of problem with your microphone. We'll try and fix that and get back to you. Kim Darroch, though, that point that Cordelia was making, and it's been an interesting feature of the campaign. It's an interesting feature almost of any American presidential campaign. Joe Biden was portrayed by Donald Trump as a socialist.
Yeah, it's not really what we think of as a socialist, is he? But I had thought, I must say, that wasn't really sticking during the campaign, that Joe Biden was some kind of Trojan horse for the extreme left in American politics. But maybe with the Cuban community in Florida, it has stuck. I think there's another reason, by the way, why the Cuban community in Miami-Dade may have gone more heavily for Trump than expected. That is that they hated the deal that Obama did, that reconciliation with Cuba in his second term. Generally, that was hated by the American Cuban community, and Trump has dismantled some of it and has been quite tough with Cuba, and that I think may have won him some votes. The other thing I'd say about Florida is, election after election, the Democrats look at Florida and think that they can win it. In 2016, in the midterms in 2018, and now in 2020. And it feels as if Florida is staying Republican. I don't want to jump to conclusions, there's still votes to be counted. But it's like a mirage for the Democrats. They never quite get there, do they?
And on that issue of socialism, liberalism, or whatever Omarosa said, are those people that don't like the sound of those words, are they looking closely on this Democrat ticket, though more closely because of Joe Biden's age, at the vice presidential side of the ticket, Kamala Harris, who's seen as more left-wing than Joe Biden?
Yeah, but that won't move the needle in South Florida. I mean, I have to tell you, the messaging on behalf of the Trump team has been very effective in labeling Biden as this radical. I mean, if you go to South Florida, you see a lot of Cubans, you see a lot of diversity that comes from South America, from Mexico. All of these folks are concerned, and those messages resonate. But also, I have to remind you of an extensive campaign that Donald Trump used in 2016 that was reported in Miami Herald to suppress the vote there. And I'm not saying that's happening now, but just know that there are things at play that would factor into why we're seeing the numbers that are coming in right now.
What kind of methods do the parties use to try to suppress votes, Cordelia?
Well, there's been a lot of debate about voter suppression across the board, right? It's not just in places like Florida, it's in the South when we've had, decades of history with this. And some of the techniques are gerrymandering, it's closing down certain polling stations, it's making only one ballot box available in one county. So people are having to drive, long distances. We've seen in Texas battles going through the courts recently when over 100,000 votes Republicans have tried to have discounted because it was a drive-in polling station. They said that shouldn't happen. So there are a lot of very clear examples of where Republicans are trying to curb votes from taking place, and we will have to see how that might play out ultimately. The polls in Georgia, it's of deep concern, and when you speak to voters, I've interviewed voters that feel that they need to have armed escorts in order to vote, and those lines, as uplifting as the numbers, the voter turnout is this year, people in a functioning democracy shouldn't have to wait for 12 hours in line to vote, and they're finding that a lot of their the basic needs, so when they're asked about, for instance, their voter ID, lots of the data that is being demanded of them is quite hard to supply, and so people feel squeezed out of that democratic process.
OK, we're going to check in on the ground in Florida in a moment. We just want to alert our viewers to another projection we are making in Tennessee. And you can see they're coloured in on the map. Let's show you some of the numbers. We have nearly 75%, nearly three-quarters for Donald Trump, projecting a Republican winner there. 11 electoral college votes garnered from the state of Tennessee. Let's get back to Florida. Siobhan Robbins, as I say, is on the ground there for us and flitting between two parties and political parties, yes, but parties as well. Are you with the Democrats or the Republicans now?
I'm with the Republicans at the moment, and you've just missed a huge cheer when they saw these exit polls coming out of Florida. They're feeling very confident, very happy. Let me show you around. The buffet's about to open, so it won't be too long. We don't want to start a fight. But they've got their Donald Trump face masks here, Melania here, Mike Pence as well. Got the old Donald Trump anthem here. It's being sung. I might have to interrupt one of the singers. Joel, let me interrupt your singing. I'm sure you were in strong voice. How are you feeling about the exit polls for Florida at the moment?
I'm feeling, well, I don't know about exit polls, but from what we're seeing from actual results, it looks very promising.
Palm Beach is one of the areas that's been... Does that surprise you?
Well, I mean, I'm sure Trump's probably not going to win Palm Beach County, but Trump's going to do much better than would have been expected. There's a strong support here, even in Palm Beach County. He did really well in Miami-Dade and Broward, and those are always Democrat counties. The rest of Florida is going to go really strong for Trump.
Why do you think he's picking up in Miami-Dade? Do you think Biden's missing out on the Hispanic vote?
Yeah, I think the African-American vote as well as the Hispanic vote, that people are recognizing that Trump gives them an economic opportunity and a much better option for all of us.
Finally, if it changes and Trump loses Florida, do you still believe he can be the president?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, it'd be tough. He really needs to win Florida.
Thank you. Thanks, Joel. I'll leave you to the singing and the buffet, where you can stand in a man's way. But as you can see, they're feeling positive here at the moment. We will pop across to the Democrats, tell you how they're feeling. But it's still super tight here in Florida. We knew this was the race to watch, and it really is.
Yeah, indeed. OK, Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Siobhan Robbins there in West Palm Beach in Florida. Going to another super tight race we expect in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. Sally Lockwood is there for us. And what's the mood, Sally?
Oh, well, outside this warehouse where the ballots are being counted, there's a crowd that's gathered, actually. They've started to protest the fact that they want every vote to be counted. Don't be alarmed by the flashing blue lights behind me. That's fairly routine. The police have been here to supervise this warehouse where, of course, all these very important ballots have been stored and are now being counted. The polls closed just 15 minutes ago in Pennsylvania, but the mail-in ballots, those postal votes, have become highly contentious here. It's been ruled by the Supreme Court that any ballots that arrive by post up to 3 days after the election, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November or before, will still be counted. But it's likely Donald Trump is going to contest that in the courts because he has such a small margin here and every vote counts. And of course, Pennsylvania could decide this election. Let me just introduce you to Jennifer and Keena, who are two of the people gathered here. Thanks so much for speaking to us. Tell me why it was so important to you to come out here and protest tonight.
Well, we've worked so hard to make sure that every American gets to cast a ballot. And now it's our election officials' job to make sure that every single vote is counted. We're out here to just say that every voice has to be heard and every vote needs to be counted. Voters should get to decide who is our elected official, who is our president.
And of course, this is the first election where all Pennsylvanians have been allowed to vote by mail if they wish to do so, of course, because of the pandemic. How did you choose to vote this time, Keenan?
I voted in person.
And why did you choose to do that in person?
I've just always voted in person. I feel like it's more secure for me. I know for others they may not have felt that way. That's just how I chose to vote.
And what was your experience of that? Was it a long wait?
It wasn't a long wait. I voted very early. Okay. Like the first couple of days we were allowed to. So
something I've really noticed, Jennifer, there's a huge amount of engagement here among voters. What's your view and feeling of how this may go in Pennsylvania?
Well, what we want to do is make sure that Pennsylvania isn't called until every vote is counted. So we know that Pennsylvania could be the tipping point in this election, and we are just out here to make sure that every single vote is counted and that no one can declare that they're the president until our votes are counted.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for speaking to me. Donald Trump has repeatedly called for the winner to be announced on election night. Of course, that's something that can't be done here in Pennsylvania because not all the votes will be counted. It could be up until Friday before we know the full count and results here, but there is certainly a lot of focus on Pennsylvania. This could indeed be the state that tips this election. It's very likely, too, that there will be many lawyers involved.
Indeed. OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Sally Lockwood there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, let's talk now. As I say, more than half of the states in the United States, the polls have now closed, a large number of them within the last half an hour or so. And Cordelia, we're mentioning Florida and Pennsylvania, obviously, but also within this clutch, this last 17, is New Hampshire. And that's interesting.
Yeah, New Hampshire is interesting because Democrats view it as pretty reliably blue, and that we've been getting some briefings from the Trump camp that they believe that they can flip it. I think they are looking at a number of scenarios whereby if they don't quite get what they need, then they can look elsewhere. This is all about, if they don't secure everything they got in 2016, where are the other options? They say it's New Hampshire, it's Nevada. That is quite hard to imagine when you look at, the metrics of previous races. If you've got an incumbent president, it's quite hard to hold on to what you have, let alone to start building elsewhere. But it's what you would expect, right, from a campaign, from an incumbent president. They need to, in the closing days, share this positive message. You know what it's like working inside the campaign race. Jason Miller today, senior member of the campaign staff, saying they feel more confident tonight than they did 4 years ago. Do you believe that?
It's not true. And I worked with Jason Miller for a very long time. I want to tell you how sophisticated this operation in terms of the data is on that side. We had monitors up of every single key district and every single key state. And we had every scenario worked out so that we showed the president, this is your path, this is what you need. Every single call that we have here, they are doing the math just like you and I are, and they know whether or not he can become president. Now, Jason's job is to spin things so that they are to the benefit of the president, but reality will hit you in the face when the numbers start coming in. You'll have to stop spinning at some point and be honest that this is going to be a tough road for Donald Trump.
OK, just interrupting that conversation. We're going to continue it just to make another projection. And this really is the least surprising of the evening. I think it was the state that Donald Trump won by the biggest margin. I was expecting West Virginia. We got Kentucky there for you, projected winner there. Yes, West Virginia. And as I say, absolutely no surprise there. One of the country's most Republican states. Donald Trump won that by the biggest margin of any Republican candidate in history in 2016. Will he do it again? Well, we're certainly projected he is going to win it. So whether it's by the largest winning margin or not, we don't know that yet. But 5 electoral college votes very firmly there planted for the Republicans. New Jersey, just to mention that one again at the bottom there, Joe Biden, the projected winner. Let's talk, I wonder if we can talk to Ashley Koenig about that issue of if it is tight, if Donald Trump holds on to Florida, holds on to Pennsylvania, it is going to come down to some of the smaller states like New Hampshire and indeed those two states that don't give all their electoral college votes to the winning candidate necessarily.
I was just going to say we may need to look to states like Nebraska and Maine, but obviously then it becomes much more crucial for Biden to clinch Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, especially depending on whether or not he has Pennsylvania. Also looking at North Carolina, looking at Georgia and Arizona. These are all important battlegrounds that if Biden fails within Florida, fails within Pennsylvania, his paths start narrowing and start to close.
And Kim Darroch, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with that. And it'll be an early blow, really, if Florida has gone to, or does go to Donald Trump. And then we're in for, the long haul, Dermot, because especially if it comes down to Pennsylvania, that can be days away. And it'll feel very much like, I remember vividly watching the votes come in Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania early in the morning in 2016, 9th of November 2016, and was so close in those three states. And in the end, it was down to less than 80,000 votes across the three states. And it was a real nail-biter right up until the last minute.
But Ashley, of course, we've got these extra votes to count. Looks like it's going to be a record turnout. Do we know where they've come from, or is it just an increase in both of the votes for the registered parties, or are there voters out there who haven't voted before?
I think that we've seen in early exit polls that about 1 in 10, if not more so, say it's the first time that they're voting. So we'll see what difference that makes, particularly in battleground states. And, then it becomes simply a game of turnout and demographics. It depends who and how the two candidates can turn out within particularly these battlegrounds and how they make that work for them and what inroads they make with the other party's base.
Okay, let's have a look at the state of play then in these huge states that we're talking about, these critical states. Start with Florida, and a lot of the votes, as you've been seeing, we'll show you right now how many more have been counted. Saying the next poll closes in 1.5 minutes or so. That's only one of them. That's Arkansas. In Florida, then 89% of those live results in, 50.4% now for Donald Trump, getting his nose in front with 5.264 million votes. Joe Biden on 48.6 with just over 5 million and 11% of that vote to count. It's going to go down to the wire, it seems, in Florida. Once again, let's move on and take you through the situation in Pennsylvania and look at the difference in terms of votes counted. 3%. What a long way they've got to go there. And they could, as we've been telling you, they could be counting them well into next week. They're still accepting postal votes up to the end of this week. And as it stands, it all depends where the votes have been counted. One is guessing in more urban areas there. Given the lead that Joe Biden has, it means nothing whatsoever there in Pennsylvania. It is going to be an awful lot tighter than that. Ohio, well, approaching 50% of the results counted there, and it is 55.2 to Joe Biden, 43.6 to Donald Trump. A woe from Omarosa, but still 58% of those votes to count, and it all depends where they are. But a healthy lead means absolutely nothing at this point for Joe Biden. New Hampshire, as we just mentioned there, a lot of people don't realize just how competitive it is there up in New England there on the eastern seaboard. New Hampshire, just 10%, 90% to go, 45.3 for Donald Trump, 53.6 for Joe Biden. North Carolina, very interesting, this one. The Democrats exerting a lot of campaigning energy there, and 60% of the votes counted, and a lead, well, approaching a 10-point lead for Joe Biden, 54% to Donald Trump's 45%, 1.9 million for Joe Biden. 1.59, nearly 1.6 for Donald Trump. But so much more distance to go in terms of all those counts. There's lots of umming and ahhing coming from you, Omarosa, which I'm going to interrogate in a moment or two. You're getting so excited. Was it the situation in Ohio, or was it in North Carolina, or all of them?
It's going to be all of them. But can I tell you that I've been watching closely this battle in the Senate in North Carolina. We can't just focus at the top of the ticket. The down ballot races are of particular interest in the control of power in this city. So if North Carolina is leaning towards Biden, you have to look at the down ballots. Jamian, for instance, is battling Lindsey Graham right now. He's in the fight of his life. And if those numbers hold, he could possibly win and change the balance of power in the Senate.
Better explain that then. The Senate, I mean, so much more being voted on it than just presidents, and including the Senate, the control of the Senate. And Cordelia, it's not too very far away from us up there, but it's, as Omarosa mentions there, it's all important. If a president wants to get their programme through, they can't really afford to have a Senate that's in the hands of the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, if Joe Biden were to win, for instance, and he can't get the Senate, well, it's 4 years of total political paralysis. I mean, ultimately a lame duck president, because you just can't push legislation through. And that's in part because of how polarized Congress has become. You would get Republicans very early on saying, we ain't going to work with you. We're going to block whatever we can. But I too fascinated with North Carolina in particular. We've just had a bit of exit poll data coming in that shows some real progress by Joe Biden compared to Hillary Clinton in kind of key large population centers. Joe Biden way outpacing Hillary Clinton. Places like Wake County, for instance.
You've got any numbers
These will be crucial. So biggest electorate in the state is Wake County. Biden getting 81% counted rather. Biden getting 66% compared to Trump's 33%. Now, Clinton won Wake with just 57%. So Joe Biden really improving on things there. Mecklenburg County as well, a really key area. 84% of the vote counted there. Biden leading 69% to 30% for Donald Trump. Now, Clinton won with just 62%. So you're talking about these key margins. That's what Joe Biden needs to do in a place like North Carolina to flip it. Donald Trump can't afford to have too many losses in these early states.
Yeah, it seems to be something going on. We'll interrogate that a bit more in North Carolina, Georgia area, not necessarily in Florida. Just want to alert everyone to one more poll that's closed on the half hour and mention Hillary Clinton. Well, Arkansas, those of a certain age may remember that that's where the political story started for both the Clintons. Hope, Arkansas, then on to Little Rock for Bill Clinton as governor, and then all the way to the White House. Polls closed. Ending my riff on Arkansas. West Virginia, just reminding you there of the projected winner there, the most Republican state in the Union, Donald Trump there. Let's take you through some of the key developments so far then. And here they are. The first polls have closed now in more than half the states in the United States, including these key battlegrounds such as Florida, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. More than 100 million Americans cast their votes before Election Day, putting the country on track for its highest ever turnout in a presidential election. It was only something over 130 million altogether last time round. Now, Donald Trump visited his campaign headquarters today. He predicted he would win, but acknowledged he could lose. He said, we're going to have a great night, but it's politics and it's elections, and you never know. Well, the swing states, which will decide this election, are still too early and too close to call, but President Trump is doing better in some Florida counties, including urban areas of Miami. Miami-Dade, the county, than he did 4 years ago. And what about the Democrats? Well, Joe Biden told reporters outside a community center in Delaware, his home state, that he's superstitious about making predictions, but is hopeful. The Democrats are optimistic that the high turnout bodes well for his campaign. Mr. Biden is we've projected that to win Vermont, the first Democrat state of the night. So we've projected quite a few others as well for Joe Biden. Well, let's get the latest from the two campaigns. Very important mood check then at the moment. Greg Milam's with the Democrats and James Matthews is at the White House keeping a check on the Republicans. So, Greg first, and anything leaking out, any nuances, any indications?
Well, they're watching closely, as we all are. We know that Joe Biden is at his home here in Wilmington in Delaware, watching on television those results coming in before he comes here to address the nation, according to his campaign. But they're watching very closely. He tweeted actually not that long ago, telling people to stay in line, which is, of course, if you are at a polling station waiting to vote and haven't got in, even when the polls have closed, excuse me, you are allowed to carry on and cast your vote. So tweeting that people should stay in line, it's clear from what his campaign was saying, even in the last hours, that they were desperate to get voters still to the polls because they believe turnout is so significant. They'll be watching Florida. Remember, he sent Barack Obama down to Miami twice, his former boss, in recent weeks, because they believed that turnout, particularly amongst the Latino community and the black community, would be significant. It doesn't appear to be working in Miami from the results that are coming in so far, but they're also watching, perhaps with more hope, what's happening in North Carolina and Georgia, because the exit polls suggest that the people they were targeting in the suburbs, those who were disaffected, didn't vote last time, are turning out this time, and that's why they have some hope there, because a win in one of those states would be really significant. As I say, he'll come here later tonight, they say, to address the nation, to talk about calm and unity, because they know there is still a long way to go in what could be a very messy election result.
Indeed. OK, let's go to the White House. James Matthews is there, and what are you gleaning from there, James?
Growing confidence, I would say, amongst Republicans. Certainly, if you listen to what the Republican advisors, insiders are saying off and on the record. Earlier on, there seemed to be some concern about how they had played Pennsylvania and a relatively low turnout. There was concern there. Subsequently, they have gone on the record saying that the turnout in Pennsylvania has turned into, in their words, Trump rally-esque. So they're clearly happy with the way things are going in that particular state. In terms of Florida, what they are saying is that the turnout for Donald Trump in that state is down to what they call historical voter participation, a dividend from what they think has been an effective ground game, outreaching to the voters at large, but in particular minority voters. Republicans played it differently from the Democrats, who, because of COVID, did their outreach largely virtually. But the Republicans continued, despite a brief break, continued to reach out to voters in person, knocking on doors and so on. They think that has paid a dividend in trying to pin down the voters that they need to balance the voters they have lost, suburban women and so on. So Donald Trump seems to be confident. He tweeted a couple of hours ago to say, looking good across the country. Thank you, he said. He's watching the results coming in the East Wing of the White House with senior allies and family members. There is a party later on, so the heart sinks, Dermot, at the prospect of the dad dancing we might see at that particular gathering. 250 people expected, but all eyes will be on the president himself when he steps forward to the mic. Confirmation in the past hour that we will hear from him. No confirmation of the time of that, but that's clearly key. And if things are looking good for him in Florida and elsewhere, then one wonders, will he follow through with this threat indication that he will prematurely declare the result? Also, all sorts of consequences, of course, to flow from that.
All right, James, thank you very much indeed. Well, mentioning Florida, let's check in on the latest situation there with Ed Conway. I'm also fascinated, and it's also crucial to Donald Trump, but what's going on in Ohio, Ed?
Yeah, the Buckeye State, as you know. I actually saw them play, the college football team there, a few years back. They're crazy fans, I will tell you that. But this state, it's been going kind of more and more Republican over the course of the last few years, but typically seen as a bellwether for the rest of the election. In fact, every election since, I think, 1960, it's gone to whoever has won that election. So, you know, a lot of focus on this state, and it's worth us just looking at what's going on there. Come here and we'll have a look at Ohio. I'm going to bring up the data for Ohio. Now, this is last time around, 2016. Donald Trump won it, 51.8%. And this time around, Well, come and have a look. So 51.8 last time around. This time around, Joe Biden's in the lead, but we need to be cautious with this. And why do we need to be cautious? Because remember what we were talking about earlier on with early voting and the fact that a lot of those early votes tend to be probably more Democrat than Republican, and a lot of those votes are being kind of counted earlier. So it might be that we have something of a blue mirage and things changed later on, and that Ohio starts to look very much more like Donald Trump's territory a little bit later on. 18 electoral college votes. And here's the reason why it's worth just being cautious with those numbers there. This is from the exit poll in Ohio, and what you've got here is what happened in 2016, and this is specifically over 65. So a key constituent here for both men, both of them trying to target pensioners over 65s. And last time around, look at Donald Trump's bar in particular, 56% support amongst over 65s for Donald Trump. Look what's happened this time around. So older voters have gone up, 63% of over 65s going for Donald Trump. This is according to the exit poll in Ohio, suggesting actually that Donald Trump not only has consolidated his support, he's actually gained more support there. And it's a not dissimilar story that we're seeing in Florida as well. A big elderly vote in Florida, but also a big Hispanic vote there. And if you consider, this is the state as a whole, we've now got 91% in, and I mentioned not long ago, the panhandle, these bits here were likely to be Republican, and as those votes got counted, we were likely to see Trump's number go up, and look, it does look, he's very much in the lead in Florida now. So that is going to be something that Republicans will be absolutely delighted about. As will they with what's happening in Palm Beach. So another down towards the south, close to Miami, Palm Beach here, a resort area, of course. And typically, although Donald Trump rather likes it down there, it has been Democrat, OK? But look at the numbers there, 56.6% for Hillary Clinton. And part of the problem for her last time around is she didn't get enough votes. So Joe Biden really wanted to raise this number, 56.6. Well, what's happened? We've got 92% of the votes in, and you can see actually it's slightly lower for Joe Biden, 56.1 rather than 56.6. So he is actually losing some of the votes, and the speculation is that that might be the fact that the Hispanic vote hasn't necessarily come out for him. That's the story so far in Florida, looking good for Donald Trump, and also bear in mind that shift I was talking about. So North Carolina does look promising for Joe Biden, but it might be that as those Republican votes come in and are counted, that lead starts to narrow. All of this, well, let's show you the virtual White House, because we're starting now to get onto that pathway towards the White House, and you can see what's going to happen. Have a look at this. Here we are, virtual White House. It's quite dark now, but what you can see is look at the numbers there. Joe Biden, 51 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump along there, 42. Still a very long way indeed, and it's going to be a long night, particularly given that Pennsylvania might again prove to be the central state here, the pivotal state, and they take a long time to count, don't they?
Indeed, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Plenty to chew over then. Ashley Koenig, first of all, and what we're seeing in Ohio, Ed Conway was making very clear there that still a lot of counting to do. What are you reading into it?
I think that number of seeing over 65s now even more so in support of Donald Trump, that's a pretty telling number. We were talking about, perhaps counties like in Florida, talking about Sumter County, and if we would see any type of grave revolt, and the numbers of the night that we've seen so far for those in the over 65 category have not necessarily fit that description, Ohio being one of them right now. There are a lot of urban areas that Biden could do well in. Looking at the vote with African-American voters, he really absolutely needs to turn out these urban areas around cities like Cleveland and Columbus. And he needs to turn out the key voting blocks to the Democratic base if he has any chance in Ohio. And frankly, with, if Florida does go for Trump, that narrows a lot of paths for Biden going forward.
And let me ask you, Kim Darroch, at this point in the evening, what are the international community making of it all? So the key states counting away there, Florida, as always, very tight. I suppose they've got their reactions in place. Do they kind of start gyrating, looking one way or the other, or do they just stay a bit zen and say, whatever will be, and we'll deal with the result when it happens?
I think, Dermot, they will try to stay zen. But I do think they will look at what's happening in Florida and what's happening in Ohio And those who are around in 2016 will start to think, as Yogi Berra said, is this deja vu all over again? The last half hour, and still very early in the evening, but the last half hour does feel as if there have been some indicators pointing towards Donald Trump, and people will be looking at that and thinking, well, have the polls been off beam again? Is this going to be another huge surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a huge surprise is perhaps in many of the states. So I want to discuss the situation in Pennsylvania. We've been highlighting that for you in particular because of how tight it is, but also in terms of how long it might take to count that votes. The postal votes still being, the mail-in ballots as they call them here, still being accepted right up to this Friday, and counting of those then could continue well into next week if it is tight. Now that what we're showing you there, that chart means absolutely nothing, but so we're just showing you it as a snapshot of the current state of play, because only 10% of those votes have been counted, and it shows a very healthy lead for Joe Biden. I can confidently predict it will not stay that way, with 65.5% of the vote for Joe Biden and just 33.7% for Donald Trump. A huge amount of counting still to go, and as I say, it may go on for several days into next week. It may not. It depends indeed on the margins between the two candidates as they close in on the entire count. On that note, I wanted to talk now to John Fetterman, a senior Democrat and Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. Very good to talk to you, Lieutenant Governor. What is your feeling then as a Democrat about how it's going to go in your state?
Sure. Well, obviously, as you pointed out, it's way too early to call. But in terms of Democratic chances, I'm very encouraged by reports of turnout in southeastern Pennsylvania, which has been trending more and more more and more Democrat in recent years. So there have been reports of turnout in the 80s, approaching 90% in critical counties like Montgomery and Chester. And turnout in Philadelphia is very high as well, too. So far, things are promising. The really good news is definitively there was no major drama or, voter issues or things like that. There were small things, but on balance, we had what I'm sure will be the highest turnout in Pennsylvania history. And our, issues on the ground were minimal to non-existent. So that's good.
But there have been issues even before the polls closed, the issues about the counting, about the mail-in ballots, about the acceptability of them and how long that count may go on. If it is tight and you have to get down to those late mail-in ballots, do you see more legal challenges taking place?
Well, of course there'll be a legal challenge if it gets down to that. But like I said, once we know where some of those big counties come in and the turnouts look out, then that focus will come more into it's right now it's difficult to tell whether or not it's going to come to get that close. But nevertheless, the turnouts that we're seeing in these critical counties are absolutely they bode well for Democrats. That's for sure.
It's very interesting what you say there. I'd be really interested as well to get your take on the issues. Let's start top of the tree. How did coronavirus play?
Well, in Pennsylvania, it's essentially a referendum on Donald Trump. If you liked the last 4 years and you wanted more, you're going to vote for the president. If you wanted to take a different direction, you're going to vote for Joe Biden. I don't think you can really break it down on one issue by issue. I think it's basically just a personal referendum, quite honestly.
Personal referendum, but doesn't that then it does encompass the president's attitude to coronavirus?
Everything.
Everything. Exactly, yeah, but cases are spiking. They're going up again, a second or indeed a third wave. And the president, I don't know, what do you feel? The president doesn't seem to be taking it incredibly seriously.
Yeah, it might seem odd to some of your viewers, but people in my state argue about wearing masks during a pandemic. It's turned political. It's almost embarrassing. You would think that that's pretty much one thing that would be non-political. So often the virus isn't the enemy, it's each other in some of these conversations. So it really comes down to a referendum on Donald Trump or a different direction. You can lump in the coronavirus, you can lump in the George Floyd racial unrest, you can lump in the unemployment, all these different things. It really comes down to 4 more years of this, or you want a brand new direction.
But what about the Donald Trump, the Republican attack on Joe Biden, and in particular when it comes to climate change, dealing with that, fracking and energy companies, and that transition? A lot of workers are going to think that's going to be a painful transition.
If that's your number one issue, and I suspect there's very few voters that's the case, you've already likely made up your mind. It really does come down to 4 more years of this or 4 more years of a radically different direction. It's simplistic, but it's actually true. Of course, if you're okay with 250,000 Americans dying of coronavirus, there's pretty much what else is, it's an unusual dynamic because the president is so personality driven.
But what did you find when you were out knocking doors, however much you were able to because of the pandemic? What did you find amongst those Democrat Trump voters from 2016? Were they coming back to the Democrats en masse?
Yeah, a lot of regret. Suburban women in southeastern Pennsylvania have been defecting, and without a doubt, if Joe Biden is slightly more popular than Hillary Clinton is in a lot of these rural counties, that would be enough to take Donald Trump out of the running. It's the margins in the small counties all across Pennsylvania. And Hillary was very intensely unpopular, whereas Joe Biden isn't going to flip any of these countries from blue to red. But if he can improve on those margins by which we lose those counties, that alone would take Donald Trump out of contention.
But were people enthusiastic about Joe Biden, or is it just the fact, as you described there, that he's just not Donald Trump and he'll do?
It doesn't have to be enthusiastic about him. I think Joe Biden projected a real sense of decency and that this idea of we're fighting for the soul of our country. So it isn't necessarily ticking off a laundry list of issues that he cares for. I think it's mostly comes down to, again, that referendum, and it's personality driven around the president.
John Fetterman, really great talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. Maybe talk to you later in the evening as things become a little bit clearer, if they do, in Pennsylvania. And on that very question, let's find out if they are with Ed Conway. Talk us through what we know about Pennsylvania so far, Ed.
Yeah, last time around, this pivotal state, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump won it last time. Big question now about who's going to win it this time, but most people can agree that could be the state upon which everything really depends. But here's the twist. They take a long time to count their votes in Pennsylvania. Come over and have a look at the numbers we have so far. 20 electoral college votes. As I say, this is potentially the point. So Pennsylvania, if you're winning Pennsylvania, you potentially are winning the White House. That's just the way that the routes to power work out here. And here's the live board for Pennsylvania. And you can see, actually, looking at the numbers here, just those big numbers, looks good for Joe Biden, doesn't it? 65% for Joe Biden versus 34% for Donald Trump. But there's the rub. 10% of the votes have been counted. And they've said it may take days before they know for sure what's going on. I said earlier, didn't I, that we could look into county-level data to get a sense of what might be happening, because in certain counties they are counting faster, and then we look at them, we compare them to last time around, we work out whether it's up for Biden, up for Trump, and let's have a look at this time around. So we're going to look at Lehigh County, so Allentown here. There you can see it. Typically Democrat. You're talking about relatively Democrat area historically, and last time around, indeed, Hillary Clinton won it against Donald Trump, 50.5% in Lehigh against Donald Trump. But let's have a look at what's happening this time around. So here we are, 78% for Joe Biden. Now, it should be said, this is just with 61% of the votes counted, but that is a whopping lead. To go up from 50% to 80% here in Lehigh County, That's something that Joe Biden will be pretty pleased with, extraordinarily pleased with. It should be said, the demographics are changing in Lehigh. It's one of the fastest growing counties in Pennsylvania, so that might explain part of this, but an extraordinary potential result there. It's not going his way in Florida, but it looks from that as if it might be doing better for him in Pennsylvania. And I just want to ask Ashley Koenig what's going on there as well. Let me see if I can bring her up on my screen. There she is. Hello, Ashley. Hello. So Pennsylvania, I mean, you know, we've seen the Florida story doesn't necessarily seem to be going to script. Everyone knew it was going to be tight in Florida, but the script was that, you know, Joe Biden might have a good chance there. Doesn't seem to be going to script, but then Pennsylvania is still very early, but county level data suggesting maybe it's more going his way there. What are you picking up?
So we know a few things. We know that Trump absolutely has to win Florida to really have any kind of a chance. And so we've always known that Pennsylvania is absolutely the tipping point state by about 37%, making it the tipping point state. What Biden really needs to do is take the state back that Obama had won. And in fact, that before Obama, Democrats had won. And he needs to do this by turning out the black vote, by turning out the Philadelphia area, the areas around that, the suburban areas, and also turning out his hometown of Scranton and Lackawanna County. And of course, it may be more difficult for him the further out west we get in the state, particularly when we're talking about issues of the industrialization, deindustrialization, when we're talking about fracking. But Biden has played a delicate dance on the fracking issue to make sure that he's not ostracizing those voters that he so desperately needs within the state.
And it's also things like oil. I mean, this is a big kind of former industrial state. You've got things like kind of, you know, steel, Pittsburgh steel, Bethlehem steel. I remember going to Bethlehem Steel a few years ago and seeing it there. You know, these are iconic parts of the state and parts of industry there. And it felt last time around as if Donald Trump gave an option to people who felt like they had been forgotten for a long time. But that's been Joe Biden's task in this election campaign, to try to win them back. And so far, there's a sign that maybe he's doing it, or is it just way too early to get a sense of that?
I think it's a little bit too early. We know Pennsylvania, like you said yourself, is going to be slow to count the vote. But all he can do is try to hope to make inroads, even if he doesn't win some of these demographics within Pennsylvania, make inroads with them, because a lot of these industrial workers were certainly not on the side for Clinton, hence why we saw the state turn red and go for Trump in 2016.
And Ashley, we're looking at, you know, across from Pennsylvania, which we have been. I mean, just showing on the map here. Obviously, you've got Pennsylvania, but you've also got Michigan, you've got Wisconsin, two other states that both went to Donald Trump last time around, two states that could prove pivotal for Joe Biden. So if Joe Biden is doing pretty well in Pennsylvania, can we pretty readily assume that he'll also be potentially looking to win in Michigan and Wisconsin as well?
Potentially. He definitely wants to do that. We know that these were all razor-thin margins back in 2016, less than a percentage point difference between Clinton and Trump. We also know that certain states are correlated with one another. So if we see Biden doing well in Pennsylvania, we may certainly see him doing well in Michigan and Wisconsin, although his probability of winning is even higher in Michigan and Wisconsin. And he's had, in polling leading up to Election Day, he's had a little bit more comfortable leads in those states.
And what are you seeing about, we talked a little bit about that kind of question of whether there was going to be a kind of a blue shift or a red shift, so the initial count would look good for Biden and then might shift towards Trump, or indeed vice versa. What's your sense about how that's evolving? Because this is such an unprecedented situation with all those early votes. How's it actually looking now we're seeing them?
Yeah, very much so. And I believe Pennsylvania in particular is still accepting ballots for a few days after Election Day. So these kind of voting procedures are critical to understand, right? It's not that everybody or the majority of voters are going out on Election Day. Everything about this election is unprecedented. Voting in the middle of a pandemic, different ways in which we're voting, early voting, mail-in ballots, voting, votes being counted after the Election Day. So we have to be careful with any of those numbers, particularly in states that have different regulations like Pennsylvania in terms of when things get counted and how.
Yeah, and we're looking at Florida as well, obviously not yet declared, but looking pretty good for Donald Trump. I mean, one word on how that's looking.
Again, this came down, or is coming down to Miami-Dade County. Trump certainly had some better turnout than expected among Latinos, specifically if we're talking about the Cuban vote, most likely. And that's all he really needed, especially with such a large county, to propel him to a victory in Florida. Again, Trump almost has to win Florida in order to still be viable in this race. While his chances of winning the entire map certainly increase if he gets Florida, it doesn't necessarily mean that Biden is completely out.
It certainly means it's a spicy story now, spicier than we thought. Dermot, over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Ed. Omarosa, that interview I just did with John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, Democratic Lieutenant Governor, of course, and he more or less said there that it didn't really matter about Joe Biden's character. It wasn't about him. Joe Biden just didn't, I'm putting words in his mouth, Joe Biden just didn't have to do anything spectacular, but it's all about Donald Trump, this election.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to allow your opponent to trip up or make mistakes, and that's exactly what Joe Biden has done. He's kind of set back and allowed Donald to go out and do what Donald Trump does. He causes chaos, he stirs things up, and Biden played cool. He realized that this country needs stability. They want somebody who is consistent, and consistent Donald Trump is not.
Yeah, and I mean, Cordelia, so therefore Joe Biden didn't really get that much scrutiny.
Yeah, and that's the criticism of a lot of Trump supporters that you meet. You know, in recent days, they want to hear more discussion of the Biden laptop. Omarita, you touched on the fact it's not necessarily punching through with a broader electorate, and that's what Donald Trump needs to focus on to try and win this election once again. But you're right. I mean, I think Joe Biden, to many people that like him, they like him for a sort of stability, civility, a return to an era pre-Trump when everything was a little calmer. But it's not ringing endorsements that you hear when you meet voters. I mean, I'll always remember speaking to a group of women, range of ages, African Americans in Detroit, and one of them said, you know, we're going to hold our nose and clutch our pearls and vote for Joe Biden. He's not really the man for us. He doesn't excite us, but he's absolutely key from their perspective in trying to unify this nation and also to try and put an end to this real racial division we've seen.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Cordelia. Well, we're just coming up to 2 a.m. in the UK. It's 9 p.m. right here in Washington, and a really exciting moment coming up, a tipping point in the night, with polls about to close now in another 14 states. That'll make it the vast majority of votes. Almost all of the states that will determine the final results are just about to come in. Among those about to close, we've got the southern states we've been discussing, Arizona and Texas, where the Democrats are hoping to overturn years of Republican history. How extraordinary that would be. And of course, that Rust Belt, those states of Michigan, Wisconsin, which helped propel Donald Trump to victory in 2016. Well, there it is. Polls have now closed across most of the United States. Let's show you the map. You can see the states involved, and the outcome of this election has in all probability been set. And there you are, some of the states where the polls have closed, and starting with a projection. Well, we could have done this almost before the polls opened. New York is going to Joe Biden. That's the projection, but a huge number of electoral college votes going. It's exactly the same as Florida. They're tied there in third position in terms of the absolute number, the largest number of electoral college votes that go to a candidate. To California is the largest with 55, 38 for Texas, and 29 each for New York and Florida. And those 29 from New York, projection is they go to Joe Biden. Cordelia, we won't talk about New York, not yet maybe, but this now, we're at a defining moment as we start to get the results in from these states. Whatever the results are, the president lies in there somewhere.
Absolutely critical. If Joe Biden can score an upset in the likes of Arizona or ruby red Texas, well, the path to victory for Donald Trump becomes near impossible.
Because I can't believe we are discussing Texas as actually being... What about you, Omarosa?
Unfathomable. 4 years ago, right? Yeah, but
what's going on there?
Well, let me tell you, from some of the exit poll data that we're seeing, just stunning, real rebuke of the Republican Party in some key areas. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean Biden's winning across the board. Far from it. We're early days. We've got some way to go. But let me just give you a quick example. Tarrant County, which hasn't backed a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson. Both candidates currently on 49%, with 80% of the vote counted. Donald Trump won that county by 9 points. You've also got Harris County, a Dem county that includes Houston, for instance.
And that's where there were the problems with those ballots.
Absolutely. Biden doing better than Clinton. So Texas, all eyes on Texas. If there can be any kind of symbolic reversal of political fortunes, well, it would be just an incredible performance by Joe Biden, one few would expect a few years ago.
You can still feel the ghost of Hillary Clinton around and in these results. As comfortable as we want to think that the Democrats are, they're all still thinking Hillary, Hillary, Hillary. We can't take any comfort in looking at these numbers, particularly with Texas, because we know that they report their absentee ballots and their mail-in ballots very early. So expect a shift in the results as we go along, as they continue to see counties come in.
Well, listen, if the Democrats are thinking about Texas and former presidents, maybe they're thinking about Jimmy Carter, because he was the last Democrat to take it back in 1976. Let's find out a bit more about what's going on there. Ed Conway's got quite a lot of detail. Ed, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so it's an interesting story, Texas, isn't it? As you say, it hasn't gone Democrat since 1976, and that was Jimmy Carter in a sense. That was generally seen as an aberration, Southern Democrat at the time. But let's have a look and let's kind of zoom into what's going on in Texas, because 38 electoral college votes, of course, if Joe Biden was able to win at Texas, the fact that he might not be able to get Florida would seem pretty irrelevant. 38 versus 29. Obviously, those are the numbers that matter. 270 to win. Let's not forget, that's the nature of this contest. If we have a look at Texas, so come over here and have a look. Bit of history about Texas, and you can probably see, just judging by the colours and the faces of who Texas voted for over the last few elections. Look, George W. Bush, John McCain, Mitt Romney, and there is Donald J. Trump. And this really is historic Republican territory. We all know about Ruby Red Texas, and we all know about the way it's gone historically. Have a look at what happened in 2016. 52.5% for Donald Trump, a pretty clear margin. And when you look across the map of the states, the county level, you can see just what's going on there. But have a look this time around. Come have a look. We've also already got 65% of the vote in. And look, Joe Biden's actually ahead. He's actually ahead right now in Texas, ahead 49.6%, more votes than Donald Trump. But we do have to be wary about these numbers. It's still early. It's still early doors. And actually, what I want to do is just show you some county level data, because, again, that gives us the sense of what's going on in places where they have started to count a little bit more. For instance, Tarrant County, Fort Worth, around there. There you can see it. Tarrant County, last time around, went for Donald Trump pretty handily. Pretty handy. Look at the number for Donald Trump. 52% last time. Remember that number, 52%. And for Hillary Clinton, 43.5. 43.5. Getting off of 44. Joe Biden, 49. So Joe Biden's picking up votes here in Tarrant. And we've already got 80% of the vote in. So that's looking promising for him. Things clearly can change. 80% is 80%. Still another 20% to come. Nonetheless, that is potentially surprisingly good for Joe Biden. That's, you're talking about kind of suburban area. Another area that's not dissimilar, Harris County. Cordelia talking about just a second ago. Let's just have a look at what's going on there. Last time around, that was Clinton territory. And so 54%, let's remember that, 54% for Hillary Clinton last time. This time, 83% of the vote counted, and it's 56%. So in each of these areas, Joe Biden is picking up votes. Now, as I said, the thing I want to be a bit cautious about is that pretty much all of these different counties around Texas have different rules for how they're counting. And what we don't really know, given how unprecedented the nature of this election is just how that's going to evolve. Are we going to see a shift towards the Republicans, as we may be seeing in Florida right now? Looks good for the Democrats, then goes to Republicans. We'll have to see. Indeed, the exit polling, the early exit polling that we have from Texas suggests it is potentially going Donald Trump's way rather than Joe Biden's way. And what matters here? What matters is getting to the White House, 270 electoral college votes. And if Joe Biden doesn't pick this up, then those 38 votes in Texas are not his.
OK. Fascinating stuff from Ed. Ashley Koenig, I want you to come in on what's happening or appears to be happening in Texas and those demographic changes. In the end, as Ed was saying, it may not turn out to be enough for Joe Biden, because, of course, Donald Trump won it. I think it was a healthy 9-point lead over Hillary Clinton. So Joe Biden, it would be extraordinary if Joe Biden even gets within a couple of points.
It would, but I think, we have seen Texas shift gradually. We saw Beto O'Rourke, who was running against Joe Biden in the primaries. We saw him when he was running against Ted Cruz prior to that. There are demographic shifts that are happening in Texas. So if not this year, and potentially not this year, then this is the Democratic Party building a base there for the future, especially as demographics change and shift. We also have to remember that the Latino population, the Latino voters, are a different kind than they are in Florida. So what we see in Florida may not necessarily translate to what we'll see in Texas. Biden's best bets are if he's again concentrating on the cities and the suburbs here and on demographics like younger voters and Latino voters.
Okay, Ashley, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to discuss that more in a moment. So just a quick look at the race to the White House there, 80-48 in terms of electoral college votes at the moment. But I want to talk to my next interviewee. I'm joined now by the former Ohio Secretary of State, prominent Republican, Ken Blackwell. Very good to talk to you, Ken Blackwell. What's the feeling in the pit of your stomach, or is the heart beginning to leap? I don't know. Tell us.
Newt Gingrich and I have a wager. Newt says that the president is going to win 324 electoral college votes. I think he's going to have a 306 repeat. I feel real good about the get out the vote effort in the battleground states. Look, this is probably going to come down to Arizona and Pennsylvania, but I actually feel real good about where the president is in Arizona, and I think that the result in Pennsylvania might fall within what is called the margin of litigation, and so we might have a lot of lawyers who get rich litigating the final count in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But if I'm right and the president loses Pennsylvania, he still has over 270 to win the electoral college. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Just over that, but you're predicting interesting prediction that it all stays the same. I.e., we didn't need to have bothered 306 for the president. But even if it did stay the same, and that would be quite an outcome, it would mean, wouldn't it, though, that the voters themselves have shifted. There are more of them to start with, and the distribution of those votes is altering in the different demographics. We're seeing amongst women, it seems, the president losing some support there, but perhaps gaining amongst non-whites.
Well, look, I think that's an important observation. I've been doing this for 50 years. And if you take a look at Obama in 2008, the composition of his win in 2012 was different. It was smaller and it was different. And so, yes, the president will have a different composition of his winning block of votes. But so what? That's what elections are all about. This has been a president that has been decisive. He's sort of not embraced the status quo. He's challenged the bureaucracy in Washington, and so he has stepped on toes and not made friends. But in the final analysis, you have to have the imagination of Jonathan Swift to not recognize that he, before COVID, helped lead us to the most robust economy in the nation's history. He lifted incomes. He, in fact, created environments for jobs. He took $3 trillion that were parked offshore, and he brought them back to fuel an extraordinary, rapid growth in our economy after 8 years of anemic growth with Obama. So look, I think you had a guest on, the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, who really has fooled himself into believing that this is just a referendum on Donald Trump. I will say, if it was leaning in that direction, as soon as Biden and Harris went on the attack of our energy independence, he in fact made this a binary choice in Pennsylvania, and I think across the Midwest, the industrial Midwest.
Okay. Ambassador, I've got Omarosa here with me, and who I know you know well. She wants to ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I just want to say that you are truly one of the finest Buckeyes that I know. I was so happy to see that you were on the program. And I also promised Dermot that he could get some Buckeye cookies because he didn't know much about the Buckeye State. But I just really want to ask you, how are things going in the Northeast, in Mahoney County, particularly in Youngstown?
Well, that's a good question. What we noticed is that Democrats are underperforming in Cleveland in particular, and therefore in Cuyahoga County. And that's the same case down in the Southwest in Hamilton County, where Cincinnati is located. They are underperforming. They had about a 59% participation rate, which was way off. They will still win the county, but what you look for in that county and in Cleveland is that it looks like the president could get anywhere from 12 to 15% of the African American vote. And let me just give some perspective. In 2004, George Bush got 11% of the African American vote across the nation. In Ohio, that was 18%. I actually think Trump can get 15% nationally, which would be in the ballpark of what Bush did. So it's not uncharted territory. And I think in some key battleground states, that will contribute to his new mix of margin of victory. So I mean, it's fascinating. One of the fun things about politics is speculation. And I think at the end of the day, there will be a count. Our unique system of the Electoral College, I actually think that states like Pennsylvania, states like Ohio, we have, because of the Electoral College, we're not flyover territory anymore, where if we weren't, elections would be decided by New York and California.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to break up this Ohio discussion, but of course, as we mentioned before, thank you very much, Ambassador Blackwell. I mean, Ohio, all important, and that it always seems or tends to pick the winner of the presidential election every year since 19.
Letting me fangirl a little bit.
It's no problem. I'm learning more about Buckeyes throughout the evening. Every president since 1944, bar John F. Kennedy. That's Ohio, but we want to concentrate on Florida now, where it seems it is the case that Donald Trump is in the lead in Florida. Absolutely critical there. Siobhan Robbins is there for us. There's some dancing going on in the background, Siobhan. Is that amongst the Republicans?
Yeah, they have decided it's over here. They are celebrating. You can see the dancing Donalds there. We've had a full rendition of the YMCA. It's been a massive party atmosphere. The people here have decided that Florida is theirs. We've gone across the road. We've spoken to the Democrats as well. They too have accepted defeat. That Florida's gone. A really tasty race now because, of course, if Florida had been shut down, Biden had taken Florida, it would have made Trump's journey back to the White House very hard. Let me try and speak to someone, see how they're feeling. Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt your ice cream. No, that's fine. If you want to focus on the ice cream, we understand. Hello, sir. I'm from Sky News. I just wondered how you feel about winning Florida. I've got you all in your perfect timing. How do you feel about the room saying you've won Florida?
We are so excited. We were very apprehensive initially, but we believe that Trump is the best candidate, and we're very excited about his win in Florida.
And how does this open up the race now to the White House, do you think?
He has the right core values. We believe in America and what he stands for. We're very excited about his message and his vision for the future.
Thank you very much, and thank you for stopping your ice cream break for me. Well, as you can see, party atmosphere here. We're going to pop back to speak to the Democrats shortly. But as far as everyone here is concerned, this is done. It's over. Trump is still in the game.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Siobhan. Enjoy your chalk ice when you get it. So let's go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sally Lockwood is there. What have you got for us, Sally?
Well, we saw during the campaign the Democrats having all those drive-in rallies. Well, this is a drive-in watch party, Dermot, which has been organised here in Pittsburgh tonight. People here in their cars to watch the events unfold on the big screen dialed into their radios. Now, of course, Pennsylvania is one of the key 3 Rust Belt states that helped push Donald Trump over the line into the White House in 2016. And as part of his solidarity, if you like, with Rust Belt voters who helped win him the presidency, when he made the decision to pull out of the Paris climate change agreement, he framed it as it being in solidarity with the people of Pittsburgh rather than Paris, as he put it. And rather famously at the time, the mayor of Pittsburgh tweeted, well, actually, we're with Paris on this one. Well, we've had the good fortune of stumbling across the mayor ourselves tonight here at the watch party. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Bill Peduto. Yep. What's your take on the event so far?
I think we're seeing a lot of what we expected to, especially in the states that were going to go red or blue, or those that had in the past, and I mean before 2016. But it really will be up to these battleground states.
And of course, Donald Trump did say that he was elected to represent the people of Pittsburgh, not Paris. How do you think that's played out for him here in the last 4 years?
Well, I think it calls to an antiquated viewpoint of what Western Pennsylvania has become. Certainly, we are proud of our roots in heavy industry, of coal and of mining, being able to be the world's capital of steel. But today, Western Pennsylvania is a leading global city in education and medicine and technology and the autonomous of everything and robotics. And he was basically using it as a way to call upon what we were and not what we have become.
Can he do it again here in Pennsylvania? It's still very tight.
I think it's going to be something that we're all going to be watching very closely. We're going to have a better turnout for him within the city of Pittsburgh. We will turn out more votes. And in Allegheny County, we'll turn out even more votes than we did for Hillary Clinton in 2016, when she carried Allegheny County and she won the city of Pittsburgh by 75%.
And just lastly, what's your view on the contention when it comes to postal ballots, mail-in voting, and the potential signs that people might feel cheated in this election somehow, and the threat of unrest?
There's far more rhetoric that's being created in order to create chaos and fear than anything in reality that has actually gone wrong. In fact, in a state like Pennsylvania that just changed to mail-in ballots this year, during a global pandemic, there have been very few errors. Nothing's foolproof. Nothing's 100% guaranteed. Yeah. But if anything does come up, I assure people that it will be fully investigated and accurate.
Okay, Bill Peduto, thank you so much for your time. Good to see you this evening. It's very, very tight here, and it's likely that all eyes will be on Pennsylvania in the coming days. It could take until Friday before any announcement is made when it comes to the results here, and it's likely to be contested in the courts, certainly by the candidates themselves, if it comes to any dispute over those very important postal ballots. Still a lot of time ahead here in terms of awaiting a result, but in terms of Wisconsin, that Rust Belt state, we may get that in the early hours of this morning.
OK, Sally, thanks. We'll be back with you soon. Sally Lockwood there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, I just want to alert you to a state which is highly indicative of a process we've been describing this evening. It's just further advanced down that route. I'll tell you what that route is in a moment or two, but let's identify the state. It is the state of Colorado, a solidly Democratic state. Now, the projected winner, therefore, is Joe Biden. We are announcing by, at this point, 60.3% of the vote, 37.7% to Donald Trump. But it was a formerly Republican state, but the expansion of the suburbs, in particular around the city of Denver in Colorado, turned that state from a once solidly Republican red state initially to a toss-up. They sometimes call it a purple state here, and now it is solidly in the blue column. And it's a process we're talking about seeing elements of now in states like Georgia and North Carolina. Whether that process is advanced enough tonight to turn them blue, well, that remains to be seen by a very long chalk. But Colorado there, projected for the Democrats. Now, let's talk more. We've just been talking about Pennsylvania, haven't we? Talking a lot, of course, about Florida as well. Ed Conway's got more information on both of those key states. Ed.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, isn't there, Dermot, which is that if Joe Biden wanted to have an early win, he really needed to pick up Florida. But when you look at the map, it doesn't look like it's going for him. Have a look at this. This shows you Miami-Dade. And we're going to compare 2016 with where we are now. We showed you this before, but we've got more votes in, so it's worth just underlining it. Of course, Miami-Dade, there it is, Miami, that crucial kind of urban centre within Florida. Big Hispanic vote there. Lots of Cuban Hispanics, but also Puerto Ricans as well, although mostly Cubans in Miami. And last time around, remember this number, 64 or so % went for Hillary Clinton, 63.7 for Hillary Clinton. Look what's happened this time. Joe Biden has lost voters in Miami. Donald Trump has added voters. He's got up from 34% to 46%. He's picking up a lot of votes in Miami, a generally safe Democrat part of Florida. And that's something he's going to be delighted about. And trying to work out why that's happening involves looking at some of the exit poll data, which is quite intriguing. In particular, look at this, OK? This shows you Latino votes and who they're voting for. The red bit, obviously, is Donald Trump. Now, that may not look like much. It may be smaller than the 53% that Joe Biden has. That's Joe Biden, that's Donald Trump. But that is up from 35% last time around. The Latino vote very much going for Donald Trump in Florida. That is really interesting. We saw a bit of that in the early polling, but it does look like that's potentially going to help him to carry the state. We haven't yet got that confirmed or a declaration on it, but it's looking pretty handy for Donald Trump. How about Pennsylvania, though? Dermot mentioned that a moment ago, and let's just have a look at where counting is at Pennsylvania. Still a long way to go, and we saw Sally a moment ago there. They take a long time to count. 90% of the vote in. Good for Joe Biden, but as we say, we do need to be cautious about this, and that's why we're trying to show you kind of state but also county level data to dig down and work out the places where they have done most of the counting and to compare that with previous years. This time I want to show you the exit poll, specifically in Pennsylvania. So this is the exit poll, and what we've got here is the votes for Democrats compared with last time around. So the lighter blue bars there is 2016, and this is what we have this time around. So you can see that Joe Biden has got more votes from under 30s. It's gone up from 52% to 65%. With 65 plus, though, this is the elderly voters. A lot of people thought Joe Biden had a good chance with them, particularly after COVID. A lot of people concerned about what happened with COVID-19. These were the people that a lot of them came out for Donald Trump last time around. Well, look, Joe Biden's support has gone down with over 65s in Pennsylvania. That might be a cause for concern. It's also gone down amongst these crucial parts of the electorate, the people that helped to elect Donald Trump in this swing state. White, non-college graduates down from 42% to 34% support for the Democrats. But here's something he will be cheered by in the suburbs. So, a lot of talk about suburban women and their votes in this election. You heard it from Donald Trump. Suburban housewives, he said, why aren't you voting for me? Well, it does look like they are turning to Joe Biden, up from 44% to 48% support this time around. That's interesting. And it's worth, dwelling on that because it's going to take a while before we get those definitive results from Pennsylvania. There's our map at the moment. You can see the numbers. Actually, let's have a look at our virtual White House and show you over here what's actually going on with that race, the race we have been tracking through the night. And if you look at those two bars reaching from where we are now to the White House, they need to get to 270 to be president. Still a long way from it. Still many results yet to be counted. Joe Biden in the lead at the moment with 89, Donald Trump with 63, but the night is very young indeed, a long time potentially to go, and it looks even longer as we see what's happening in Florida, as we see that it doesn't look like there's a quick win for Joe Biden anytime soon. It looks like this is going to the wire.
It does. OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed on Ed's big map there that we had coloured in the state of Alabama in the deep south there. We'd coloured that in red. Let me just confirm it for you. We are projecting that Alabama will go to the Republicans with its 9 electoral college votes. I wonder if I can get it for you on the big screen just as we can look at that. Well, that's the map. And there we are. 54.7% for Donald Trump and 44.0% For Joe Biden, very little counted there, but that result not in doubt. I want to bring in Kim Darroch here on some of what we have just been discussing. And Kim Darroch, we're talking so much this evening, aren't we, about divisions, fundamental divisions within the United States along racial lines, cultural lines, social lines. But it seems that they are increasingly becoming represented geographically as well, in terms of some of these states we're reporting, where you can just see it starkly happening, where the big cities and their suburbs are turning or staying Democratic or encroaching on other areas, and then the rural areas and the smaller towns pretty solidly Republican.
Yeah, it feels very much like that. And that's a trend that's been developing for several years now, but it's really stark. What I notice also, Dermot, is that there's no consistency in these results, is there? Because, for example, you see Biden doing less well than expected in Miami-Dade and Trump doing better than expected there. Yet Biden's doing better than expected in some states, in some counties in Texas, and has done very well in one or two of the counties that Ed was looking at in Pennsylvania. So what does that tell you? I mean, unless I'm missing something, I find myself unable now really to calculate at all how this is going to come out, because there is so many different things going on across that electoral map. And then you have Frank Lutz's prediction in his interview with you earlier that Democrats in the Rust Belt in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania will come home, having voted for Donald Trump in 2016, will now come back to the Democrat Party. So what's my conclusion? Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be a long night. The other point I would just note is it's a new description of a very close result from your interviewee, Ken Blackwell, when he said that's within the margin of mitigation.
Yeah, let's drill down on that point of puzzlement you have there, Kim Darroch, with Ashley Koenig. And it's on that, in Florida, particularly amongst Hispanics, Latinos, Donald Trump seems to be doing quite well. Early indications from Texas that he isn't. But it's part of the clue there that you can't really say that all the Latino vote is the same. There are Cubans, there are Puerto Ricans, there are Mexicans, of course, and they're differently distributed around the United States.
I mean, you can't really say that about any voting bloc. And in statistics, we may group people together and we may say that they vote in particular ways. But if we look at the Black vote, if we look at the women's vote, none of these groups are a monolith. We're going to see geography play a definite role in all of this. And I completely agree with that point. I think it's interesting how we see Biden doing better or worse with these key demographics, depending upon the state, and not necessarily an overarching pattern throughout the country so far.
Okay, Ashley, thank you very much indeed for that. To be continued, want to concentrate on the situation in Arizona in a moment or two. But first of all, I want to talk to Jamal Bowman, Democratic candidate for Congress in New York State. Very good to talk to you, Jamal Bowman. Thank you very much indeed. How do you think your race is going to go? You're going to be in Congress pretty soon.
It looks like it. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. We're a heavily Democratic district, and early numbers show us, having about 93% of the vote. So we're looking good so far.
Okay. Now, the key question, though, is do you think you're going to have a Democratic president then to serve under?
It remains to be seen. I hope, the early numbers are what they are. It's pretty consistent between what's happening now and what happened in 2016. So we'll see. The night is long, and we're not gonna have results in many states for a number of hours. So we'll see how it goes. But either way, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot to fight for. I've been sent to Washington with a mandate, and I plan to do everything I can to meet that mandate for the people here in this district.
Yeah, well, it's interesting what you say, because one thing's for sure is it's not going to be easy for either candidate. And on the Democratic side, I've been hearing some people saying, well, look, Joe Biden's got an 8, 9, 10% lead nationally. He's home and hosed. It's not going to be like that.
No, not at all. I mean, in 2016, all of the polling told us that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, and that did not happen. So, we've been telling people to ignore the polls,
continue to organize and make sure you get out there and vote early, vote using mail-in ballots. This is going to be a fight because it looks like tonight is going to be a close race. And then we have the mail-in ballots to count. And Trump has already declared that he would claim victory and challenge those mail-in ballots in the courts. So, we have a long fight ahead of us, but I believe we're prepared for that fight.
I know you're able to be non-partisan as well, Jamal Bowman. So you must be heartened then just by the turnout. More than 100 million Americans voted before voting day, before November the 3rd. We haven't got the final tallies yet, but it could well be, something like 150 million. And that's got to be good for democracy.
Heartened is the perfect word. It's excellent for democracy. What the very thin silver lining that Trump has provided has been a wake-up call to the American people. We saw what happened in 2016. We've watched how he's governed over the last 3.5 years. It's been deplorable. It's been unacceptable. And democracy is on the ballot this time around. And as we deal and fight against climate change, as we fight for housing and healthcare as a human right, as we fight for human rights of all people, regardless of background, we're getting more people engaged, more people involved, especially the younger generation. I mean, groups like the Sunrise Movement and the Justice Democrats, Working Families Parties getting younger. There's a lot of organizing happening, which is why the numbers are so much higher than they were in 2016.
Now, Jamal Bowman, you can call me cynical if you like, but I heard Joe Biden, you'll have heard Joe Biden saying, I'm standing as a Democrat, but if I'm elected, I'm going to represent the red and the blue. I'm going to govern for all Americans. All presidents, say bar Donald Trump, but all presidents say that, don't they? He's going to be a Democrat. If it's a Democrat Congress, if it's a Democrat Senate, it's going to be a Democrat government. You're going to look after your own.
Well, yes, right. But there are Democrats who are more progressive, and there are some who are more moderate, and there are some who are more conservative. So it depends on what ideological line you fall under. So I believe Joe Biden, when he says he's going to govern for the entire country, what my wing of the Democratic Party would like him to be is more progressive. And make sure we implement government policy and use the weight of the government to respond to this coronavirus pandemic that has killed well over 230,000 people, and to respond to a nation where racism and inequality continues to persist. We hope that he has a progressive response, and he responds to the progressive wing of the party to make sure that we save lives and give people access to opportunity and the opportunity to thrive within their communities. And that hasn't happened for at least 50 years in this country.
Okay, Jamal Bowman, it's always good to talk to you. Maybe talk to you if you get into Congress. I'm not counting any chickens there. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I just want to alert you to another state that we are going to project for you. It's one of the Carolinas, not the one that perhaps might give us a bit of a surprise. That's to the north. It's South Carolina, solidly Republican state. 9 electoral college votes there for the Republicans, with 31% of the live results in, confident enough to predict that it will go to Donald Trump, with around about 56.2% of the vote. Let's get back to somewhere that could be a lot more competitive. Arizona. Helen Ann Smith there is in Phoenix. Polls closed, about 35 minutes ago. What's the feeling? What are you picking up, Helen Ann?
Well, definitely excitement building here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's still pretty early here, Dermot. It's only about 7:45 in the evening, so some people have gone home after work. There's a sense that this watch party in a gay bar we're in downtown Phoenix is going to start getting busy very, very shortly indeed. We'll just show you around a little bit. There's predominantly Democrat-leaning voters here for sure. There's been whoops and cheers every time the networks that have been streaming on the walls have been calling races for Joe Biden. People pretty enthusiastic to be here. I'm just going to bring you over and have a chat to some people who have come down to watch the race. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. I mind if we have a quick chat. How are you guys feeling about this race tonight? It's going to be close here in Arizona, possibly close nationally. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling nervous. I think Arizona is going to flip blue. but I don't have confidence that Arizona's enough.
Why are you feeling so nervous? What makes you so anxious? Is it last time memories of being disappointed at the last minute?
Yes, absolutely. I was certain that Hillary Clinton was going to win last time, and I really felt she deserved to win. And I was shocked and disappointed and devastated when she didn't.
Why is it that you think that Arizona particularly is going to flip blue this time? What is the feeling that you're getting around Phoenix with your friends and colleagues? Why do you think this one's going to go?
I think Arizona is waking up in terms of converting from an old-time kind of out western type of state to a much more cosmopolitan state and a much more diverse state. And I think Arizona is a state that's starting to realize the value of its diversity. And I think that's a reason why it's going to flip.
Can I ask you as well, sir, how are you feeling? Are you a Democrat voter as well?
I am a Democratic voter as well. So I've had high anxiety all day today. It's hard to focus on my work. So I decided to come here with the guys and watch the results of the election tonight. So, I mean, I'm on edge. So this is really a breaking point for our country. I mean, either we're going to be under draconian rule under Donald Trump, or we're going to have continued healthy democracy with Biden. So,
and that's what you think, that it's draconian rule. I mean, how much of your vote tonight is for Biden and how much of it is against Trump?
That's a very good question. So I would say about 60% is against Trump and 40% is for Biden.
Do you think there's a chance that this country can come together after this? Because there really is a sense, isn't there, that there's a lot of division. A lot of people we've spoken to have said they're really worried about the next few days, the next few weeks, and what it's going to do to this country one way or the other. How do you feel about that?
So, yes, I do have concerns about that, because there are some radical people in this country that have been brainwashed through the algorithms that they get through their social media feeds, and they don't research, they don't look at the facts, they don't believe in science, and that's just concerning to me.
What are the issues you voted on this election? What matters to you? Is it the coronavirus? Is it the economy? What matters here in Arizona?
Coronavirus first. We could have had a cap on this back in March. And because of the mismanagement of this administration, it's just gone wild. That's why we're number one in the world for cases and deaths. So that's really the most pressing issue, in my opinion.
How are you going to feel in a few hours' time, if in a few hours' time, and it's a big if, we hear that Donald Trump is president again for 4 years? How are you going to feel?
I'll be crushed. I'll go through a mourning process and start contingency planning.
Contingency planning for what?
To maybe relocate to a healthier democracy.
And you feel that seriously about it?
I absolutely do feel that seriously about it.
How about you, sir? Is it as serious as that for you as well?
I will also go into a period of mourning, and I think that I will try to become more political to try to thwart the efforts of this Republican Party and the unfairness and the division and the sadness that I feel that they create in our lives day to day.
Do you think this country can come together again after this, whichever way it goes?
Not in a short time. I think it's going to take several years of hard work and an empathetic president and people that stop prejudging and are more open-minded and are more caring toward each other, and I think it's going to take a long time.
Well, thank you both for your time, very, very much indeed. I mean, this race is setting up at the moment. It's really looking like it's going to be close here in Arizona. This is a traditionally Republican state. If it does flip blue tonight, it will be quite something. It'll be the first time this state has voted for a Democrat presidential nominee for nearly 30 years. These guys are excited, nervous too. Lots and lots to play for.
I think everyone is. Helen Ann, thank you very much indeed. Well, Cordelia, I mean, we are in uncharted territory, in particular because of not only the scale of the vote, but the nature of the vote, how so much early voting and so much mail-in voting has taken place, and then counting that, and I suppose the parties that tend to have earlier voting. What I'm talking about is you may see some states originally going quite blue, quite Democrat, and then the on-the-day vote, the Republicans come back.
Yeah, that's why it's very hard to draw any big conclusions, not only within counties, within states, but what they tell you about the rest of the country as well. You know, for instance, in Florida, it looks like Cuban Americans have helped Donald Trump there, but will that be replicated with Latino voters in Arizona? Not necessarily. We have to pause for a bit of breath on that. Then we've got Joe Biden. Now, across the board in some key voter groups, he seems to be improving in some areas quite significantly on Hillary Clinton's record. And that's manifesting in the likes of North Carolina, Ohio, even ruby red Texas. But, and it's a big but, we're now seeing some of those margins against Donald Trump close, and that's because some of them are starting to get the in-person votes counted. So it's this kind of red-blue mirage that we kept being warned about. I think we're going to see the figures going up and down throughout the night, and it's just too early.
Roller coaster.
To draw from it.
But that's the point, isn't it, Omarosa? As I say, uncharted territory, because so many people have voted in a different manner as well, and we just don't have any kind of map from the past to guide us.
And you know what complicates it even more? There are 20 states in this country who allow same-day registration. So you can wake up and decide, I'm just going to go vote today. Those folks have not been factored in the polling. They were not factored in a lot of these models. And so in 20 states, the X factor will be those people who showed up, registered on the day of, and voted. And we have no idea who they may have voted for.
You've also got this situation, I mean, there's so many different situations with the voting, how you do it, and the other ways of doing it, Cordelia. I mean, if you have a mail-in ballot and you don't use it, you can turn up on the day and then they'll put your vote aside and maybe count it later if it's tight.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of voting scenarios that we could be looking at. I think it was intriguing to see the Trump campaign really optimistic about turning as many people at the 11th hour as they could. Donald Trump putting all his eggs in the election day basket, if you like, making sure that people turn out on the day rather than banking all those mail ballots.
And he also had more people on the ground. Remember, the Biden camp was reluctant because of the pandemic to put boots on the ground, people knocking on the door and going out. So they held back until the wee hours, and then they dispatched their team. But it may have been too late in places like Florida, in places like South Carolina. I mean, these are tactics that were traditionally used that Biden decided, I'd rather be safe than sorry on the health front. And it may have cost him
door
too.
knockers. That's a very interesting point. I want to bring in Kim Darroch on there, just on the turnout and the motivating factors. It seems, Kim Darroch, going to check in on the campaigns in a moment or two, but it seems, Kim Darroch, doesn't it? I mean, you've described what a divided nation this is, but that's a motivator for both sides.
Yes, and I mean, one of the problems for the Democrats in 2016 was that their voters didn't seem sufficiently motivated to turn out for Hillary Clinton. The thinking had been about 2020 that because Trump has been such a divisive president and hasn't really reached out across the political divide and tried to persuade moderate Democrats that something he's got something for them, that you might get Democrats more committed and more motivated to vote this time round. Well, maybe they are, but it's not a consistent picture across the country at all. One thing that is consistent, though, is that if you're a Trump supporter, you seem to turn out to vote, whatever. Such are the levels of commitment and enthusiasm amongst his voters, such is the regard with which they hold him. So that's a kind of real problem for the Democrats. Their voters might turn out, might not, but Trump's voters certainly will.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, I want to check in on the mood amongst the campaigns now. Greg Milam is with the Democrats. James Matthews is with the Republicans at the White House. See if their antennae are picking up any intelligence whatsoever. That looked quite bad. You just popped up on the screen there when I mentioned any intelligence whatsoever. Of course, bursting with brains, the two of you. Greg Milam, what are you hearing from the Democrats?
As you can see, it's pretty quiet here at the place where Joe Biden will come to give his address to the nation, as his campaign described it. And I can't tell you how peculiar it is, bearing in mind previous election nights, to be standing somewhere that is so deserted at this stage of an election night. Of course, COVID being the reason, and the Biden campaign putting all of its protections in place. That's why it's like this. The cones mark out where there will be cars later when people are allowed in to come and listen to Joe Biden give that address. He is at home at the moment watching what's going on around the country. We're told we'll get some warning when he comes here. His campaign has been saying all day it was all about trying to get turnout today. He was on the road. All of those close to him were on the road because they believe turnout will be so significant. There is some disappointment about what's happening in Florida, bearing in mind, particularly in Miami, where they sent his former boss Barack Obama to try to drive out turnout amongst Black and Latino voters. That doesn't appear to have happened. That is a disappointment for them. They're still looking with some hope at places like Georgia, and particularly North Carolina and Ohio, which seem to be going better than maybe they expected. Two places that weren't high on the list, I think is fair to say, going into tonight. And significantly in somewhere like Ohio, as we've been talking about for weeks, the performance amongst suburban voters is really significant, and it's why Joe Biden was targeting those areas so much, particularly in the closing days of this campaign. But they're all close. It's close everywhere. We know he has paths to victory. He believes they are still viable ones, but it doesn't appear to be the landslide at the moment that many were talking about, but they're watching closely. And the campaign have said today they have no regrets about how they've run this campaign, taking into account the pandemic and just the way they decided to run this campaign. No regrets is what they say. We'll see how they feel at the end of the night.
OK, how are they feeling, James Matthews, then, at the White House?
Yeah, thanks very much, Dermot. Fairly quiet White House, certainly in the front lawn. The president is inside, watching with his family and senior advisors, we're told, in the East Wing. We've heard from Kellyanne Conway in the past couple of hours. She's spoken to NBC and ABC. Apparently the presidential routine at a time like this is to sit quietly, watching the results come in, work the phones. He has people running in and out from the war room who will give them their best guess as to what lies ahead. At this stage, and it is early, he certainly doesn't seem to be staring down the battle of worst case scenario. Florida still very much in play. Florida in the bag, actually, according to Republican advisors who've spoken within the past couple of hours. They reckon they have it, and they reckon that is down largely to what they call voter participation, a ground game, as it's called here, essentially over a period of several years, reaching out, identifying new voters, getting them registered, and they say that has had an effect with minority voters in particular, which has been to their advantage because it has balanced those that they have lost, suburban housewives and so on. So, yeah, quiet scene here at the White House, within the bounds of the White House, Dermot. Take a look outside at that's about 100 yards away from where I am, the other side of an 8-9 feet fence. There is a Black Lives Matter protest, which has been peaceful, growing perhaps in intensity. These things tend to be that way. They're, people very politically committed to expressing their message. So you can see the scene on the other side of what they're calling the non-scalable fence here at the White House. And it is worth saying, I've said this earlier on tonight, but this is a bizarre scene really in the heart of the United States Capitol. Big fence around the White House, boarded up windows within a quarter-mile radius of this place. And the White House and Washington, D.C. generally has the feeling of a city hunkered down as we await results and we await, the fallout. And the better the president does, then the more perhaps we may find out, or the more we may hear from him when he steps up to the mic this evening, that, he is carrying out this intention, this threat, the suggestion that he's floated over the past few weeks that he will declare the result early tonight without waiting for the result of the postal ballots, which of course will take several days to count.
Cordelia, just a quick thought on that James is saying there, that we could be getting closer. I mean, still a long way from it, but that is a potential scenario.
Yeah, I think Team Trump is going to be feeling pretty optimistic about where they are right now. They're holding on to the places that they needed to, and he's absolutely been building support. We've seen that with the Latino vote in Florida. They had really micro-targeted approaches. You will have seen a lot of advertisements targeted to particularly the Cuban American community there. I think what we are seeing tonight, and look, this is a very early assessment, it's very early doors. The complication of the mail-in votes will shift this narrative as the night goes on. But the worst case scenario for Joe Biden's team was that he'd fall short, get close but not close enough in lots of key states. That might not transpire, but it certainly looks more plausible now as a result of some of this.
I want to talk about a couple of those key states now. Sorry, Omarosa.
I'm listening to the helicopters. I think it's important for us to paint a picture that here we are right near Black Lives Plaza, and I'm going to tell you, all you hear are helicopters overhead. You can see on the images that they're trying to break up some disruptions, but that's the state of the tension in this country, but particularly outside of the White House, that is enforced like a barrier to a war zone.
Quite extraordinary scenes there outside the White House, as you can see on your screens at the moment. Something we're not too very far away from ourselves. Alex Crawford, of course, is there. But I want to discuss some of these states where the Democrats have still high hopes, in particular North Carolina, Georgia. What have you got in terms of information and data, Ed?
Dermot, where they don't have high hopes right now is Florida. As you heard from James Matthews there, the White House think they've got it in the bag, and the numbers certainly do look that way at the moment. Still waiting to know for sure in Florida, but that's looking like that's going towards Donald Trump at least. But North Carolina, as you were saying, looking more promising for the Democrats, at least in terms of the numbers of votes that have been counted so far. Let's have a look at what we have in North Carolina. Crucial state here, 15 electoral college votes here. And it had been leaning, according to the polls at least, had been leaning towards Joe Biden. But I want to draw your attention to something here. Not that long ago, the gap was far bigger. Joe Biden was much further ahead in North Carolina. Now it's tightening, and it looks like Donald Trump is catching up in North Carolina. And the reason why it's worth dwelling on that is that might be the same thing we're happening elsewhere as well, Ohio as well. That started off looking very good for Joe Biden, but you're seeing that gap start to narrow. And might that be that blue mirage people talked about, where early votes were counted first, and then we got the later on-the-day Republican votes? Seems to be the case. And let's have a look at this. This is Mecklenburg County, so big population centre in North Carolina. And when you look here, what you can see is last time around, Hillary Clinton taking it by 63%. 63% back in 2016. And look at this, Joe Biden looks like he's increased that, so gaining votes in places like Mecklenburg. But, as I say, as the new counts come in, it does look like that lead that he had in places like North Carolina, places like Ohio as well, seems to be narrowing. I'll give you the ultimate example of that. Come over here and let's have a look at Texas. Because in Texas, you remember, just not long ago, we were talking about how Joe Biden was potentially leading in Texas. Well, now look, Donald Trump has taken back the lead in Texas. That has just happened in the course of the last kind of 25 minutes, half an hour or so. Donald Trump has pulled ahead of Joe Biden in Texas, and that story is changing. And again, it's the same thing. You know, there's an unprecedented election, very different pattern of voting, and we're starting to learn that that's changing the dynamic, changing the narrative over the course of the evening and into the morning, and that might be the case as well in other places throughout the country. So we are kind of, monitoring that as it happens, but it just means you can't be too sure about these stories. And I'll tell you one final thing: the Hispanic vote. The Hispanic vote seems to have been pretty decisive, certainly very helpful for Donald Trump in Florida. Looks like it might be helping as well in Texas, although it's still early on that, and we'll have to judge it. But, it is an ethnic minority, but a growing, important minority in the US, and they are coming out to vote for Donald Trump, and they're not necessarily voting as much for Joe Biden as they did for Hillary Clinton. And that affects, of course, the race we've been showing you, that race for, well, here it is, the race for the White House, race to 270. There you can see it in our virtual White House, and you can see these two men and their paths towards potential victory. Joe Biden ahead when it comes to this race, but it's a long way to go still. Many states yet to be counted. And as we were saying, it changes. The dynamic in these states are changing. It was looking good in Texas for a moment for Joe Biden, and then more votes got counted, and now things are changing. It was looking good in Ohio, and then more votes were counted, and now things are changing. It was looking good in North Carolina, but we don't really know that gap that he had is being narrowed by Donald Trump. Very interesting indeed.
Absolutely nail-biting as well. Ed, thank you very much indeed. As Ed's saying, a long, long way to go. Small polls closing in 4 states in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, amongst them Iowa and Nevada, which are the two we'll really be keeping a close eye on. I just want to get the thoughts of Ashley Koenig on some of what Ed was telling us there, and in particular, Ashley, this issue of the blue mirage, the early votes, some of the mail-in votes tending towards the Democrats, then the on-the-day vote, the red wave coming in as they're counted.
Yeah, I think Ed hit the nail on the head. This is the blue mirage in action that we have been warned about. And we saw in pre-election day vote tallies or in votes cast tallies, we saw that Democrats were turning out in unprecedented numbers. And of course, if those ballots are being counted before the election day totals, of course, we're going to see heavy leans towards Biden in those particular states. So we have to be absolutely careful, depending upon the voting procedures in each of these states, how we're interpreting results. If Biden's gap is narrowing in places like North Carolina, we know that it already looks poor for him in Florida. If Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia do go for Trump, then we're looking at a 50-50 split in terms of the Electoral College.
Oh, my goodness me. And Kim Darroch, would that be then the nightmare scenario? Well, it would, wouldn't it be, if it's 269, 269?
It would, Dermot. I mean, it feels to me, on the back of what Ed has just said, and Ashley, that the Democrats, although it's still early in the evening, the Democrats rather need some good news, because it looks just as if they might fall just short in all of these key states, which they hoped to take some of. That's going to be a depressing few hours for them coming up if that's the case, if they fall just short in each of North Carolina and in Texas and in Georgia. So it's looking a real nail biter.
Okay, nail biter indeed, and that's exactly what you've been saying, Cordelia. But if it all just does come down to those Rust Belt states, Joe Biden can still do it by retaking Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin.
But nothing certain for the Democrats right now, and they haven't got a bounce and uplift from the Sun Belt yet. They haven't got that kind of sense that the nation's mood has changed. Florida would absolutely have delivered that. But what you're seeing actually is Donald Trump making up ground. There might be some people watching tonight thinking this has echoes of 2016 about it. The polls suggested wide margins for Joe Biden. I've spoken to countless pollsters over the past month, and they all say they'd course corrected, that they weren't making the same mistake as they did in 2016 when they didn't look enough at the education of voters, because of course non-college educated voters turned out for Donald Trump.
Okay.
So the D-Day for them.
We're coming to another D-Day, another point. We're coming up to 3 a.m. in the United Kingdom. It's 10 p.m. here in Washington, D.C. The polls are about to close in another 4 states, and depending on what happens elsewhere, results in these states, well, they could prove critical. Smaller amounts of electoral college votes, but they could be significant amongst those about to close. Got the battleground state of Iowa, which has backed the winning candidate in each of the last 4 elections. And the western state of Nevada, once dominated by the Republicans in the 80s, but narrowly won by Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. A couple to really watch out for. So the polls have now closed in the vast majority of the United States. You can see the states there on your screen. No, that's me. We'll show them on the screen in a moment or two. Most of those states, the counting is now underway. I was told we were going to show you the screen, but it doesn't really matter. An awful lot of states where the polls are closed. Vast majority of them, only 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 6 now still to close their polls. So let's discuss what we were discussing before we made that announcement about those 4 polls closing. And Omarosa, this idea of a Democrat early vote, the Republicans coming back with the on-the-day vote. But then if it is really tight, is there may I coin the phrase, a blue bounce? Because some states, in particular Pennsylvania, are still accepting mail-in ballots and will count them right into next week if necessary.
You know, I think you did a great job of setting the stage and setting expectations that we really may not know tonight what's going to happen. However, you're absolutely correct. When the states start counting, and there are states that don't start counting until tonight, millions and millions and millions in terms of volume of the mail-in ballots, I think you will see a shift towards the Democrats. Because remember, President Trump discouraged his followers from even utilizing the mail-in system. And we're not sure now if that was a mistake, but we certainly know that the Democrats took advantage of it.
But then, therefore, is that room to get the lawyers in to dispute, to say you're counting too long, I want the results on the day or the day after?
Well, look, we know I think the Republicans are going to drive a very impatient game when it comes to counting votes. We know both sides have hired hundreds of lawyers. There are up to 300 cases that have already been launched. I think what is fascinating from what we're seeing unfolding so far, let's remind ourselves, Democrats decided to get behind Joe Biden is because he was a white, moderate man with blue-collar ties, and they thought if it came down to the Midwest, he was the best candidate to flip it. And, if it transpires that he's not able to score any upsets or victories, that it isn't the kind of resounding success that some of the pollsters indicated, well, then it might all, in the end, as we keep saying, come down to Pennsylvania. And that's going to be tight and deeply contentious. Republicans are going to fight it to the wire. Democrats insist they are primed and prepared for that as well. But it's complicated, it's protracted, and it's not what a democracy wants, this kind of closeness.
OK, just want to take everyone through the state of play as it stands now, in particular in these battleground states. These are the states, the half dozen or so, a few more than that, where this result is going to be decided. And biggest amongst them is Florida. A huge number of those votes counted, but it's still pretty tight, although Donald Trump, with 94% of the vote in, has a 51.2% lead to 47.8% for Joe Biden. And as we've been reporting, the Republicans feeling fairly confident that they can bag that, but too early to call that yet. Now, Georgia, just to the north there of Florida, in the south, but it was an early indicator for the Democrats. They thought they were doing quite well. There are more votes have been counted, only half of them so far, though. But Donald Trump then with a 55, nearly a 56% of that vote, and 43% there or thereabouts for Joe Biden. So the Democrats falling behind there. North Carolina, another one of those states there with its tiny border there with Georgia, and the other one there, the red one there, already called for the Republican. South Carolina, North Carolina there, well, it's much, much tighter there. And 85% of that vote in the Democrats will have high hopes there with a 0.2% lead so far. Ohio, well, this is the state we've been discussing an awful lot, the Buckeye state, as I now know, and it is the state that has always gone with the winner of the presidency since 1944, apart from 1960, when it decided that Richard Nixon was the president for them. The rest of the country decided it was JFK, and Donald Trump there with a lead of about 3 points there, 70% of the vote counted. And next we'll have a look at neighbouring Pennsylvania. Absolutely crucial, could be absolutely crucial to the outcome of this election. Under a quarter of the votes tallied and decided so far, but Donald Trump getting his nose in front there by about 3 points, 50.8% for Donald Trump and 47.9% for Joe Biden. Texas, let's have a look at that. It's never normally seen to be in place, certainly not since 1976 when the Democrats last took it. They've been talking tough, talking big about Texas during the course of this campaign, encouraged by some of the polling there, which had Joe Biden ahead in some of the polls by 1 or 2 points, but with over 3/4 of the votes counted. And look at that, an enormous number of electoral college votes at stake there. It really would put a hole in the under the waterline for the Trump campaign if they lost it. But Donald Trump in the lead there, 50.5% of the vote. Joe Biden on 48.1%. Well, let's get the thoughts of my panelists. Let's start with you, Ashley Koenig, on this, and continue to discuss the nature of the votes and this early vote, this huge early vote, 100 million and more Americans voting, and on the day vote, we're not entirely sure how many, and the fact then that it might get down to counting those late postal ballots, disputed ballots, recounts. It could be incredibly tight.
Very much so. I mean, again, this is all coming down to Pennsylvania, and we know that the Pennsylvania vote count is going to go slowly. We also know that the states that are coming up at the next time that the polls close, we know pretty much how those are going to go. We also know a lot of the states we've already been looking at in terms of North Carolina and Florida and Georgia. While some of these were leaning towards Biden, they had been razor thin margins in the polls. And so, of course, with a simple polling error, they could have worked in Trump's favor, as we're seeing particularly in Florida right now.
But at the moment, nothing flipped. I mean, do you expect it? Surely something must change.
I think this is just becoming more and more of a nail biter as we go into the night. Clearly, the scenario of Biden having an easy win is out, and perhaps we didn't account for how much this difference between Election Day voting versus early voting and mail-in ballots really is taking a toll on how we process election results, how we count them, and how pre-election polling interpreted them.
Yeah, well, I mean, one last one on that polling to you, as you are the pollster amongst us, Ashley. As I said to you before, Joe Biden had a commanding lead nationally over Donald Trump, and much, much larger than Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Very much so. But again, the election is not won by national polls, which mimic the popular vote. It's won by the Electoral College, which is mimicked by statewide polling. And we knew going into this that a lot of these battleground states had very close margins. We know in particular, states like Florida are notoriously difficult to poll as well because of all of these different enclaves. We're talking about the 65 plus voters versus the Cuban vote in Miami-Dade. It's of course, hindsight is always 20/20. We'll see where we end up by the end of the night or the end of a few days or a week. But these are practices of uncertainty and probability. Polling are good uses of explanatory tools, but they're not meant to be crystal balls. They're telling us an estimate based on what voters are telling us. We don't know if that's actually going to pan out on Election Day.
We certainly don't, as we are finding. Cordelia, just on these polls that have just closed, if it is really tight, and it seems to be so, then the smaller states matter. I want to single out Nevada here, won narrowly by Hillary Clinton. Now, the Democrats were thinking, if we take Georgia or Florida, then we're not even thinking, we don't even care about Nevada. It really matters now.
It really matters, and it really brings back memories of 2016 when I was covering Hillary Clinton, and she too was looking at these perceived moonshots. She was busy in Arizona in the closing days of that campaign in what turned out to be a very poorly attended rally that we were filming in. Meanwhile, her blue wall, which was absolutely crucial, was totally crumbling. And I think what we're seeing so far with Joe Biden is there are no easy guarantees. There are no big decisive wins. And to go back to those polls and what Ashley said, yes, the national polls are not something we should ever rely on. They don't tell us about this race in America at all. But there were big margins in the state polls as well, both in the Rust Belt, but also in Arizona and North Carolina. There were suggestions of a real Biden buoyancy, and yet that isn't transpiring yet. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't still a path. Of course, there absolutely is, but it's becoming a lot more complicated. And I just want to give you a sense of the mood at the moment in the Trump camp, as I understand it right now. Quite a few of the aides, and Omarosa, you'll remember these days better than any of us, but that they're feeling like this is a repeat of 2016. They're delighted with what they're noticing in Florida. They're feeling optimistic about North Carolina now because he's closing that gap. There's a sense that the pollsters have yet again got it all wrong.
Well, everything has to go exactly right for Donald Trump to get to the 270. We know this already, that he has to not only do what he did, but also better that. And I just don't see that Donald Trump is going to be able to pull places, and you talked about the smaller places in the Northeast, those traditionally go for Democrats. And with Biden being from that particular area, I think I'm still going to keep those places right in the column for Biden.
But it all comes down to the Rust Belt now, doesn't it? It all comes down because Joe Biden has to take back those states up there that Hillary Clinton lost so narrowly. I mentioned them: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which is going to be the tougher nut to crack. But it must be said that the Republicans have been mentioning Wisconsin. They say it hasn't gone, and even looking to take Minnesota.
Yeah, but, ultimately, we have all been very cautious because we know that the Rust Belt is really hoping that someone is going to bring change to them. Can we talk about the conditions in the Rust Belt that has brought us to this point? Record unemployment prior to the pandemic, record numbers of plants, factories shutting down, being shipped other places, and Donald Trump making promises that he is going to deliver. He was going to be the one to come in and fix it. Well, we now know that he didn't come in and wave his magic wand and fix all of the issues in the Rust Belt. So it's still yet to be seen that Donald Trump will be victorious in that area.
OK, let me put that to Jack Kingston. He's a former Republican congressman, joins me now from Alabama. Great to talk to you, Jack Kingston. Well. What do you make of this? Highly competitive, or do you think the Republicans have got their nose in front?
I think it's an exciting night. I do think it's going to go down to the wire. We are very pleased with what's going on in Florida. I am not surprised as a Georgian what's going on in Georgia, because the press always talks about it. The Democrats always talk about, Texas, Georgia are going to flip. But I was on the ground in Georgia with Senator David Perdue last week. I've been there twice with Donald Trump Jr., and I never thought it was in play. I'm worried about North Carolina, but I like the trend in the last hour. That gives me a lot more encouragement. I do agree that Pennsylvania is going to be difficult. We have got to have it. If we don't have it, we've got to win all the rest of them. And I think it's going to go down to the wire. I'm very, very disturbed about the Democrat Attorney General in Pennsylvania making such a callous, corrupt statement, saying that, well, if we have enough time to count the votes, we can get Joe Biden over the top. What kind of a corrupt statement is that? But that's what we're up against when we're dealing with the politics of Philadelphia. And so we got to be very careful in that state as Republicans.
Yeah, but I mean, you would accept, that statement aside, you would accept that in Pennsylvania they do have to have enough time to count those mail-in ballots because they are allowed to arrive after Election Day.
Well, remember, it's not just counting the ballots, it's how you count them and how you match the signatures. And the state of Philadelphia has lowered the bar on signature matching and on what the ballot actually says, because people make lots of mistakes, and traditionally you have to discard those ballots. And so when you leave ballot counting up to subjectivity, that's when you get very nervous. And that's why both parties, as you pointed out earlier, have a busload of lawyers already deployed to that state. And we saw that happen in Florida during the Bush-Gore race in 2000. So, these things are important battles, and it's not just politics. It's about a profound difference in policy shifting.
So do you think, on that, do you think if the president wins Florida, holds on to North Carolina and Georgia, and it comes down to Pennsylvania, and without all those votes counted, as we've been discussing, do you think the president might declare victory?
Well, I think that he should, if there's, reason to believe that he's won. If it's going to get down to a recounting and we only have 90% of the votes, then I don't think he would be able to do it. But remember, Hillary Clinton never has accepted defeat. And she told Joe Biden several weeks ago, do not accept defeat under anything. So I don't think either candidate or either party is going to be really quick to accept the results of the election unless somebody really has a huge night and wins by, say, 300 electoral votes.
Been a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Kingston. Thank you very much indeed. Jack Kingston there, joining me from Montgomery, Alabama. Very good to talk to you. Right now, let's just project another state for you. We're projecting the winner in the state there. Can you see it? New Mexico there, just below Colorado, which we declared previously for you. We are projecting that New Mexico will go to Joe Biden with 55% of the votes so far, 43.1% for Donald Trump, staying in Democrat hands. So far, no state has been flipped. This is turning out, as we've been hearing from most of my interviewees, turning out to be a nail-biter. Let's therefore get the thoughts of the voters in the battleground states, our correspondents. Amongst them, we have Siobhan Robbins there in Florida, Sally Lockwood in Pennsylvania, and Helen Ann Smith in Arizona. Well, we better go to Florida. First of all, it is such a crucial state. The Republicans feeling pretty good about it, Siobhan.
That's right, Dermot, and I promised you the Democrats. Here I am. I was about, 10 metres away at the Republican Party. This is the Democrat Party, and you can already sense the mood is very, very different here. They, like the Republicans, believe that this state has gone to Florida. So let's come and have a chat to one of the people who's been on the road, been part of this campaign. Bradley, you believe Florida is Trump's. How does it make you feel?
Obviously, very bad. We spent a lot of time in the state, trying to make sure that Biden and other Democrats have won. The fact that he's pushed up those numbers in Florida this year, even more than 2016, is quite disappointing.
What do you think went wrong for Joe Biden?
It's hard to pinpoint it at this point in the night. One of the main things I did see was down in Miami-Dade County, which is a Democratic stronghold, that the Hispanic population, predominantly Cuban and Venezuelan, that have had socialist, governments for so long, have taken that message that the GOP has put out, calling Joe Biden a socialist, and used that to convince people that this agenda, which is completely unfounded, is what's happening. And I think that a lot of them may have come out and voted, and they have done worse in the Hispanic communities than Hillary Clinton's lead than Joe Biden has this year.
Does that just mean that Biden's messaging isn't getting through? Is it that he hasn't had enough face time in Florida?
I wouldn't say that, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent a lot of time in Florida. I think that the GOP message and that word socialism, which is a very dirty word in the United States, have resounded with people who don't do enough research and are somewhat ignorant of the process and of what the policy decisions are.
It's clear you are absolutely gutted. If the night continues in Trump's favor, what does another 4 more years look like to you?
I mean, honestly, it's completely devastating. I mean, there's everything up and down the ballot from states' rights to the Supreme Court. I mean, you just had the GOP push through Amy Barrett Cohen that is on the Supreme Court. That is a 6-3 conservative majority. That is women's rights, LGBTQ rights, everything like that. Another 4 years is, to me, it's just more drama, more chaos, more name-calling, more divisiveness. I think that Joe Biden's message of healing the soul of America and bringing it together will be, that's what I came and what I voted for and what I fought for. And another 4 years of Trump is going to make things even worse in this country.
Bradley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As you can see, really sad response here from the Democrats. And I think the point to take from Florida when it is officially declared is that the fight is now on. This was the state that would block effectively Donald Trump's route to the White House. It going back to Trump means that the fight really is on for both sides now.
And it seems the fight will move north to a state like Pennsylvania. Let's check in there with Sally Lockwood. I know very little of the vote counted so far.
Yeah, too little to really take much away from it so far, Dermot. But of course, if Donald Trump has won Florida, then he still needs Pennsylvania really to make another 4 years in the White House. We're here at a drive-in watch party, as we saw during the Democrat campaign. There were lots of drive-in rallies, of course. Let's not forget this is the era of the pandemic. The politics and the pandemic really have converged here in the Midwest. Coronavirus has surged in recent weeks. In fact, in Pennsylvania, they've had a record spike in coronavirus cases on Election Day, as if we needed any more of a reminder about the problems that the country is facing, as well as this historic election. Let me just introduce Nakia to you. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
No problem.
Now, you are from Pittsburgh, if I'm not mistaken.
Born and raised.
And tell me how you voted in this election.
I voted early by mail and I voted for Joe.
And you voted for Hillary last time.
Yes, I did.
And how confident are you that things could change in your favour this time?
This one has a lot more clear-cut. A lot of people are like, we're supporting Joe, we need change, America needs healing. So I'm confident he'll win this time.
And what are the issues that matter most to you, Nakia?
Me, to healthcare. I have a pre-existing condition, so does my son. Keeping my good wage job. You know, Trump is a union buster that's very out there, so I need my union job. I need my healthcare. I need the legal fine, a lot of things. My son's learning Spanish thanks to my union, so I got to keep it.
And has your employment been impacted by the pandemic, or your family, or anyone you know?
Yes, actually, I lost my aunt beginning of April when the pandemic first started. She got COVID and she passed away from it, so that was really hard for the whole family. But my job was impacted. They started doing furloughs late June. Fortunately, thanks to my seniority, I didn't get cut, but a lot of people underneath me did.
I'm really sorry to hear about your aunt.
Thank you.
In terms of voters, there were many Obama supporters, millions,
yes,
who didn't turn out for Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
What are you hearing this time? Because there were a number of them, around a third of those supporters were African American. What are you hearing about how more engaged people are this time?
A lot of them were like huge Bernie supporters, and when Bernie finally endorsed Joe, they're like, oh, Bernie supported him, and we're going to go out and vote for him. And so a lot of people, I talked to a lot of people in my community where I grew up on the Hill District. They're like, our vote doesn't matter. So I had to tell them, like, the 19th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. So I talked to them through it. A lot of people were like, you know what, I'm actually going to go out and vote this time.
Okay, well, Nakia, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
For
Thank you,
speaking
guys.
to us. It is thinning out here. This watch party's been going on for a few hours, but it's only expected to last another half an hour because people here know they are not going to see the result tonight. It's going to be potentially until Friday. They know there are a few days ahead in this very key state.
Certainly are. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to Arizona in a moment, but before that, I want to go via Louisiana. What a trip we're taking you around. We just want to project the winner in the state of Louisiana. No surprises then that it is for Donald Trump. 50%, exactly half of the vote informally. 63.8% for Donald Trump. 34.6% for Joe Biden. 8 electoral college votes there. That staying in the Republican column. As I'm saying, so far this evening, no state has changed hands. One that the Democrats want to make change hands is, of course, Arizona. Helen Ann Smith is there, and it's now absolutely crucial for both sides here. It's crucial for Donald Trump to hold on to Arizona if he's going to hold on to the presidency.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really a sense here that the atmosphere is building, excitement really beginning to tot up, because it's becoming very clear that the race is absolutely on in Arizona. We're in a gay bar in downtown Phoenix. It's not a party affiliated event, but certainly all the voters here seem to be leaning Democrat. There's been huge whoops and cheers every time seats go for Joe Biden, or exit polls come out showing that he's in the lead. There was huge whoops and cheers just a few minutes ago when some of the exit poll data was released for Arizona, particularly Maricopa County, where we're at in Phoenix. It's the metro area of Phoenix around here. It showed Biden ahead, and that really matters because he can't really no one can realistically win Arizona without winning Maricopa County. Now, I just want to join some voters who are happily here to talk to us. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. How are you feeling? I know you're Democrat voters. Are you feeling optimistic, nervous?
Honestly, we have anxiety right now because this is the most important election of modern times, and I am excited, but I'm also overwhelmed because we want Biden to win, and Arizona's a huge state for us, right? And right now we are turned blue for Arizona. Yay!
So you're feeling optimistic. So you guys are feeling optimistic. Can I ask you, I mean, obviously there's a lot of stress and nerves from Democrat voters because it looked last time like you were going to win and then you didn't. How does this time compare?
Well, Arizona was, I think, a little more Republican last time, and so we kind of, I think, didn't vote as hard as we should have. A lot of young people didn't really care, and I think last year seeing like that our votes almost didn't really make it. Like, I think a lot of younger people are coming out right now. They're voting. The younger Latino people are voting for their parents who have been treated like trash by Trump. So they really are looking out for their parents, looking out for themselves, the rest of the...
It's interesting you mentioned Latinos, because actually it looks like in Florida, it looks like Latinos have actually voted for Trump. And certainly...
From the same Latino.
but, you know, here in Arizona, you know, not all of them vote Democrat, right? But you think they will...
The wall by Florida either, so they're building the wall here. So, you know, they're a little more, like, hurt, I guess, here.
Sure. Can I ask you as well, ma'am, how you feel? You're, I guess, Democrat voter as well. Are you feeling optimistic? Are you feeling nervous?
I'm very nervous, but I am optimistic. I just think that we need a whole new leadership right now. You know, we all are just kind of growing weary of Trump, and you know, we just really need, with the coronavirus, with Black Lives Matter, with everything, I just think we just need a whole new leadership. And I think the game changer would be for Biden to win this thing, Biden-Harris.
Thank you so much for talking to us, guys. Really, really appreciate it. We'll stay in touch with you as the night goes on. As I said, the race really hotting up here in Arizona. It's now becoming clear that Arizona is going to play an even more important part than we thought it might. If Biden doesn't win Florida, this race here becomes much, much more important.
Okay, Helen Ann, thank you very much indeed. We've got some more projections to make for you. You can see there at the bottom of your screen. We'll put it up, fill up the screen for you with New Hampshire there, where the projected winner is Joe Biden. Now, you may look up there and think, oh, it's New England, that's all Democrat. Well, New Hampshire is the most competitive state there in New England. It's, of course, one of the 13 founding states of the Union. But last time round, Hillary Clinton only held on to it by a few thousand votes. But the Democrats have rebuffed quite comprehensively, according to that, but not very many of the results, in just over a third of them, have rebuffed the Republicans. So staying as it was, still no state flipped yet. Also, let me alert you to the House of Representatives, which is very, very important, of course, to the governing president, whoever that may be. We are also hearing that that is going to stay in the control of the Democrats. By how many, we're not in a position to let you know yet, but the entirety of the House of Representatives, all those seats being up for grabs at the moment. Let's talk to some of my panelists now, in particular about New Hampshire. And Kim Darroch, as I say, nothing is changing here at the moment. Early days on New Hampshire in terms of the share of the vote, but it seems that the Democrats rebuffed the Republicans, as I was saying there. And my question to you is this. It's extraordinary at this point. Of course, things could change a lot, though. But in spite of coronavirus, 4 years of the rambunctious nature of Donald Trump's presidency, not much seems to have changed in terms of the outcome. I know there's been churn in who's voting for who, but the states aren't.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, I mean, we've talked about the polls already. What strikes me is, of course, the polls in all of these potential swing states suggested a much tighter race than the national race, and some of them were within the margin of error, but they all seem to have erred in the wrong direction, don't they? In that they all seem to have underestimated the Trump vote. So I think the pollsters still have a problem in determining how many people are going to vote for Donald Trump. I think there is still an issue out there of whether it's a shy Trump voter or whatever. They're still, it feels to me, getting it wrong. I mean, the one thing you can say about New Hampshire is that was just about the only state on the northeastern seaboard that the Republicans thought they had a chance of winning, and actually the Democrats have held it reasonably comfortably. So it's not like they made any inroads there. But it's not essential to it's a small state with a small number of electoral college votes, so it's not essential to a sort of a Trump victory play.
Yeah. Omarosa, shy Trumpers. You were one of them once. No, you weren't, because you weren't shy about it. But it does seem to be a feature again.
Well, we called them the silent voters, but now they're not so silent. We've all witnessed the parades, the big flags, the boxing in of their opponents. I mean, they're out there. I also believe that you're going to see the same on the other side. There have been record numbers of Democrats to register and vote for the first time. So we still don't know, even with that same dynamic from 2016, who is going to win the White House at this point.
Well, we don't know. We're just projecting Utah again, staying as it was, staying with the party. Utah projecting for Donald Trump. And it's almost like we're replaying the 2016 record so far. I mean, a long way to travel. And it's still just, it's creeping up to that focus then on those Rust Belt, those upper Midwestern states. The which way they go is absolutely critical.
But, I'm thinking about what's going on across the street. Yes, I used to work there, and I can't, first of all, imagine having a political event in the White House. Let's start with that, because of all of the ethical issues. But number two, I wonder, while we're looking at the same type of models, what they're thinking when they have to brief the president. I can tell you that when he's irritated and trying to brief him, it is not a good exchange at all. But I know by his messaging, by his demeanor, that he's extremely concerned. Yes, these little states will matter, but his outlook will matter, and we're tracking it through his tweets, as usual.
Ashley Koenig, what do you think is going on? We've got an awful lot more voters here, as we've been discussed, but have they just come out in exactly the same proportions as 2016?
I think a couple things. I think number one, I completely want to second what Omarosa was saying regarding shy Trumpers. There has been a lot of research actually about this, and survey researchers have actually not found a whole lot of backing for the shy Trumper theory. Anecdotally, there have been shy Biden voters that we've heard in the news as well. So I'm not sure I would bank so much on this shy Trumper theory. I think, again, we are in an unprecedented nature of an election. If we're talking about things like the voting system and how pollsters leading up to Election Day accounted for mail-in and early voting and absentee voting through their likely voter models. We know that likely voter models are notoriously difficult to estimate because we know that the electorate is going to be different every election cycle. We can't just simply say who turned out in 2016 will be the same in 2020. And so there are a lot of variables that polls can't measure. Polls are blunt instruments. There are a lot of things like the pandemic, like voting procedures, that polls simply can't account for, as well as voter turnout, voter possible suppression, and maybe even errors in how ballots are being counted right now. And I'm sure we'll see more of that as we go throughout the night, whether or not that comes to fruition.
Well, things absolutely on a knife edge. Anything can happen in the next couple of hours. Everybody's got to stay tuned. I want to take everyone through the key developments so far, and here they are for you. Millions of votes are being counted in states right across the United States, including the key battlegrounds of Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. It's still too early and too close to call. Republicans in Florida, though, are already starting to celebrate victory. They're confident with more than 94% of the vote counted. I think it's more than that now. Donald Trump has a lead of just over 3% in Florida. The Republicans also have a narrow lead in some of the other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout had helped to increase the Democratic vote. They already exceeded their 2016 vote before the polls opened. But on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead. And now, with 78% or so of the vote counted, Donald Trump is in the lead by 3%. The state last elected a Democratic president in 1976 and Jimmy Carter. Now, Joe Biden is also now behind in North Carolina, where again he seemed to be in the lead earlier in the night, but now with nearly 3/4 of the vote counted, the Democrats still have hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. That state was last Democratic blue in 1996. Still waiting for the first state, though, as I've been telling you, to change hands. Key battlegrounds like Pennsylvania could be decisive, are unlikely, very unlikely to be decided by the end of tonight. So one of the key things we're watching tonight is whether the result is close enough nationally or in swing states like Pennsylvania and Florida for it to be disputed or even challenged. Now, throughout the evening, I'm joined by Carol Layham, one of America's leading constitutional lawyers. Hello again there, Carol. We talked earlier in the evening about a scenario, didn't we? And we're not there yet, but are we edging closer, particularly in Pennsylvania, to that scenario? And by that, I mean of some serious legal disputes breaking out.
Well, if it all comes down to Pennsylvania, you can be pretty sure there are going to be some litigation going on, both at the state level and then potentially at the Supreme Court. But I just heard one of your guests earlier talking about how Pennsylvania was getting a little loose on the ballot match, the signature match. So that's something that could be going to a state Supreme Court, for instance, for a challenge. And then eventually it could go back to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not the ballots that come in after today, Election Day, should in fact be counted.
Oh my goodness me. Can you just explain the signature match? You have to, have registered a signature, which I guess could have been many years ago if you're an older voter, and then it has to match up with that on the mail-in ballot you send in. Well, who's qualified to say, you might have had a bad pen or been in a bad mood or something like that when you signed it?
That's right. And it depends on state law how they go about doing that signature match. But some states do it electronically and some states do it by having an individual, actually look at the signature on your registration versus your signature on the ballot and see which one, if they in fact match. And if there are a lot of signatures that are thrown out because of a lack of signature match, you can make sure that the Democrats are going to be filing a suit over that. If there are signatures that maybe potentially don't match, but they're allowed to go through, you can make sure that the Republicans will be suing over that. So that's something that's going to be watched carefully by all the poll watchers, and they're going to get some evidence of, ballots that don't seem to have the same signature, and we can pretty much guess that there'll be some litigation over that if it's close. If it's not close, you're not going to see the litigation.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, we're not there yet, but then you're mentioning signature matching. What was it? Hanging Judge in Florida in 2000. Right. But it's going to be that kind of granular, could be that kind of granular examination of individual ballot papers.
It could very easily be very granular, absolutely. But it could be a bigger issue as well. I mean, it could be whether or not those votes should be counted in the first place.
Sorry, say again, whether the vote should be counted in the first place.
Right, because Pennsylvania law seemed to indicate that the ballot should be in by November 3rd. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court gave everybody an extra 3 days to get the ballots in. And it's the ballots that arrive in those 3 days that are going to be potentially the subject to some litigation.
So just to be clear, one would have thought that the ballots would have to be in by Election Day, even if they're posted. At this point, there could be some voters sitting there in the state of Pennsylvania thinking, I haven't voted yet. It looks like my candidate is behind. I can still get my ballot in?
If it's postmarked by today, you can get your ballot in. And there's several states that are like that. There's a question about whether or not in Pennsylvania, even if it's not postmarked by today and it comes within 3 days, whether that's going to be counted.
I am so glad we have you with us, Carol. Do not move an inch, but keep your eye, obviously, on the screens for us and all that information. Thank you so much for explaining what a complicated system and what a field day it could be for the lawyers. Just got another state to call for you, and this theme so far in the evening, I'm sure that is going to change, but of the states staying where they were from 2016, and this is a projection on the states of Missouri there in the Midwest, as you can see there, with about 60% for Donald Trump, about half the votes counted, 10 electoral college votes, as last time round, and as pretty much always to Donald Trump in terms of the overall numbers on the electoral college. That race to 270, the bare minimum you need to win the presidency. Donald Trump nosing in front there by 4 electoral college votes, but still 168 short, 102 to 98. Trump against Biden. An awful lot more to happen during the course of this evening, tomorrow, maybe during the rest of this week, and maybe the week after. Oh, my goodness me. Ed Conway, tell us more.
Yeah, well, Dermot, there you can see it. Missouri. Our map is starting. Oh, there you can see Illinois. There we are. So the map is starting to populate. None of these should really come as a surprise. You'll recall that earlier on in the night, when it was still nighttime as opposed to the morning, we filled this in with the dead certs as they were. So you're talking about the Dakotas, talking about much of the Midwest. You are talking about Illinois, and you're talking about the Deep South for the Republicans. And we're now starting to see a map that looks a bit more like that. But still, a lot of those swing states, the battleground states, still in grey, even Florida, which is looking pretty good for Donald Trump at the moment. And it's worth just remembering here, there has been something of a roller coaster, hasn't it? Do you remember? Come over here and have a look at a few states. Because do you remember early on we were talking about how the way that those votes were being counted, because of all these early votes, getting on for 100 million early votes, that was going to create this kind of roller coaster where something looked Democrat, went Republican as other votes were counted. Well, it definitely seems to have been happening. So Ohio, for a while, Biden was ahead in Ohio. And now look, Trump racing ahead in Ohio, 74% in. So clearly, you know, it's not over in Ohio. And there are certain parts of the state where it was looking better than last time for Joe Biden. But still, Donald Trump ahead there. How about Michigan? Michigan, a state which pretty much every pollster thought Joe Biden would have a really good chance of winning. And have a look now. Now, I should say, this is very early. Like many of those Rust Belt states, it's slow to count. So 37% in. But again, it underlines this fact. It seems in Michigan and in certain states in this area, in the Frost Belt, they're counting on the day votes first. And so on the day, we always expected there was going to be more of a Republican vote. But then when they come to count those early votes, it might be that the Democrats catch up. And that's why you mentioned the next few days, Dermot. That's going to be crucial because we could see the roller coaster continue in states like Michigan and then North Carolina. So that was a state where Joe Biden looked comfortably ahead for a while. And now, well, it's very close. Donald Trump in the lead, 93% in. But it's not a commanding lead. And there are still some parts of North Carolina we've yet to get the numbers from. But it's looking like he's just ahead at the moment in North Carolina. And if we look at what's happened in the exit poll data for North Carolina, I'm going to show this here. You get a sense of what's happened for Donald Trump. Now, this is Republican support amongst different age groups and different parts of the population in North Carolina specifically. So North Carolina. And here's a few interesting things. Look, Trump's supports, and this goes from 2016 to where we are now. So the darker it is the election we're facing right now. He's losing support amongst 65-plus voters. He's losing support amongst college graduates, down from 48% to 40%, but gaining it, consolidating his support amongst white non-college graduates, up from 69 to 76%. These are some of the voters that Joe Biden really did want to win, yet Donald Trump is actually doing better. But then amongst the suburbs, voters in the suburbs, support down. Remember, it was all about the suburban women voters. Well, that support has gone down from 60 to 58%. Finally, I want to show you Arizona, because Helen Ann was just there a moment ago. And, you know, this is an area the Democrats really wanted to win in Arizona. Let's bring it on there. There's the live score at the moment. Donald Trump ahead. Joe Biden ahead, 53.7%. And then there's Donald Trump and 75% of the vote in. It's looking good, actually, for the Democrats. And what you can probably see from the map of the state is you've got fewer counties here. And so if we zoom into one of them, Maricopa, this is basically kind of Phoenix. There you can see. That is Maricopa County. This is one of the big population centres for Phoenix in the middle of it here. Last time around, this is 2016, last time Donald Trump won it. This time, have a look. Oh, there you can see Joe Biden in the lead, comfortably comfortably in the lead with 77% in. Now, as I say, you cannot be too complacent. Still, so many votes counted. And what's the lesson been so far? It's been that as those extra votes come in, it gets more complicated. But what we do know is this, the big picture. Have a look at this. Outside the White House, this virtual White House, you can see that those lines are getting closer. The bars that will take one of these two men into the White House are closing in. Joe Biden ahead at the moment, 118. It wasn't that case just a few moments ago. But you can see this is such a fluid story, and still some polls yet to close when those West Coast states start to declare. That could look good for Joe Biden, but a long way to go. Lots more controversy to come, no doubt.
That's for sure. Ed, thank you very much indeed. And the reason why Joe Biden is now ahead there since the last time I talked to you about the Electoral College is because of, and Ed mentioned it there, the state of Illinois there being projected for Joe Biden, 56% of the vote there, 40% for Donald Trump. Of course, the states where Barack Obama launched his political career and indeed launched his campaign for the presidency way back, it now seems, in 2008. Let's check in with the campaigns there, the mood amongst them, if there's any body language that can be discerned or things like that. Greg Milam's with the Democrats, James Matthews is there with the Republicans. So, Greg, what have you got to tell us?
Well, an update first of all on the world's most deserted car park. It's slightly less deserted now. Some of Joe Biden's supporters have been allowed to pull up for the drive-in rally, which gives us some hope that at some point we will hear from the former vice president tonight. He is at home at the moment here in Wilmington, watching, as we all are, what's going on across the country. And the noises from his campaign, clearly some disappointment that those places they were targeting rather hopefully, like Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, haven't materialized as victories just yet, although the vote counting is still going on. The message from them is that we should all still be focused farther to the north, and that blue wall, that old Democrat blue wall that we heard so much about. They still believe that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan will be decisive for Joe Biden when those votes are finally counted. But of course, that won't probably happen as soon as they would have liked to have declared any kind of victory tonight. It means it will be delayed. And that, of course, is something of a disappointment for them. They're also still watching Arizona, and they believe a victory there, as the polls, the results so far suggesting Joe Biden doing pretty well, as you were just saying. That would take him closer to that 270, but it means that spectre of Donald Trump claiming victory or talking about discrepancies with some of the votes that have come in early is a real issue, and one they were hoping to avoid by a landslide victory across the rest of the country, and that hasn't happened. But the noises from the campaign still, after a busy day of crisscrossing key states, is they have no regrets. They believe they've done everything they could in this campaign. But of course, they've not delivered, and there will be an inquest into some of those states where they thought they'd do well.
OK, well, let's go to the White House. James Matthews, then, similar question to you. One imagines there's, I suppose, an air of some kind of grim satisfaction so far amongst the Republicans.
Yeah, satisfaction, I think, Dermot, because they are not contemplating the very worst case scenario. Things, they are optimistic. Jason Miller was speaking to our colleagues at NBC within the past hour. He's a campaign advisor for Team Trump. He's saying that they reckon Florida is in the bag, Georgia and North Carolina are looking good. According to him, now, he's within the Trump campaign. It does come with something of a health warning, but he reckoned that because they're doing well in small towns in Indiana, that bodes well for places like Wisconsin and Michigan. He said Minnesota was something that they would take tonight, something that would come as a surprise, he said, to Joe Biden and a lot of people. The Republican view of the Democrat campaign is that they invested too much into the early voting, mail-in balloting, postal ballots. They reckon that diminished enthusiasm towards the end of the voting period, and that they are suffering for it now. Donald Trump himself, he's watching results coming in the East Wing with members of his family and senior advisors. There are Trump supporters arriving for what will be a party of something like 250 people in the East Room of the White House, at which we expect Donald Trump at some stage to deliver a speech. So all very all very quiet relatively at the moment inside the grounds of the White House. Not the case on the other side of the fence. There is a non-scalable fence put up around 100 yards that way. On the other side of that, there is a noisy demonstration being watched very closely by the Secret Service and the law enforcement, helicopter in the air and so on. And I can tell you there hasn't been a great deal of trouble, if any, thus far. But the Republican National Committee, they have said that tonight they have shifted their war room where they are monitoring results for fear of any unrest developing over the course of the night.
Okay, James, thank you very much indeed. Going to talk to my panelists in a moment or two, but just got some projections, another projection coming in for you, which could be very important. Now, this is one of the two states which doesn't award winner takes all in terms of its electoral college votes. Nebraska, it's got 5 electoral college votes, and we can project on 3 of them so far. 3 of those electoral college votes going to Donald Trump. The other 2 destinations still undecided, and given what we're describing so far in this election, I can't say that often enough, so far it could come down to those small margins. So the other 2 electoral college votes, which are allocated in terms of how a congressional district votes, could go to Joe Biden, could go to Donald Trump. 3 of them we are projecting are certainly going to Donald Trump. Okay, Cordelia, let's take, it's that narrative that James Matthews was feeding back to us from the White House. Let's say, okay, the Republicans hold on in Georgia and South Carolina. The battle then is moving inexorably north. Yes, Pennsylvania. But James mentioned there, talking about holding on to Wisconsin, taking Minnesota, even expanding into Democrat territory.
Yeah, look, this is confident talk because they're seeing optimistic results early on. When you think going into this, we're looking at a number of scenarios. I mean, it seemed like a moonshot, any talk of a Biden landslide, and yet because of the big margins, analysts, pollsters were at least discussing. I think the narrative of tonight so far is incredibly tight races. And aside from whatever rhetoric is being pushed by either campaign, let's just look at the kind of detail of the pivotal places. North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, all really tight races, and all places where they'll be able to receive ballots beyond tonight. So we could be looking at this days of processing these crucial places. Now, the Biden camp obviously have not scored any big blows so far. We keep talking about Pennsylvania. There could be a path if they get Michigan and Wisconsin where they don't need Pennsylvania, if they pick up Arizona. There's some optimistic signs for the Democratic camp there, but everything just looks so marginal right now.
And so stuck, Omarosa. And in that scenario you paint, just doing the back of the envelope in my head, arithmetic, if it all stays the same, Pennsylvania stays with the Republicans and the Democrats take Arizona, it's a tie, isn't it?
It's a tie, and then it comes down to this Maine, Nebraska votes that we were talking about, which again, small numbers, but Dems were hoping they'd get all of the 5 in Nebraska.
I know the Democrats wish they weren't in this position right now. I mean, we heard over and over again about this blue wave. We've looked for the last several months at this spread where Biden was leading 5%, 8% in some places. And now we're here and we're looking, and they're hoping that that blue wall still holds, but we're seeing cracks in it.
Okay, just got some projections to make for you, but it's the familiar narrative. We can make a projection for Mississippi. Those of you that know well the electoral map of the United States will know that that's staying well red. Only 29% of the live results in there, 60% for Donald Trump, and we will jump up to Wyoming and we will project that for Donald Trump, 68.8%. As we've been telling you during the course of this evening, so many states in this mighty country actually don't have much of an influence in reality on who becomes the next president of the United States. It is these toss-up states, these states that are, as you can see, as we show you in all our graphics there, that are too close to call, that will decide the eventual winner of this presidency. And that, as in 2016, came down to under 100,000 voters in total in some of those key swing states. Just want to tell you a little bit about the Senate race. There's Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican, who Cordelia can tell me an awful lot more. You may, if you've been following politics in the United States over the last few weeks, he sat on the Senate Judiciary Committee as they appointed Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. Might be getting into a little too much detail here, Cordelia, but that's significant because Lindsey Graham, the huge Senate race going on here, 35 seats up for grab, 23 of them are Republican. Now, the Democrats, if they don't get the presidency, they want second prize, don't they? They want control of the Senate, and if they do get the presidency, they also want the Senate because it makes Joe Biden's job easier.
Yeah, and if they don't win the presidency, they're looking at trying to flip 5 seats, basically. If they were to, they'd need about 4. Of course, without the Senate, whoever is president will find it very difficult to pass any legislation in this incredibly polarized moment in America. I mean, Lindsey Graham is important as a symbol, really, I think, of the transition of the Republican Party and what Donald Trump has done to reshape, really, the very fabric and character of it. Now, he was a thorn in the side, a critic of Donald Trump in the very early days. He very much shifted his position on that. We heard him express a lot of concern about foreign policy and what Donald Trump might mean to the kind of diplomatic balance globally. And then he's been firmly on side, really at the forefront of kind of pushing the Trump message wherever he can. He's a man I've interviewed a number of times. You know, he will usually be available to defend Donald Trump at critical moments. He was facing a tight race. He was concerned he was being overspent by his opponent, and yet there he is, safe. He's a kind of Republican stalwart who changed with the times under Donald Trump. And that's possibly one of Donald Trump's most lasting legacies. Not only what he's done with the Supreme Court, he promised 1 Supreme Court justice, he's delivered 3, but how he's got so many Republicans that were concerned to, not quite capitulate, but certainly to join the Trump train.
Sorry, I'm Marissa.
And let's not forget the judicial. He has appointed more judges than any president ever. And let's just remark, in a very diverse country, all of the judges that he's appointed, I believe, are all white men. I mean, he's made no attempt to even diversify the bench. So I think it's a stark.
Well, Amy Coney Barrett,
I was talking about the federal.
Okay, yeah, right. But I mean, the point being that that's the lasting legacy, isn't it? Long after a president is gone, the Supreme Court, they're there for life.
Well, not only will that be a part of his legacy, but we have to acknowledge some other things that will last. There will always be a blemish for what happened at the border, separating children from their parents, putting kids in cages. We'll have to also recognize on an international stage, as we talk to a very awake audience, about how America's relationship with our allies has changed under Donald Trump. But also domestically, Donald Trump has gone out of his way to tear down how we look at environmental protections. He's even removing some protections for wildlife. I mean, there are parts of his legacy that will live on. Some of them he will celebrate, others not so much.
And what about the Senate? Do you think that the Democrats can make headway there?
I think I have to lean on my colleague here, Cordelia, because as hopeful as I am,
that's the point. Was they thought they were going to get the clean sweep, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed picture so far on the Senate races that we can see. So again, this is kind of yet another example of where you had the Democrats deeply optimistic about this big symbolic political reversal of the winds, and yet that's not quite happening yet. Not without, it's not out of Democrats' reach, the Senate yet.
Okay, look, I've just noticed it's coming up to 4 a.m. in the UK. It's 11 p.m. here in Washington. Polls about to close in another 4 states, although they're unlikely to decide the result. They are important. Amongst them, the mighty state of California, with the largest number of electoral college votes in 55. The Democrats are overwhelming favourites. Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, the scene of those violent protests, which President Trump sought to make one of the issues of this election. And there it is. The polls have now closed across almost the entirety of the United States. They include, in this clutch, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And we can instantly make some projections for you on those states, as I was describing before the polls closed. California, we are projecting absolutely zero surprise here for the Democrats, but 55 electoral college votes there, right into Joe Biden's column, pushing him up towards 200. California declared for the Democrats. Polls just closed there. Let's take you through the key developments then so far. And it's still too early and too close to call in this election, but Republicans in Florida are already celebrating victory with more than 94% of the votes now counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is, of course, a crucial battleground which has backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans also have narrow leads in other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout in the state had helped to increase the Democratic vote. But on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead, and with now 81% of the vote counted, Donald Trump has a lead of around 4%. The state last elected a Democrat as president in 1976, Jimmy Carter. And Joe Biden is also now behind in North Carolina, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night, a familiar pattern in some states. But now with 3/4 of the vote counted, the Democrats still have hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. The state was last held by the Democrats in 1996. We're still waiting for the first state, though, to change hands over all key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, which could be decisive, now looking very unlikely to be called tonight. Well, Cordelia, only Alaska and Hawaii left, and they're not really going to change hands, are they? But some big states there. Polls just closed, instantly able to call California. 55 electoral college votes. But as I was saying earlier, it's not as if it's where Hillary Clinton, for instance, piled up votes, which is why she won the popular vote next time round. Millions upon millions of Americans vote in a state like California, but then don't really have a particular influence on the outcome of who becomes president.
Yeah, and I seem to recall with Hillary Clinton, if she visited, it was once or twice California. I mean,
did it feature much in this campaign?
It's
a courtesy visit.
It's a completely reliable Democratic area. It's often where they do go to get a lot of donor money to, you know, increase the Democratic war chest. And that's what's intriguing yet again, isn't it? Because we look at the funding going in. Biden had way more money than Donald Trump. And it looked like the pot at times were running out. But what they have been focusing their investments and time and people on is it's kind of micro-targeting local issues and door knocking. They say they had 2.3 million volunteers. That's around the same, just a little bit more than Barack Obama had with his big Get Out the Vote campaign. So it's interesting where they've decided to spend their money, not big advertisements like Joe Biden has been doing in battleground states, but instead that really kind of material voter registration drive. And they have been very buoyed by the amount of new voters they've been able to register. And I wonder whether that might be one of the narratives coming out of tonight, is that not just the rallies, a great data drive campaign that Omarosa, you will have been really aware of in the days of Brad Pascal, that everyone that goes to that rally, they get the data, they get the information, and building on that.
And then they promise you dinners or lunch with the president if you give them 5 more names and enter them into a contest to have a meal with the president. Their operation for data, there's no one that can match it, because they'll also offer up T-shirts or the famous red hat and that's how they get the names. The Democrats haven't found a way to capture that kind of data and use it to their advantage.
Well, let's talk. Kim Darroch, I mean, that's one feature of this campaign so far. We haven't seen the issue of data manipulation. Who knows, it may surface further down into the inquest that inevitably take place when the dust settles, and also the issue of foreign interference. Some mention of it from Iran, from China, and yes, those Russians again, but not as much as 2016.
Nothing like as much as 2016. There have been some stories about Russian interference in particular, one or two about maybe the Iranians doing it, but it's a much smaller part of the picture than it was back in 2016. The thing for me, that is striking so far this evening is just how similar it feels to another long night in 2016, which came down at about 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington time to 4 states, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And Hillary Clinton won Nevada, then lost the other 3. And the difference this time, those states may still be in play, but this time you have the postal votes, which means we won't get, as we did in 2016, a result on the night or on the following morning. But otherwise, we're still waiting for a state to flip. And I guess the best chance of getting a result tonight in terms of a state flipping is Arizona, where I noticed from the figures just up a minute or two ago that the Democrats still look well ahead. Just one other point, if I can be the geek of the night. If the Democrats win the election, they need 4 seats in the Senate, and their 4 best chances are Martha McSally in Arizona, Tom Tillis in North Carolina, Susan Collins in Maine, and Cory Gardner in Colorado. If they lose the election, then they're looking for a 5th seat. They have quite good chances on those 4, and then it gets to a bit of a stretch. And then you look at seats like South Carolina, which is staying with Lindsey Graham and so on, becomes much more difficult for them. So really their best chance of retaking the Senate is taking the presidency, taking the White House, which means that the vice president has the casting vote if it's a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
Wow. Ashley, I wonder what your thinking is on what Kim's just saying there about Democrat hopes in Arizona.
Yeah, I think Arizona is becoming more and more key throughout the night. In fact, if Trump does not take Arizona, but he's taking some of these other states that we discussed in terms of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, he only has about a 20% shot at the Electoral College. With Arizona, that goes all the way up to a 55% shot of winning the Electoral College. So that's a pretty big difference there with and without Arizona. Again, also a very key Senate seat with the Kelly McSally race, Kelly ahead in pre-election polling. So I think these are important things to recognize. And also, if this were any other electoral system, this would not be a close race if we're looking at the popular vote.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Actually, I'm cutting across you because Nancy Pelosi is speaking there. Let's listen in.
They are there in the Congress. We're all there for the people. And to have a strategic plan to be successful, to retain our control, to hold the House, actually, is how we say it. We couldn't be better served than by our chair, Sherry Bustos. And all of the pillars of winning an election, whether it's the mobilization, the grassroots level, even virtually, she has succeeded. Whether it's about messaging in a very disciplined way, she has succeeded. About amassing the financial resources, the money, the third M, she has broken all records. And through it all, she retained and commanded the respect of the House members and the competence of all of our candidates. So with that, I want to acknowledge again Chair Sherry Bustos of Illinois. Madam Chair, I yield to you with an honor. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for your kind words. And obviously your leadership of this caucus, you've been absolutely amazing. I'm joining you tonight from Moline, Illinois, which is my hometown. Moline is kind of the center of America. It's, people here, they take that literally, and they work hard and look after.
Well, there, let's just reflect cordially on Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House there. That's one that we have projected, that the Democrats maintain control of the House there. And Nancy Pelosi reflecting that. So something the Democrats, but again, they held it anyway.
Yeah, they held it anyway, but look, it will be a relief to the Democrats for sure. Nancy Pelosi, of course, has been a hugely influential voice for the Democratic Party, a thorn in the side for Donald Trump. She's had many combative exchanges over a lot of his platform policies. This will bolster them, but it really all comes down to the Senate. You know, we have seen from the early days of Obama, when he was dealing with a financial crisis and a small group of Republicans got together and decided they were going to block every suggestion, that kind of tension and polarization has only really increased over time. We've seen it for 4 years now, and I think we can imagine if there's a discrepancy between the president, if they don't have the Senate alongside, that's just going to continue.
Yeah. Got some scenes in Miami, celebrations amongst Republicans I want to show you. We have not called the state yet, the state of Florida, of course, but some Republican supporters already have, and it'll be a blow if it does go to or stay with the Republicans, Omarosa, because this was where, if the night was going to be a really good one for Joe Biden, this was where it was meant to start. But we're seeing those pictures. We've already seen Siobhan Robbins reporting on parties amongst the Republicans in a fairly flat mood amongst the Democrats.
Seasoned politicals really weren't turning Florida red. I mean, blue. It's surprising to me that, you know, they seemed as though there was this huge lead in Florida for Biden, but the truth is they have always been neck and neck in Florida. So him winning is not unusual. Yes, Biden could have benefited greatly if he had taken the state, but that's not a surprise to me.
Yeah, that would have been the icing.
Can I comment on the historic nature of Nancy Pelosi's leadership? I think it's important for us to recognize that we are poised to see her take over, possibly not just rule the House, but also to have the Senate if the Democrats are successful. I think that's important, that her leadership will mark, I think, a turning point for this country.
And she is a phenomenally skilled politician.
Oh, yes.
The way that she has been able to try and balance the more progressive wing of the party, the squatters they're known here, and the voices like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with the kind of more moderate, centrist wing of the party, which represents the majority, let's face it. It's taken a great deal of shrewd skill.
And the entire squad all re-elected.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, I think we're going to be able to check in with Ed Conway at this point with some of the latest data, but he's still getting his ducks in a row, so to speak. So let's continue our discussion then. As it's saying, Cordelia, it all seems to be heading up to the Midwest, Pennsylvania, but some hopes there for the Republicans expressing hopes to flip some more states.
Yeah, the Republicans currently, according to the messages I'm getting from that camp, are hopeful about Michigan, Wisconsin. They're very, very bullish about Ohio as well. The Democrats, if they start caving in the Midwest, Arizona will be critical. But I cannot express enough, no one at this stage knows where this race is going. We've still got an awful lot of information still to come. We were told there would be mirages because of the discrepancy between in-person and mail voting. We've seen how it's oscillated throughout the night. It's kind of bouncing everywhere. At one point, Joe Biden looked like he had big leads in places like Texas. Then it narrowed. And, you know, you've got places like Philadelphia, for instance, crucial in Pennsylvania, only counted 75,000 of more than 300,000 votes. They're going to come back tomorrow.
In Wisconsin, the mayor there, Tom Barrett, just announced that they're not going to get the counting for the early voting until after 5 a.m. That is going to take us into another day, as we expected, for Wisconsin particularly. Yeah,
and could be the situation in some other states as well. We've been mentioning Arizona. How much focus is now on that? It's very rarely been a Democratic state, but it's still in play as the parlance goes. Helen Ann Smith is there in Phoenix, Arizona. So what's going on? What are you learning, Helen Ann?
but it's just not contestable in the sense that...
Well, it's really hotting up here, Dermot, and Democrat voters in the bar I'm at downtown Phoenix are really, really excited. There's no two ways about it. This is going to be close. It's impossible to call it one way or the other at the moment, but the fact that it's as competitive as it is really will make history here in Arizona if it goes blue, because this is a traditionally ruby red Republican state, and there's a real sense in the room that people are getting a sense of how important their state is going to be to this race overall. As actually the energy's really started to lift in the last half an hour or so. People have been whooping and cheering every time something gets called for Biden or projected for Biden here, but they've actually started to sort of whoop and cheer even as the networks run through scenarios, if you like. The energy's up. Now, I just want to bring you over to chat to some voters I was talking to earlier. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Hi. I wanted to come over and talk to you. You said to me earlier, just when we were chatting, just before we came over, that actually, no matter what happens nationally, you'd feel really, really happy if Arizona went for Biden. Tell me why that is.
I've lived here over 25 years, and it's been red the entire time I've been here. And for somebody who's liberal, it's been a lonely place to be. So I'm so thrilled that we're going blue, that this wave of blue has hit the state. It's going to mean so much to so many people. I think of women, the right to legal abortion is a threat, right? But if we're blue, maybe it won't be in this state. So it's a win for women for sure.
You sound really optimistic, as if this is definitely going to happen. I mean, it's still going to be very close, isn't it?
Well, I'm hopeful because Maricopa County has been known to be the hot spot of our state, and we've won Maricopa County. We're waiting on an eastern county now, and I don't think that population is very large there, so I'm very hopeful.
Yeah. I mean, at Sky News, our channel, we're not yet calling it for Biden yet. We don't have that data yet. But as you say, Maricopa County, the most populous county here. Obviously, this is your home. This is where you live, Maricopa County. Is your feeling that it's been changing? Because it has traditionally always voted Republican, this county, and whoever carries this county probably carries the whole state, don't they?
Absolutely, yes. It's been changing over the years. A lot of people have moved here from other states around the world. It's changed a lot in the last 5-10 years. So,
how will you feel if America votes for Donald Trump again, but Arizona votes for Biden? Will that be enough for you, or actually 4 more years of Donald Trump?
Of course, I'll be extremely disappointed because I mean, for many people who don't agree with Trump's policy and his behavior, it's going to be very difficult. But I have to be honest, the shock came in 2016 when I was at a National Organization of Women meeting, watch party, and we thought we were winning. And when we lost, it was devastating. So I think we've already been through that once. So I think we're ready for whatever happens, but I'm feeling very optimistic. Yeah.
Do you think, I mean, lots has been said about suburban women in this election, not just in Arizona, but across the United States, that if suburban women who may feel that they've had enough of Donald Trump come to the polls and that could swing it. Does that ring true to you?
It absolutely does. It was baffling to me that over 50% of Caucasian women voted for Trump last election, and I'm hoping after what's happened with the COVID pandemic and his total failure in our country, I think a lot of women who lead families and care for their loved ones are going to change their minds at this election because of that.
Look, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate that. As we say, definitely still too close to call at the moment. Some of the exit poll data we have for Arizona does show Biden ahead in that key Maricopa County. You can hear some of the whoops and cheers people here getting very excited as the results still coming in. Lots to play for here in Arizona, absolutely.
Certainly is. Maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves there, but let's take you through the state of play in some of these key states, and seeing as Helen Ann Smith was reporting for us from Arizona, let's have a detailed look at that. So 75% of the results in, so a lot of counting still to do. 45% for Donald Trump, 53.6% for Joe Biden. So a solid lead for Joe Biden, but a quarter of the vote still to count. Now, we've seen that happen before in other states with an early blue lead, a Democrat lead, and then as the counting goes on, the Republicans coming back. Florida. Well, 94%, 6% still to count, but therefore, given the narrow amount of votes still to count, a healthy lead for Donald Trump in that state, which is always tight. 51.2% Donald Trump, 47.7% for Joe Biden. 29 electoral college votes there would go to the Republicans if they take it. Pennsylvania, well, we've been emphasizing how important this state could be, will be. 45% of the results in, and a lead for Donald Trump, 55.8%, 42.8% for Joe Biden. Lost so narrowly by the Democrats last time round. They need to take it back. But on that reading, with a lot more counting still to do, and it won't all happen in the next few hours, Pennsylvania, a lead for Donald Trump, 55% of the votes still to count. Next up for you, we have North Carolina, where we were describing earlier in the evening a lead for Joe Biden and the Democrats. But as they close in on a full count there, Donald Trump getting his nose in front, 50.1% for Donald Trump, 2.7 million votes against 2.6 million for Joe Biden, 48.7%. Just to the south there of North Carolina, also competitive early in the evening, perhaps making their Democrats think just maybe, traditionally red state of Georgia. Well, Donald Trump now pushing into a bigger lead with two-thirds of the live results in. 54.2% for Donald Trump, 44.6% Joe Biden. Let's have a look at Wisconsin. This is another of the ones, the states that was flipped by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. Now the Republicans saying, well, we're going to hold on to it. The Democrats saying throughout this campaign, no, you're not. That was an oversight. Hillary Clinton never campaigned in Wisconsin during the entire 2016 campaign. But Donald Trump with a lead there. Only half the vote counted. Donald Trump on 51%, Joe Biden just over 47%. And next for you, Texas. Well, we were discussing Texas earlier in the evening. The Democrats have been discussing Texas for quite a few weeks, saying, well, we might take the mighty state of Texas, the Lone Star State, last voted for a Democrat in 1976, a Democratic president. Well, Donald Trump there, 51.8% of the vote, with 85% of the vote in, 46.8% for Joe Biden. Omarosa, yes, Texas. Were they flattering to deceive? They were daring to dream. Shouldn't they perhaps have been concentrating on the more winnable states? Not gone yet. Still a count.
I think when I hear people project Texas, it was very hopeful. And it also showed, however, that Donald Trump's support did kind of shrink because Texas traditionally will go Republican. I have to tell you, these numbers are pretty incredible. Even with the suppression we talked about, only one drop box per county, people driving 2-3 hours to drop off their ballots. Is it really a surprise that Donald Trump is taking Texas?
I mean, do you think it's on its journey? I described there earlier the journey that Colorado has taken from a solidly Republican state to a blue one now. Texas, there are similar things going on, much bigger, of course.
I think we're definitely seeing shifts. We've seen them across the country in some, previously reliably Republican areas through the midterms. I followed Beto O'Rourke's campaign. He was trying to pitch to a younger demographic, to a more diverse demographic. And that is the story of some of the key Texan cities. And I'm thinking about Houston and Austin as well. There are changes there. There is a desire for a different position, a different kind of shape to their state. But that doesn't mean a big reversal. I think what Democrats, some hopefully thought coming into tonight is these, big colossal turnarounds. And actually what might transpire is you've seen incremental changes in key places, but not a big fundamental shift of the story. It will take time for Democrats to make that.
Okay, well, listen, I'm joined now by former Ohio Senator and campaign manager for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, Nina Turner. Omarosa's very pleased to see you, Nina Turner. I'll let you have a chat with her in a moment. But tell me how you think it's going in Ohio.
Well, Ohio, at first, early on, it was trending strong for Vice President Biden, but President Trump has certainly closed the lead. But we may recall that in 2016, he won 88, and I know Omarosa remembers this. He won 80 of the 88 counties in the great state of Ohio. So Ohio is the quintessential swing state. No Republican has won the White House, I believe, without winning the great state of Ohio. And it's still in play.
Yeah, well, no one wins the White House without the great state of Ohio, it seems, bar, I think it was John F. Kennedy.
Since the 1960s.
They went for Richard Nixon then. But apart from that, since 1944, Ohio goes the way of the presidency, it seems. So you still think Donald Trump is in the lead there, of course, held it, as you mentioned there, from 2016. You still think the Democrats have a chance?
It can close. I mean, it's looking brighter, certainly, than it was in 2016, and we shall see. I mean, ultimately, the polling can't predict, as we know, what happened in 2016. We're in the same predicament now, and anybody that's predicting or guaranteeing that they know who's going to win is just absolutely wrong. The voters are going to have the final say on this, and we still might be counting many days beyond tonight.
Yeah, and that's for sure. You mentioned the voters, and there were more of them. Just tell me, in terms of your efforts and what you saw, just how many more?
I mean, sir, I think we're surpassing the vote. I think they're saying that since 1909, which is really a beautiful thing to see so many people come out to vote. The key is, I hope that this continues. For me, this is not just about this election cycle, but it's about every other one after that. But I know we're here tonight to talk about this one. But it is, the democracy is more robust the more people that participate. So I'm hoping that people will continue to be motivated to come out to vote. But the highest voter turnout, I believe, since 1909.
Yeah, but that then also concerned that all those votes are counted. Now, I'm not sure about the situation in Ohio, but certainly in nearby Pennsylvania, with this mail-in ballot, there's some discussion about legal action to try and bring in a cutoff point for the counting of those.
And they shouldn't do that. I mean, anybody that seeks to suppress the vote is a coward, period. Let the people have their say. Most folks will not run for office, and the only opportunity that they get a chance to weigh in is when they vote. And so if you're going to run for office, don't be a coward. Let's count all of the votes and let the chips fall where they may. So I'm really disappointed in that. And then we also know that in Fulton County in Georgia, we have some problems. There was a water main break earlier tonight. And so those votes will be delayed in that count. Now, that county typically goes Democrat. So on that one, it's not about voter suppression or anything, but it is going to be a delay in getting those results in that part of Georgia.
Nina, you've run a historical statewide race in Ohio. You've seen every part of the state. You know it like the back of your hand. Can you tell me what changes has happened in Ohio to get us to where we are today?
Well, you were with me, Sister O, as I finally called you. We are the Buckeye Brown girls. I was so excited that we were going to be together. Be together tonight. I mean, the suffering. President Trump promised that he was going to bring back jobs. He ran a populist campaign in 2016, and nothing can be further from the truth when it comes to looking at what is happening to the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class. So what has changed is that the suffering among that group of people that I just named has increased. And the less than 1% is doing just fine during this pandemic. But the people who have to work for a living, punch a clock for a living, count on hours for a living, are not doing so good.
Well, just one more question, please. The Bernie Sanders coalition, what happened to them in this period with the battle between the White House?
I mean, we're still out there. As you know, Senator Bernie Sanders, a man of his word, he got out there. He's traveled the country on behalf of Vice President Biden. The progressive movement itself, though, understands very clearly that there are two dragons that we have to slay. We have to slay the dragon of neo-fascism first, and then the dragon of neoliberalism second. Short-term danger is neo-fascism. Long-term danger is neoliberalism, which I and many progressives believe gave us President Donald J. Trump. That movement, Sister O, is still in full effect. And should the vice president be, well, whoever wins, but hopefully if the vice president is successful, we're going to have an Operation No Honeymoon going on the progressive side of the ledger. We are not going anywhere. We will continue to fight.
Well, Sister T, Sister O, thank you both very much indeed. Very, very good to talk to you, Nina Turner. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. OK, we're going to go to the neighbouring state we've been mentioning there of Pennsylvania. Sally Lockwood is there for us in Pittsburgh. I've lost count of the counts. Not many votes completed yet in terms of the count. We know it's going to go on for a couple of days, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right, Dermot. Many people who we've been speaking to tonight have all gone home. It's completely deserted now in downtown Pittsburgh because they know they're in for the long haul when it comes to this election. Of the data that we have so far, we can paint a minimal picture, really. We've had some of the counts in from rural areas, which of course favour Donald Trump, and they show a repeat of his performance in 2016, very much still Trump heartland. Around of 95% of the counting is now in places like Forest County, but that only has a voting population of around 3,000 people. In the more highly populated areas like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, where we are, we won't get those results until probably tomorrow at the very earliest. It's sounding like we won't hear how Philadelphia is doing until around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, of course, this is the first election that Pennsylvanians have all been entitled to vote by mail, of course, because of the pandemic. And we understand that around 2.2 million of those ballots still haven't been counted. That's more than 80% of the postal votes. So there's still a lot of work to do. They are working through the night here to try and get those counted as quickly as possible. They've taken on extra staff. They brought in new machinery to help with that counting process. Now, of course, it has been hugely contentious, this postal voting that's taken place in this election. Donald Trump has sought to discredit it. It is more likely to favour Democrats. Democrats are more likely to vote by post. Republicans more likely to vote in person. So while it may seem that Donald Trump may be making some great strides in Pennsylvania in the early stages, it could also turn blue once those mail-in ballots are counted. But one thing that we do know for certain now, looking at this picture tonight, is that it does seem that we are in for the long haul, and it could very much come down to these Rust Belt states that pushed Donald Trump over the line in 2016. And from what we're hearing, it doesn't sound like we're going to get any of those results tonight.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a look at the key developments then so far this evening. And as Sally was saying, it's looking very tight there and long in Pennsylvania. Well, it's still too early and too close to call the overall election. But Republicans in Florida are already celebrating victory with more than 94% of the vote now counted there. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida, well, it's a crucial battleground. It has backed the winner in every presidential election now for 24 years. And the Republicans also have a narrow lead in some other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout there had helped to increase the Democratic vote. Well, it had, but on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead, and now with 81% or so of the vote counted, Donald Trump has a lead of almost 5%. Now, that state is traditionally Republican, last elected a Democratic president in 1976. So Joe Biden is also now behind in the states of North Carolina, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night, but 3/4 of the vote now counted. The Democrats do have high hopes in Arizona, where they have a lead now of more than 8%. Now, the state was last in Democratic hands for the presidency in 1996 with Bill Clinton. We're still waiting for the first state, though, to formally change hands. Key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania could be decisive, could take days to declare. Right, I'm joined now by Lanhee Chen, a fellow at the Hoover Institute and chief policy advisor to Mitt Romney's campaign in 2008. Very good to talk to you, Lanhee Chen. Well, that ended up not going too well for Mitt Romney. What do you see? I mean, with campaign experience, what do you see of significance so far this evening in 2020?
Well, there's a few things. I think it's noteworthy how the president's been able to perform or overperform with Hispanic voters down in Florida. That, I think, will be one of the stories we will be analyzing for many weeks and months to come, which is how Trump was able to perform in the way he did with that demographic. And really, that demographic, I think, was key to him winning Florida. On the other side of the ledger, you have a number of states where I think Democrats felt they had an opportunity. Georgia's the perfect example. Georgia was a state where Democrats thought they could be competitive. It does not appear as though they're going to be anywhere in the ballpark, so to speak, to win Georgia this evening. And I think we'll go back and ask why they thought they had a chance there and what might alter the dynamic. But this whole race, I think, is a lot closer than people anticipated it was going to be coming into election night with all the polling we saw.
Absolutely. Well, shades of 2016 again, because, I mean, and, you know, Joe Biden's got an even bigger lead in the national poll, certainly, than Hillary Clinton had. But do you think then, with that in mind, that it all now focuses on the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt or the Frost Belt, those states?
Absolutely. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, where we thought the focus of this race was going to be all along, that is where this race will be decided. And clearly early on, at least, there are shades of 2016 in terms of how Donald Trump is performing in all three of those states. You may recall 4 years ago, he started off with a lead in those states and never really relinquished it as the evening went on. We're seeing a similar dynamic. Of course, a lot of ballots left to be counted in Pennsylvania in particular. We expect another couple million probably to be counted there. But so far, at least, this is going to be the decisive battleground for this election again, and represents really the political realignment we're seeing in the U.S. with Donald Trump bringing previously solidly Democratic states into the fold as potential Republican victories yet again.
But Donald Trump's still walking a tightrope in terms of that strategy. It was so narrow to be successful in 2016. He's got to hold them all, especially if he should lose a state like Arizona.
That's right. And Arizona does look to be falling into the Biden camp. And you know, we should know here as we get on with the vote counting a bit, but Biden has a strong lead in Arizona. And I think that reflects to a certain degree the changing nature of the Republican coalition. As you noted, Arizona has only voted for a Democrat one other time in the last 70 years. That was Bill Clinton in 1996. So if they go for Biden, it does represent a little bit of a realignment, both in terms of people living in Arizona, but that entire region, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, states that had previously been much more competitive, now appear to be tipping over the Democrats. And it shows you kind of the strategy that Trump has pursued, which is really to drive up his share of support with that non-college educated white vote. That may be the path to success again in those three Midwestern states.
And what's your view then? We're discussing shy Trumpers. We mentioned the polls. I mentioned the overall poll, but it's all down to the state polls. But even there, Joe Biden in these toss-up states, Joe Biden has been further ahead in the polling than Hillary Clinton in the main.
No question. Biden was winning these polls by a much larger margin. I mean, you look at a state like Michigan, it didn't even look competitive at the end with Biden in the polling. Polls are a reflection of assumptions about who will turn out to vote. And pollsters have to do their best job at guessing who's going to be there on Election Day. And clearly what Trump has been able to do in these states is to create electorates that are more favorable to him. He's turning out voters that are going to support him, generally speaking, and frankly, making sure, or not even making sure, but demotivating those who would oppose him potentially. So I think what you're seeing is the makeup of the electorate. In Michigan, it will also be interesting to see there the coronavirus lockdowns. Those are a very divisive issue. And for Trump, he clearly rode this issue in Michigan. He used it to his advantage. And if he does end up winning Michigan, it may be because of the aggressive lockdowns pursued by the Democratic governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
That really is one to watch out for. Lan Hee-chen, thank you very much indeed. Well, I want to talk more to my panelists now, and I just want to broaden it out with you, Kim Darroch, first of all, because I haven't put this question to you, and given it is so finely poised and on a knife edge, what's the international view on who people want to win? Let's start with the United Kingdom. We've been told that it would be problematic for the United Kingdom government if Joe Biden should win.
I think it depends whether you think short term or long term. If you think short term and your priority is a quick free trade deal between the UK and the US, I think you would want or hope for a Donald Trump victory, because if it's a Biden victory, two things can happen. One, Biden might prioritize trade with the Asia-Pacific region or a trade deal with the EU, both much, much bigger markets than the UK. Or two, if the Democrats don't like whatever sort of deal or no deal we strike with the EU, and if they think it puts the Good Friday Agreement at risk, they will simply not go down a trade deal route with us at all, I think. So if that's your priority, then you want Trump. If your priority is America rejoining the Paris climate change deal, rejoining the Iran nuclear deal, and reaffirming its commitment to NATO, and to the Article 5 part of NATO, mutual defence, then you would probably think that Biden is better in the longer term because he believes in all of those things, and a Trump 2.0 wouldn't, I think. So I think there'll be mixed views inside the British government.
What about the European Union then? I suppose the Macrons and the Merkels, Joe Biden.
I think I think you're dead right, Dermot. The Macrons and the Merkels will want Biden to win for a whole range of reasons, starting with Biden is not going to say, as Donald Trump does, that the EU is worse than China. I think he'll return to a more traditional American position, which has been bipartisan hitherto, which is to support European integration and to support the European Union. There will be some European countries, like Hungary, like Poland, that are close to the Trump administration and will hope that Trump gets a second term. But the major countries in the European Union, I think, will be keeping their fingers crossed. Actually probably now biting their fingernails for a Biden victory.
But as we get further afield, we look at Israel, Saudi Arabia, and of course Russia. Donald Trump for them?
Russia, probably, yes. I think so. Israel, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, those Gulf countries, yes, absolutely. They didn't like the Obama administration. They will think that Biden would be like Obama, and they will strongly hope for a Trump victory.
Ashley Koenig, to change tack a little bit here, I want to pick up on that point that Lan Hee-chen was making there. I was fascinated by it about coronavirus, and particularly in reference to Michigan, where, on all the polling, Joe Biden's been way ahead on dealing with coronavirus. It's seen as one of the major issues in this campaign. But Lan Hee-chen, I don't know if it was backed up by the polling, saying in Michigan, where there's been a pretty strict lockdown or lockdowns, could have been fairly unpopular with a section of the community, of the electorate there, and he feels that it may lead to the Republicans holding on there.
Well, what we do know is that COVID has become very much polarized. It was a bipartisan or a nonpartisan issue when it first swept through the United States, and now it's become a highly polarized issue, much like any other issue that America faces. And so now there becomes this pitting against of the economy versus health. And we've already seen some of these numbers in the exit polls. We see that COVID has been continually one of the top issues for voters in pre-election polling, and we see the numbers, how they're bearing out in the exit polls as well. But there could be this contentious debate, this contention between those who feel like the economy needs to move on because they're losing their livelihoods, they're losing paychecks and savings and finances, versus those who want to uphold the health of society and of the public above, the economy and potentially going on more lockdowns. So that kind of state like Michigan, Wisconsin, number one, we're seeing higher cases, we're seeing second waves. Number two, we could see a lot who have been affected economically by COVID not appreciating the lockdowns and obviously wanting to go a different way from the public health route.
Yeah, I mean, on the overall polling, I've got here that 55% of the American people feel that it's been handled badly, and 56% feel that dealing with coronavirus should take precedence over the economy. And Omarosa, I just want to reflect on this. You know, I've been here a few weeks now, but it is strange. Of course, there's been lockdowns and all these measures taken in the United Kingdom, but I've never seen a health issue just been so personally politicised through the medium of mask wearing. I mean, we've been looking at some of the scenes this evening, particularly in Florida at a Republican party there. It was like coronavirus doesn't exist, no mask wearing, no social distancing, and that seems to be a dividing line, a broad dividing line between Democrats and Republicans.
Well, the battle is over the science, whether or not you trust the scientists, the doctors, and the health professionals, or if you believe what Donald Trump is telling you. And I have to tell you, I live in Florida, so I see this every day, where people have made decisions not only to spread their germs to you, but they want to harm others, and they want to exercise their right not to wear a mask, not understanding that the science behind the mask is it protects me, it also protects you. And it has been divisive because we just saw today, First Lady Melania Trump goes to vote and she does not wear a mask less than 2 weeks after her coronavirus diagnosis. It's just shocking.
But is there something, Cordelia, is there something about the American psyche as well? I think, you know, from UK eyes, it's about guns as well. And it's things about your personal rights. There are an element who just say, OK, I pretty much understand the science, but don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, definitely. It speaks to the kind of libertarian political ethos that you have here as well, is that I'm going to do things my own way. And this is a federal system, you know, that states have a right to make their own decisions. And during this pandemic, they have. Donald Trump at times being at loggerheads with some Democratic governors, or very much on side, for instance, the Floridian governor, Ron DeSantis. But time and time again, and I've encountered it on flights when people are refusing to wear masks and having arguments with the air stewards. You know, there is this tension here, and Donald Trump has been, in part, a mouthpiece to it. He's been airing people's grievances, something he did so successfully in 2016. He gave frustrated people a voice. We can see from some of the results tonight is that he's still successfully doing that. He also added this year, I think, very distinctly, his own complaints. He spent a lot of time talking about his own grievances too. But yeah, the mask has become really, really political, very divisive, and it depends where you go in the country as to what reception you get. Walking around here in DC, you're treated like a social pariah if you're not wearing them. I spent time in Louisiana and Georgia, and you know, it's more unusual to see people wearing.
Well, come on down to Jacksonville. You'll see no mask anywhere. No, we're trying. But can we also point out that if we had a national mandate on masks, like many countries around the world do, maybe, just possibly maybe, 230,000 Americans, that wouldn't be the number. Maybe. And
that's something Joe Biden says he will do if elected.
I think it's important to know that.
OK, listen, we've been talking about the preparations for this result, or lack of result, on the streets of many American cities. Here in Washington, D.C., we've seen fences go up around the White House, non-scalable fences, as they're called, and shops and offices being boarded up, and that's happening in quite a few cities around the United States. Demonstrations as well taking place in the Capitol. You may know that my colleague Alex Crawford is amongst some of those demonstrators, and we're hearing some bangs and thumps and drums and whatever, and Alex Crawford is down there and can tell us more about what's going on. Alex, please do enlighten us.
There's quite a few hundred people. They're setting off fireworks. The atmosphere has entirely changed from a couple of hours ago, where we reported there were lots of singing, dancing. There was a lot of actual people singing hymns as well, different activists, a large Black Lives Matter group. But this has got a very different atmosphere now. It's turned quite ugly. Don't seem to have much direction. but there's a huge number of them. I'd say several hundred. Difficult to work out exactly how many. A lot of them are wearing similar black clothes, wearing goggles. Apologise for the bad language that you might be hearing. It's a bit difficult to regulate in a huge crowds like this. A lot of angry people. You can see this lot walking in some sort of formation. They seem to have adopted some of the tactics from the Hong Kong protesters, using black umbrellas to try and shield their identity, very anti-media, shouting at passers-by as well as the media, to using lots of expletives to get us out of the way, stop us from entering their cordon, stop us from filming them. There was an altercation earlier on a very short altercation between the police. There are no police around now, not seen any of them, and these people are several hundred. I mean, you can see, probably if Kevin, my cameraman, just lifts it up a bit, you can see several hundred of them just marauding through the streets, trying to find whatever to go to. Still not clear what their intentions are, but as I say, the atmosphere, quite an ugly one right now, much uglier, very in sharp contrast to what we saw earlier, which was singing, dancing, even praying, very much anti-Trump. But as the results have come in, as it's got later, the atmosphere seems to have changed quite dramatically. And as I say, no clear idea about what they're doing or what their intentions are, but they seem to be intent on doing something, and that may explain why all these businesses and shops have boarded up. They didn't want any violence, they didn't want to take the chance, and these people appear to have pretty much hijacked what was a very happy atmosphere earlier on. I mean, there were families with babies. I saw prams with babies, mothers holding babies in their arms, toddlers. We spoke to a mother with her young son earlier. Now they've all disappeared, and this is all very much black clad, more or less many young people. They appear to be young, hooded, goggles, a lot of them carrying backpacks with umbrellas, firing, letting off fireworks, and not at all worried about the impression they're having on the other citizens in Washington. As I said, using expletives to clear the streets and get them out the way, threatening media if they get in the way, and no sign of any of the authorities. At the moment, they're just being allowed to basically march wherever they want. There was a march route, an area that they were given earlier on for this demonstration, which started at around about dusk, and there were police cordoned off, or positioned, police cars positioned at all the four corners. We haven't seen any of them recently, and certainly there was a very small gaggle of police who were very relaxed much earlier on, and again they seem to have disappeared. There was a police helicopter that was occasionally circling much earlier on before this march started. They seemed to be looking around and trying to pinpoint if there were any hot spots around this area. Haven't heard the helicopter recently, so very difficult to know how long this can be allowed to continue with them just marching through the streets. So far though, no violence, no destruction, nothing of that sort, but a lot of chanting, Black Lives Matter, setting off fireworks, and as I say, not tolerating anyone who they don't believe is part of their band or sympathetic to their their group intent, which is also very unclear. We'll keep monitoring it and let you know if it develops into anything more sinister. Difficult to know at this stage. It could just peter out. We'll keep across it for you.
Okay, Alex, thank you very much indeed for that report. Kim Darroch, just come in on that and tell me what you make of those scenes in downtown Washington, as Alex is describing, peaceful at the moment. A lot of people there, not in any way, shape or form fans of Donald Trump, as we can see from the signs, but there's uncertainty at the moment. So what are your thoughts?
First of all, I think that Alex is a very brave correspondent to be marching with those people with the hostility they are showing to journalists. Second, you're right, Dermot, that it looks peaceful at the moment, but even over a TV screen, there is a sort of ominous tone to the whole thing, and it certainly looks very different from the shots that Alex was showing us a couple of hours ago of a much more party atmosphere. Third point, a lot of Washington landmarks that I know well that you saw in the background just boarded up in preparation for just this eventuality, and that also looks bad and ominous and not the kind of thing you want to see on what should be a celebration of democracy. And the last thing I'd say is you just wonder if the Democrats end up losing this election, whether this just tips over. It just looks like it could, doesn't it? It just looks very, very much on the edge, so it's worrying.
Okay, well, we've also got some images coming in from much further away from the western seaboard there. Seattle, similar type of demonstrations taking place there, became pretty regular in and around that area over the last few months. Again, lots of people, not much going on. The chants, the movements, these are situations that we're monitoring very closely for you. But as we say, at the moment, it is an uncertain situation. This election, this presidential election, is finely balanced. Just want to get Ashley Koenig in on some of the polling on this issue, because, of course, the president made it one of the key planks of his campaign. He was quite straightforward about it. These demonstrators, such as the ones we're looking at, are organised, particularly the Antifa ones, and they are guilty when they do break into violence. It's just a law and order issue. How did that play with the voting public?
So this does bear out in the polling numbers. We see a bipartisan concern for violence, particularly widespread violent protests in cities across the country following the election. About 83% of Republicans feel this way, 88% of Democrats, independents right in the middle at 86%. So polling leading up to Election Day has shown that this is a definite concern. And while there are other aspects in terms of a peaceful transition that do not have as much bipartisan similarities, this does. So whether they're Democrats or Republicans, partisans of all stripes are concerned about what may ensue depending on who wins.
And Cordelia, I mean, on that, we've been reporting, haven't we, on the sales of guns and ammunition to families. Do excuse me, Cordelia, maybe get onto that in a moment, but we are in position to project a very important state, one we've been discussing an awful lot, and it is up there on the Great Lakes, one of those Rust Belt states, as they described it, is the state of Ohio. We are projecting that Donald Trump will take Ohio, will retain Ohio, 53.2% for Donald Trump, 45.3% for Joe Biden. Ominously, perhaps, for Joe Biden, it is a state that has supported the successful candidate for many, many presidential elections. That may well change there, but we're projecting that Donald Trump will hold on to Ohio and those 18 electoral college votes. It is getting tighter and tighter, Cordelia.
It is, but, you know, Ohio, what we are seeing is an interesting trend. Donald Trump appears to have improved on 2016. Now, this was something that the pollsters haven't really given a great deal of credit or credence to, but it suggests there's an expansion of his appeal. He's been able to broaden, to perhaps get more voters registered as well. So for them, this will be a kind of important symbolic victory to say that that Trump train is still going and we're still getting passengers on board. I think it's important, though, to see Ohio as separate to Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. It is trending demographically whiter, righter and older. But nevertheless, Republicans delighted with that tonight.
OK, Cordelia, thank you very much indeed. So Ohio, the projection is that that will be secured once again by Donald Trump. Now then, it's 5 o'clock and another state, one of the last two, has closed its polls. It is Hawaii, and only one more to go in terms of Alaska. Now I want to take you through the key developments so far at the top of the hour. And they are that it's still too early and too close to call, but Republicans in the state of Florida are celebrating victory. More than 94% of the vote has now been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is a crucial battleground. It's backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans are also projected to retain Ohio. That was our projection you've just heard us say, and it's 18 electoral college votes. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout had helped to increase the Democratic vote initially, but on the day, voters have hauled back Joe Biden's lead. And now with 87% of the vote counted in Texas, Donald Trump has a lead of around about 5%. And the state last supported Democrats, for the historians amongst you, in 1976. Now, Joe Biden is also trailing in the state of North Carolina on the Atlantic coast, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night. But now, with 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats still have high hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. Now, this could be significant. Arizona last turned blue, Democratic blue, in 1996. But we are still waiting for the first states to change hands. Well, crowds have gathered at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two scuffles between police and protesters amid uncertainty about the outcome of the election. OK, let's take you through the situation as it stands. There at the top of that graphic, 270 electoral college votes to win the presidency. Joe Biden standing on 192, 78 short. Donald Trump on 132, but a lot still to be decided. Well, our US correspondent Cordelia Lynch is here with me, and we were reflecting just before the top of the hour on Ohio and what that might herald. It was held by Donald Trump from last time round, but you're saying he seems to increase his votes in some sectors of the voting public in Ohio, and what it might herald for those other key states for both candidates around Ohio.
Yeah, and I'm getting some messages from the Trump camp. They're feeling very positive, not just about that symbolic victory in Ohio and the expansion of his vote there, but also places like Kenosha, of course, the site of unrest in the wake of the death of Jacob Blake. They believe that they're doing well there too. So they see a reflection of what's happening in Ohio might be mirrored in those key Rust Belt states as well. But Ohio is quite distinct, so I think we can't draw too much from that yet. But
well, just let me interject. What is distinct about it then? You mentioned that. And I also want to tell you one of my facts here, that the last time a Democrat won the presidency without the states of Ohio and Florida was John F. Kennedy. 1960.
Exactly, long time ago, and why Republicans know that it's absolutely fundamental in their path to victory. Now, potentially another fundamental state is Arizona. They can get a path to victory without it, the Republicans, but at the moment, Arizona is looking shaky for Donald Trump. Now, that's always been reliably Republican. There are key demographic changes, particularly in Maricopa County, a place where I've spent a lot of time. It's the centre of Phoenix as well. You're seeing younger voters, Hispanic voters, and a reminder tonight of why we shouldn't be talking in any broad brushstrokes in any way, because there's a whole tapestry of votes going on here. You know, we saw in Florida Cuban Americans getting behind Donald Trump, it would seem in larger numbers than they did 4 years ago, because some of their concerns are around socialism, that they think that Joe Biden represents that for the future for America. Then you've got Democrats that we know have been focusing on Puerto Ricans and getting the vote out there in Florida. It doesn't seem to have quite happened. But if we go to Arizona, a whole nother thing. You're talking about a border state where concerns about children being locked up in cages, the kind of division around the rhetoric on that has been really deeply felt, particularly young voters I spoke to there. And Arizona is complicated. It's got its own kind of unique political character. I've been speaking to a lot of pollsters there recently who say, just watch it, because you've got a former astronaut, the husband of Gabby Giffords, who was the congresswoman who was shot during the Aurora shooting, you'll recall, doing very well there, very popular.
Mark Kelly.
That's right, Mark Kelly. Things changed from the midterms onwards. So back in 2018, we started to see a shift in what people wanted. It wasn't the kind of traditional Republican platforms, and that's because of new people coming to the state.
OK, well, I want to look in more detail at Arizona and others with Ed Conway in a moment or two, but I want to colour in more of the map for you bit by bit. We are able to do that, and let's show you Virginia. No surprises here, not too very far away from Washington, D.C., chock full of Democrats now, and confirming that we are projecting that Joe Biden will take the state of Virginia, hold on to the state of Virginia, an awfully long time since Republicans were elected there. I don't think that the president even campaigned there at all. Cordelia, of course, can correct me if he did, but we are projecting that Virginia is going as expected to Joe Biden. Now, I mentioned Ed Conway. Well, Ed, got a lot to talk us through then. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, I mean, just most of all, the fact that no one thought this could happen twice, and yet the polls said what they said, and now the numbers seem to be saying what they're saying. When you look at that map and when you look at some of these results, it does look rather different, doesn't it, to what a lot of people were expecting. Come and have a look at Arizona. Still too early to call as far as we're concerned. When you look at the disparity between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, definitely Joe Biden in the lead, but still there is still quite a few, 24% of those votes yet to be counted. Actually, could be more. I mean, there's been incredibly high turnout in this election, so it could take some time before we know for sure. But it's worth just digging down into county-level data and getting a sense of what's going on there, because at least we can judge where Joe Biden is picking up some of those votes. So this is Pima County. There it is, Tucson, Arizona, in Pima County. And what happened last time around, I mean, this typically has gone Democrat in the past, even though the state hasn't. So Hillary Clinton got it last time around. But look at the number, 54.3% for Hillary Clinton, 40% for Donald Trump. Let me take you and show you this time around, 63%. So Joe Biden is picking up a lot of extra votes there. But this is the crucial thing. So 82% of those votes counted. That's still quite a lot yet to come in. And remember, this is a typically, historically Republican state. So, you know, it may well be a bit too early to call that. And you'll remember this pattern. We've seen it time and time again through the night into the morning, where there has been a shift from one party to the other as the early votes have been counted and then those later votes have been totted up. So, for instance, take Iowa. For a while, Joe Biden was comfortably ahead in Iowa. Part of that was because the early votes were counted relatively quickly, and then the on-the-day votes from the Republicans came in, and now Donald Trump in front. Still a fair few votes to be counted, but looking good for Donald Trump in Iowa. Michigan, different story in Michigan, and actually a lot of these Rust Belt states. Trump in the lead at the moment, but less of the vote counted. But it's worth saying, still in the lead. And, you know, these are the states where, which he picked up last time around, which Joe Biden wanted to win back off him. But the suspicion here is that a lot of those early votes are going to be counted later, and they could swing towards the Democrats. So again, can't be too complacent that that's going to end up being the result. But this is the crucial part of the map. We knew it was always going to come down to Pennsylvania in the end, wasn't it? Well, here it is, Pennsylvania. Too early to call still, 56%, 57% for Donald Trump. About half of those votes, the expected votes, counted. And Joe Biden behind, but again, still a long way to go in terms of counting, but looking good for Trump. And here's the thing, actually, Dermot, if you take the big map and colour it in with all of the states that Donald Trump is leading at the moment, he is winning. He gets over the line. If you presume that the Democrats win in Arizona, they get Nevada, the Republicans take Alaska, Democrats always get Hawaii, and Texas goes ruby red as it usually does, red, although there. And then the Democrats do get Minnesota, and they do win Wisconsin, and they do get Michigan. If those are both red, then you know where we are. We're at 269 electoral college votes apiece. It's a tie. And that's mathematically possible right now if Arizona does indeed go the way of the Democrats. We'll bring you all of those numbers. I mean, over here on our virtual White House, we will have that race as it unfolds. But who would have thought the possibility of a tie could still be there? See those bars? That is the race that these two men are on at the moment. They need to get 270 to get into the White House. If it's not 270, if it's a tie, that is an extraordinary moment. It hasn't happened, I think, since 1800, Jefferson. And that could be an extraordinary few weeks. But either way, it promises to be drama upon drama as we learn the results of this election.
Oh, my. Possibility of a tie. Why don't you have 539 electoral college votes? Then you can't have a tie.
Oh, that would be too much like right. And it would take all of the fun of us speculating and trying to hash out the numbers. And so here we are. You still have to get to 270. You've got to claw your way through each one of these battleground states. And we still won't know day after day after day until all of the votes are counted.
Cordelia, what happens if it is a tie? How do they sort it out?
Well, then we're looking at Maine and Nebraska and these congressional districts where they could potentially, the parties, shift this in their favour. So if we're looking, for instance, at Joe Biden, if he were to get Arizona, and he'd also pick up Michigan and Wisconsin, no certainty of that yet, but just talking about possible paths, then he'd also need to get one single electoral vote from Nebraska. And that is why you have seen, Nebraska and Maine we wouldn't normally talk about, but there's been two different strategies by the Biden camp this time. You've seen the kind of moonshots of Texas and Arizona going to these reliably Republican areas to campaign either Joe Biden or his surrogates because they thought they could really kind of change the shape of the race. But also in their back pocket, they knew that this could be really, really tight. And so actually Joe Biden and surrogates have been going to Nebraska.
You mentioned Nebraska. I mean, some of those demographic changes taking place in microcosm around Omaha in Nebraska, aren't they? So that a possibility then for Joe Biden there.
Yeah, exactly. That's where they're kind of banking their bets and hoping. But
in some scenarios, the state legislature makes the decision how to allocate that electoral vote. And so the memos that were sent out by the GOP to the states was focused on the state legislature. And there was a huge push for that effort because they anticipated that it might come down to this.
Well, Ashley Koenig, you can come in on this as well. If it is 269, a tie, how does it formally get sorted out if it stays that way and there's no, faithless electors that then cross sides and it stays that way? Comes down to the House of Representatives, doesn't it?
It does. So eventually we would go to the House, but it's not so simple in terms of we know the House has a Democratic majority and is most likely going to have one in January. It's not that simple. It comes down to the delegations within each state. So it becomes a little bit tricky if we do face a tie and not necessarily a surefire Democratic win.
And uncertainty, Kim Darroch, we've been mentioning that, but of course the American system has anticipated it in the sense that it's not like in the United Kingdom. Once you lose the election, you're turfed out of number 10 by the back door that very evening or the next morning, certainly. The president stays on for 2 and a bit months, nearly 3 months. So if there is uncertainty, there's still a president, there's still someone in charge.
What's that saying, Dermot? Possession is 9/10 of the law? Well, I hope it doesn't mean that in the case of the White House and the president staying on. But yes, you have those that transition period between the election and inauguration day, 22nd of January, when stuff can happen. So I guess this is unknown territory. I don't think it's happened before, but it's pretty extraordinary. And I'm grateful for those on the panel who know what the rules are in this. I must say I had no idea what happened if there was a tie.
But on the overall uncertainty, I mean, certainly we know that financial markets, actually we could bring Ed Conway back on that, that's his other area of expertise, but financial markets, Kim Darroch, they don't enjoy a period of uncertainty, certainly not in the most powerful economy in the world.
Absolutely not. And it's not great for the international community. It's not great for preparations, for example, for the big climate change conference that we're hosting in the UK early next year. It's an opportunity for countries that want to make mischief. You know, one wonders what Putin would make of that kind of vacuum over any sort of extended period. So it's bad news for the international community.
But Ashley Koenig, I mean, as you were saying, we're a very long way away from that potentially happening, the tie 269. I mean, all the focus, it seems now, is moving up into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Rust Belt, and it's not just Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. There's Iowa and Minnesota as well that could be crucial in all this.
Very much so. And also, let's not forget about Arizona. We also talked a little bit about Nebraska's 2nd district. We still have to keep an eye on all of those, but that does not mean we're going to know anything anytime soon, most likely, for the majority of these states. We have a long night, and not even a long night. We have a long, probably few days to a week ahead. Officials have already been reporting in states like Pennsylvania that we may not see official counts until Friday, if not longer.
And Omarosa, just while we're on this subject of up there in the north, I didn't mention Ohio. It's been called for the Republicans.
Yeah, you know, when Nina was on, we talked about that because I understand how much resources, the advertisement, the staff, the messaging that Donald Trump poured into the great Buckeye State, and it certainly paid off. While Biden's team decided not to have people on the ground, to play it very safely and do a virtual campaign strategy. And now we're seeing what the payoff between the two.
Well, things are so finely balanced at the moment. It is just so exciting. I've got to take you through now these finely balanced, these battleground states where the result of this election, well, they all rest on these states. Arizona, first of all, we've been mentioning that. And Joe Biden with a 53.6 to 45.0 lead there over Donald Trump in Arizona, a traditionally Republican state. 76% of that vote in, 24% still to count. Florida. Always a close race in Florida, but this is the situation as it stands with only 4% of the vote left to count. And it looks unlikely, certainly the Republicans think so, that Joe Biden will be able to make up that deficit, 47.8 to 51.2 in favor of Donald Trump in Florida, and its mighty 29 electoral college votes going along with it. Let's look at the other ones where it is still very much in the balance, and perhaps nowhere more so than in Pennsylvania, creeping up there in terms of the number of votes they've managed to count, 57%, but making it very clear that the counting is going to go on certainly tomorrow and maybe for a couple more days. But a pretty healthy lead on that count so far for Donald Trump, 56.5 against 42.2. Could be absolutely critical, the state of Pennsylvania, in the ultimate outcome. Looking at North Carolina, as you may have seen as we described early on, polls closed pretty early on there this evening. What a long evening it's been, what a dramatic evening. And an early lead there for the Democrats has now been overhauled with nearly all the votes counted, 95%, 48.7 now for Joe Biden and Donald Trump there. The Republicans are on 50%, looking possible that they'll hold on then to North Carolina. Just south of North Carolina, not South Carolina, that one, Georgia. Well, again, similar profile there. Polls closed, was amongst the first where the polls closed, and early hopes there, early indications for the Democrats. But what's happened here, all this early voting that's been going on, what seems to have happened is a majority of them were Democrats. They got counted early. The Democrats got their noses in front. Then the on-the-day voting, people who turned up in person on November the 3rd, they tended more towards the Republicans. Perhaps that is the situation in Georgia and indeed in some other states. And there we are. It's traditionally a Republican state and may stay that way, but still 20% of the vote to count. 53% to Donald Trump, 45.8% to Joe Biden. Another one to show you. And there it is. It's Wisconsin. Wisconsin won by a whisker by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. 67% in, 51.6% for Donald Trump, 46.7% for Joe Biden. Wisconsin's absolutely critical as well to the hopes of both men. And on those hopes of both men, Joe Biden, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, let's make it explicit, is expected to make a statement in about, 10 minutes time at 5:30. Let's see if we can get more on that, because Greg Milam is very much nearby in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden lives, where he's headquartered for this most dramatic of evenings. And tell us more then about this expected statement, Greg.
Yeah, we were told he'd speak at about 5:30. That it may not be quite as soon as that, but you can see behind me that the cars have been allowed in. The drive-in crowd is ready to hear him speak on that stage. Of course, they were hoping that what they'd hear would be a victory speech tonight. They may well be disappointed in that respect, because of course some of the places they hoped they would see victory that would make a decisive mark in this race haven't gone the way they hoped. But we're told that Joe Biden will talk about patience with the vote count. He will also talk about his confidence in the vote, and very much their focus is still on those Midwestern states that we've been talking about tonight, and it seems for weeks, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. They are very confident in those three states, and in particular, even though he trails at the moment in the count, in particular those early votes which have not been counted yet, they believe they will fall his way, and that blue wall that turned red in 2016 will fall his way. Now, you could say they would say that. They have to express that confidence. They're also looking at Arizona, which he holds a healthy lead at the moment. They believe that will be enough to push him towards the presidency, although, of course, the key thing is it will take some time to count, particularly those votes in the Midwest. We know that could well be into tomorrow and beyond before those votes are all counted and the results are declared. They're also still looking at Georgia, because they believe there are lots of votes around Atlanta, big areas where they believe they'll do well that haven't been counted. They haven't written that off yet, but certainly their hope that Florida would deliver a big win, or North Carolina, or success in Ohio would give them a landslide in effect tonight. They haven't materialized, but it feels a little bit flat here, not surprisingly, because of the way these Biden events have been held in COVID times. But he will urge those followers here and around the country to keep the faith with what might happen in this election, and certainly not to accept defeat here. They believe they have a very good chance in those key states that will be enough to take him past 270.
OK, stay with us, Greg, because we're going to keep an eagle eye on that expected statement from Joe Biden. Cordelia, I put you on the spot here. I'm so glad I'm surrounded by such a brains trust. What would you say at this point if you're Joe Biden?
Well, look, I think you want to get ahead of the narrative. You want to try and spin something positive. You want to reassure people watching that they just need to wait and sit this out. Their time will come, because they've got days of waiting in critical states. You want also probably to hint at a state where you see some good news evolving. I think I can expect probably a bit of messaging around Arizona. I think the team will be bolstered by that, and they know symbolically taking that away from the Republicans is an important thing. But, and it's a bit but, you know, that kind of Rust Belt, that is not ironclad for Joe Biden, and it is not
See what you did there.
guaranteed, not deliberately, I promise. And so without that, he's looking very shaky. I mean, we can see Donald Trump replicating a lot of his 2016 victories. What has Joe Biden done, we will have to see, to expand his result, because we've heard a lot about suburban women.
Well, speaking of 2016, I mean, to contrast this between Hillary Clinton, who refused to come out, who didn't make a statement until the next day, Joe Biden is getting out, he's communicating, he's also anticipating that Donald Trump talked about declaring victory early on. He's not going to cede the stage to Donald Trump to do what he wants with his message. He's going to get out ahead, set the tone with positive messages, send some reassurance to people who are a bit shaky, very nervous, and have high levels of anxiety, and see what happens.
Yeah, Kim Darroch, do you go along with that? I mean, is that really what you think the strategy is? It's to head Donald Trump off at the pass, get the first word in there, because we kind of were thinking the one scenario was that Donald Trump would be first out of the traps making a statement.
Yeah, it is unexpected that Biden's going to hit the microphones first. I think he has to strike a balance between sounding calm and sounding confident without sounding overconfident or sounding like he's sure it's in the bag or something. I think he can do it, but just needs to be careful to not sound like he's sort of overstating how strong his position is, because there's a huge amount that can still go wrong for him.
But Ashley, I mean, it's really got to be a holding statement, hasn't it? Because fundamentally, you cannot contradict what the results are or what the results will be. It doesn't matter how confident you sound. If you don't win a state, you don't win a state.
No. Yes.
Right, exactly. And I would say also, if we remember in 2016, the writing was kind of on the wall somewhat earlier in the night for Clinton, and we have very little writing on the wall right now. So this is a placeholder. This is, as we've been saying, to get out in front of President Trump, to make sure that illusion of a Trump victory narrative is not put forth, especially since there are so many votes yet to be counted, and we know it's going to take a long time.
Yeah. Cordelia, looking at that shot there in Wilmington, Delaware, it's extraordinary, isn't it? It's coronavirus. It's a drive-in rally. You kind of expect to see, it's kind of 1950s scene, isn't it? You expect to see some Lindy Hoppers and a big screen
and a similar
like that.
Scene as we saw at the end of his DNC week as well, when the Democrats had their week of campaigning. You saw him and his wife, Jill Biden, take to the stage with Kamala Harris and her partner as well. But these are the kind of remarkable optics that we're now in, that we've become so used to, a kind of split screen year of campaigning where Joe Biden's had lots of these kind of cautiously spaced out affairs, often a little bit lackluster. I think we'll probably hear quite a lot of horn beeping this time round and some enthusiasm. You would expect that on a night as pivotal as tonight. But there's been a lot of questioning around Joe Biden's strategy, whether it was too much of a risk, him being so prudent, spending so much time in the basement. I mean, I've been hitting the road in the past a couple of months in places like Pennsylvania, even in Delaware, actually. I met quite a few young people that said, kind of worry, he needs to get out on the road, he needs to not literally press the flesh, because you can't do that right now, but how we will view his approach to things will be fascinating to see, because Donald Trump just didn't really change his approach at all.
The thought occurs on that, though, Omarosa. Boy, didn't Donald Trump make an issue of that. I mean, he's only 4 years younger than Joe Biden, but it was Doddery Joe, Bunker Joe, he needs a sleep. I mean, might some of that actually have hit home?
Well, certainly he's trying to kind of play off of this hyper male energy that I'm tougher than even the virus. And here's little Biden folding to the experts, folding to the science, and adhering to the guidelines of his own CDC. It's kind of crazy.
Just want to alert people, perhaps just joining us, who knows, some people may just be getting up to see if there's a result in this most dramatic of elections. How dare you not have stayed with us throughout the night? It's all right, it's forgiven. You actually haven't missed very much. Well, you have. You've missed 10 awful lot of interesting analysis, but no result, and no result expected. But there at the bottom of your screen, Joe Biden expected to make a statement shortly. Our understanding is it slipped a bit. It was going to be around about past. It might be in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Ashley Cunning, I just want to continue with you, and we'll look at these scores, as we're calling them so far, this race to 270, the Electoral College vote that's required to get your hands on the keys to the White House or retain them in Donald Trump's case. 136 for Donald Trump at the moment, 205 for Joe Biden. He's only 65 short, but everything seems a little bit stuck at the moment. And Ashley Cunning, what I wanted to ask you about was the mathematics, the arithmetic of all this. And we're talking, and the Democrats are certainly talking about something of an upset, a turnover for them in a state like Arizona. Now it's 11 electoral college votes. It doesn't really change much then in the upper Midwest. They still got to get at least 2 of those 3 states that they lost to Donald Trump in 2016. They've got to get them back.
Yeah, most certainly. But again, Trump's chances for the Electoral College significantly decrease if Biden can clinch Arizona. So Arizona is looking more and more key here, even as we move into the upper Midwest, to make sure Biden gets those as well. Arizona could be a nice, good early indication. And of course, a state that flips, our first state that would be flipping for the night, for Biden, it would be a good feather in his cap to at least go through the next few days with, as we are counting even more consequential states like Pennsylvania.
But, I mean, just in terms of its geographical and demographic makeup down there in Arizona, would anything that's going on there translate into the situation in those Rust Belt states? Isn't Arizona, just because it's closer, more aligned with states like Nevada and Colorado that have turned blue over the years?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? They're in completely different geographic regions. And in Arizona, we see a higher percentage of Latino voters. We see an influx of different demographics, younger professionals. And we know that if we're talking about the Rust Belt, if we're talking about those 3 key states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, we're probably talking about a lot more white voters. We're talking about urban areas that Biden could turn out potentially Black voters. And we're talking about suburban and non-college educated. We're talking about lots of different pockets in that Rust Belt that may not exactly be mirrored in Arizona.
Okay, well, let's update everyone. Joe Biden's expected to make a statement shortly. That's all I can tell you. Perhaps in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. It's going to be well worth listening to. It'll give us a real sense of how the Democratic camp, the core of the Democratic camp, see these results so far. But let's take you through the key developments so far in this evening. All states now, all the polls have closed. The counting well underway, and there's still too early and still too close to call in Florida, but Republicans are already celebrating victory there. More than 94% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida, of course, always a crucial battleground. It's backed every winner in every single presidential election since Bill Clinton in 1996. The Republicans are also projected to retain the state of Ohio, and with it 18 electoral college votes. That will give Donald Trump some cause for optimism. Do you know what? John F. Kennedy was the last president to win the White House without Ohio and Florida back in 1960. But with 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats still have some hopes, high hopes indeed, of winning Arizona, as we were just discussing there. They have a lead now of more than 8%. Now, the history on this one is that it was last Democrat in 1996. If it does go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of this evening and of the morning to change hands. So far, they've all stayed the same. There are also indications that another traditionally Republican state, Georgia, could be competitive, but key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, the count goes on. Okay, well, there we see the scenes on the streets here in Washington, D.C. Crowds gathering at what's been called Black Lives Matter Plaza in downtown Washington, and in some other cities dotted around the United States, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two small scuffles between police and protesters because perhaps this uncertainty about the outcome of this election. Let me show you what the situation is as it stands. It takes 270 electoral college votes to win out of 538. That's half plus one. That's the minimum required to take the White House. Joe Biden is in the 200s. He's 65 short, though. Donald Trump on 136. Well, as we await Joe Biden's statement, let's check in with Sally Lockwood in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. And we're all looking at it. So we started out the evening, we were right about one thing, weren't we? Just how crucial Pennsylvania is going to be, Sally.
That's right, Dermot. It's going to be a nail-biting few days here. People certainly pacing themselves here in Pittsburgh tonight. Most have gone home knowing that they won't necessarily hear this result until as late as Friday. But of course, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, those three very key battleground states, we don't have results for them yet, but we are keeping a very close eye on them. And they're showing a very similar picture at the moment, favouring Donald Trump. More than half of the votes counted in each of those three states so far. But make no mistake, it is far too early to call it. In those three key battleground states, it's predominantly rural areas that have been counted first. Those areas where Donald Trump, the billionaire, came along in 2016 and connected with blue-collar voters, blue-collar workers who felt disenfranchised by the political establishment. He won them over with the promise of jobs and prosperity. Well, it does seem that he is holding that very powerful connection he has with those voters. But the very populated centres like Pittsburgh, like Philadelphia, they haven't been counted yet. And it's really important to remember that the margins that Donald Trump has in these three key battleground states are tiny. They're down to the tens of thousands of votes. So once those populated areas are counted, and we're not expecting that to happen until tomorrow, and once the postal votes are counted, that really could blow these states blue. Now, to give you an idea, 8 of the counties in Pennsylvania won't even begin to start counting those mail-in ballots until tomorrow. In-person voting is generally counted first, followed by the postal votes, which do favour Democrats. Democrats are much more likely to vote by mail than Republicans, and Donald Trump is all too aware of that, and he has sought to undermine the integrity of postal voting throughout this campaign. Also now potentially going to challenge the mail-in ballots and when they are counted in the courts, because the Supreme Court did rule that here in Pennsylvania, any mail-in ballots that arrive up to 3 days after the election can still be counted, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November or before. We are expecting Donald Trump to challenge that because, of course, he knows that those postal votes could make all the difference. And, of course, we're waiting to hear from Joe Biden. No doubt he will be keeping a very close eye on these three states, and he may want to reset the messaging for tonight. Donald Trump is looking like he's doing very well, but he will want to remind people that these three key states could really change things. We won't necessarily know the results tomorrow, but we will know them in the coming days. It's going to be potentially painful, certainly prolonged, and we're going to need patience.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. As you say there, Joe Biden expected to make some kind of statement there in Delaware, coming up to 20-1 in the morning here. And Greg Milam is on the scene for us. Greg, any more on what Joe Biden might be saying?
Well, as you can see, the Biden motorcade has just arrived here at this convention centre where the stage is set for him to make those remarks. It won't be the victory speech that those who are here honking their horns in appreciation wanted to hear, but we know it is going to be a speech in which he projects confidence in this result. He's, according to his campaign, going to urge patience with the vote counting that is still going on. And in particular, he's going to express confidence with what's happening in those three states. You were just talking about one of them, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Confidence that they will have the votes in those three states. But of course, it will take some time before the counting is done in those 3 states, and it will be tomorrow and beyond before we get the results. But they are still confident, even though there hasn't been that knockout victory that so many people expected, that landslide victory in somewhere like Georgia. They believe with those 3 states and what's happening in Arizona as well, which would be a state that they flip, they believe that this is still within reach for Joe Biden, even though there has been something of a flat mood, certainly here tonight. I mean, it's hard to judge when it's a drive-in
Greg, I'm just
rally,
going to cut you off for a moment or two. We'll be back with you in a moment. Sorry, Greg, because Florida, the crucial state of Florida, I think people had worked it out already, given the scenes of celebration we'd seen amongst the Republicans there. But we can now project that Donald Trump will win Florida, and quite comfortably, given how narrow Florida normally is. That's a bigger margin if it stays that way. Still 4% of the vote to count. If it stays that way, that's a bigger margin than he won by in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. 51.2% for Donald Trump, 47.8% for Joe Biden there. 5.2 million or so for Joe Biden, 5.6 for Donald Trump. And just Cordelia Lynch is with me here, and of course reported extensively and travelled extensively in Florida over the years and during the course of this campaign. It seems a long time ago now that the Democrats had some pretty solid hopes there, didn't they?
They did have some solid hopes. You know, they thought that a changed electorate was going to potentially deliver big leads. I mean, they were very, very reticent to use the landslide word, but they would have hoped, I think, at this stage to have some kind of major reversal of fortunes. They haven't yet got that, but let's see where Arizona takes us. You know, I've been to Florida a lot. I think what is interesting is quite mixed, really. We looked at the elderly vote. Places like Sumter County, home to the Villages, the largest retirement community in the United States, where a lot of people ride golf carts, and there were signs for the first time ever of, you know, lots of Democrat golf carts, not your typical Trumpian Republican ones. But that's small numbers. You know, we're not talking about massive changes here, which is kind of what Joe Biden needed to push him over the edge in Florida.
An increased turnout there as well. And I mean, I'm just doing maths in my head. So I said there, I think by recall, Hillary Clinton lost by just over 1% or something. It was 112,000 votes. And look at those vote totals there. Well, Donald Trump's increased that.
And you know why? He got an absolute shellacking in places like Miami-Dade, Joe Biden. He hasn't been able to expand in the way that Hillary Clinton was successful with Latino voters there. That hasn't transpired with him. And actually, thinking back to my travels just sort of 3 weeks ago, we went to Kissimmee in Florida, and we were speaking to Puerto Rican voters because we were told by the Biden campaign that that's where they were hoping to achieve success. And of about 20 people I spoke to there, a lot of them seemed a little lukewarm about Joe Biden.
I'm hearing that Joe Biden is appearing. Let's listen into former Vice President Joe Biden.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon?
John Carney.
Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Well, there we are. Joe Biden, candidate Biden, still saying he's very confident, very much in the race in terms of the states he identified there. Arizona, very confident about that. He said still competitive in Georgia. Florida's gone, though. That has just been projected for Donald Trump. Minnesota, predicted to hold on there. Joe Biden says he'll take back Wisconsin and Michigan and take Pennsylvania. Now, if all that happened, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? If all that happened, then he would win the presidency. But there's a long, long way to go. So Greg Milam is on the scene there. Fairly short statement from Joe Biden, just really rallying. Oh, a bit more from Joe Biden. I think it's another thank you. Greg, come in there. I mean, a short statement and simply a holding statement, rallying the troops, nil desperandum.
Yeah, he actually came back just to say he'll be speaking more tomorrow, which I guess is not surprising. Yeah, I think a 3-minute speech, which was an attempt to, if you like, encourage the faithful who are here and around the country who've seen tonight not the landslide that they were hoping for. They've seen states they hoped they would win go to Donald Trump, but encouraging those supporters that they still believe there's a path to win. And he says we're on track to win this election because they do believe, as he talked about there, that in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those 3 key states, that when all of those early votes are counted, they will fall his way. That is why they're confident. They're also confident about Arizona. So although there wasn't that knockout blow, that real surprise state that would have carried them over the line tonight and would have turned this into the victory rally that they wanted to see here, they believe there is still a reason for confidence. And I think he's roused a crowd that, when it did turn up here, was pretty flat. Had seen what had happened tonight, feared a repeat of 2016. I think he wanted to rouse them, keep them enthused into tomorrow. However long it takes to count those votes, he says, he believes, and I think they believe here, that this still will be a victorious election for Joe Biden. But I don't think anyone is completely confident that could be the case with Donald Trump's performance in many states tonight and the lead he has in some of those Rust Belt states at the moment.
Okay, well, Joe Biden making the statement there. The riposte coming almost at the same time from the president. Guess how he did it? Yes, through Twitter. Donald Trump has just tweeted, "We are up big," but they, the Democrats, are trying to steal the election, in capital letters on steal. "We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Now, that is presumably a reference to this situation in the state of Pennsylvania. We've been said that's going to be crucial all evening. 20 electoral college votes there. And the situation as it stands in Pennsylvania is that as long as these postal ballots, these mail-in ballots, are received with a postmark by polling day, by the 3rd of November, they can still be counted. They can still arrive. They can still arrive to be counted and counted well into next week. Well, the president trying to stop all that. He's now saying, as you heard there, let me repeat it, that the Democrats are trying to steal the election, that votes cast after the ballots close should not be counted. Cordelia Lynch. So it comes to pass. I mean, this is one of the scenarios that I think everyone hoped wouldn't happen, but not necessarily going to happen. But that is the situation. Donald Trump setting himself up there to say, right, we're ahead in Pennsylvania, and they are in the moment. I think there's only...
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Killen. I have my own medical practice, and I've been using Doodly now for a few weeks to create these really fun videos to share with patients, prospective patients on social media.
Hi, I'm Brad Callen, and in this video, I'm going to show you how anyone can quickly and easily create doodle videos, just like the one you're watching right now, using Doodly, our drag and drop doodle software that allows anyone, regardless of tech skills, to create highly engaging professional doodle videos in a matter of minutes. Because doodle videos are fun and engaging, they can get you more clicks, likes, shares, and most importantly sales than any other type of video. Which is why Doodly is now the video tool of choice for over 150,000 businesses all over the world, in virtually every industry and profession that you can imagine. Doodle videos are perfect for marketing, teaching, fundraising, personal use, and even inspiring others. After all, one of the keys to a successful video is to capture your audience's attention and keep it for an extended period of time. And since you're still watching this video, you already know how great doodle videos are at doing just that. Not only are doodle videos incredibly captivating, but research shows that they massively boost learning and memory retention. As a result, viewers really absorb your message, making your videos that much more impactful. And even better, doodle videos can make complex or boring subjects fun and easy to understand. So let me quickly show you how simple and easy Doodly makes it to create an interesting professional video. Alright, here I am inside the Doodly software, which is available for Mac and PC. You'll notice that you can choose the style of your video, selecting from whiteboard, blackboard, greenboard, glassboard, and for more advanced users, you can even use a green screen background, giving you lots of control over the video style. In this example, let's create a nice looking whiteboard doodle video. You'll notice that Doodly makes it super easy to create your own doodle videos with done-for-you scenes, hundreds of characters, a huge selection of props and images, royalty-free music, and even text. And for the ultimate in customization, you can even upload your own images, fonts, props, and music. Now to create a doodle video, it's really simple. First, I'll add a headline to get people's attention, then center it before adding a character. I like this one. And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and add a prop too. I'll resize everything and voila! We have Steve reading a book on his chair. For the next slide, I'm going to do something a little different. Instead of adding a character or prop, I'm going to use one of Doodly's super convenient done-for-you scenes. So I'm going to simply drag and drop the scene I want right into my video. As you can see, Doodly is so easy to use that anyone can make doodle videos, even if they have zero tech or design skills. If you can click or drag your mouse, you can create a professional doodle video in a matter of minutes. Not only is creating a doodle video that simple, but we also have a bunch of really cool settings available too. Doodly allows you to customize your video with real hands, cartoon hands, or none at all, seeing transitions with even camera panning, and our smart erase mode to provide the realistic feel that you're looking for. And with just a couple of mouse clicks, you can also easily switch between different doodle video types at any moment. I'll change the doodle video I just created from whiteboard to blackboard in less than 5 seconds. Plus, you can even record a voiceover directly inside Doodly or add background music by simply choosing from our huge royalty-free music library. And of course, you have the option of uploading your own audio and image files as well. You can also select how long it takes the hand to draw something, so scenes, characters, and props are timed perfectly to your voiceover, should you choose to use one. Oh, and one more thing. When you upload your own image, using our enhanced Doodle Draw technology, you can make cool draw paths like this to teach Doodly exactly how you want to draw your imported images. And when you're done, you can preview your video before exporting it to a variety of formats, sizes, and qualities right to your computer, and you're ready to go. As you can see, doodle videos do an incredible job of educating, entertaining, and selling, making them one of the best investments you can make in your business. And that's especially true right now. The going rate for professional doodle video creation is anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 to have someone make a video similar to the one that I just showed you. But with Doodly, anyone can create a doodle video regardless of tech skills and experience. meaning you can make dozens of doodle videos without paying ridiculously high fees to professional design firms. If you were to visit the Doodly.com homepage right now, you'd see the regular price for Doodly is an ongoing monthly payment, which adds up to $468 per year. But since you've landed on this limited time special promotion page, you can get your copy of Doodly right now for a one-time $67 payment. No monthly fees forever. And you'll even have access to all the free feature updates we offer our Doodly users, which is typically once every week. This special promotional price won't last forever, so to lock in this one-time $67 payment with zero monthly fees forever, go ahead and click or tap on the button next to this video to claim your copy of Doodly today. And we look forward to welcoming you to the Doodly family.
Timing is everything. It's making the right trade at the right time with the right partner. It's trusting our 37-year heritage. Spread betting and CFD trading on over 12,000 global markets. City Index, your advantage.
Do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Being told that Twitter has taken that down. No doubt the president, well, he says he's going to make a statement. No doubt he'll let us know his views on that. Ashley Koenig, just on these paths to power, of course, well, one of them has to win, whether it takes the courts or whatever to decide, but it still can be decided in the next few hours, next couple of days or whatever. And you were saying earlier that you think Arizona might be the key, but the scenario in terms of the arithmetic is that even if Arizona did go Democrat, there's still a lot of work to do with states like Michigan and Wisconsin for Joe Biden.
Very much so. We can't discount the Midwest and Pennsylvania as well. Even if he gets Arizona, again, it lowers President Trump's chances of cinching the Electoral College, but it doesn't completely count the president out. So Arizona is still key. We know that Georgia is still a toss-up and different things going on there with ballot counts. So these are still crucial states, especially with Florida knocked out, Ohio knocked out, and us not knowing about Pennsylvania for what will be probably days.
Cordelia, on the president's tweets, I mentioned there that during the campaign, Twitter have been so careful. I mean, all the social media companies have been much more careful during this campaign, haven't they? But Twitter especially, those allegations about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, they treated those with kid gloves. They've really annoyed the president.
Yeah, there was a certain degree of them then rowing back on that initial move to remove the posts about the New York Post article regarding Hunter Biden, where he was accused of nefarious foreign dealings. But yes, overall, a real clampdown, because I think they saw in themselves in 2016 a failure, really, to acknowledge the misinformation that was being bandied around and now from the president's own office. Because let's be really clear about this, there is no widespread evidence of fraud when it comes to the electoral process, and yet that is something that he has been touting, telling his supporters, and now it's occurring at a critical time, active in the whole processing of these votes, and public sentiment, faith in the system matters. These kind of narratives can build, they can shape the course of the election going forward. It's sort of the disaster scenario for everyone, really, to see this race descend into a back and forth between the candidates. Donald Trump suggesting, because he's not firmly in the lead, that we can't trust whatever happens from here on in.
Yeah, and the battle taking place on social media. We are told, I'm hearing that Joe Biden has tweeted. I wonder if we can have a look at that. Well, let's say not as explosive as the president's. It's simply that. Keep the faith, guys. We're gonna win this, more or less, a shortened version of what Joe Biden said on that platform in Wilmington, Delaware just a few minutes ago. He's trying to keep the spirits up. Wait and see.
He's trying to, but he's going to have to be a little less generic over the next 48 hours going forward. I mean, the legal teams will be readying themselves now, and I saw an interview with the head of Joe Biden's legal defense, if you like, saying that they were primed, they were kind of ready on the tarmac if they needed to go to the places.
A SWAT team.
You can be sure as hell that they are going to be flooding Pennsylvania tomorrow. They'll be looking at Michigan and Wisconsin as well. They can't afford to lose those races essential to both men. And so we're seeing legal teams of a size we have never seen before. It's going to make 2000 in Florida look paltry. And really, it's interesting. I was listening to an analysis this morning from someone that said, look, probably the worst case scenario, but the least likely, is that you have mini Floridas across the country. It's not inconceivable now, looking at the night like it is tonight.
Indeed. Well, let's see. Let's update ourselves. It's 6 o'clock in the UK. Just turned it 1 a.m. here in Washington. What a long night it's going to be here. And the polls, the last polls in Alaska, have closed. So that makes all 50 states now where the polls have closed, and including Washington, D.C. Let me take you through the key developments, and plenty of them, of this extraordinary evening so far. Joe Biden has just said that he believes he is on track to win the presidential election, and he told his supporters to keep the faith. With 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats have hopes of winning the state of Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. Arizona was last won by the Democrats in 1996. If it does go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of the night to actually change hands since 2016. Now, the president has tweeted, "We are up big. They are trying to steal the election," probably with reference to the state of Pennsylvania. Now, the president is projected to retain the state of Florida and 29 electoral college votes. Republicans didn't wait to celebrate, though, as they watched those votes, their lead begin to build. Now, with more than 96% of the vote in Florida counted, Donald Trump has an unassailable lead of more than 3 percentage points. Florida, of course, one of the key battlegrounds. It's backed every winner in every presidential election since 1996. The Republicans are also projected to hold on to Ohio and its 18 electoral college votes. That'll give Donald Trump cause for optimism. More historical facts for you. JFK was the last president to win the White House without Ohio. Back in 1960, Ohio normally gets it right, in other words. And crowds have been gathering at what's been called Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been 1 or 2 scuffles between police and protesters with this uncertainty about the outcome of the presidential election. And this is the situation as it stands. You may be aware, let me remind you, it takes 270 electoral college votes to win or retain the White House. Joe Biden is on 205, 65 shy. Donald Trump on 171, 99 short. A long way to go. Let's talk to our US correspondent Cordelia Lynch. So it's stuck and the war of words has begun.
Yeah, this is something that so many feared, and it appears already to have transpired. Donald Trump pouring doubt on the legitimacy of the process, calling an election being potentially stolen. There is no widespread evidence of fraud whatsoever. We've seen in many states, many counties, people at pains to remind people of that, but not across the political spectrum. There is evidence of votes, for instance, being suppressed, a lot of concern in states like Texas and Georgia around that. But what we can now buckle up for is a huge legal battle between the two teams and getting ahead of the narrative, trying to shape public opinion around that will be critical. But Donald Trump here, really, undermining it from the very start, even though we knew what would happen in Pennsylvania and Marissa. We knew these would take days to count, right?
You know, my first job in the White House was Vice President Al Gore's advance and scheduling person. And we ended up in a scenario where the election was not decided on election night. In fact, you all know Gore versus Bush ends up at the Supreme Court. This is a painful reminder for myself and other Americans that we could end up 36 days not knowing who the president is. Remember the dangling chads, the hangling chads in Florida? I was a young political in the middle of all of this craziness. And so when you start talking about lawyers, it makes me very nervous.
Well, now it might be about the matching signatures. Listen, I want to check in with Greg Milam in Delaware there, where Joe Biden made that statement a short time ago. So, Greg, as we're hearing from Joe Biden, still very confident.
Yeah, he is, and it's clear that the faithful who came here in their cars, of course, for a drive-in rally and are now driving back out again, they're pretty confident as well. I think there was a feeling earlier on in the evening, a little bit of a flat mood here, actually, when they saw some of those states they hoped would fall his way, and the possibility of that landslide that they dreamed of disappearing. I think they felt a bit flat, and I think that brief speech by the former Vice President, has enthused them that there is still a path to this victory, and that those three states, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, which may take a few days to deliver their final count, are still a possibility for him to become the next president, and particularly with what's happening in Arizona. So I think they're confident. They know it's going to be a protracted battle. He said it's not for Donald Trump or for him to decide this election, is for the voters. He has said repeatedly in the last couple of days that Donald Trump is not going to steal this election, which of course is what Donald Trump is accusing the Democrats of tonight on Twitter. His campaign has not been worried, or has projected not being worried about any of these shenanigans by either campaign. They believe the votes that have been cast will be counted, and they believe those votes will be enough in those three states to take him to the White House.
And Greg, to make sure those votes are counted, they've got their legal legions poised.
Yeah, they lawyered up. They lawyered up months ago. And they've been fighting cases actually over the last few days that have generally fallen down in Texas and in Pennsylvania as well. Some of the challenges that were being made by the Republican Party have been defeated in the courts already in favor of the Democrats. So they're pretty confident that that would happen as they move forward in this process, if it does end up in the courts. In the end, they believe that the fact that people have cast votes that should be counted, the logic of that and the democratic right in all of that will outweigh any of those challenges. But we can see from that presidential tweet tonight exactly what many had feared and many had expected, that challenge, that questioning of the process would come from Donald Trump, even though it's always been the case that it has taken time for those votes to be counted, and the projections that happen on the night then have to be borne out by the actual vote count. That has always taken a number of days. It no doubt will. This time it's different because of the amount that were posted in or cast early, but I think we've got a taste in those few moments as Joe Biden was speaking and Donald Trump was tweeting. We got a sense of what the next few days are going to look like.
Yeah, and Greg, you mentioned that tweet, and as you can see there on your screen, our viewers there, that Twitter have intervened to say some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. Well, guess which bit is disputed, that they are trying to steal the election, and indeed that the Republicans are up big. Omarosa, how much traction does that have with those core Trump supporters, that there's illegality going on here, that the Democrats are trying to steal the election? I mean, it's not like Florida at the moment. They're not contesting individual ballots here. This is just the process that normally takes place in some states. It takes longer to count postal votes, doesn't it?
Do you mind if I real-time fact-check that tweet? If you are in the line when the polls close, by law, you are allowed to vote. That's why that tweet was flagged. Not just because his accusations of them trying to steal the vote, but particularly that element, which would discourage someone if they read that, who may get out of the line and think what the president said is factual. So that's very dangerous.
Yeah, but that is the point, Kim Darroch, isn't it? That we're not in those Florida 2000 legal weeds yet, in terms, as I say, of picking up ballots and questioning them and questioning about signatures and the rest of it. Just hold on a minute. You can come in on that, but we're just going to project Texas, the state of Texas, which for a while the Democrats imagined might be going their way even, but not to be. Texas, solidly Republican Texas, stays that way. Joe Biden closed the gap a little bit, I think, from 2016, but the projection is that Donald Trump takes it 52.3 to 46.2 for Joe Biden. And, well, he absolutely needs those 38 electoral college votes, the second highest number of electoral college votes in the United States. He needs those. They've gone in his column, puts him ahead, as you can see in the bottom left of the screen there, puts him ahead now of Joe Biden on 209, 61 electoral college votes required for Donald Trump to hold on to the presidency. But Kim Darroch, on that point of trying to steal the election, etc., I mean, as I was saying to Omarosa there, as we're discussing, this is legally allowed. It's natural, particularly with a huge number of postal votes, of mail-in ballots, that it takes a while to open them all, verify them, and count them. There's nothing underhand going on here.
Like Florida in the year 2000 and Bush v. Gore. That was a recount and arguments about hanging chads and whether some particular votes had been entered properly or were needed to be discarded. This is, as Omarosa has pointed out, entirely legal. People registering their votes in a way that they are entitled to, and these votes still having to be counted. There doesn't seem to be any case for saying at this stage that anyone is trying to steal anything.
I just want to keep colouring in the map and colouring it in just like it was 2016 again. Montana, I mean, at one point there were some suggestions, if it were to be, which is certainly not a Democrat landslide, that the state of Montana might be in the Democrats' sights. Well, that's not. We're projecting, if I can show you it, there you are, we're projecting that Montana, right up there on the border with Canada, Montana will stay, yes, with the Republicans. Donald Trump, just over 56% of those results counted, 52% Donald Trump, 45% Joe Biden, and 3 electoral college votes. If it is going to be tight, they're all going to be crucial. Ashley Koenig, on that issue of legality or not, what do you make of the president's tweet, Twitter's reaction, and the actual legal position?
So we have seen this kind of thing with a myriad of tweets now from the president, whether we're talking about COVID or other issues. Twitter, social media taking precautions and taking these kinds of steps, increasingly so recently. Again, this is just something that the Biden camp probably wanted to avoid going into this legal spiral. And now it's all about framing the subsequent days of this election. And so Trump, is supposed to make a statement, I believe, tonight, our time tonight. And, it's again setting the stage and setting that frame up in terms of him wanting to portray that he is, in fact, winning, and what is considered legal and not legal, and who should be voting and who should not, and what should be counted. So, none of this bodes well in terms of making this a clean race. This is definitely getting messier by the minute.
Certainly is, and you're right. Yes, Donald Trump, we are expecting to make a statement. No timing on that, but he's certainly been tweeting, and Twitter have certainly put a health warning on the one he said about trying to steal the election. We think that refers to the state of Pennsylvania, where it could be absolutely critical whether there have already been legal challenges, in particular pertaining to the mail-in ballots, these votes sent in by post, which, as long as they're postmarked by the 3rd of November, can still be continued to counted over the next few days. Well, let's get the state of play and how it sits at the moment in Pennsylvania. Ed Conway has some details for us. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. Well, I mean, it's defied expectations in so many ways, apart from one. I mean, it all comes down to states like Pennsylvania. In the end, that's what it's looking like right now. Pennsylvania still counting going on there. North Carolina much closer to getting to 100% count there, but still some way off in Georgia. But these are looking better for Donald Trump, although Joe Biden said that Georgia was looking good for the Democrats. We'll see about that. We can look at the data behind that. But first off, I just wanted to look at Pennsylvania. And in particular, let's have a look at a few areas. Because, as I say, and we've said this a few times, haven't we, it's one of those states that is likely to take a lot longer than many of the others to count. They're up to 65% of what was expected in terms of how much they've counted. And at the moment, this is something that might not encourage Joe Biden. Donald Trump ahead quite comfortably, 56.6%. But remember what we're talking, and we've seen this, haven't we, a few times already over the course of the night. It's gone one way and then the other way and then the other way as new votes have been counted, early votes have been counted. In the case of Pennsylvania, a lot of the on-the-day votes have been counted first, and it happens that many of those have been Republicans. So favours the Republicans initially, but it may well turn towards the Democrats. And one thing that will encourage Joe Biden is what's happening in his home county of Lackawanna. This is where Scranton is in Pennsylvania. Last time, it typically does tend to go Democrat, but it was getting tighter last time around. Hillary Clinton did win it. This is in 2016, 50.2%. But remember this one, 50.2% last time. This time, Joe Biden, 53.6%. So getting a little bit further ahead that time. And of course, in a state that's as marginal as Pennsylvania, every little counts. So he'll be very happy with that in Lackawanna, so around Scranton. But then there's another part of the state where he might be a little bit more disturbed by what's going on. So doing a bit better around towns, around cities, around suburbs. But what about in rural areas? What about Erie? So this is a county that is up on the banks of Lake Erie, quite rural, old industrial as well. So you've got, this is traditionally Democrat, but it went towards Donald Trump last time around. So look, this 48.6 last time. What's happened this time? Actually, look at this. Donald Trump has extended his lead. Still a lot of votes yet to count, so things could change. And this is a relatively small county, but nonetheless, there are signs in Pennsylvania, some parts, where Donald Trump is consolidating his lead rather than actually losing it. So, you know, it really could go either way, and we'll have to see what that count actually materialises. But there are certainly some trends we're noticing already about this election. I want to show one of them, just looking across the whole country. And this is going back all the way to 1980. I'll tell you what's interesting about this. It's showing you who college graduates typically are voting for in any given election. And what's interesting is that there was this period, the Reagan period really here, where they were going for Republicans. So college graduates going for Republicans. But look at what's happened more recently as we walk through time, through Clinton, Bush, Obama and Trump. This college support has really gone towards the Democrats. And right now, at 55%, the Democrats have the most support amongst college graduates that they ever have. And that's a really interesting secular shift that we've seen here that's been extended in this election. But as I say, still a lot of counting to go. We're trying to work out what's happening on this map. And, you know, hopefully we might have a bit more clarity over the next few hours. But as you were saying, Dermot, as everyone seems to know by now, what looked perhaps like something where we might know the answer over the course of the night, now it feels like we are in for the long haul, and it may be days, who knows, maybe even weeks before we know for sure who's won this election.
Right. OK, well, we're all looking up there in the northeast, but I want to concentrate on AZ there on your map there down in the southwest. Arizona, normally a solidly Republican state, but you may have heard Joe Biden saying that he has some high hopes about that one. And right to be, as it stands at the moment, 78% of the vote in, and a healthy lead there of about 7% for Joe Biden at the moment over Donald Trump. This could be absolutely crucial in deciding who wins the White House. 11 electoral college votes there. If it did flip, as the phrase is, if it did go to Joe Biden, and there's still a lot of counting to go yet, if it did go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of the evening to flip, so to speak, to change hands since 2016. Let's have a look at some more. Georgia, Joe Biden mentioned this as well. An early lead there for the Democrats melted away into now, with 85% of the live results into a lead now for the Republicans, for Donald Trump. They held that for an awful long time, the Republicans, 16 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump in the lead there, but 15% of the vote still to count there. Let's have a look then, as Ed was mentioning there, let's confirm that for us. This could take days. It could take more than days to sort out, certainly if the courts, if the legal system, if the lawyers get involved. This is the state we presume Donald Trump was referring to when he said the Democrats were trying to steal the election. He's got a lead there at the moment. Nearly 2/3 of the vote counted, 56.6% for Donald Trump, 42% for Joe Biden. Ed Conway explained some of the nuances and details there in individual counties, that there's still an awful long way to go, a long way to travel in the state of Pennsylvania before we get a result there. It may take some time as well. And we want to have a look at North Carolina. This is still in play, another on the Democrats, let's say, reserve list. It was on their B list. And again, they're similarly to Georgia, went ahead there early on in the evening as some of those early votes, one presumes, were counted. But now that lead pegged back. Donald Trump with 95% of the vote counted. So Donald Trump there in the lead. The Republicans looking like they'll hold on to North Carolina. And we have Wisconsin for you, absolutely critical as well. Perhaps we haven't been concentrating enough on Wisconsin this evening. Won by an absolute sliver last time round by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton ignored Wisconsin. So secure was it for the Democrats. She thought she didn't campaign there once in 2016. Well, that hasn't been the situation this time round. An awful lot of effort, an awful lot of money being expended by the Democrats on Wisconsin. But look at the situation. 51.4% to Donald Trump, 46.9% to Joe Biden, 28% of the vote still to count. Well, these states up there, up by the Great Lakes, in the upper Midwest, also called the Rust Belt, the Frost Belt, they are going to be absolutely critical. Cordelia, I mentioned we haven't really been looking too much at Wisconsin because Democrats, I suspect, felt that it would come back into the fold after a narrow loss. Of course, it could still continue its direction of travel and become even more Republican. Yeah, it's not guaranteed for the Democrats at all. And actually, I just want to share some exit poll data that we've got from Wisconsin. Yeah. 72% of the votes we will have seen on the screens there in Trump leading by 4 points, roughly 114,000 votes counted. Now, there are just about enough votes for Democrats potentially to make a difference. Where will that difference be? Milwaukee County, a big population area where Dems typically do well, has only counted 36% of its expected vote. There's also a bit left still to count in Dane County, where Dems also do well. But slim slithers here. You know, no certainty. When you think back when we were talking going into this election about what Joe Biden needed to do, it was 0.3, 0.7%. That whole Rust Belt area, Donald Trump won by fewer than 80,000 votes. So what Joe Biden needed to do was expand with suburban women, with the white, non-college educated voters that, you know, went to Donald Trump in their droves, but also college educated voters, which we knew going in theory, Joe Biden was doing far better than Donald Trump on. But the story of the night in some of these places, certainly in Ohio, that bears some comparison, is actually Donald Trump has expanded his appeal. The question is, has Joe Biden rectified the mistakes of Hillary Clinton enough to turn things around? You'll remember the mistake that was considered Hillary Clinton to have made is that she didn't visit these places enough. I heard a whole lot of resentment from voters there. They took it for granted, this blue wall that they just thought they would always have. But no, seismic changes in people's life. And one really telling thing, people might be watching and saying, well, there's not been huge material differences necessarily in people's life. Donald Trump hasn't delivered the 4% GDP that he said he would. There is, or has been, a recession this year. There's unemployment. The difference is people feel that he gives them a voice, that he has spoke to their desires, their needs. He recognized their resentment. And that kind of loyalty to him still seems to exist. So this is by no means a Democrat win yet, Wisconsin. Oh, crikey, no, certainly isn't. And on Rosa, on that issue of the campaigning, we always read into the strategy and the hopes and expectations of parties by where they campaign, particularly in the closing days of a campaign. And we saw the Democrats in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Texas, Donald Trump concentrating on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And people said at the time, I remember it was only a few days ago, saying, oh, well, look at Donald Trump. He's just on the defensive there. It shows how worried they are. He's just trying to hold on to what he had. Well, if he does, he wins.
It's true. And we're seeing right now, those last stops tend to send a message about what's worrying the candidate, where they're most concerned. And we saw that they split the states. And in fact, we saw both of the candidates in Florida at one point, one leaving Tampa, the other one going to Jacksonville. And so we knew that Donald Trump had strategically made decisions to go to these particular states. And I think they're paying off for him, because here we are, and Donald Trump, according to our numbers, is leading in the electoral.
Tell me about Michigan, though, because you were there in 2016, weren't you?
I traveled with him.
That's where he held his final rally, Grand Rapids. Did it again this time. Is he superstitious?
I think they both are superstitious. But that last leg with Donald Trump, leaving Michigan, getting back on that plane, we all felt that we left everything on the field, and whatever happened would happen. Well, this time, when I saw Donald Trump speak after he had come from his last leg, he seemed tired. He had a little bit of a throat where it was stressed, but he had a bit of a swag where he felt like, yep, I did it again.
It's amazing, Cordelia, I mean, in this digital age, that it seems that the old-fashioned rallies still work. People like to be appreciated, and it's not just about the rally itself. It gets on all the local news as well. And I suppose Donald Trump is master of both, because he's got the Twitter strategy. We know all too well about that. But those campaigns, even in a coronavirus pandemic, those rallies, he kept them up, bounced out of hospital, and I don't know how many he did since. Dozens.
Joyride.
And it's all against conventional political wisdom, right? But that's Donald Trump. He's been unorthodox from the start. And the big mistake 4 years ago that many people made was they looked at those rallies and they said, well, just because those people go to a rally doesn't mean they vote. That was entirely wrong. Actually, Brad Pascal, who was Donald Trump's campaign manager right there, was harvesting all kinds of data, making sure that not only those people that attended voted, but they would get their friends to join in too. You'll see from their kind of email and text message campaign, it is constant. It's always pitching a possible meeting with the big man, Donald Trump himself. And so even in a pandemic and the possibly damaging optics of holding these mass events, Donald Trump has benefited from it. And I've spent a lot of time in them recently, and the thing that strikes me the most is, against the normal kind of political metrics of an incumbent president who, you'd expect some peeling away of his vote, there is that feverish loyalty. It's very hard in a rally like that to find any evidence of disquiet or unhappiness with what Donald Trump. They believe in his message, and even if he hasn't achieved material progress, they think he's tried to, and actually Congress is the problem. They've blocked him.
Ashley Koenig, got to ask you about pollsters here. Are you floundering here in saying, well, look, we just seem to have missed out again on assessing the views, the thoughts of a whole section of the population? I know that it's a record turnout, but something's gone a bit wrong, hasn't it, with the polling?
Well, I think that still remains to be seen, because we really need every vote to be counted before we make any kind of judgment like that. We talked about this earlier in the night. Polls are blunt instruments. They tell us what voters tell us, or what a sample tells us in terms of how they feel. And again, they're best used as an explanatory tool, especially the exit polls, in terms of how people are voting the way they are, why people are voting the way they are. They're not meant to be crystal balls. There are so many factors in this unprecedented election, in an unprecedented time of a pandemic, with an unprecedented voting system that could really be influencing what is happening on election day so much more than what pre-election polls could have foreseen. We talked about back in 2016, one of the biggest errors was not waiting to education. We saw the non-college educated vote, particularly among white voters, really propel Trump to victory. We don't know if a demographic like that is missing again. While pollsters have implemented the statistical tool of weighting to accommodate for education, we don't know if maybe there's some other demographic now that we're not waiting to that is propelling or pushing Trump to a victory in 2020. So again, they're great at explaining the why, but there's a whole range of uncertainty. They're based on probabilistic assumptions. It's not the stark contrast of one number against the other that makes it seem so binary when we report on poll results.
Yeah, it's certainly not a science. Okay, well, thank you very much, Dee, for that. Ashley, looking at the race to the White House, 270 the required number, 209 for Joe Biden, 213 at the moment for Donald Trump. And I just want to share a projection with you that we are hearing that in the state of Nebraska, which, unlike most other states, does not hand all of its electoral college votes to the overall winning candidate in the state. It divides them up, that there is a projection that Joe Biden will take one of those seats. Could be absolutely crucial. Could be the difference between 269 and 270. There we are, Nebraska, and you can see that's why it's striped, that there's a projection there. 3 already projected for Donald Trump, but there, I think just 1 so far we're projecting amongst those to go to Joe Biden, but could be absolutely crucial. There was a point earlier in the evening, certainly if you'd listened to the more optimistic Democrats, where the odd electoral college vote here and there wouldn't have mattered. They'd have won states like Florida, maybe even Texas, and this would be a mere add-on, a mere cherry on the topping. It could, it could be absolutely crucial there, that projection for Joe Biden to get at least one of those electoral college votes in Nebraska. You're coming in, Cordelia, but I just want to take everyone through the situation as it stands right now at 6:30 in the morning. And Joe Biden has said that he believes he is still on track to win this election. He told his supporters to keep the faith. With 79% of the vote counted, the Democrats have hopes of winning Arizona. They have a lead of more than 8% there. And if Arizona did go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of the night to actually change hands. Donald Trump tweeted, "We are up big. They are trying to steal the election." And the president has recently been projected to retain the state of Florida. Republicans didn't wait to celebrate as they watched the votes for them piling up, with more than 96% of the vote now in. Donald Trump has an unassailable lead of more than 3%. Florida, crucial battleground. It's back the winner in every single presidential election for 24 years. And the Republicans are also projected to retain Ohio, and it's 18 electoral college votes. That gives Donald Trump cause for optimism there. Again, some of the historical pointers. JFK, John F. Kennedy, was the last president to win the White House without winning Ohio back in 1960. Ohio, apart from that, has been won by every president since 1944. And away from the politics, but of course related to it, crowds are gathering at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities. They include Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been some scuffles, one or two, between police and protesters amid a bit of uncertainty, to say the least, about the outcome of this election. And looking at those numbers, let me remind you of them. It could be quite a while before either of these men hits 270. 270 is the number to take the White House. Joe Biden on 210. 213 for Donald Trump. More or less neck and neck. Well, it's all about the swing states, those that haven't declared. Let's check in with our correspondents in some of them. Let's see who we've got for you. Siobhan Robbins in West Palm Beach in Florida. Well, not a swing state anymore. Sally Lockwood is in Pennsylvania. Helen Ann Smith is in Phoenix in Arizona. But we'll go to you, Siobhan, in Florida. But it has already been projected for Donald Trump.
That's right, and even before those official projections came in, people here were celebrating before the clock had even struck midnight. I'll show you back into that room. You remember we were with the party, YMCAs broke out, people holding Donald Trump face masks. Now most people have gone home. It is really that time in the night here where the lights have gone up and it's time to go home. But while they were celebrating inside here, believing that Donald Trump has held on to Florida, they say because he's charismatic, he's got a clear path for America. Just across the street, the Democrats were absolutely devastated. They say that they believe that for some reason Joe Biden has lost crucial support that he was trying to build among Cuban people living in Miami area, losing parts of the Latino vote, really devastated about that. And there's no doubt that's going to be something that the Biden campaign looks at forensically once more of these results are coming in. But although Florida has fallen to Donald Trump, it appears, that is a big win for him. But the action is not over. Do not take your eyes off this corner of America. There's still Georgia in play. There is still North Carolina in play. Keep your eyes fixed on the Sun Belt. It's going to be an exciting night.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Siobhan. We are, of course, keeping our eyes on those very states, Georgia, North Carolina, staying in the Sun Belt, but further southwest, of course, Arizona. Going to talk to you, Sally and Helen, and in a moment or two, just got a projected winner, very important one coming in for you, Joe Biden. We are projecting will take the state of Minnesota. I think I can show you the details there. I've heard it in my ear. Yes, there it is. Got it for you. Minnesota there, 44.5% for Donald Trump, 53.5% for Joe Biden. Now, the Republicans saying, well, you know, we're going to take Minnesota up there. We're going to take Wisconsin. Well, Minnesota was held by Hillary Clinton in 2016. The map stays exactly the same as I've been telling you. No status flipped, no status changed hands yet. But Minnesota and its 10 electoral college votes, absolutely vital to Joe Biden's hopes. And you can see in the bottom corner of your screen there, taking Joe Biden now up to 50 shy of 270 on 220. Now, Sally Lockwood standing by along there with Helen Ann Smith in Arizona. Sally, well, Pennsylvania, what can we say? No doubt there's not going to be any result there today, whatever day it is, and probably not, till Thursday or Friday?
No, it looks that way, Dermot. We are still standing by for you here, and it seems we will be for some time yet. Those key states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we do not have the results for those yet. It's unlikely we will see results for any of those three key battleground states before tomorrow. And here in Pennsylvania, the tipping point for this election, potentially the state that could decide everything, we may not get that result until Friday. But the early picture in these three very key states that Donald Trump took in 2016 for the first time in decades for the Republicans by a tiny margin in all three states. The picture is more than half of the votes have been counted already, many in rural areas, and they are all showing a favourable average for Donald Trump. He is ahead in all three at the moment. But let's not forget the highly populated areas of Milwaukee, for instance, in Wisconsin, here, Pittsburgh, and also Philadelphia. They haven't been counted yet, and they could make all the difference. Those urban areas do tend to favour the Democrats. And of course, the all-important postal votes, which are usually counted after the votes that are carried out on the day, they too could make all the difference. But something that is interesting to note, in Wisconsin, 72% of those votes have been counted already, and Donald Trump leads by around 4 points. Now, that's quite extraordinary. Just a week ago, we saw a poll in Wisconsin where Joe Biden, had a 17-point lead. So for Donald Trump now to have a 4-point lead after more than 70% of the votes have been counted is quite an extraordinary result. But of course, Milwaukee could make all the difference once those votes are counted. Here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump does also have a lead of 56%. But of course, that could make all the difference once we get a clearer picture. And indeed, those postal votes and the urban centres could blow this state blue. But everything is playing out here as we were predicting. But before this election, we were preparing for these 3 key battleground states in the Rust Belt to potentially be where this election is decided, and that could indeed be the case. Certainly, Donald Trump is making all the noises that we were expecting in terms of calling this election a potential cheat. Twitter has already flagged a tweet by Donald Trump in the last hour where he has alluded to that message. All the things that we have predicted, it seems, will be playing out in the coming days. Certainly Pennsylvania, the focus will be on here. It seems like we will need to hold on to our seats for the next few days. This is going to be potentially a wild ride.
Absolutely. Well said, Sally. Thank you very much indeed. So, I mean, as Sally's mentioning there, the focus is now down overall to about 6 or 7 states. Those 3 in the upper Midwest. We've got Georgia, North Carolina, and there's Helen Ann Smith, Arizona amongst them, and indeed potentially Nevada. But what's going on in Arizona, Helen Ann?
In Philadelphia, or is that what?
Well, it's turning into an absolutely nail-biting race here, Dermot. We knew it was going to be close here. We knew it could be very important, but perhaps lots of people didn't quite predict just how crucial Arizona could turn out to be. Now, remember, this is a ruby red traditional Republican state. It hasn't voted for a Democratic nominee and since the 90s, and then before that it didn't do that and since 1948. So really, it will be a historic moment if this state flips blue, and it will be a pivotal moment in this race because it will be much more difficult for Donald Trump to maintain, a lead that he claims he has. There's lots and lots still to go if this state flips. I just want to bring you over and chat to just a couple of voters who have been waiting here. The bar's cleared out a little. People have gone home, but some stalwarts still hanging on in here. Can I ask you guys how you're feeling? It's really nail-bitingly close here, isn't it?
It is, but we're staying hopeful. We're gonna wait until the last vote is counted.
How are you feeling, sir? I know it's a big deal for you guys. You're extremely enthusiastic for President Biden. How are you feeling?
Well, even through all the uncertainty, being that here in Arizona there was a really big win that we're projected to turn blue here, it makes you optimistic. It makes you feel like there's a chance that once these votes are accounted for, that the people went out to vote for human rights.
I know that you're both members of the Latino community, and we know that the voter share from Latinos in Arizona is bigger than it was in 2016. Do you think the community has motivated? Has it come to the polls? Will it be the community that makes the difference here?
Yes, I think both the Latino and the youth vote have demonstrated they hold a very strong power in the election, and if we realize the power that we carried through here in Arizona, if we can transcend that throughout the United States, that we can control how these elections go from years for the future.
Will you guys feel happy if there's a Biden win in Arizona but a Trump win overall in the United States? How will that make you feel?
I think we need to be grateful for the work that has been done, and so far here in Arizona there's been so much work put in from organizations, and I will be grateful. I will be very grateful. I think we need to take in consideration those small battles that we win. 4 years ago, we got Trump out. We got rid of Joe Arpaio, who was extremely toxic to Latinos, and we have seen the change of what that meant. So we're hopeful that it will reflect the same.
Thank you both very much. Really appreciate your time. So look, a nail-biting race here. There are other key states in the region region that we're still waiting to hear from. Nevada, that went blue last time. It's looking tight there. And Texas, Trump very much ahead in Texas. It was expected that he would win there. But remember, there was that moment earlier in the evening where it really looked like Biden had made great gains there. Lots of changing demographics in this part of the country, as these voters were just indicating there. That's partly why these races are so exciting, and we'll be watching it very closely for the next few hours.
Okay, thank you, Helen. And there in Phoenix, Arizona, Texas, in actual fact, the dog that didn't bark for the Democrats, the projected winner there is Donald Trump. I want to bring in the co-founder of the Lincoln Project and former strategist for George W. Bush, John McCain, and indeed Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's Reed Galen. Very good to talk to you, Reed. And I've got to say, first of all, we're expecting the president to speak, so we might have to jump out of this as and when he does. But how do you see this panning out, bearing in mind what we think the president might say?
Well, I think given what the president just said on Twitter, we should expect that he's going to say that this is the result and we should count no more ballots after Election Day or after the polls close. It's clearly not the case. We knew that mail-in ballots and some early ballots would be counted late. And it looks like that, there are significant, perhaps hundreds of thousands of ballots in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania that probably break significantly in favor of Vice President Biden. And obviously, I think the president would prefer they not be counted. I think it was smart for Vice President Biden to get out in front of President Trump. And so, look, I think that the vice president's going to win Arizona. I think he's going to win Nevada. And after that, he only needs to win 2 of the 3 up north. And I think that he is poised to do that. But obviously, I think this is a lot closer, certainly, than I thought it was going to be. And so, yet another election night with Americans on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, so you're saying that you think it might not come down to the lawyers and Pennsylvania and mail-in ballots. But tell me why you think then the president has turned out to be so resilient and his voters have turned out to be so resilient. You and many others mounted quite an offensive against him.
I'll tell you, that's one thing that we're going to have to take a look at. I thought that given the fact that the president was unpresidential from the moment he took office, and certainly this year has failed as a leader in the wake of the pandemic. We have nearly 250,000 dead Americans, 11 million people out of work, kids in and out of school, grandparents that can't see their grandkids, rituals demolished. I thought that this was going to be a walkover for Joe Biden. Clearly, I was wrong about that. I still think Joe Biden's going to win. But clearly what I think we see is that the offering that Donald Trump is making, one that is rooted in nativism, democratic precision, somewhat white nationalism, and racial division has taken root. And it is a dangerous thing for this country, even when Joe Biden wins. And I think it'll take a lot of work for folks like us and others to really start pushing that back.
OK, so you think Joe Biden will make it over the line, but it will be only just. But in terms of the campaign run by Biden and the Democrats, was it enough, given the circumstances that you described there, the president's character, coronavirus, then the failing economy, was it enough for Joe Biden just to be not Trump? He didn't show much personality.
Well, look, I think all presidential reelection campaigns are referenda on the incumbent. And so I think that, in any campaign, you look back and you say, is there something I wish I'd done more of? Is there something I wish I'd done differently? It might be. But frankly, the vice president ran a solid campaign. They ran a very steady campaign in the face of someone like the president who consistently demonstrated his inability or unwillingness to take the job seriously and focus on the things that are, facing the American people. What concerns me most, candidly, is that so many Americans were willing to let him off the hook, and that we're at this place now where it's the middle of the night here in the U.S. and we don't have a decision when, obviously I'm very biased, but it should have been what I thought was a clear result for the American people. What we're going to see, I think, is a Joe Biden win. It's going to be a very narrowly divided United States Senate. And I think we're going to head into 2021 as divided as we were. And I think that, that's unhealthy for our country. But I think it's going to take a lot of work. And I think there's a lot of people dedicated to that work to find a way forward from a Trump presidency.
And can I just ask you lastly, Reed Galen, if the process that might be ahead, particularly in a state like Pennsylvania, the legal process, is your project, the Lincoln Project, would it have a role to play in informing the American people what is and what isn't illegal, in that it is perfectly legal to count mail-in ballots if they've arrived on time, to count them after the election day?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, the idea that once election day is over, votes aren't counted is ridiculous. And yes, I think that, we have millions of followers on social media, almost 1 million people on our email list. We have a crack team of lawyers and election experts who are on our team. We've been working with, folks in places like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia in particular, in Wisconsin and Michigan, to ensure that whatever it is we can do as an organization with our voice and our followers and our bullhorn will do to ensure that every vote is counted in this. This was always going to be, if it was a close election, what our biggest fear was. There was that Trump would declare victory, say stop counting, and somehow try and claim that he was still going to be the president. And now we're seeing it play out.
Reed Galen, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for sparing the time. In the wee small hours of the morning, now, as I've been telling you, there are about 6 or 7 states now that this election depends upon. One of them is Georgia. Joe Biden, when he spoke to his supporters about an hour and a half ago, said that the Democrats, he thinks, still have hopes in Georgia. Ed Conway can give us some more details about that race there. What does it look like, Ed?
Well, there you can see it there. That's, in a sense, that's the subtitle for where we are right now, not just in Georgia, but across a lot of this election. Too close to call. And when you look at these numbers, let me just show you why. There was a period where Donald Trump was ahead by about 5-6 points in Georgia, and now it's narrowed to about 2 or so, still looking like Donald Trump in the lead. But as you heard from Joe Biden when he was giving his speech a moment ago, he thinks he's got a chance there. And perhaps it's places like Fulton, so this is Atlanta, Georgia, essentially, where he thinks, things are looking promising. Last time around, Hillary Clinton won. We're talking about an urban area, typically very much Democrat. Last time, 69% for Hillary Clinton. This time, look at this, 72.5%. So he's getting extra votes in urban areas, is Joe Biden. And the question is, what happens with these extra votes? About 30% almost that haven't yet been counted. The expectation that the Democrats have is that could really push their number up in Georgia, which is why a lot of people think that Georgia could actually swing the other way in the final reckoning. But here's the thing, it's not just the urban story. As we've been saying time and time again, in each of these states, you've got different stories resounding around the state, which is why we're kind of digging down, looking at county level data to give you a sense of what's actually happening. Not just to give you a sense of where the count is going, but to show you different stories that are emerging. So, for instance, Twigg County, this is more rural, and here, Donald Trump last time around won it relatively narrowly, 50.2%. This time, look, a lot of the votes in actually here, and he's raised his lead. He has actually consolidated that. He's leading by even more. So Donald Trump doing better in certain parts of this state, better in rural areas. Joe Biden doing better in urban areas. So it's not clear. As we say, too close to call in Georgia. That certainly is the moral of the story, not just there, but in many other states. And, might be that case for quite some time.
It may indeed, and not a single state, Ed has pointed out to us, changed hands during the course of this evening so far. So, Cordelia, as I'm also saying there, concentrating on Georgia, but 6 or 7 now. It all depends on that. It could go either way.
Yeah, and look, it's looking very narrow. Biden really closing in on Donald Trump, about 118,000 votes net, and as Ed was saying, around those kind of the Atlanta metro area, still lots to be counted there. That is where Joe Biden was hoping that educated suburban voters and African-American voters would turn out in their droves, that he could kind of reignite the passion of the 2012 Obama campaign. That was the kind of numbers that they were looking for, and it's looking very interesting. We're in this extraordinary moment now where if Joe Biden were to get Arizona, for instance, it's within his reach right now. So too is Georgia, retaining Nevada, looking comfortable in Michigan and Wisconsin. That could be enough for him. Or, he could lose those things, and it's a Republican hat trick in the Midwest. So all to play for, narrow margins. This is going right to the wire.
What about you, Omarosa? Did you expect to be in this position at this time in the morning, approaching 2 a.m. in Washington, that it's still in the balance, still all to play for?
You mean to tell me we're in limbo yet again in a political election, a presidential election in this country? I'm not very shocked. I mean, we thought that we would be in this place. We all didn't want to be here. But now that we're here, let's really look at the path. If we see that the momentum is for Donald Trump in the Rust Belt, then we have to kind of yield to the possibility that Donald Trump will, in fact, take Michigan, take Wisconsin, and the path becomes narrow for Biden.
Okay, well, the momentum in the Rust Belt. To Ashley Koenig, come in on that. Is there any evidence of that? And those two states that Omarosa mentioned, Michigan and Wisconsin, of course, narrowly held by Donald Trump, narrowly taken by Donald Trump in 2016. So, looking at Wisconsin in terms of what's in at the moment, he seems to be extending his hold.
That's true, but again, we need to watch out for and wait for the votes in urban areas, suburban areas, the big city areas, both in Wisconsin and Michigan, talking about Milwaukee, Detroit. This is what we need to look out for in the days to come. We may find out sooner in Wisconsin than we do in Michigan. We'll see. But, you know, the Nebraska second win was pretty big for Biden, opening some more paths for him. But I don't think it's a surprise that we're here at this time in the night. And, you know, honestly, there have been a number of past election days that have not been decided on election day itself. So this is just not a surprise. It's just not something that the Biden camp has hoped for, and tons of Americans haven't hoped for. It's going to be a long few days.
It is indeed. And Kim Darroch, on President Trump, okay, he's staying president, whatever happens until January. If he's installed for another 4 years, what might it mean for the United States?
Well, I think if he wins, then he will take that as a massive personal endorsement of his policies, of his style, and of the tone of his presidency. And I think if it's possible, Dermot, he will become even more, if you like, even more Trumpian in his second term. He will certainly be as unpredictable and as brutal towards his opponents and towards the fake media as he has been over the last 4 years, but maybe more so. I think he'll continue to dismantle Obamacare. I think that he will continue to place economic recovery ahead of protecting American citizens from the pandemic. I think he will continue to roll back green policies and green legislation. Overseas, again, more of the same. More tariff wars, more pressure on China, more pressure on NATO partners to spend more on defence. But if you want a little silver lining for us, a quick UK-US free trade deal, the one that requires us to make some major concessions on American agriculture. So it'll be a pretty turbulent 4 years ahead if he wins.
And on the other side of the coin, Kim Darroch, I mean, if it is President Biden, are there any elements of Trumpian policies that he would almost have to continue with? I'm thinking internationally when it comes to attitudes towards China and not getting entangled in foreign wars.
I think you've named two straight away. There's a bipartisan consensus now, at least amongst the national security experts, on the strategic challenge, the strategic threat from China. So Joe Biden certainly can't go soft on China, though I think he might multilateralize the approach to China, particularly on trade issues. Use the World Trade Organization, try and persuade the Europeans to join him. I think he'd be a bit tougher on Putin personally and on Russia than Donald Trump has been. But on Israel, I don't think he would move the US embassy back to Tel Aviv. I think that's a done deal now. And while he might try to take America back into the Iran nuclear deal, I don't think that he can do that without asking for more from Iran on the nefarious things they get up to in the region and on their ballistic missile program. But in terms of trade, I think that he might prioritize a trade deal for America with the Asia-Pacific region, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or with the European Union, which a negotiation which started under Obama but then got shelved under the last 4 years of Donald Trump. And a free trade deal with us might slip down the priority list. You remember Obama said back in 2016 we'd be back of the queue? Well, we might not be right at the back of the queue, but we might be some way down the queue.
Okay. Kim, thanks very much indeed for that. But of course, we don't know which one will win out. Certainly not in terms of the results that have come in so far this evening. Ed Conway's got some more details for us on this finely poised race about which one may prevail. What are the pointers, Ed?
Yeah, well, Dermot, you'll remember we started this programme by doing some thought experiments about what it would take to potentially win this election. Let's just finish at least this hour by doing the same thing again. So we're going to paint Nevada and Arizona in blue. They may not necessarily go that way, but we're going to imagine they go that way. And also Georgia and North Carolina in red. And then look at what we have here. Once again, predictions have been disproved. But that prediction that it would all come down to these states has been proved once again. And if it goes for Joe Biden, have a look. He's over the line. In fact, he could do it without Pennsylvania. He's up to 290. And if it goes, look, turn those red for Donald Trump. Well, there he is. Look, over the line. It all comes down to that once again. These states, all eyes now on them and what happens in those counts and how long they could go on for. It could take quite some time for those votes to be totted up. And the race that we are keeping an eye on, the race to 270 Electoral College votes. You've seen it before, no doubt. Our virtual White House, there it is. And we are getting closer, both of these candidates getting closer to the goal that they're seeking, 270 Electoral College votes. But as we just showed you, some way for both of them to go. Those bars have been reaching towards the White House, but still short of the destination that both of these men wanted to get to, and short it may remain for some time, given we know what's happening at the moment, Doma.
OK, well, and let's have a look at the real White House. That's the view from our television studio, all lit up there. And Cordelia, we're expecting Donald Trump to speak very shortly. We're hearing anything on that, on the timings?
That's right. The White House has just called the pool reporters to the East Room, where he's expected to be delivering his remarks any moment now. So that is imminent. It'll be intriguing to say what narrative he decides to push tonight, because neither man can claim a declarative victory in any way. We know that these are tight races, and there's more tight races ahead in terms of delays. So Georgia, not clear yet. North Carolina, not clear.
It's not going to declare tonight, Georgia.
And Arizona hanging in the balance for him. But you will hear, I'm sure, from Donald Trump, echoes of what we got from Joe Biden. Be optimistic. He sees that the winds are in his favour. But I think we will also hear him pour doubt over the electoral process. We've seen that in his tweets already this evening, really suggesting that electoral fraud is at risk here and that people cannot trust the system. That's very worrying for America when it reaches this pivotal moment. I think what we have seen unfold already really is a symptom of how divided this country has become. It should come as no surprise that the race is so tight when we have seen such a polarised nation emerge over the last 4 years.
Omarosa, what do you expect to hear from the president? Well, we kind of know, don't we? An extended and expanded version of that tweet about the Democrats trying to steal the election.
Yeah, we call it the Trump greatest hits. He just keeps replaying them and replaying them over and over again. So we will see much of the same. But I want to set the scene that behind us is the White House, but there is this huge wall. When Donald Trump said, I'm going to build the wall and Mexico is going to pay for it, we never imagined that that wall would be right in front of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and that people wouldn't be able to see this beautiful place that we call the White House. And so he's going to deliver those remarks, but under this guise that he has not clinched just yet, cinched this victory that he declared that he would certainly win earlier in the day.
How agitated do you think he'll be now that we know one network has called Arizona? He is reportedly apoplectic about that. Do you think he'll be deeply frustrated in these moments?
I would be frustrated, right? He thought that he certainly could get those particular states, but he also is frustrated because he had a plan in place to have all of these judges in place to help him across the finish line, and it hasn't worked. So he's frustrated by all of his efforts. He's spending the money in the ads and some of the things that goes on behind the curtain, and none of that has gotten him to a definitive 2-7-0.
Okay, just hearing, let's update everyone on the timing of this announcement or whatever it is from the president. We are hearing, as Cordelia was telling us, that these pool reporters, these are the regular reporters that follow the president around, have been called into that room. Let's have a look at it. We can't see that shot. They've been called in ready for the president.
Now,
so
Donald
that
loves this room, by the way.
That should happen imminently. Why does he love that room so much?
Because he loves it to be so picturesque. He wants the room that defines him, other than the Oval Office, which is his favorite room. He loves the East Room because he thinks it has the grandeur of the presidency, and he is using it to his advantage. We saw that with his convention. We're seeing it now. He's going to use the backdrop of the single most powerful place in this country to make a case to his followers, to make a case about what he's saying, undermining this election and the strength and the durability of the results.
So, Cordelia, you've presumably been in the room.
I have, yes. And as Omarosa is saying, it's all about the optics, the grandeur for him. No doubt that reporters will be desperate to try and get a question into him. Whether or not he's going to field those, we just don't know yet. Seen a little bit of movement on another monitor at one of the doors, but seems like he might be a few minutes off.
He likes to keep the press waiting. That's one of his strategies.
He's very good at that. He's spent many hours.
Yeah, if we say we're going to hit at 2:10, he loved to wait for another 15 minutes to have a captivated audience.
And Ashley Koenig, I mean, the president, we know what he's going to say, more or less. He's going to try and frame this as an attempt by the Democrats to steal the election, with particular reference to Pennsylvania. But of course, the results might still decide it. So the president trying to frame it, as I say, but looking at the situation, we've discussed this, but just remind us that if Arizona goes to the Democrats and goes to Joe Biden, then the former vice president only needs 2 states in the upper Midwest, Pennsylvania and Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, or Wisconsin and Michigan.
Big win for Biden, and would significantly lower the president's chances of clinching the Electoral College. So, but of course, with the results as they are right now, and not all of the votes being counted, the president can take certain results from certain states and make it look like that he is winning within those states. And so we may see him try to do that, trying to frame the story towards his favor.
And Kim Darroch, your take on that? I know, see, having a bit of a snack there, Kim. We all need to keep our energy up, but if you can swallow and chew at the same time. Do you think the president is going to move a little bit too early here with these states still in play?
I think there's a risk of that, but this is very much the way Donald Trump behaves all the time, and particularly if, as Omarosa has suggested, he's feeling agitated, he feels that it's not fair, that he's being cheated in some way or other, he simply will not be able to resist doing what he may be about to do. I mean, that's his style, you know. Whatever is in his head tends to come out pretty quickly, in pretty aggressive way, in front of an audience. So yeah, it might be a bit early, but I'm not at all surprised if that's what he does.
Yeah, Cordelia, a little bit early, but he's countering Joe Biden. Joe Biden moved first.
Yeah, he did move first, and perhaps that took some people by surprise. But look, it was a narrow race. There was some wind in his sails when he heard that Arizona might be going his way. Absolutely, the Rust Belt is not ruled out yet, so there is a path to victory still open to Joe Biden, and he clearly wanted to seize on the moment, to be front-footed on this, because he knows how crafty Donald Trump is when it comes to messaging. He is
but they're
very
one
good
step
at getting
ahead of them. I'm impressed with the Biden team.
You think
they're
they did a better
one
game?
step ahead of Donald. Yes, absolutely. Who's up at this hour? I mean, we are, but Biden hit at a time when Americans were still awake, and now Trump is coming on with people who have said, you know what, I'm going to go to sleep and wake up and hope for the best. That's the audience that Donald Trump is going to speak to.
Is that a sign of worry within the Trump camp at the time? Do you think they just didn't feel they had enough for him to take to the podium?
I can't, in my wildest imagination, figure out how they got Donald to speak this late. He hates speaking this late, or in this case, this early. So I'm imagining a Donald Trump that comes out with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, a little edge to his voice, because this is not his favorite hour, and this is not his favorite position to be in.
That is a very important point, though. I mean, he has to, we're talking about framing, it has to be carefully and delicately expressed. This is Donald Trump. Fill in the blanks there, Omarosa.
You use the word delicately in the same sentence as Donald Trump. I don't know that that's possible. He's going to come out with a hammer. He's going to hammer and bang at every single thing. He's going to knock down any idea that Biden can win. He's going to knock down the integrity of this election. He's coming out swinging. You're not going to see a subdued, disciplined Donald Trump. It's 2 a.m. and they've got to roll him out here to save his chances of becoming having a second term.
And there we can see now that's a better shot there, Cordelia. Wow, that's
how many
that's that's probably the full 50. And there's the
that's the EOB.
There's the press team waiting for Donald Trump. I imagine that's not the press because they haven't got masks on. They're probably
that's
Donald Trump
that's
supporters.
the Eisenhower Executive Office building. I can tell by the setup. That's the room where we had most of our briefings when we were operating. And since maybe this is a political event, maybe they are actually taking some consideration of the ethical considerations of not doing it in the East.
I'm surprised by that. I've been in the Eisenhower building before to do interviews, and that is basically the administrative.
Yeah, but this podium is called the Goose, and this is specifically used for the President of the United States. The sill is affixed, which means that Donald Trump is about to speak. No one else can stand behind that particular podium.
Do you think it's caution that's behind that, or he doesn't want the kind of grand entrance of a big room if it looks like he might get egg on his face?
It's called the Hat Shack. I mean, really, should we be doing this at the White House?
I mean, here's the thought, Cordelia. It's going to be focused, even if he doesn't mention it, which I'm sure he will specifically, on Pennsylvania. Now, he's ahead there, but very few of the votes have been counted. So this is the point to strike, so to speak. But could it be interpreted as a bit of a sign of weakness? You say it now because you think things may go against you. You don't want those late votes to be counted.
Yeah, I mean, he's desperate not to, because some of them come from Philadelphia, for instance, which Democrats firmly hope will be in their lane. They want a really good turnout. They were able to achieve that with Hillary Clinton, but they want to expand, particularly with African American voters. Only 75,000 of those votes have been counted. They told us they're going to, get up again tomorrow to do that. Still got hundreds of thousands to look at.
Kim Darroch, your thoughts on that very point about Donald Trump, well, perhaps jumping the gun on Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's probably a mistake, but it's kind of inevitable because for all that we've seen over the last 4 years, this is not a guy who could exercise self-restraint, especially if he thinks he is being wronged or if some competitor or opponent is getting an advantage over him. It's just not his way to pause and think in any kind of tactical or strategic way about whether this is the moment or not.
Okay, well, listen, I'm about to hand over. You stay with us all because very important what the president is going to say. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Kay Burley. And Kay, are you not on a microphone yet? I think one between us. But this is the nature of the evening so far. The president's about to speak. He's already said that he feels that the Democrats are trying to steal this election. We've heard Joe Biden earlier in the evening, Joe Biden saying that he remains confident that he can win through. The president countered on Twitter, saying that he feels, as I say, that the Democrats are trying to steal the election. So how the president frames all this is going to be super important. Kay, did you think you were going to come in at this time in the morning and find out that it still is very far from being decided?
Absolutely spectacular job, Dermot, overnight. Well done, you. No, we are expecting to hear from the president very shortly. Indeed, we have already heard from Joe Biden, of course, earlier in the evening, I should say. He's still pretty confident that he is going to be the next president of the United States of America. It'd be interesting to hear what President Trump has to say in just a few moments' time. He should have been speaking at the top of the hour, but Cordelia, as with all things, presidents tend to be a little bit late.
Yeah, there is a delay, as there so often is. As Omarosa was reminding us, Donald Trump quite likes to keep the press waiting. And look, he's got to settle on exactly what his message to the nation is. Is it one of being on the edge of victory? Is it one of keep your patience? I imagine that might be a little unlikely. Or is it we've got this, but don't think that you can trust this whole system?
Omarosa, hello. First time we've met.
I'm so glad to meet you. You're so awesome.
It's great to see you. We are expecting to hear from the president. We did hear from him yesterday. He went to thank the party faithful. He'd lost his voice a little bit. Feeling pretty confident, though, wasn't he? What do you expect him to say?
You know, I have to tell you, I'm looking over your shoulder at the White House to see if there's a particular movement. Secret Service will move in a certain way when he's moving between the two buildings. I was trying to see if I could get some clue of when he's going to come out, when he's going to speak. But I can tell you right now that Donald Trump has to come out and deliver a message of confidence, that he is determined to send to his followers that he is in fact going to be the victor, that he will remain in office and have a second term. It's going to be hard to make that case when we look at the numbers, and they're so close because no one right now has a huge advantage. But Donald Trump is still going to come out in his own unique style and say, not only am I going to win, but I'm winning right now, and we could stop all the counting because I'm going to take this home.
I suppose he is winning in a sense, though. I love that we've got an all-ladies lineup.
Yes.
He is winning in a sense, though, isn't he? Because, you know, it was predicted that he was out of the race.
Absolutely, Kay. I mean, you know, going into this, the margins, the polls had Joe Biden not ahead by a little bit, as with Hillary Clinton back in 2016, but by quite a lot. And there was even talk of them flipping, you know, these ruby red places like Texas. That hasn't happened. At the moment, Donald Trump is holding on to everything he had. And in some places, he's actually expanding his appeal. That's not just amongst white voters, it's Latino voters as well, particularly critical in Florida. So they will be bolstered by what they're seeing, but the game is not over for either side at this point.
We did hear from Joe Biden. I'm sure that in the middle of the night you saw what was going on. Hello, everybody. You're very welcome to our coverage here in Washington. As you can see, we've got the White House behind us. It is still too close to call. Who would have thought that? Omarosa is with me along with Cloudy. Who would have thought that it was going to be too close to call?
They promised when you showed up that you bring the breakfast, you bring the cheer, you bring the caffeine, and so I need a little more caffeine.
I've got almonds. I've got almonds. Does that work for you?
You know, we're all just kind of, we were bracing for a long night, but we never expected it would go into 2 a.m, and here we are, kind of moving into your territory. But I want to say to you that you are about to see Donald Trump at his best. Donald Trump, the performer, Donald Trump, the reality star, Donald Trump, the salesman, the businessman. But can he be on message? He is not often been very disciplined in situations like this. On message would be, if I were writing it, and this is what I used to do, I'd come out and say, I first want to thank all of those who entrusted me with their vote. That would be the first thing. Thank your supporters. And then secondly, you want to assure them that we are going to get enough of these electoral votes to have a victory. But third, importantly, you want to unify the country. So then you appeal to the people who did not vote for you. That would be what I would write. Donald Trump, however, how do you think he's going to stay on message when, quite frankly, at 2:15 in the morning, he's probably irritated, yelling at his advisors and saying, fix this.
So do you think that's what's happening behind the scenes?
Absolutely. I've been yelled at quite a few times in the last 17 years that I've known Donald Trump.
And what does that look like when he yells? Is he sort of calm, or does he lose his temper?
Well, the first thing is the hair starts going up and the orange goes to yet another hue, if that's possible. But seriously, he's a tall, imposing figure, and when he raises his voice, it becomes a little more intimidating and frightful. But with a situation like this, you don't want to irritate him even more, otherwise he'll kick all of us out and go at it alone, which is probably the worst position to put Donald Trump in.
So who will surround him at the moment? Who will be around him?
So the person that we've seen with him all day is Bill Stepien. Bill took over from Brad Pascal, of course, when Brad was removed from that position. I've seen Kaylee around him as well. You know that Dan Scavino is never far from his side, his social media director. And of course, Hope Hicks, who returned from LA to go back into service with this president. So he's
originally a friend of Ivanka, I think, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was a fashion blogger for the company, and I've watched her rise. She's actually a lovely gal. But he is now surrounded by people who comfort him. They don't often tell him the truth, but they comfort him. And you will see Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, who has allowed Trump to be Trump. And that's not always a good thing.
Let's bring in Greg Milam, should we, who's standing by for us. Hello to you, Greg. A very good morning. As we wait for the president here, we have heard from the vice president. He spoke earlier on in Delaware. Just remind our viewers just tuning our way this morning here on Sky News. What did he say?
Well, it was pretty brief, Kay, actually. He only spoke for about 3 minutes, about 1 o'clock in the morning here, a drive-in rally, as we've seen so often with his campaign in recent months. And I think to reward those who had turned out in the cold to hear him. And it was a placeholder, if you like. He was projecting confidence. I think there was some in his support who wanted to see that landslide, wanted to see him take a place like Georgia and put this to bed early. That didn't happen, but they still believe, and they believe very firmly, that Rust Belt, those 3 states we keep talking about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, will deliver for Joe Biden, even if it does take into tomorrow and the next day and the next day before they've counted all of those votes. They're also very confident about Arizona as well, which would be a big state to flip, bearing in mind its history. So they're confident. Joe Biden saying we're on track to win, saying it's not for Donald Trump or for him to decide this election, but for the voters. And that's a message we've heard a lot in the last few days as Donald Trump has talked about voting irregularities. Joe Biden saying that they're very relaxed about this. They don't believe Donald Trump is going to steal this election. They believe that every vote will count, and that's of course what it's all about in any democracy, but here in particular. But I think we've seen from Donald Trump's tweet as we await him in person what's going to happen in the next few days. This discussion, particularly about Pennsylvania and those votes that were counted, that were submitted early, haven't been counted yet. The debate about how and when they're counted, what part they play, but that will play out over the next few days. But certainly confidence from Joe Biden that he is still in with a chance in this race.
Just looking at the scene, and it looks as though the Trump family have just arrived, all of his children. I can see Eric there. Let's listen to the President of the United States.
Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, And you take all of the others. I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
So the President and Vice President speaking to the party faithful and thus the nation in the early hours of the morning, 2:30 here in Washington. And interesting comments from the President. He says he's taking this to the US Supreme Court. Alistair has now joined us. Alistair Bunkle, Cordy still with us. Ali, to you first of all. He wants voting to stop and he wants the lawyers to take over.
I thought that was a speech of two halves. He walks out, as he returned just then, to the music and the aura of a president in the East Room of the White House, the stars and stripes flags, and many of them there were, behind them as a backdrop. He then went through the states that they've won, Florida, Texas, claiming to win Ohio as victories, and then moves on to the legal element of it, looking like a more embattled candidate, a candidate that is worried about what the outcome might be. This is a fraud on the electorate, he said, an embarrassment for the American people. We will be going to the Supreme Court. That is the language of a president who is rallying his base for a fight in the hours to come.
Or maybe days to come, Cordy.
Yeah, look, I think this is going to be a very protracted battle. We know that the Trump team has been hiring hundreds of lawyers, so too has the Biden camp as well. He made it clear a couple of days ago they were going to flood the zone, but already raising at this stage the spectre of going straight to the Supreme Court. I mean, that's meant to be the very kind of worst case scenario right at the end when things can't be settled. There is an issue. He says we want all voting to stop. That's not how the American election works. You know, there is a process in place. These votes that have arrived in places like Pennsylvania, you know, we're thinking in Philadelphia, for instance, a key city for Democrats, particularly with African American voters. We still got only about a quarter of the vote coming in then. The rule was that if it's postmarked for election day, it can be counted up to 3 days thereafter. They knew that coming in, but now you hear the kind of narrative that he's going to be pushing, which is that these votes are illegitimate.
Okay, guys, let's have a look. So for people waking up this morning, not really aware of what's happened overnight, let's have a look at the electoral map and give people an idea of the way it is looking. Talk us through this, Cordy.
Yeah, so tonight really is a story of Donald Trump holding on to a lot of the states which we were told coming into this by the pollsters that Joe Biden had a significant lead on. You know, if you look at Texas, now that is reliably Republican. It's got big electoral college votes, and yet it was allegedly, you know, a toss-up state. It was within Democrats' reach. Well, that turned out not to be the case. You can see on the map there a lot of the southern states that we would expect to go to Republicans: Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana. But more importantly, to the bottom right hand of your screen, Florida. Now, Donald Trump scoring a very seismic, very important win there. It looks like a potentially historic win for him. If he maintains 51.2% in Florida, it will be the biggest Republican win in Florida since Bush in 2004. How did he do that? Well, in part because of the Latino vote. And yet, again, this was something we were told by the pollsters coming in, that the Latino vote was something that was going to be chipping away at, that Joe Biden was going to score potentially big inroads in, but actually he hasn't reached anywhere near Hillary Clinton's levels. And Cuban Americans were critical to Donald Trump, particularly in the big populous county of Miami-Dade. Lots of voters there. They like Donald Trump's muscular kind of stance on the economy. They don't like socialism. They think Joe Biden represents that. So what we see is a picture here where Donald Trump still has a path to victory. Joe Biden does not have, well, he certainly didn't score any kind of a landslide. He too has a path to victory, but it's narrow for both of them. There is a possibility, Kate, that we actually reach a tie between these two, and then it all comes down to one electoral college vote. So this is really, really tight.
Okay. Florida certainly was described as a swing state, as it has been so many times before. Joe Biden had actually said, if Florida goes blue, it's over, it's over. Well, it hasn't, but it certainly did in Delaware. Greg Milam joining us from there now. We did actually hear from Vice President Biden overnight. What did he say?
Yeah, he's very confident, and I think they knew, and he reflected it in what he said to the faithful here, that this challenge was going to come from Donald Trump. He's been asked about it repeatedly over the last few days as these hints have grown that this would be the White House approach to keeping Donald Trump in office. And actually his campaign has been pretty relaxed about the fact these legal challenges would come. Both sides have lawyered up. They are ready for a protracted battle. Joe Biden has said repeatedly that Donald Trump is not going to steal this election. He said tonight that it's not for Donald Trump or for him to decide this election. It's for the voters. And they believe there's a simple principle at play, which is if you've cast a vote as an American, that vote should be counted. And they will go to court and argue that in the days to come. And I think they see this disinformation campaign, and the tweet was flagged that the president sent out earlier, flagged by Twitter. This idea that votes are still being cast is misleading. Of course, the votes that they're talking about in Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin are votes that were mailed in, posted in, or votes that were cast early. They're not votes that are still being cast. There are lots of military votes that come from overseas, for example, that need to be counted. It's what happens in every election, every US election. It's always happened. There are more of them this year because of the pandemic. So they feel they're on pretty strong ground fighting that case. And they believe, whether they're right or wrong, we'll see, they believe very firmly that Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, plus winning Arizona, will be the states that carry Joe Biden to the White House. But you get that confidence from both sides. It will take days to pick through it for all of us.
It certainly will. In the meantime, let's just have a quick listen in his own words what the Vice President had to say a little bit earlier on today.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota. And we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Joe Biden saying he wants every vote, every ballot to be counted. The president, on the other hand, who's spoken within the last few moments, saying that he wants the counting of the voting to stop, and he wants to take this to the US Supreme Court. At the moment, this is the way that the numbers are looking. 220 to 213. Ali is with us. How do each of them get over the line, Ali?
270 is the line. Biden's path to the White House at the moment is to win Arizona. He is narrowly ahead there. He would need to overturn the state. It is narrowing between the two candidates, but Biden is in the lead. If he then wins two of the three Rust Belt states, so Wisconsin and Michigan, he doesn't need Pennsylvania.
Yeah, let's take you to Pennsylvania, should we? And Sally Lockwood is standing by for us. Hello to you, Sally. As always, hugely important battleground, this state, but they've stopped counting in Philadelphia overnight, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've paused here in Pittsburgh too. It's absolutely no surprise that both Joe Biden and Donald Trump have talked about Pennsylvania in their speeches, in their remarks in the last couple of hours. Huge focus on this state, which could decide the election. Biden saying we're going to win Pennsylvania. Donald Trump saying Pennsylvania, it's not even close. Well, Donald Trump is showing a lead here, but that's because counting has been done in predominantly rural areas so far, where Donald Trump is very, very much in favour. The more urban areas, which tends to favour the Democrats, they're still to be counted. And of course, those all-important postal votes still to be counted too. Many of those not even going to be started until tomorrow. But Michigan and Wisconsin, it's a very similar story. Wisconsin is particularly surprising because Joe Biden was showing such a clear lead. He had a 17-point lead in one poll just a week ago. And of course, this area of the Midwest has been hit really hard by COVID-19 in recent weeks with a huge surge, especially Wisconsin. But Donald Trump now has a 4-point lead there with the votes counted so far, more than 70% of those votes. And one thing that might come as a surprise to you, actually, Kay, is that Donald Trump has done better in some counties than he did in 2016, where they had a very high COVID-19 death rate. Nevertheless, something that we were expecting tonight was that Donald Trump might question the integrity.
There's no feed at all.
Okay.
OK, we can just see Sam Coates there, can't we? We'll be chatting to Sam, who's our deputy political editor, in just a moment or two. Meantime, let's bring in Helen Ann, who's standing by for us in Arizona. It almost finished counting there, and it's disputed who may have won Arizona. The favoured view is that it's Joe Biden, but we've heard from the White House saying, hold your horses.
Yeah, absolutely, Kay. It's turned into a nail-biting race here in Arizona. We knew it was going to be tight here. We knew it could be important, but it's really turning out to be absolutely pivotal for a number of key reasons, really. Firstly, obviously, the numbers. 11 electoral college votes here for Mr. Biden. Now that he's lost Florida, those numbers will be incredibly important to pave that path to the White House for him. If he wins here, he doesn't have to win all three of those Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. So that's really important. But it's also a momentum thing as well, Kay. If he wins here in Arizona, that will give the Biden campaign a huge boost and take the wind out of the sails, if you like, of the claims of the president that he's won this race already. It will also be hugely historic if Biden manages to flip this state blue. This is a historically ruby red Republican state. It's only voted for a Democrat presidential nominee once since 1952. So it'll be hugely significant. But as you say, Kate, it is really, really tight. 80% of the votes have been counted. Biden is ahead, but that lead is narrowing. It's narrowing in Pima County. That's to the south where the city of Tucson is. That normally leans Democrat. And here where we are in Maricopa County, this is the key battleground county. This is the county that encompasses the city of Phoenix and the metro area around it. It's the key purple county, if you like. Winning here, where 60% of the population live, will be absolutely crucial to whoever carries this state. Really nail-biting times indeed. Both camps will be watching it very, very closely for the next few hours, I'm sure.
Absolutely. For now, thanks very much, Helen. Thank you. Of course, what happens this side of the pond, very important to the British people, and our Foreign Secretary is joining us now. Mr. Raab, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us. What's your trade deal pitch to the President-elect, whoever it might be?
Oh, I think we'll have to wait for the result for that, but it's a close election, closer than I think some pundits had forecast. I don't think there's a clear result yet. Obviously, people are looking at the Midwestern states as your contributors were saying, and we'll see how this plays out. I think it could be a very close race. We may not get a definitive result for hours, if not days. So, but we're totally confident the American system has the checks and balances to give us a definitive result, and we'll wait and see. And of course, the UK-US relationship is in great shape, and we're confident that it will go from strength to strength, whichever candidate wins the election.
Is it a different pitch depending on who wins?
Well, as I've said before, depending on who's in the White House, there are always slightly different contours of the opportunities and the risks for the relationship. But come what may, I'm very confident that the bedrock, our economic ties, our security cooperation, our shared values, will mean that the friendship, the strength of economic ties, cultural ties, the shared interests, I'm very confident that the relationship will go from strength to strength.
Yeah, but Brexit is all important, isn't it, for the United Kingdom? And as a result, it depends who's in the building behind me in charge as to what sort of trade deal we might get. Mr. Biden seems to be much more reluctant to deal with the United Kingdom, not least because of what's happening with the Irish border, Irish ancestry, of course.
I don't actually think that's correct. I was out in Washington. Every time I go out to Washington, I see politicians from all sides of Congress, and I'm confident that the relationship will be in good shape, and I'm confident there's an excellent free trade deal there to be done. There's been a lot of progress so far, but let's wait and see what the outcome is, and there's obviously a significant amount of uncertainty. It's much closer than I think many had expected, but this is for the American people to decide, and we're confident in the American institutions that will produce a result. And look, the UK-US relationship, come what may, frankly, regardless of the individuals in number 10 Downing Street or in the White House, has got such a bedrock and history of shared values, economic ties, security cooperation interests. I'm very confident that we'll have an even stronger relationship going forward.
Although he did tweet in September saying we can't allow the Good Friday Agreement that brought peace to Northern Ireland to become a casualty of Brexit. Any trade deal between the US and the UK must be contingent upon respect for the agreement and preventing the return of a hard border. Putting pegs out there, isn't he?
Well, and of course during an election campaign, and the confidence of the Irish lobby, and the fact that, in fairness, Democrats take a very close interest, as all Americans do, but particularly Democrats, in the Good Friday Agreement, not least because of the work of George Mitchell and Bill Clinton. I think it's understandable. Of course, I was out there, I talked to Nancy Pelosi, I talked to Chris Coons, I talked to the Democratic caucus. I had my third or fourth meeting with Richie Neal, and we explained the UK position, and that actually we've been clear all along that there's no threat to the Good Friday Agreement. Indeed, we have unilaterally and unconditionally said we would never put infrastructure at the border. The EU hasn't made that position in relation to what it would require of the Republic of Ireland, and I think it was a good opportunity to make those points clear. Equally, whoever I speak to in Washington, whether it's the administration, whether it's Democrats or Republicans on the Hill, what's very clear is the huge deep well of shared interests, shared values, and I'm very confident that the UK-US relationship will go from strength to strength. But of course, this is a moment for America and the American people, but we watch with great interest.
So you're not worried that a trade deal with the UK would be less of a priority for a President Biden than a President Trump?
I'm not worried about the relationship, but as I said, the contours of the opportunities and the risks always shift a little bit. But I think that needs to be set against the context of this bedrock and this wider set of interests which are so strong. Economic interest, yes, trade, as you mentioned, security interests, the intelligence cooperation we have, crucial on counter-terrorism, but also shared values as well. And the truth is, the UK is always a valuable partner to the US, and likewise in return, and we'll continue to work very strongly together, I'm confident, whatever the outcome in this very close race.
Yeah, but what about Congress? Crucial, isn't it? The results in Congress for a Brexit deal. Any president would need backing of the House to get a deal through quickly, wouldn't he? So I'm guessing, as our Foreign Secretary, you're very much keeping an eye on what's happening in Congress.
Keeping close eye on all of the different races, particularly I think what's happening in the Midwest, and as your commentary has suggested, but I'm going to resist the temptation to comment on the commentary too much. I think we'll know soon enough what the results are going to be, both in Congress but also in relation to the Oval Office. We may not know for some days. It could take days, not hours, but we'll wait for the definitive result and we'll plan accordingly.
Although, final thought on this, and then I will move on to what's happening domestically, but obviously
Sure.
as our Foreign Secretary, we heard from the President, I'm sure you heard via Sky News a few moments ago, he wants voting to stop and he wants it to go to the Supreme Court. Are those the sort of values that we appreciate in the leader of the free world?
Look, we respect the values of democracy and the checks and balances reflected in the US system, which we're very confident will produce a result. And again, forgive me if I don't get drawn to commenting on the election night commentary in the US. I don't think it's a good move for a UK Foreign Secretary.
No, but you appreciate that, people cast their ballot. Obviously, that's what we do. That's what democracy is all about. And if the vote's not necessarily going your way, do you go to the courts to cry foul?
Well, as I said, there's checks and balances in the US system. There are contested seats before. We've seen that in US elections in the past, and I'm very confident in the US system in producing a definitive result based on the rules.
OK, you're giving me nothing on that, are you, Foreign Secretary? So I'm going to ask you about the UK threat level. It has been raised to severe. How worried should my viewers be this morning?
Well, I don't think it's a question of being worried so much as staying vigilant, but the threat level has been raised. We've heard the explanation from the Home Secretary as a precautionary measure, but of course we've seen the appalling terrorist attacks in Vienna, in Paris, and we need to be particularly vigilant at this time. And I know that the police, the intelligence services, all of the law enforcement community do an exceptional job, and we just need the public to stay vigilant at this time.
OK, and a quick thought about the environment. The United States due to come out of the Paris Accord today, 4th of November 2020. Whoever wins the keys to the house behind me, would Britain try to cajole to potentially move back in to the Paris Accord for the sake of future generations?
I think one thing I'd say is that next year we're hosting the UN COP26 talks. We want to bring the world together. We know in some countries it's a particularly controversial issue. There are difficult choices, but we'll be working with whoever's in the White House and all countries to try and shift the dial on climate change. The one thing I would say is we've seen some very good progress in Asia. You look at what South Korea, Japan, China have announced in terms of their emissions targets, and what we need to do is build up a virtuous cycle of particularly the leading countries contributing and doing their bit. That's the only way we'll shift the dial, and that's where the UK efforts and focus will be.
And a quick thought on Iran. Trump, as you know, continuing to push for the Iran deal to fall. If he is re-elected, where would that leave Britain? Would we be under more pressure to break away from our European allies?
I don't think so. We've always said that we regretted but understood the decision of the US to pull out of the JCPOA, the nuclear deal. In fairness, there's been all sorts of talk about expanding that deal. We'd be supportive of that in due course if the opportunity arises. No one suggested the JCPOA was perfect, but I don't think, certainly the UK position is very clear. We're not going to walk away from the JCPOA until there's something better on which to build.
OK, who's going to win this election, do you think, Foreign Secretary?
That's for the US to decide. We watch with great interest. I don't know for sure. It's too close to call, I think, at this point.
You could do my job. It's good to talk to you as always. Thanks very much. Appreciate
Thanks,
it. Thank you. Thank you. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, standing by for us. Thoughts, Sam?
Despite all the help from the British Embassy, Dominic Raab knows no more than you or I about who's going to win the presidency, which is why his job, when being interviewed by you just now, was to make out that the UK can work equally well with either Joe Biden or a second Trump presidency. Now, that is true up to a point. The bedrock of the special relationship, as Dominic Raab made absolutely clear, is that military and intelligence cooperation as well as shared values. But whoever gets the White House, they are two different paths for America, but also for the world and for Britain. With Donald Trump, it will mean that Boris Johnson has somebody in the White House with closer personal ties to him. With Joe Biden, there's likely to be a reset on the attacks on things like the World Trade Organization, the UN, and also the European Union. That's where things could be a little bit more tricky for Britain if Joe Biden gets in. But overall, I think the impact of a Joe Biden presidency will to encourage Britain to strike that deal with the EU, which it needs to in the next 10 days or so. It's only then, if we don't get a deal, that things would immediately get more difficult with President-elect Biden.
Okay, waiting to see what's happening. Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Thanks a lot. Waiting to hear what's happening in Arizona. That likely, we're told, to declare very shortly indeed. But first, let's bring in Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the US, who has been with us throughout the night. Thank you for staying with us into the morning hours as well. Mr. Darroch, your thoughts on what we heard from our Foreign Secretary a few moments ago? Good morning.
Look, I think that he is right that the bedrock of the relationship is defence, security and intelligence, and that brings important benefits to the United States as well as to us, and it makes all of us a bit safer and a bit more secure, and I'm sure that will continue as strongly as ever, if not becoming even stronger. I think it's more questionable. I think Sam Coates has analysed it very well. It's more questionable when you get into trade relations. I think the only thing that the Biden team has said so far about its approach to trade issues is that they're interested in joining the Asia-Pacific deal, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I think they've avoided any clear commentary on whether they would do a quick US-UK free trade deal, or whether they go with an EU free trade deal, which Obama tried to negotiate at the end of his term. I think they haven't decided that yet. I think Sam is absolutely right, though, that if we do no-deal Brexit, and especially if we end up carrying out this threat unilaterally to rewrite the withdrawal agreement, to the anger of the Europeans and especially the Irish government, then that would make things quite difficult with an administration led by Joe Biden, who has strong Irish ancestry and is close to the Friends of Ireland caucus in the American Congress. So a lot depends, first of all, whether it's Biden or Trump, and that's still very open, and second, where we get to with the EU over the next few weeks.
Not least, Ambassador, because, of course, as you were talking about the Irish links, Irish ancestry that any future President Biden might have. He's discussing travelling to Ireland as one of his first overseas engagements. That's going to make the Brits sit up and listen, isn't it?
Well, I think he'll come to Europe fairly early. I think one of his priorities will be to repair relations with Europe. After all, President Trump said that the EU was worse than China, and he complained that most European members of NATO didn't spend what they were promised on defence and were basically letting America do their defence for them. So I think he thinks there's a job to be done in repairing relations with Europe, and he's very proud of his Irish ancestry. I mean, his mother's maiden name is Finnegan, and all American presidents with Irish ancestry visit Ireland sooner or later. So if he's coming across on an early trip to Europe, I wouldn't surprise me at all if he visited Ireland.
Okay. Thanks, Ambassador, for now. Appreciate you staying up for us. Thanks very much. The latest we're getting from Thank you. Latest we're hearing from Pennsylvania. Many postal ballots, I'm being told, have not been counted yet in the main population centres where the Democrats do well. The result, which isn't expected for days, is expected to be very close indeed. Ali is here with me. Only 48%, Ali, of the votes have been counted in Philadelphia so far. They've stopped counting overnight, as they have in Pittsburgh as well.
But Donald Trump has virtually declared it a victory for the Republicans, which it is not, of course. We need to make that abundantly clear. I mean, that speech that he gave in the East Room, the White House behind us, about half an hour or so ago now, was pretty extraordinary, really.
Should we listen to it?
Yeah.
Let's have another listen to what the president had to say.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad. It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
Except that's not what's happening at the moment, Ali, is it? Let's just have a look at the race to 270. 270 being the number, for our viewers at home, the number of electoral college votes that you need to get in order to get the keys to the White House. Talk us through where we are so far. Looking at the numbers as we're chatting, 220 Biden at the moment, 213 for Trump. But some of the states with their big numbers are due to come in shortly, aren't they?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to say is don't read too much into those figures. So don't assume that Joe Biden is going to win simply because he's ahead right now. The way the American election system works is it's a winner-takes-all system. So each state has a number of electoral college votes allocated to them dependent on the size of their population. So we await for some pretty big ones to come in, for example. California is the largest, 55 college votes, always goes blue. That West Coast and most of the Eastern Seaboard tends to be Democrat. But we await upon Arizona, for example, which was held by Donald Trump. It has 11 electoral votes, and it looks as though it might go to Joe Biden. So that'd be a big win for Biden's campaign, if so.
I mean, it was reliably Republican for a very long time, wasn't it? Last Democrat presidential win was Bill Clinton back in 1996. And yet it has now become, it looks as though it's likely to become a Democrat state. What's happened?
Well, a number of things have happened, and one of the main factors is the changing demographic in Arizona. And this is a really good example of where we must be careful not to analyse what is going on overnight in broad brushstrokes. And let me give you two examples. In Florida, which Donald Trump won, key for him to win, that was because, in no small part, of the Latino vote in Florida turning out in large numbers for Donald Trump. But when we talk about the Latino vote in Florida, we talk about the Cuban American vote.
Yeah.
In Arizona, over the last few years, there's been an increasing Hispanic Latino population. It is a border state, of course, but we are talking about a different demographic of Latinos, and they look as though they are turning out for Joe Biden.
OK, let's take you to the Grand Canyon State, should we? Helen Ann is standing by for his population around 7 million. It looks as though they might be declaring very shortly, Helen Ann. The projection was that it was going to go blue, but the White House very cross with that suggestion and saying it's too close to call. We should know soon.
Yeah, that's right, Kay. In that statement that President Trump made there, he said there's still life in Arizona. Those were the words that he used. But really, it's extremely close here. It's been an absolutely nail-biting race. The bar that we've spent all night, and it's closed now. But really, to call it an emotional roller coaster for the Democrat voters that were in that bar tonight is something of an understatement. There was a real nervous anxiety at the start of the night. Many of those voters remembered what it was like in 2016 when they were convinced they were going to win and then didn't. Then there was a real excitement where it all felt like it was happening, and then that excitement was sort of drawn back again and the nerves reset in as more votes came in, more votes being counted in the race narrowing. We've had over 80% of the votes counted now, and Biden is in the lead, but the race is narrowing in some of the key counties. Pima County, which is to the south, that's where the city of Tucson is, and here where I am now in Maricopa County, this is where the city of Phoenix is. It is by far the most populous county in this state. 60% of the population live here, and this is where the demographics have been shifting so rapidly, as you were just discussing there, Kay. This is where voters are increasingly younger. There's many Latino voters, there's many transient voters. But look, if we do hear shortly that Arizona flips blue, it will be a really, really vitally important moment for a few reasons. Of course, the numbers, they really matter. Those 11 electoral college votes will be vital for Mr. Biden because if he wins here, he won't have to win all three of those Rust Belt states. So, of course, the numbers matter. But it's also about momentum as well, Kay. If Biden can win here, then he really still absolutely has a horse in this race, and it's not over for him at all. And it makes it more difficult for President Trump to claim that it's all wrapped up and that he's won. So really, a pivotal, important moment. We're all watching it very closely indeed. Hopefully we should hear soon enough.
Indeed. So in a Senate race that's out of this world, I think it's fair to say, Helen, not because it's got an astronaut involved.
Yeah, quite right. Mark Kelly, the Democrat candidate here for the Senate. He's something of a celebrity. As you said, he's a former NASA astronaut, actually a very high-profile NASA astronaut. He's an identical twin, did a very high-profile experiment with his identical twin in space. But he's also the husband of former Democrat Congresswoman Gabby Gifford. You remember she was shot back in 2011 as part of a terror attack in Arizona. Many of our viewers may remember that. So he's a very high-profile candidate indeed. The Republican incumbent, Martha McSally, she is not as popular here. She actually ran in the 2018 midterms and lost out in that race. So there's a lot of feeling here that a lot of Arizonans, even if they, voted for Mr. Trump or President Trump and feel that they're Republicans, he's quite a popular candidate here. So that race, some local news outlets are calling that Senate race for Mark Kelly. We're not quite in a position to do that based on Sky News data yet, Kay, but another very exciting race indeed.
Indeed. So, Sally, and interestingly, Pluto apparently was discovered at the observatory in Flagstaff in Arizona. Perhaps that's an omen for the astronaut Mark Kelly. We'll have to wait and see. As soon as we find out, of course, Sally Ann will bring us the very latest. For now, thank you. Meantime, the best news of the evening for Donald Trump came in Florida, the focus of intense campaigning by the candidates and a key indicator of who will end up in the White House. Mr. Trump won it after gaining significant support from the state's Latino population, as we were just hearing from Ali. From there, Siobhan Robbins reports.
In Florida, Republicans rejoice. This state is a fickle friend. Today, it turned its back on Joe Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, Florida has gone to Trump.
We are so excited. We were very apprehensive initially, but we believe that Trump is the best candidate. We're very excited about his win in Florida.
Liberty and justice for all!
Losing here would have crushed Trump's hopes, blocking his best route to the White House. But his supporters have been confident from the start.
It's going to be an incredible win.
You're that confident?
Landslide.
Why?
I just feel very confident.
Who do you think he's really talked to? Who's he tapped in with?
Divine intervention.
Outside, dejected Democrats, believing some Latinos had closed the door on Biden and fearing Florida could start a chain reaction.
If Donald Trump wins the election, I will, to be completely honest with you, be devastated. It's been a long 4 years, a lot of chaos, a lot of divisiveness, a lot of drama. It's just drama every single day. And I know that a lot of Republicans like that and enjoy it, but I'm over it.
But more than 400 mainly mask-free Republicans here were just getting started.
This is now a victory party for the Republicans, but for the Democrats, they're licking their wounds and wondering why more Floridians didn't connect with Joe Biden.
The idea the president's popularity is waning hasn't played out here. This election, once again, Florida is dancing to Donald Trump's tune. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Florida.
It's fair to say the Democrats spent an absolute fortune in Florida. It would appear all for nothing. Sophie Ridge can dissect those numbers for us at Sky News Centre this morning. Hello to you, Sophie. Good morning.
Morning, Kay. Well, this isn't the night that so many people had expected. Of course, too close to call at the minute, but Donald Trump already picking up some big wins in places like Iowa and Ohio and, as you said, Kay, in Florida too. Always an early indicator. Remember, Florida, of course, has picked the future president in every election since Bill Clinton in 1996. And this is what happened so far. We can see, of course, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Florida, on 51.2% of the vote. He's actually increased his vote share in Florida. If he sticks to around 51.2%, that will be the best Republican performance since 2004. Joe Biden really holding steady there on 47.8%. And what's happening? We can really drill down now, because in some ways the first indications that things were going towards Trump in Florida came in Miami-Dade, one of the big urban populations, big urban centre, 46% going to Donald Trump. Look, Joe Biden won on 53.4%, but just remember that number, 53.4, because I can show you what happened last time round with Hillary Clinton. She actually outperformed Joe Biden quite substantially in Miami-Dade on 63.7% of the vote she managed to secure. And now we can really drill into the data to find out exactly why it seems that so many voters in Florida decided to go for Donald Trump and what it means for the rest of the race. Now, we can take you to the demographics in Florida. You can see that it's quite an older population, 24.7% over 65. And there's also a big Hispanic population too. Around 1 in 4 people in Florida Hispanic. And it's the same in Miami-Dade too. 25.2% of people in Miami-Dade Hispanic. And that matters. It matters if Joe Biden is underperforming in that key Hispanic vote. It matters in other swing states, places like Arizona, like Nevada, yet to declare. Although, of course, worth pointing out that Hispanic voters across the country vote in very different ways. He's currently leading Joe Biden in Arizona as well. Now, let's just take a pause and find out exactly how the race so far is going. This is the race for the White House so far. And remember, the magic number is 270 electoral college votes. That is the winning line that they need to cross. And you can see Joe Biden on 220. He's nosing ahead, but things are so close. 213 electoral votes for Donald Trump. It couldn't be closer. It's going to be a very exciting couple of days ahead, Kay.
It sure is, Sophie. Certainly the Democrats had been really worried that Biden had limited some support among the Latino population in Florida, and so it came to pass. But nevertheless, although President Trump has won Florida, he's still looking to take Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin if he wants to stay in the White House. Or does he? Is there another route? Let's bring in Professor Jennifer Victor, an elections expert at George Mason University in Virginia. Hello to you, Professor. Thank you for joining us. First of all, how can the pollsters have got it so wrong again?
I think it's way too early to say anything about whether or not the polling has been correct in this election or not. We just don't have the final numbers yet. All of the states that are outstanding are states that were essentially called too close to call, or those that we knew were going to have slower ballot counting processes. And so it could be that the polls have turned out to be wrong. I think we just don't know that yet. We have to wait and see what the outcome is before we can evaluate how good the polling was.
Although Florida was described as a swing state, wasn't it? I mean, the president actually increased his share on 2016.
He did, although, we are expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 30 million more voters to vote in 2020 than in 2016 overall. And so we should generally expect that we're going to see a pretty big uptick in lots of numbers across the board. So what you really want to be looking at is the margins of difference between the candidates.
Yeah, but whatever, the pollsters had predicted that it was going to be an easy night for Vice President Biden, and that certainly isn't the case. I mean, he has come out and he has spoken in Delaware and says that it's his to lose now, it would appear, whereas the president has said, I want all voting to stop and I'm taking this to the Supreme Court. How do pollsters and political scientists feel about that?
Well, of course, courts are not designed to decide elections. The one time in the United States when that happened back in the year 2000, we had a very uncomfortable situation where the Supreme Court was asked to step in. And ultimately, in that Supreme Court decision, the court was so uncomfortable making that choice that they literally said in the text of the case that they never wanted it to be cited as a precedent in a future case. And so even if there is, continues to be significant litigation around this election, which, by all means, it seems like there likely will be, it's not necessarily the case that it will wind up at the Supreme Court. I think all of the actors involved will try. The judicial actors don't really want it to be in the Supreme Court. It's not healthy for democracy for elections to be decided in the judiciary. There are norms and there are values surrounding how these things work. They're not being followed right now in the United States, particularly by the Trump campaign. But I think we have to wait and see how the final results come out.
Yeah, talking about Al Gore, of course, losing, although he won the popular vote a little bit like Hillary Clinton did last time. Due to that legal challenge in the Supreme Court, it became President Bush. You say that the courts are not there to intervene in the way people cast their votes. What might the president do in the coming days? What's your understanding of how the US Supreme Court gets involved? You say that they don't particularly want to, but of course it's very much a Republican Supreme Court now, isn't it?
No, it certainly is. Functionally, the way this goes is there has to be a legal challenge that is brought to the court. It would have to go all the way up through the federal court and appellate court system before it got to the Supreme Court. So it's not like the Supreme Court can go looking for a case or that the president can just directly ask the Supreme Court to accept a case. And so it depends on, there's a variety of different legal challenges and bases on which some of those cases could come forward. So we'll have to wait and see how those goes. In reality, though, I think what we want to be looking at is first to wait for the voting or the counting rather to be completed and for those races to finally be called. It may take another day or two to get through all of those absentee ballots in these very, very close races. And then after that happens, what we want to be looking for is what political scientists refer to as elite messaging. And that is the political leaders and the big media mouthpieces in the country. How are they responding to that result? On the one hand, if you have for example, if Biden is declared the winner of the election and President Trump simply denies that is the outcome, what we would look for at that point is, how is conservative media responding to that? How are other Republican leaders like Mitch McConnell or Marco Rubio or whoever else, what are they saying? Are they repudiating the president's sort of flagrant violations of democratic norms? Or are they going along with his sort of sense of inciting some unrest or some dissatisfaction with the outcome that suggests that he might not accept it? So that's what I'll be looking for.
OK, Professor, it's good of you to stay up for us. Thank you so much for joining us on the programme this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you. Just seen a tweet from the Pennsylvania governor, who's a Democrat, of course, Governor Wolf, saying that the state has more than 1 million mail-in ballots still to count. And he's called President Trump's remarks from the White House a few moments ago, where he's asked for voting to stop and to take this election to the Supreme Court. He has referred to those remarks as a partisan attack via Twitter. Ali, thoughts?
I was looking at the latest figures coming in from Pennsylvania to try and get a sense of where we are with that. And as you say, the voting has stopped for the night. Trump is in the lead at the moment over Biden, 43%. But the reason why we mustn't pay too much attention to those figures at this stage is because of the rural versus urban vote in Pennsylvania. So the rural counties around Pennsylvania tend to be really pro-Trump heartlands. If you drive through them, you would struggle sometimes to even find a Joe Biden Democratic supporter. But if you go to places like Bucks County, Montgomery County, Philadelphia County, Delaware County, around sort of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, two major cities that were held by Hillary Clinton, won by Hillary Clinton in 2016, even though she lost the state. Mm. If you look at those, that is where Joe Biden is going to win Pennsylvania if he wins Pennsylvania. And that is why there is still some way to go in Pennsylvania, and the president is wrong to declare it as his.
A million votes still to be counted. They've stopped counting overnight. And as you were saying, it is in Philadelphia and also in Pittsburgh, which, of course, are urban districts where I'm guessing Joe Biden would be hoping, as we're hearing there from Ali, to pick up.
And of course, Scranton County, which is where he was born, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And he will want to retain that Donald Trump wants to take it from him. He even visited there as one of his last campaign rally stops. And Pennsylvania, so important is it that Philadelphia is the headquarters for the Biden campaign.
Let's bring in, should we, JD Gordon, former Trump campaign National Security Director. Hello to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Your thoughts, first of all, please, on the words that we've heard from the President this morning saying, stop counting these ballots. We're going to court.
It's nice to see you, Kay. Welcome to Washington.
Thank you.
Well, President Trump is a fighter, and I think he sees a battle ahead. And so he's just sending a message to the American people that this is not over. He's going to fight it out in court if he has to, and he's not going to let the Democrats steal the election because he feels that that's probably what they're going to try to do.
I suppose the other side of the coin is that everybody's entitled to their vote, and because of coronavirus and other extenuating circumstances, but mainly coronavirus, a lot of people were very anxious about casting their vote in person. They were allowed to have a mail-in ballot. Surely their vote should be counted.
Absolutely. However, there are a couple of data points that the president is going on. The first is what happened in the 2018 elections. We saw ballot harvesting in California flip 7 seats that were Republican seats traditionally to Democrats via change in the law where ballots could be taken by any third party to drop off. And 250,000 ballots in Orange County, which was Reagan country, solidly Republican seats, all Republican members of Congress were all winning on election night. But 2 weeks later, they all lost one by one because of ballot harvesting. So with that point in mind, the president thinks there could be some mischief involved. That's number one. Number two, the president was accused of being a Russian agent by the resistance, the so-called resistance in this country for 3 years, and a lot of his associates were attacked like me unfairly. So he sees a lot of shenanigans that have gone on in politics, and so he's trying to put his foot down.
To be fair, that's not all one-sided, is it?
Having gone through the Russiagate hoax, we weren't colluding with Russia, but that was the story. President Trump was impeached not because of Russia, he was impeached because of Ukraine in a phone call, which a lot of people thought was a legitimate exercise of his authority. So you had the president first labeled a Russian agent for several years by the Democrats and the resistance, which included Never Trump Republicans. Then he was impeached over a phone call with Ukraine's new president. So he sees this effort to oust him unfairly. So basically, now that he's ahead in all of these states, like in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, but when the votes come in the next few days, and Michigan has 3 more days, Pennsylvania has 3 more days, he's afraid that those votes are just going to come in and they'll find ballots somewhere. That's his fear. And then he thinks the election will be taken from him.
Yeah, although the FBI, I'm told, are investigating suggestions that people have been receiving robocalls, as they're called here in the United States, basically telephone calls, purporting to be from Homeland Security, saying don't go out to vote, stay home and stay safe. What's all that about?
What a mess. What a mess. I think that there are shenanigans that go on both sides. And I think that we need to just make sure that the votes can be counted, that the president can make sure that his rights are represented and the rights of the American voters are represented. And we'll see how it goes. But back in 2000, we did have a presidential election that went to the Supreme Court because of Florida and the hanging chads. With,
pregnant chads, whatever they were
yes,
called.
Yes, exactly, with Bush and Gore.
Yeah.
So I think that the president sees so many states out there that he's leading right now. And if all the states that are trending pink, which are the states that he's leading in, if they all went for him tonight, he would win. But I think he fears that over the next few days in Pennsylvania and Michigan, perhaps other places as well, his lead will be erased and he will lose. And I think that's a big fear for him right now.
But it's not beyond the wit of man or woman if it comes down to Pennsylvania and just a few parts of Pennsylvania to sweep in the FBI, or whoever it might be, someone who is independent to oversee the counting of the votes.
Well, the leadership of Pennsylvania is from the Democrats, the governor, the attorney general, etc.
I'm sure he still respects the rule of law.
I would hope so. I went to Penn State. I know a lot about the state, and it is, as your colleague was saying, very much throughout Pennsylvania, very much rural and Trump country, except for the big cities in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Well, when we've seen most of the voter fraud in the country in the past, the place that's most ripe for it really are the big cities. So that's a big fear, even though the governor of Pennsylvania is right to tweet that, look, there's 1 million votes still to be counted. That's absolutely right. There is a chance for mischief. The president is ahead by a lot right now in Pennsylvania. However, as the days go by, Pennsylvania has until Friday, his lead very well may evaporate. And I think that's a real fear for him. And I think it very well may go to the Supreme Court.
So you support his suggestion that the counting should be paused and it should be taken to the Supreme Court for guidance and advice?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking. It's a question. It was a question at the end.
Okay. I think the counting should continue, and we'll see where we're at on Friday. But if it's not close at all, I think he has much less of an argument to make. But if it is a very close race, then I think he will have a legitimate argument. If it's extremely close, and we see evidence of voter fraud, I haven't seen that at this point.
No.
But there are a lot of days left until Friday.
Well, it came down to just 44,000 votes last time, didn't it? Let's see what happens throughout the course of the next couple of days. Also in the Keystone States, we did hear actually from Joe Biden, who would be president in the middle of the night, early hours in the United Kingdom, and this is what he had to say in Delaware.
I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Thinks he's got it.
He does. I think both men think they have it won, and we'll see what happens over the next few days. Is that just bluff and bluster?
Are they both very anxious about what coming down to Pennsylvania again?
I think,
and Wisconsin, of course.
Wisconsin, right? Michigan. I think
too.
Both of them think they won the race, and so we'll see over the next few days to come what really happens. I think one interesting point is how so many people across the United States and the world really thought it was going to be somewhat of a cakewalk for Vice President Biden. He was up by 8 or 9 points nationally, although the national polls don't mean a whole lot because it's a 50-state election. But even in the states that were close, roughly 10 battleground states or so, we're really only separated by a few points. So that's easily achievable by President Trump. I think he outperformed the polls like he did in 2016 because a lot of Trump voters are shy. Perhaps similar type of thing with Brexit, where a lot of people didn't want to say, "Oh, I support President Trump." So
we call them shy Brexiteers.
Yeah, shy Brexiteers, exactly. So I think that President Trump thinks he won. I think he feels that it could be stolen from him.
One of the byproducts of the uncertainty is confusion for the people of the United States, and that potentially could spill over to violence. We're here at the White House. There is a massive cordon streets away from the White House, impossibly difficult to get to our studio this morning. So the authorities are preparing for trouble.
They are. It's a real concern. So far, it's been good in the United States tonight. I hope it stays that way. We have had a lot of violence over this past year. Riots throughout different cities, and we've had groups like Antifa rioting, looting, burning buildings down.
Not just on the right, of course. And the left, forgive me, not just on the left, the right as well.
There's been a lot of chaos in the United States this year, and I hope it doesn't continue. Certainly a result like this is not good for that, but so far the American people have responded well tonight. I haven't heard reports of violence, which is great. Just even coming here tonight, I was pushing for a Zoom interview, but your producers are tough, and they convinced me just come on and do it. You're a Navy guy, so yes, I'm glad to be here tonight, and it was easy to get in.
Well, I'm glad that you came. It's good to talk to you. Thank you
so
very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. Let's get the Democrat view, should we? Amisha Cross is a Democrat strategist and former communications analyst on President Barack Obama's 2012 campaign. Hello to you, Amisha. Thank you for joining us. Goodness, what a mess.
Well, I mean, none of this is actually the most surprising thing. I think that for most Americans, we have been told for quite some time that this was going to be a tight race. We were hedging in terms of what states were going to get called first. What we know is that we've had historic early voting totals and a lot of absentee ballots. Millions of absentee ballots, specifically in Pennsylvania, have not been counted yet. And it's just too early to call. Now, in states like Florida, where I do think that Joe Biden, the Biden camp, probably didn't put as much credence into where they were with the Latinx voters as they probably should have, there's still a path for Joe Biden, even without Florida. We saw him take Arizona. We know that, Pennsylvania is still in play. Georgia's still in play. Wisconsin's still in play. There's still areas around the Midwest. And I think that it's still going to shape up to be a good moment for Joe Biden.
Why do you think that up until now, because despite what you say, certainly the polls had been suggesting that it was going to be a comfortable win for your man. I hear what you're saying, that the Democrats are suggesting that potentially that wasn't the case, but they were pouring money into potential swing states like Arizona and, of course, Florida as well. At least in Florida, it seems all for nothing.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's all for nothing. Florida has been known to be the swingiest of swing states. Historically, Florida has always been purple. So I think that every election cycle, Florida is always up for grabs. Florida went for President Barack Obama twice. So I don't think that it was a mistake at all in pouring money into Florida. Florida is always a key swing state. Sadly, this go round, we came up short. But again, Vice President Biden had many paths to victory. He still has many paths to victory. And his course was a lot more broad than Donald Trump's happened to be.
The exit poll results, the first in when the polls were starting to close around the country, were suggesting that the thing that most voters were concerned about in the United States was the economy, not coronavirus, but the economy. So were the Democrats slightly off beam in that regard?
I don't believe so, because the American voters understand that the economy and the coronavirus are tightly intertwined. Many people lost their jobs. We saw retail businesses go down. We saw a lot of gig economy workers out of work. Many people who were already working low-wage jobs, now those jobs are no longer existent because those stores and things that they were working in have been shuttered. So I think that the economy is strongly woven into healthcare and the COVID-19 response. And Joe Biden, for his part, he has the Build Back Better plan, and he's talked about it over and over again on the campaign trail. This isn't a vote, a Trump vote for the economy. This is a Trump vote from his base, many of which are people who are anti-immigrant, many of which are people who don't want to see racial reconciliation across this country, many of which buy into the barbarish rhetoric that he likes to spout and are easily swayed by a lot of the lies that he tells and his base tells on Twitter.
How nervous are you that this could come down to a decision in the Supreme Court? Because last time it happened in the year 2000, we know how that ended for the Democrats. Al Gore, although he'd won the popular vote, had to concede, or certainly it was given to President Bush.
Well, in the last 6 of 7 elections in America, Democrats have won the popular vote. If the election was chosen just by the popular vote, we have a lot more Democratic presidents. What I do know is that this president, Donald Trump, likes to sow seeds of dissent. He wants to make people believe that this electoral process was faulty. He wants to declare himself the victor before anything is announced. And that's, quite frankly, disingenuous and problematic. There is still a very strong path for Joe Biden to make this happen for himself. And what I think that President Trump is trying to do is dissuade Americans in the electoral process and to diminish what our democracy actually stands for. What Donald Trump wants is for this to go to the Supreme Court. Do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. But President Trump needs to ratchet up his base and have faith in the fact that the Supreme Court, that is largely leaning right, is something that is going to be workable for them. This isn't going to go to the Supreme Court. That is a pipe dream for Donald Trump just to get his base excited.
Let's wait and see. Amisha, it's good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
When it comes down to it, it's just a dozen key states that will determine the outcome and scale of the victory for one of the candidates. Let's just remind you, with the help of Ali, who's with me, what they are. Ali, let's run through these. Some of them we more or less know the result of already, although not necessarily declared at this state. Florida, to start with, they spent heavy, the Democrats in Florida.
Big time, particularly Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York, media mogul, bought up a lot of television advertising, particularly in the last few days, spending millions of pounds in support of Joe Biden, especially in Miami. It didn't work. Florida, as your last guest said, is one of those states that flip-flops. It is what's known over here as a purple state. It is not one that you can accurately predict will go one way or the other. There's a load of states in the United States that you just don't even necessarily look at on election night because you know that come hell or high water they will vote one way or the other. Florida is not one of those, and that is why so much effort is put into it.
Let's move on to Iowa, won by 150,000 votes by President Trump last time. Before that, Barack Obama had held onto Iowa quite comfortably.
Yes, again, a state that the Biden camp put quite a lot of effort into. It wasn't one that they focused on in any large, great way, but it was one that they thought they could flip in their favour. If we were talking about sort of big wins for Joe Biden, it was states like Iowa that had to fall to his favour.
Okay, and as far as Ohio is concerned, projected for President Trump, worth bearing in mind that Ohio has predicted every winner of the White House since 1960.
Yeah, it has done. Whether it will do tonight, we will have to see. 18 college votes, a largely white state, and we know that the white adult vote turns out for Donald Trump. Traditionally, well, certainly did so in 2016. It is a state that voted Bush, Obama, Trump, and Trump again. No Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. So it was always going to be a difficult state for Donald Trump to for Joe Biden to overturn. It is a symbolic win for Donald Trump.
What about the Lone Star State in the form of Texas? We were looking at Texas, and they were hoping against hope, potentially, the Democrats, that they would be able to take Texas. That hasn't happened since Jimmy Carter back in 1976. Not happening tonight either.
Kay, you and I over the last couple of days have spoken about all possibilities from this election, including the possibility of a Joe Biden landslide. Well, look, that is not going to come to bear. But if that had happened, then Texas was the state that they needed to turn blue. And they really thought that they had an outside chance of doing that. There was a possibility that the Democrats could turn it blue again. It would have been an extraordinary night. It would have been an extraordinary outcome.
It would have been all over, wouldn't it?
It would have been all over for sure, but it didn't. Again, Donald Trump kept hold of it. What Donald Trump had to do tonight, before anything else, was keep the status quo, if you like. He had to win back the states that he won in 2016. And so places like Texas and Florida were absolutely vital to that.
And as far as Georgia is concerned, too close to call. That is a Republican state at the moment, 16 votes in play.
Yeah, I'm just looking at 92% is the estimated number of votes that have been counted in Georgia, and Donald Trump is ahead, but only by a couple of percentage points. It is the sort of state that we are still looking at quite closely, because it's not impossible that could go to Joe Biden. It's probably unlikely, but that is why they put the Democratic Party, they put Barack Obama down there in the last couple of days to campaign down there. So they thought they were in with the chance in Georgia as well.
That's the first 6 of 12. Let's share with our viewers the second lot of scorecard. Look, these are all too close or too early to call, all incredibly important, particularly for the Democrats presently held by the Republicans. North Carolina to start.
Yeah, North Carolina almost completed by the looks of things, and Donald Trump is in the lead in North Carolina. Again, only narrowly, but I think to the point where his team will be pretty confident that they will retain North Carolina. Then we go into, if you take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, so those are the three what we call the Rust Belt states, or the Great Lakes states, or the Frost states, whatever name you want to give them. The blue wall is what it is, and that blue wall crumbled in 2016. Hillary Clinton paid its scant attention in her election campaign, and she paid the price.
Yeah, Wisconsin just 23,000 votes in it. But Arizona, we've been focusing a lot on Arizona so far this evening. Talian is there for us. A very close Senate race as well. We talked about the astronaut involved, but Arizona could potentially flip.
So this would be the big flip, I think, as things stand at the moment, or the first big flip that we have, if that goes the way of Joe Biden. And if he gets that, it's a really big moment, I think, for Joe Biden, because it removes Pennsylvania as this key state that he has to win. Because if he were to get Arizona, Wisconsin and Michigan, he's over the line. He's got his 270. He can see himself in the White House. And I'm just looking at the time back in the UK, 8:40. By this time, 4 years ago, Donald Trump had been president-elect for just over an hour. How long will it be until we wait to see who the next president
Not
is?
this year, because this is the way the numbers are breaking down so far here on Sky News. So this is the race to the White House. To remember, of course, nail-biting night as polls close across the US. No clear outcome as yet. 270 is the magic number, 270 of those electoral college votes. At the moment, Joe Biden is ahead on 220, but you can't really read anything into that at this stage, because those big ticket states, the ones with the double-digit numbers for the electoral college, still have to declare. And as Ali was saying, it's the Rust Belt that we are looking at. As far as the Sunshine Belt is concerned, Florida has already tipped to the president. It looks as though Georgia is going the same way as well. North Carolina keeping an eye on that. But it's the big Rust Belt states where it's coming down to potentially choosing who is the next president of the United States. To that end, they have stopped counting in both Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania tonight. We are expecting that to continue on tomorrow morning. The president doesn't want that to happen. He wants voting to stop. He wants to take it to the Supreme Court. This is what's happened so far tonight.
Winning is easy, losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not.
I think it's important for us to paint a picture that here we are right near Black Lives Plaza, and all you hear are helicopters overhead.
We're live right across the country, in the states and with the people whose votes will decide this election.
I don't think one man in a White House in Washington, D.C. has the answers for my life.
We can now project that Donald Trump will win Florida.
I'm very, very proud of the fact that tonight we have held the House.
Honestly, we have anxiety right now because this is the most important election of modern times.
It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Let's bring in the Shadow Foreign Secretary, should we, Lisa Nandy, who is joining us from London this morning. A very good morning to you, Ms. Nandy. We were speaking to the Foreign Secretary a little bit earlier on. He didn't want to commit to who he would prefer to be in the White House, not least with Brexit and trade deals. I wonder if you might suggest who you would prefer in the White House.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is no ordinary election. Britain is not just a disinterested bystander. Our national interest is absolutely bound up with the outcome of this election. The two candidates are offering very, very different paths for the world. And there is no question in my mind that Britain's interest lies with a Joe Biden victory, with a US administration that wants to play a role in bringing the world together to tackle coronavirus, that wants to rejoin the Paris Agreement on climate change, that wants to work to rid the world of nuclear weapons, particularly in relation to Iran, which poses a real threat at the moment. It's really clear that there is a huge amount at stake for Britain, and whoever wins, I think it's clear too that the UK government has got to have a reset in its approach to its relationship with the United States. The last last 4 years have not produced gains for Britain. And whilst Donald Trump has been very clear that he's standing up for American interests, it's not been at all clear that our government has managed to do the same. So whoever wins, whatever the outcome, there is going to have to be a reset in UK-US relations.
But are President Biden less likely to favour a trade deal with us, the United Kingdom, unless we are absolutely categoric that there will not be a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic?
Well, we should be clear about that anyway, because we are a co-guarantor of the Good Friday Agreement, and we have a moral obligation to our own citizens, to the people of Northern Ireland and the people in Ireland as well. I mean, I think this idea that Joe Biden is somehow anti-British is a misreading of the situation. He's got a long history of standing with the British people, and in fact with the British government. He stood with the Thatcher government over the Falklands, for example. The problem is not Britain from a democratic perspective, the problem is Boris, and there is deep concern about the way in which Boris has cast himself in the mould of President Trump. Some of the comments that he's made about Barack Obama's ancestry are still remembered at the top of the Democratic Party. That's why a Joe Biden victory, the government has left us in a strategically weak position, but there is an opportunity there for Britain if they take this moment to reset and to repair some of the damage that they have needlessly done to that relationship in recent years.
The British government wants one Ansakoulis to come back to the United Kingdom to face trial for the death of a teenager in our country. Do you think that might be more likely if it were a President Biden, or do you think whoever is president, that is highly unlikely?
I think it's a very difficult issue, because the government allowed Ansakoulis to leave the country when she should have remained here and faced trial, and there are still serious questions to answer for the Foreign Secretary about how that was allowed to happen on his watch. But I think there is no question that there could be a very strong partnership built between the UK and the US if Joe Biden wins. If not, the government is going to have to reset its relationship with a second-term Trump administration. There have been repeated requests for Ansakoulis to return to the UK and stand trial. Those have been largely ignored by the Trump administration, and on almost every measure, whether it's climate change, whether it's the world coming together to tackle coronavirus, whether it's the trial of Harry Dunn and justice for our own citizens, this relationship between Boris Johnson and Donald Trump has just not paid dividends for the United Kingdom. And whilst Donald Trump has been clear that he's standing up for American interests, it's not been at all clear that the government has been able to stand up for British interests. So if Donald Trump wins a second term today, there is going to have to be a reset in that approach, and the government is going to have to become much more hard-headed about standing up for British interests and British values in the future.
It's often said that the United Kingdom and the US are two nations divided by a common language. What unites us, though, is democracy. You've heard what President Trump has said tonight. He wants the ballot counting to be stopped, and he wants to take this to the Supreme Court. Do you have a thought on that?
I think it's perhaps not surprising, but it is deeply shocking to hear a presidential candidate in one of the most powerful countries, if not the most powerful country in the world, suggest that democracy will be overridden and that votes don't count. Elections are not over until votes have been counted, and the American people have every bit as much right to free and fair elections as citizens in any other country in the world. I found it deeply shocking that the Foreign Secretary was unable to stand up for that principle. Britain has believed in democracy, has sought to advance democracy around the world throughout our history. Now is not the moment to row back on that commitment. We have to be absolutely clear that we stand with the American people. There are many, many votes that have not yet been counted, including existing servicemen and women whose ballots often take several weeks to arrive. Those votes have got to be counted, they've got to be respected, and we've got to get a definitive result in this election, and Britain should be absolutely clear about where we stand on that, as we would with any other country in the world.
And a final thought on the EHRC's Labour anti-Semitism report. Do you think that the damage done between Labour and the Jewish community is ever going to be repairable?
I think it it absolutely can be repaired, but I think that this is a long and difficult path for us, and we shouldn't be in any sense complacent about it. I spoke to our new General Secretary, David Evans, about this yesterday. That process is already underway, and I think many of my friends in the Jewish community, people like Ruth Smeeth, Luciana Berger, Margaret Hodge, are open-minded about the approach that is being taken under Keir Starmer, but they want to see us deliver results, and I'm absolutely determined that after this very shameful period in Labour's history, that is exactly what we're going to do.
Always a pleasure, Lisa Nandy. Thanks for joining us on the programme this morning. Thank you. So if you are just waking up in the United Kingdom, it is 10 to 9. Where have you been? We've been here since 7 a.m, which is 2 o'clock in the morning here in Washington. The pollsters had suggested that it was going to be a landslide potentially for Joe Biden. It is anything but that. Ali Bunkle is here with us as we look at the numbers for now. Ali, that is the way that it is breaking down. 220 Electoral College votes for Biden, 213 for Trump, the magic number 270, but it's by no means a done deal for Biden. To that end, we've heard from the president, he wants the counting to stop in one of the Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania. Why?
Because he believes that he has already won Pennsylvania and he is citing potential electoral fraud, voter fraud. I have to say, I mean, firstly, he has not won Pennsylvania. There are more than 1 million votes yet to be counted in Pennsylvania. But also more broadly across the United States, we have not seen anything meaningful in terms of reports of voter fraud, ballot fraud, or even the suggestion that voters would be intimidated at the polling station. So any of those kind of fears in the days running up to the election that somehow the process, the democratic process of voting might be impeded by one side or the other, I have to say, has not come to the fore. But now we do have a situation, an extraordinary situation, where the President of the United States has stood up mid-counting before the result is already declared in the White House, which in and of itself, given that he is a candidate in this process, is pretty controversial. And he has declared himself effectively the winner and said that he will now take this to the Supreme Court. It is too close to call.
Yeah. Joe Biden's also claimed victory, of course, but I think that's more wishful thinking by the candidate at this stage.
Joe Biden came out and he gave a speech to supporters in his home state of Delaware about an hour and a half before Donald Trump took to his podium. Joe Biden has been tweeting as well, far more sober but still optimistic, still confident that they will win. It effectively comes down to about 4 states now. If we assume that Arizona is going to go and flip in Joe Biden's favour, we're not there yet, but let's assume it does.
And the White House is saying, hold your horses, steady on.
And well, they might, because, we can't say on the one hand Pennsylvania hasn't counted all their votes yet, let's see what happens, but assume that it's all over in Arizona. It's just that the numbers are looking good for Joe Biden in Arizona, and they're getting quite close. There are another couple of states that we need to keep our eye on, though. Georgia is one of those, and then you've got the 3 Rust Belt states.
OK, just hearing from the Biden campaign, Ali, within the last few seconds, saying if Trump goes to court to prevent proper tabulation of votes, in their phraseology, the Democrats will have legal teams standing by to resist that effort. So they're both limbering up for a Supreme Court battle.
Make no mistake, both sides have got their legal teams on the tarmac, ready to fly wherever they need to go to in the United States to challenge this.
Why is it such an issue this time? We saw what happened in 2000, but that was 20 years ago. One of the challenges is because of coronavirus, so many people have chosen to mail in their ballots this time. And then yesterday, although we've had something like 100 million people voting before election day, even yesterday they couldn't get the mail through the mailing ballot stations here, both in Washington and around the country, and they were doing sweeps of all of the postal areas to say if it looks like a ballot, get it in as quick as you can. And now we are where we are.
Yeah, so there's a number of things at play, but as you rightly say, do seem to focus around mail-in balloting. So mail-in balloting has been taken on with great enthusiasm by the American people, to such an extent that even before the polls opened yesterday morning, there had already been 100 million votes cast, either through mail-in voting or through early walk-up voting or even drive-through voting. All of these mechanisms were encouraged and put in place in order to give voters a way of voting without having to go somewhere in person because of the COVID pandemic. So it's all based around the COVID pandemic, and as I say, it was taken up by the American electorate with great enthusiasm. It works state by state, so you can't give an analysis countrywide, but a lot of states will allow mail-in voting to be counted if it is received 3 days after the election but has a postmark dated November the 3rd, and that is what is irking Donald Trump.
Yeah, and to that end, the president has said, stop counting right now in Pennsylvania. I want to take this to the Supreme Court. Joe Biden's team have said, OK, we'll see you in court. Jane Hampton-Cook, presidential historian, former White House staffer to President George W. Bush, is joining us now. Hello to you. Thanks for joining us. Where do you see this going with your historian hat on?
Well, we really only have the year 2000 to compare in terms of having no decision the night of the election and the next morning. I think what we'll see is we'll see a winnowing of these other states. These states will get their votes counted within the next 12 hours. We may be down to 2 because the Supreme Court has said that Pennsylvania can count till Friday. I believe North Carolina can count as long as Monday. I'm not 100% sure on that. But President Trump is leading in 5 of these 6 states. And if he won North Carolina and Georgia, Wisconsin and Michigan, he wouldn't need Pennsylvania. So I think the next 12 hours is very critical to see what happens. And I know Americans don't, and the world doesn't want a repeat of the year 2000. And some of us have never forgotten what that was like, watching it up close. So, but that's where we are, and that's just part of the process. And, you were talking about COVID and early balloting. Some states have already counted those early ballots, like Florida. Other states like Pennsylvania and Michigan haven't yet counted all of those early ballots that were mailed in. So that's why we have this undetermined outcome at the moment.
You lived through what happened in 2000, of course, didn't you? You were up close and personal with that. What was it like?
Every day going into work, not knowing who was president, not knowing what, if we were going to be moving across the country. We were living in Texas. And it was a roughly 5 weeks of just not knowing. And then it did have to go to the Supreme Court. And I think perhaps talking about the Supreme Court now, there have been some cases that have gone up to the court already. It may be that one of those cases goes back to the Supreme Court related to Pennsylvania. That may be what the president's referring to there. But it's not fun. And nobody wants to live through what they call hanging chads and recounting in Florida. But right now we have 6 states that we don't have an answer, a determined final answer for. And so I think that's a little bit more. There's a lot more moving pieces. And so we'll just have to see. I will give both sides credit. Both men came on camera and spoke. That did not happen in the year 2000. They sent surrogates to speak. And so I give both camps credit for coming before their supporters and saying something. And so I think that's a good thing. I think that's reassuring to the people that voted for each of these gentlemen.
It's great to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Just hearing a statement from the Biden camp. This is via Jen O'Malley-Dillon, saying the president's statement tonight, just coming in, about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. Unprecedented because never before in our history has a president of the US sought to strip Americans of their voice. Very
very good morning to you. 9 o'clock in London, 4 o'clock in the morning here in the United States. No clear winner yet, as Donald Trump says his rival is trying to steal the election, and Joe Biden tells America he's on track to win.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Once again, it's a race for the Rust Belt. Could it come down to Pennsylvania as Donald Trump makes up ground in key swing states and is projected to take Ohio? Good news too for Latino voters for the president. They helped to turn the key swing state of Florida red again. Better news for Joe Biden, who's ahead in the traditionally Republican Arizona and a projected win in Minnesota. Hello, everybody. A very good morning from Washington. The White House just behind me. An election that looks set to go right to the wire with no clear winner yet. Both candidates have come out fighting this morning. The president calling the election a fraud on the American public, saying he'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court. That came shortly after Joe Biden said that he is on track to win, and his campaign said they'll fight any legal action. All eyes are now on the key swing states in the Rust Belt, in particular Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump is ahead, but lots of counting still to be done. The president is also projected to take Ohio and is ahead in Wisconsin. Donald Trump has held the Sunshine State of Florida after Joe Biden lost key parts of the Latino vote. Georgia and North Carolina still there for the taking. Better news, though, for the Democrats in Arizona, where Joe Biden is ahead in the traditionally Republican state and a projected win, as I was saying, in Minnesota. Greg Milan reports on the story so far.
It wasn't the landslide many had predicted. It may not even be a win. It could be days before we know what it is. But Joe Biden is still projecting confidence he will be the next president.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
It was brief and designed to keep the faithful enthused for what could be a protracted battle. And as Biden was speaking, the president was tweeting, confident, but as many expected, casting doubt on the process. We are up big, he wrote, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Twitter flagged it for possible misinformation. It was a contentious claim that could end up in the courts. Donald Trump had told us time and again not to write him off. Election night headed for morning, with him again making those disputed claims of wrongdoing.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
On the streets of Washington, the uncertainty has fed a febrile atmosphere, discontent with Trump and nervousness about which way the country's heading. As we'd suspected all along, it will be those Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin that will decide America's path forward. Biden's supporters remain confident.
I wish this would have been resolved earlier, but, you know, we have to keep the hope alive. I mean, Joe Biden's such a wonderful man. He's such a wonderful ethical. He's going to bring the country together, and that's what we're hoping for.
I'm still very positive of, Vice President Biden's going to be our next president.
It's going to take a little longer than we thought, and so we're optimistic. You know, we're Americans, we're used to having things quickly, and now we got to be a little more patient.
America's and the world's next 4 years are hanging in the balance. Greg Milam, Sky News, Wilmington in Delaware.
Yeah, we heard from the president. He says that he wants voting to stop in Pennsylvania. He doesn't want any of those postal ballots counted. For now, he wants to take this matter to the US Supreme Court. We've heard from the Biden camp. They say it's outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American people, American citizens. We repeat that the vice president said tonight Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election. The American people decides the outcome of this election. If the president makes good on his threat to go to court to try to prevent the proper tabulation of votes, we have legal teams standing by, ready to deploy to resist that effort, and they will prevail. Ali is here with us. Fighting talk?
Fighting talk from the Biden camp, and they need to respond to what Donald Trump said in the White House, because he made it very clear that he will take this to the courts and to the Supreme Court to try and get his way. This election is not over. It is not won yet by either side, because either side could yet still win it. That is for sure. Everything is in play, but it is not the way that the Biden camp wanted or needed it to go. They wanted and they needed a clear win to prevent this precise outcome. Strap yourselves in for a bumpy ride was what one of your guests said over the last couple of days, and I think it's proven to be about the only prediction I've heard to prove correct.
The president is in the White House behind us this evening. He has spoken to the party faithful. He did make the comments about wanting to take it to the Supreme Court. It wouldn't be the first time that a Republican has won as a result of a month of negotiation and the Supreme Court deciding that President Bush should take precedent over would-be President Gore.
Florida 2000, that went all the way, as you say, to the Supreme Court. Just over 600 votes in it down in Florida. The hanging chads kept everybody in suspense around the world whilst that played its way through the courts. But eventually, Al Gore did concede gracefully, and George W. Bush became the President of the United States. As things stand at the moment, it doesn't look as though things are going to be that polite as this plays out, because Donald Trump was pretty clear and pretty firm in what he felt had been going on, and he felt that the American people are being cheated. He felt that the election was fraudulent, and he is going to challenge that. But don't forget, this is a president who lost the popular vote in 2016 by 3 million votes and refused to even accept that.
Yeah, but he did win the Electoral College, of course.
He did win the Electoral College.
And we're just looking at Florida, all important Florida, wasn't it? Joe Biden was quoted as saying during the election campaign, if we win Florida, it's over, it's over. And the Democrats piled lots and lots and lots of money into advertising. It wasn't enough. Why was it not enough? How did he lose it?
He lost it because the Latino vote came out. And when we talk about the Latino vote in Florida, we're talking about the Cuban American vote. They came out. They weren't the only ones, but they came out in big numbers for Donald Trump. It is Donald Trump's home state, as he sees it. It's where he has his Mar-a-Lago estate. He's been going down there quite regularly to play golf and to get some sun.
Now, isn't he? He voted
in Florida.
Down
there. I think Melania voted in Palm Beach yesterday, and so this was one that he wanted to retain. Florida is one of those states that flip-flops between Republican and Democrat. It's what they call a purple state over here. You can't put your money on it. This time, Donald Trump had to retain it. When people asked us, when are we going to know the victor? When are we going to know who's won? The only answer was, well, if Biden wins Florida early, then Biden will probably win. He didn't, and so we're still in the game.
And potentially this is why here's Siobhan Robbins.
In Florida, Republicans rejoice. This state is a fickle friend. Today it turned its back on Joe Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, Florida has gone to Trump.
We are so excited. We were very apprehensive initially, but we believe that Trump is the best candidate. We're very excited about his win in Florida.
Liberty and justice for all!
Losing here would have crushed Trump's hopes, blocking his best route to the White House. but his supporters have been confident from the start.
It's going to be an incredible win.
You're that confident?
Landslide.
Why?
I just feel very confident.
Who do you think he's really talked to? Who's he tapped in with?
Divine intervention.
Outside, dejected Democrats, believing some Latinos had closed the door on Biden and fearing Florida could start a chain reaction.
If Donald Trump wins the election, I will, to be completely honest with you, be devastated. It's been a long 4 years, a lot of chaos, a lot of divisiveness, a lot of drama. It's just drama every single day. And I know that a lot of Republicans like that and enjoy it, but I'm over it.
But more than 400 mainly mask-free Republicans here were just getting started.
This is now a victory party for the Republicans, but for the Democrats, they're licking their wounds and wondering why more Floridians didn't connect with Joe Biden.
The idea the president's popularity is waning hasn't played out here. This election, once again Florida is dancing to Donald Trump's tune. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Florida.
So projected win, but I think there is little doubt that those 29 electoral college votes will be going to the President of the United States. It's a blow, certainly, for Joe Biden. So now he's turning his attention to Arizona. Again, an awful lot of money has been spent on advertising for the Democrats in Arizona. It is a swing state, 11 votes up for grabs there. Ali, we are waiting for the final counting. It is looking favourable for Vice President Biden, although President Trump is saying, hold your horses. I think it's too early to call this.
And in fairness to President Trump, it's about 82% of the votes have been counted so far. So there is a little way to go, but the way the figures, and if you drill into the counties, it is looking good for Joe Biden, particularly someone like Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is, and the Democrats do well in cities. This is a state that if it flips to Joe Biden will be a big fillip for him. It will be a big step along that path to the White House. Massive turnout in Arizona before Election Day. Before they even got to yesterday morning, 97% of 2016's total voters had already turned out to vote in Arizona. So this is one that we're watching really closely and could declare in the coming hours.
Well, the pollsters said that if Biden wins Arizona, he has a 98% chance of winning the election. But, you know, they've not been that accurate so far, have they? Let's bring in Helen Ann, who's standing by for us in the Grand Canyon State. Hello to you, Helen Ann. Do you think we'll get a result this evening?
Possibly, Kay, but as Ali was just saying, there 82% of the vote has been counted here. More still to do. Remember, Arizona has a robust tradition of early voting. Back in the 2018 midterms, for example, 4 out of 5 Arizonans voted early. So a lot of those votes were cast before today. And importantly as well, officials here have been counting those votes for 2 weeks already. Now, look, if this state does flip for Mr. Biden, and although it's too close to call at the moment, it is looking like it might. If it does, it'll be absolutely pivotal to this race for a number of reasons. Of course, there's the numbers, the 11 electoral college votes that Arizona has here. Of course, those 11 votes are now incredibly important to either candidate. For Mr. Biden, if he wins here, it means that he doesn't necessarily have to win all 3 of those Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. He can get 2 out of the 3 plus Arizona, and that's still enough for him. But it will also be a really important win in terms of the momentum, in terms of if Mr. Biden wins it, he's very much still in this race. It takes the wind out of the sails of President Trump's claims that this is won. And it's also worth saying, quite aside from the details of this particular race and this particular presidential campaign, if you like, it will be a really, really historic moment for Arizona if this state flips blue. This is a traditionally long-standing, historically loyal Republican state. state. This is the state that voted for Senator John McCain for 30 years. This is a state that has only voted for a Democrat presidential nominee once since 1952. So it will be a big deal here for Arizonans, and certainly many of the Democrat voters that we spent the night with in a bar here in downtown Phoenix, loads of them said actually that even if they lose the presidential race, if Mr. Trump is re-elected, they will still take enormous amounts of joy and pride that Arizona has flipped blue. It will be a really, really big deal here. So, look, loads and loads at stake in this Arizonan race. As I said, 82% of the vote already been counted. Looking good for Mr. Biden, but still too close to call at the moment.
OK, thank you. Also, Gray, on our map there, as you saw, was Georgia. Georgia is Republican, hasn't been blue since 1992 with Bill Clinton. But again, an awful lot of money being poured into Georgia by the Democrats. They feel that the state that was the birthplace of Kanye West, Martin Luther King, could go to Joe Biden. Sophie standing by for us at Sky News Centre with more on that. It is a toss-up. Do we have a clearer idea at this stage, Sophie? Good morning.
Morning, Kay. Well, it certainly is a toss-up. Now, if you remember, Donald Trump actually called Georgia, saying that he'd effectively won it. But as you can see, it's still grey on our map, and that means it's still very much in play. So I just want to take you to the situation right now in Georgia. You can see it's currently too close to call. Donald Trump on 50.5% of the vote, and Joe Biden of 48.3% with 92% in. So it's a nose in front, and the reason he's a nose in front right now is because of places like Twigs. Now I'm going to take you there. You can just see it flashing yellow on our map. Now Twigs is classic Donald Trump territory, 100% rural. Only 9% of voters here have college degrees. He won it easily in 2016, 50.2% of the vote. If you look over here, this is the current situation in Twigs. He's actually increased his vote share to 53.4% of the vote. And what that tells us is that Donald Trump supporters are coming out, they're energised, they're potentially even coming out in bigger numbers than they did last time. So why is Georgia still in play? Well, this is why. I'm going to take you to a very different county now. This is Fulton, which is Atlanta, the biggest city. As you can see there, Hillary Clinton won with 69% of the vote in 2016. And if you fast forward to the current situation, Joe Biden ahead there with 71.8% of the vote. So again, he's increased his vote share. What's Fulton? What's Atlanta like? It's diverse. More than half the people here have got college degrees, and that is why it feels like Joe Biden is doing well. One last thing. 81% of the vote currently in Fulton. That means a lot of votes are still to come in places like Atlanta. And that's why the Democrats think this is still in play. They've only won Georgia twice since 1980. It's still very much a toss-up. And just to give you a bit of a sense to finish the overall picture of the race, this is the current situation, the race to 270, that all-important number of electoral college votes that either Joe Biden or Donald Trump needs to hit to get the keys to the White House. Currently, it's so close. You can see Joe Biden just a little bit further along the path with 220 electoral votes, Donald Trump on 213, but really, Kay, still all to play for.
OK, for now, thank you. They're going to be so cross we've made a mess of their lawn, aren't they? Virtual reality, of course. The real thing is just behind me here in our studio in Washington, D.C. There's an awful lot of barricades around the White House, though, let me tell you. And the roadblocks go back between 5, am I right in saying, Ali, 5 and 6 roads back. You literally cannot get anywhere near the White House this morning.
But Washington is boarded up. I mean, all around here, all around the centre, shops are closed, restaurants are closed, borders up across the glass windows, and you cannot get anywhere close to the White House as a tourist or as an observer.
As we found out this morning.
Yeah. Getting in wasn't easy.
It was not easy, but it is very easy for the president, at least for now, because he is camped out in the White House. He's made a statement surrounded by his family and the vice president earlier today, Vice President Pence, saying that he wants voting to stop in Pennsylvania and that he wants to take this fight to the US Supreme Court. The Biden camp have said, bring it on. We're ready for you, Mr. President. Jessica Ehrlich is an attorney and former congressional candidate for the Democrats, joins us now. Hello to you, Ms. Ehrlich. Thanks for joining us on the programme this morning. How do you see this panning out?
Good morning. Well, we're certainly going to be stretching on
at least through the next 24, if not 48 hours, and possibly even beyond. I think you all have done some incredible coverage. The numbers and the maps you were showing of Georgia are really a place where we're watching now intently. I think for a lot of Democrats, the election that we're currently looking at is one that we actually had expected may be the case, particularly given that we've got so many outstanding ballots. And it's not, I think, to correct a little bit of what the president's saying, people are not still voting. These are all ballots that were already cast. And the due to COVID, due to really in states like in Georgia, like in Michigan, in North Carolina, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, we've got anywhere from 1.8 million votes ballots that have not been counted. That doesn't mean that they're all Democratic ballots that would go to Joe Biden. They could also be partly voters who voted for Donald Trump. We just don't know yet because they haven't actually been counted. And that's the process I think that needs to happen before we can make any further.
Okay, Jessica, so we're looking at pictures as we're speaking to you of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came down to just 44,000 votes, didn't it, last time around? The president knows just how tight this is going to be. He doesn't, the pictures that we're looking at are live, and it looks as though, well, there definitely is still counting going on in Philadelphia. The president has said, I want that to stop. The Biden camp have said, absolutely not. These ballots have been cast by Americans and they have a right to be counted. It looks as though from these images that they are defying the president, at least for now. Could he actually stop this counting from continuing?
No. The president himself cannot. I mean, this is why he's been saying and why it was so crucial for him to get Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court. I think it would be very difficult from a legal standpoint to make the argument that any of these states have to stop their ballot counting, particularly in a place like Pennsylvania, where they've been very proactive. Their attorney general and secretary of state have said that it was going to take a lot of time to process the ballots. Where the legal team would have a stronger case would be if they were making cases that some of these ballots were either improper or invalid, improperly cast, and therefore shouldn't be counted. But to say that counting should stop when this is not a recount, this is the original count of the actual ballots that have been cast in this election. A much more tricky and difficult legal question to put before. Obviously, it'll have to go through federal courts, but that's what Trump has been counting on, I think, from day one. I don't think there's a lot of surprises here for the Trump team in terms of the numbers, which is why we've heard this, there was the rush to get Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court. This is information that Trump has been highly critical of mail-in ballots because Democrats were voting mostly by mail-in ballots due to coronavirus concerns in this election.
Yeah, now as far as, just to clarify for our viewers who are just tuning our way, 9:25 in the morning in the United Kingdom, we're looking at live images of voting in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. This was a state in the Rust Belt, as it's called, industrial part of the United States to the northeast. The president won this state by just 44,000 votes. It had previously been a stronghold for President Obama. It's worth also saying that this is where Vice President Biden was born, in Scranton, in Pennsylvania. As far as voting is concerned, mail-in ballots were allowed in this state. No excuse was needed. If you wanted to have a postal vote, as we would call it, you could have one. It must, though, be postmarked by the 3rd of November and then received by the 6th of November. The Republicans not at all happy about that, but that decision was upheld by a decision in the Supreme Court. As I said, it's still very, very close in this part of the world, and this is voting that is continuing. The president does not want this to happen. He wants to take it back to the Supreme Court. Again, Jessica, if it does go back to the Supreme Court, do they just refer the president to their previous decision, or will they open it up as a new case, if you will?
It depends on the way that his attorneys draft the case, the brief they put before the judges. Most likely, they will not be trying to overturn the previous. Supreme Court doesn't necessarily overturn itself. So they would allow those ballots that they had already decided. They'll have to go legal tack in order for them to attack the continued counting. Similar to what I was saying, where they'd have to say, well, we believe that these ballots were invalid because of the way, if anybody remembers sort of the Bush-Gore fight in Florida in terms of the year 2000 with the hanging chads, was this really a vote for, either candidate? They need to make that sort of attack on the elections or the votes that were already cast in the state of Pennsylvania. We're looking around, estimates are around 1.8 million votes that have not been counted. So to say that people are still voting is not necessarily accurate because these votes have been cast. They just haven't been counted. And that's the main issue. Similar issues with, you all just had some great reporting on the state of Georgia. Well, in Atlanta, which is Fulton County, which is DeKalb County, which are Democratic strongholds in that state, the most populous areas, because Georgia is a very rural area, there was a water main break in one of the vote counting areas in Atlanta. And there was about 3 or 4 hours, which is now yesterday for us, where they couldn't continue counting because of the water main break. So things like that had pushed back the numbers already. And we're similarly looking at in Michigan, where there's also about 1.8 million votes that are still to be counted. So, North Carolina, I think, has some 450,000, 300,000 votes. There are a lot of votes out there that need to be counted that were cast, and it could throw this election either way.
OK, Jessica, it's good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on the programme. Thank you very much. So you saw those pictures just a few moments ago. That is live counting in a polling station in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, to be precise. They're just getting on with the work that they've been asked to do by the government. The president would like that to be stopped forthwith. He wants to take this case to the Supreme Court because, again, he realises, there you go, these people just wearing their PPE, some of them getting on with the counting until they're told to do something otherwise. Generally, Pennsylvanian Republicans see that, I think we can have a look at the furniture to show you this. Generally, the Republicans do well early on. I think I'm right in saying, there you go, confirming there, Ali, in Pennsylvania. But then when the postal ballots, let's call them postal ballots, are starting to be counted from the big cities, that is where the Democrat vote is. And that's why the president does not want that to happen.
So there are two phenomena that go on in US elections. The first is what's known as the red mirage, and then you have the blue wave. And the red mirage is when you look at the early counting in a state or even nationwide, and it looks like the Republicans are streets ahead of the Democrats. But then because of the postal votes that come in and are counted second, because they prioritise on the day counting first in most states, that's when you get this blue wave coming in behind it. And Pennsylvania is a fascinating sort of microcosm of what is going on in many other states, the rural versus the urban vote. And so the rural vote, and around 22% of Pennsylvania, or the Pennsylvanian population, is rural. They are coming out in big numbers for Donald Trump. But in the cities, the urban areas, particularly Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, they are traditionally staying with their Democrat vote. And there's a long way to go in terms of counting in those two cities.
Exactly. This is the way it's looking so far, though. And this is the race to the White House. Remember, 270 electoral college votes. It doesn't matter if you win. Literally, it doesn't matter if you win the popular vote. Hillary Clinton did that by 3 million votes more than Donald Trump. Wasn't enough. He won because of the Electoral College vote. The Electoral College vote is where each individual state has allocated a certain number of seats, and they then decide who will be the next president of the United States. California, the most with 55, then Texas, Florida, New York, Illinois. Pennsylvania has 20 Electoral College votes. That's why it's so important. This is the way it's looking so far. 220 Electoral College votes to Joe Biden at the moment, 213 for the president. But if he knocks off a couple of those high value states, then it's all to play for. Nigel Farage has been at the White House today. He has been campaigning, as you know, for the president. He has tweeted to say it's now odds on to win for President Trump in the betting markets. The pollsters could be wrong again. That's the way he's looking at it. What about the way that we're looking at it in the United Kingdom? The Foreign Secretary spoke to me a little earlier and told me he has no concerns about the so-called special relationship, regardless of who wins.
I'm not worried about the relationship, but as I said, the contours of the opportunities and the risks always shift a little bit. But I think that needs to be set against the context of this bedrock and this wider set of interests which are so strong. Economic interests, yes, trade, as you mentioned, security interests, the intelligence cooperation we have, crucial on counter-terrorism, but also shared values as well. And the truth is, the UK is always a valuable partner to the US, and likewise in return, and we'll continue to work very strongly together, I'm confident, whatever the outcome in this very close race.
Well, that's what the government thinks. What about the opposition? The Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy, also joined us. She criticised the UK government for not standing against President Trump's view of ignoring mail-in ballots.
I found it deeply shocking that the Foreign Secretary was unable to stand up for that principle. Britain has believed in democracy, has sought to advance democracy around the world throughout our history. Now is not the moment to row back on that commitment. We have to be absolutely clear that we stand with the American people. There are many, many votes that have not yet been counted, including existing servicemen and women whose ballots often take several weeks to arrive. Those votes have got to be counted, they've got to be respected, and we've got to get a definitive result in this election, and Britain should be absolutely clear about where we stand on that, as we would with any other country in the world.
Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is joining us. So, Sam, heard there from Lisa Nandy saying sort this out, whereas the government much more dancing on the head of a pin.
Perhaps understandably, with no clear outcome from the race to the White House, you do have the situation where the government is effectively in a holding pattern. Dominic Raab, who actually slept through the night, only got up at 5:15 this morning, very much avoiding criticising Donald Trump's remarks that perhaps some ballots wouldn't have to be counted in this race, trying to sidestep questions about the integrity of the election, saying that basically the British government trusts the integrity of the US electoral system, just as Lisa Nandy, his counterpart from the Labour Party, went in very much harder. Now, what you've got to understand is that it is the job of the Foreign Secretary at this point, when we don't know a result, to make out that both candidates would be equally fine for the UK to deal with. But the challenges that each candidate present are very different. If Donald Trump is re-elected, yes, there is now a personal link, personal friendship there between Boris Johnson and Donald Trump, which will come in useful. But Donald Trump likely to step up attacks on international institutions, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the UN, not a particular fan of the EU. And that could play and hurt Britain in some areas and help in others. Joe Biden presents other challenges if he ends up being elected through this process, in particular with Brexit. The nightmare scenario for the UK is that in the next few days, the UK and the EU aren't able to do a trade deal, and that there is a messy situation around the Irish border, and that drags the president-elect, if Joe Biden is that by then, into the dispute, perhaps not necessarily in Boris Johnson's favour. Those are the two pathways that the British government is looking at this morning. So it's not surprised Dominic Raab trying to just play down any sense of preference at the moment.
OK, thanks a lot, Sam. Let's carry that theme forward with our next couple of guests. James Carafano is a national security expert at the Heritage Foundation. He oversaw national security planning during the Trump transition. Also joined by former National Security Advisor Sir Mark Lyle-Grant. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us. May I start with you, please, James, while you're with us in the studio. Thank you for joining us this morning. Hopefully it wasn't too difficult to get through the cordons.
It's actually dead out there. It's Deadsville.
Is that right?
There's like nobody in Black Lives Matter Plaza. And you go down a block and there's literally nobody in the streets.
Well, let's see what happens over the next few days, because, of course, it is really an election result that nobody wanted, isn't it?
Well, we don't have an election result yet.
That's the point.
There's a couple of things I think to keep in mind. First of all, we've had disputed elections even in recent memory. We had Gore v. Bush. America did just fine. Our place in the world was secure. Nobody really tried to take advantage of that. I think that's important. A record number of Americans voted, historic levels. Doesn't matter who they voted for. The fact that they voted, that is an endorsement of the system and a confidence in the system. And I think that shows that Americans are not divided. And
let me just pick you up on that, if I may. Sorry to interrupt. You say that, but the president is trying to stop legally cast ballots from being counted.
So look, we had disputed election in Gore v. Bush, and Americans were just fine. And I think the third thing is we've had a spate of political violence in the U.S. That's true, but support for mass demonstrations has dropped dramatically in the United States. It's dropped because people don't like the rioting, don't like the looting. I think if there is post-election violence, it'll largely be a turnoff for Americans. I don't think it'll get very far. So I actually think Americans will weather this, whether it's a day or 2 days or a week or more,
or a
pretty
month,
well,
as it was in year 2000.
Which is fine, but in our system, we have between November and January to kind of sort these things out if need be, and we have a constitutional process to sort it out if it's a tie, 269 to 269. So I don't think in the big picture of things, this is an interesting historical footnote, but I don't think it's going to really displace America's role in the world or have a lot of long-term impact of itself. Now, how the election played out, the fact whether more minorities shifted their votes or older people shifted their votes and states shifted their votes, political parties will be dealing with that. But that's a long-term thing.
Sir Mark Lyle-Grant, former National Security Advisor, joining us as well. Your thoughts on that, please, Sir Mark. The fact that the United States has not yet decided who its next president will be, and the incumbent is saying don't count all of those votes.
Well, it's clearly a little bit of a shambolic situation. I can understand why Dominic Raab doesn't want to be drawn on that, because we don't know yet who is going to be the future president of the United States. But I would add one point to what James has just said, which is that, of course, President Trump is the president until the middle of January, whatever happens in this election. So in that sense, there are certain weeks, indeed months, to sort out who's actually going to become the president thereafter. There is always this period in American politics called the lame duck period, if there is a change of administration, which is awkward for America's allies, frankly. If it is Trump who eventually emerges, then there's continuity. If it is Biden, there's still going to be this lame duck period where President Trump is president for the next 2 months. And that poses challenges for all of America's friends around the world anyway.
Not least the UK, Sir Mark, because we've got a bit of a trade deal to sort out, haven't we?
We do have a trade deal to sort out, and I think it's probably fair to say that if President Trump is re-elected, that may be slightly smoother than it would be if President Biden or Joe Biden becomes president. But there are counter areas, and defense, security, intelligence is one, which, frankly, it doesn't really matter hugely who is president, because 7/8 of the relationship is beneath the surface between the establishments, as I'm sure James will agree. And in those defense, security, intelligence, that will continue irrespective of who eventually becomes president. So there will be some advantages in President Trump being there, particularly on the trade side. There'll be many, probably more advantages, frankly, if President Joe Biden becomes president in areas like climate. And I would make another point, which is the predictability of foreign policy, security policy making. I think America's allies, and particularly the United Kingdom, would welcome a sort of more normalized policy making process. And I think that's what Joe Biden would offer.
Well, I think this administration, part of the reason why I'm not really worried is if you look around the world today, I think this administration's actually set things up pretty good. It's the stablest it's been in the Middle East for quite some time. We have countries normalizing relations with Israel. U.S. alliances.
Not at all worried about Iran. What's going on?
Well, I mean, Iran's in the worst shape it's ever been in. Its economy is going nowhere. It's got enormous internal disputes. All its surrogates are under enormous amount of pressure. They've been actually very risk averse in recent months. Now, they've done some covert things under the table, but that just reflects their weakness. I mean, in the Indo-Pacific, it's the strongest alliance structure we've ever had. All the great democracies, Japan, India, US, Australia, that's the strongest it's ever been. This administration actually has much better relations with Latin America, particularly all the key countries, Mexico, Central America, and Brazil. And so I actually think that we're in kind of a quiet period right now, and so I don't really see big issues there.
Okay, looking at a Hawaii projection, do you want to guess?
Let me guess. I'm guessing it's for Biden.
You're right.
There are actually Republicans in Hawaii because I've met them, but here's the deal: I think I've met all of them.
Fair enough. 4 electoral college votes. The projection is 65% to 33% for Vice President Biden. He would like to be the next president of the United States. Let's bring in Sir Mark again, if I may. Sir Mark, do you agree with the analysis that things have never been calmer in the Middle East?
Not wholly, no. But there are certainly some foreign policy achievements that President Trump can point to. He has managed to develop these so-called Abraham Accords, peace between Israel and United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, etc., which has calmed down the region a little bit. I think the airstrike against General Soleimani in January of Iran has actually tempered a little bit Iranian behavior. But on the other hand, I think pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal was a mistake, and Iran is now pressing ahead with its nuclear weapons program. And also, I think that the Israel-Palestine issue has not been resolved, the fundamental issue that's been a fly in the ointment in the Middle East over the last 50 years. So I think there are some unresolved issues, and I wouldn't call the region as a whole calm at the moment, because in the absence of American direct involvement, we have seen greater Russian involvement in the region and greater Turkish involvement in the region, none of which is beneficial for the long-term stability of the Middle East.
What he said.
Yeah. Well, look, first of all, Russia's going nowhere in the Middle East. They are in Syria. They're always in Syria. It's enormously costly for them to be there, and they've gained really nothing for it. They're going nowhere in Libya. So they've got no path forward in the Middle East. Matter of fact, Russia's pretty much distracted. They've got Armenia and Azerbaijan war in their own backyard. They've got Belarus to worry about. They're going nowhere in Georgia. They're going nowhere in Ukraine. So Russia's played out. Look, I think the big thing in the Middle East is Syria's been relatively quiet. And here's the thing. Everybody, look, we all have different facts about the Iran deal. I get that. We all have different histories. Doesn't matter. History's in the past. There's no do-over. Every responsible person you talk to in the Biden camp and in the Trump camp, they want the same thing. They want a stronger deal that deals with the missiles, that deals with the nuclear program, that makes people in the region less worried about proliferation. So the reality is, shocker, these two men are not actually that far apart on Iran. They both want a stronger deal. And I think if either one is in the White House, that will be U.S. policy.
Do you agree, Sir Mark?
Well, I don't wholly agree on that, but I would make a wider point, because my biggest concern about President Trump is not the policies, the individual policy differences that we have, but it's that his administration has weakened the rules-based international order on which countries like the United Kingdom, open democratic trading countries, depend. So he has weakened the United Nations, he's weakened the WTO, he's weakened the WHO, and so he has not invested in American leadership that we would traditionally like to see. You know, the President of the United States is traditionally the leader, the champion of the liberal rules-based international order. And because President Trump himself does not believe in that order, he has opened the field for countries like China to actually put forward a different values-based international idea. And that is very, very damaging in the long term for countries like the United Kingdom.
Okay, James, Sir Mark, it's good to speak to both of you this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks a lot. Just tuning our way, you were probably expecting a result, weren't you, in the presidential election of 2020? If you'd believed the pollsters, they were basically saying it was a slam dunk, as they say over here in the United States, for Joe Biden. Anything but. The race is to 270. Presently, the Electoral College votes 224 for Joe Biden, 213 for the incumbent Donald Trump. Nail-biting night, though, as polls close right across the United States with no clear outcome. That is what we're being told, and you can see that from our latest images and projections. Here are some of the highlights so far.
Winning is easy, losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not.
I think it's important for us to paint a picture that here we are right near Black Lives Plaza, and all you hear are helicopters overhead.
We're live right across the country, in the states and with the people whose votes will decide this election.
I don't think one man in a White House in Washington, D.C. has the answers for my life.
We can now project that Donald Trump will win Florida.
I'm very, very proud of the fact that tonight we have held the House.
Honestly, we have anxiety right now because this is the most important election of modern times.
It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
We join us back in Washington, and we're joined now by the former International Trade Secretary, Liam Fox, who is in Westminster. Good morning, Mr. Fox. You were involved in UK-US trade negotiations early on. Do you, from that position, have a preference over who wins this election?
The tradition in the UK is that whatever UK government is in office, whether it's Labour or Conservative, will work with whatever administration is in charge in the United States, and that's how it should be. And we should be respecting the view of the American people. Of course, we don't yet know what that view is going to be. Either Joe Biden or President Trump could win this election. It's going to be very close.
Be that as it may, Donald Trump, as president, has made it very clear his position on Brexit. He described himself as Mr. Brexit. Nigel Farage, arguably the architect of Brexit, is in the White House right now as part of Donald Trump's election night party. Would you disagree that if President Trump regains the presidency, he would be the better of the two candidates from a British perspective?
Well, again, I think that we work with whatever candidate we get, and clearly President Trump was supportive of the concept of Brexit, and clearly he understands the position the UK is in, but ultimately that's a matter for the UK and our relation with the European Union, so that I think would be respected by the American government, whoever the president was.
OK, let me put it another way. Do you think either of the men would prioritise Britain over the other? Because there is an opinion that Joe Biden, if he were to be the next president, would put trade deals with the Asia-Pacific region, for example, or the EU, both of them far more lucrative for America. He would put them above a trade deal in the priority queue over Britain. Would you agree with that?
Well, why do you get trade agreements? You get trade agreements because they're in the mutual interest of both parties, and I think there's perhaps a little too much sentiment about this. The United States, whoever is in charge of the trade policy, will only do an agreement with the UK if they believe it to be in America's interests, and I think that that will be true whoever's there. The Americans drive a hard bargain on trade, as anyone who's negotiated with them will tell you, and I think if it were Joe Biden to be the president and they thought that a trade agreement was in America's interest, that agreement would go ahead. So I think it's an unsentimental process.
Joe Biden tweeted some time back, any trade deal between the US and UK must be contingent upon respect for the agreement and preventing the return of a hard border. This was in relation to Northern Ireland, period, he said. We know he's got Irish heritage. Do you have any concerns over Brexit, the possibility of a return of a hard border and a trade deal with the United States?
Yes, I don't think there is any possibility of us actually undermining the Good Friday Agreement, and I think we'd be well placed to push back on some of those arguments, which I think were not well placed. So I think that, again, whoever is in place in the United States, any trade agreement will be dependent on whether that's good for the United States.
You were also the Defence Secretary with a previous hat on in a previous life. What about the security relationship between the United States and the UK? We know it's very strong, but under a Trump presidency, he has led the United States down a path that differs from the one that the UK wanted to go down, whether it's relation to NATO or, in particular, I suppose, the Iranian nuclear deal, which the two countries are still very divergent on.
Yeah, well, I think that, again, the increase in defence spending under President Trump was welcome. And I think that there still has been this strong American commitment to NATO. We've seen the repositioning of American forces in Europe to support that. But I think you make a very good point that I think that the key relationship between the UK and the United States is a security one. Winston Churchill first coined the phrase special relationship in the phrase that he used in a speech in Fulton, Missouri, which is perhaps best remembered for his use of the term the Iron Curtain. And of course, he saw that as a relationship that was not sentimental, it was hard, based on security and defence, and I think that remains the position today. So I think that special relationship is something that is so precious to both countries that it doesn't change when there's a change in government in the UK or a change in administration in the United States. So I think that security and defence perspective, where the UK, being the world's fifth biggest defence spender, is very key to the United States, is important and will remain the bedrock of our relationship.
If Donald Trump wins another 4 years in office, it goes some way to, in his mind, vindicating his actions over the last 4 years. He has withdrawn America from a number of crucial multilateral agreements. What do you think his approach to foreign policy would be for the next 4 years if he stays in the White House?
Well, you know, there are so many American presidents who say my agenda will be determined by America's domestic interests, and then we've seen numerous presidencies actually diverted by what happens in terms of foreign policy. So it's impossible to predict because we can't predict what international events will be. But I think with the Trump administration, we've got a general idea of where they are. They're not anti-multilateralists, but they've made very clear that they want the multilateral institutions to work better in terms of America's interests. And I think that for all of us, we need the multilateral institutions to function better for an interdependent, interconnected world.
Liam Fox, thank you very much for your time.
You are watching live coverage from Washington. We were expecting to be able to tell you who the next President of the United States of America is. We can't do that. At the moment, it is all coming down potentially to the Rust Belt as it did in 2016. Specifically, Pennsylvania, the president has come out within the last couple of hours and said that he wants counting to stop of postal ballots in Pennsylvania. He wants to take the issue to the US Supreme Court. We've heard from the Biden camp saying, don't you dare. If you want to do that, we will see you in court. The counting is continuing in Philadelphia, at least for now. But if he doesn't take states like Arizona, Joe Biden, then it's all over bar the counting. Anyway, let's find out a little bit more about what's happening in Arizona. It certainly is a battleground state, at last won by the Democrats back in 1996. Sophie Ridge has more for us at Sky News Centre this morning. Sophie, good morning.
Thank you, Kay. As you say, anyone hoping to know the result now is going to be disappointed. You can see Joe Biden there on 224 Electoral College votes, Donald Trump on 213, but that is not currently enough to get either of them to that magic line of 270. It's going to come down to a couple of key states like Arizona, once reliably Republican, the home of the Grand Canyon. It's now really is too close to call. I'm just going to take you there to show you the situation all the way back in 2016. Donald Trump won back in 2016, but this was actually the lowest vote share of any Republican in Arizona since 1996. Fast forward now, and actually, Donald Trump, there you can see, is actually a little bit behind Joe Biden. Still, of course, lots of votes come in, only 82% call, but not looking great for Donald Trump in Arizona now. Why is that happening? Because of the shifting demographics in Arizona. A growing Hispanic population, 31% here, and also the rural population's shrinking as people move into those big towns, places like Phoenix, which really do trend very Democrat. I can show you what's happening in Phoenix. This is what's happening in Maricopa. This is Phoenix, the biggest county by far, 60% of the population. So if you win here, it's likely you win the state. And you can see Joe Biden currently on 52.3% of the vote in Maricopa with 86% in. He's also doing quite well in some of the rural areas as well. Rural areas like Apache County, you can see all the way over here. On the side of the state there, side of Arizona. Joe Biden doing pretty well so far, 66.9% of the vote in Apache. But look, worth pointing out, of course, a big health warning, only 62% of the vote in. Things have gone quite quiet on Arizona for a while now, which makes me wonder if all those counters have gone to bed. So it may be a little while before we get a definitive vote here. And as you say, Kay, in some of those other really important swing counties still yet to declare.
Indeed. So just while I've got you, Sophie, we're looking at maybe about 12 swing states, aren't we, in total? We know that Florida has gone the way of Donald Trump. He held on to Florida. We're still looking at Arizona, but also Georgia as part of the Sunshine Strip there, as well as the Rust Belt up in the northeast.
Really important states are still to declare. If you look over at our map, you can see Donald Trump, of course, winning in Florida, but neighbouring Georgia, things are still a real toss-up. You can remember Donald Trump was basically saying that he's going to win in Georgia, he's going to take that, but actually things are looking far closer than he would like in places like Georgia. Also, worth bearing in mind, if you could work your way up the states, Pennsylvania, that could be a really key one too. Wisconsin and Michigan, two other places that Joe Biden will be hoping to take from Donald Trump. So although if you look at the map so far, Donald Trump scored some big wins in places like Iowa, in places like Ohio, and as you say, Kay, Florida too, some of these grey states that are still to declare could really change the flavour of the race very quickly.
Yeah, and Nebraska, so it's a bit of a funky colour. Explain to our viewers what that means. It's very similar to Maine, isn't it?
It is, and it's a very unusual place, Nebraska, in electoral terms, because they split their votes. And this is why you've got this strange colour, this kind of stripy colour in Nebraska. And that's because Joe Biden has actually taken one of the districts in Nebraska. It's actually one of the very few places to have switched allegiance so far in this race. So it could come down, you never know, to the number of electoral college votes in those small areas like Nebraska. Things are so tight. It really is an incredibly unpredictable election.
I was reading about Nebraska actually, Sophie, and the suggestion was the reason that they do it in the way that they do it is because they never got enough presidential candidates to come along and speak to the people of their state. So what they did was say, you know, it might only be one electoral vote, but if you come along, it could make the difference between you taking the keys to the White House and not. And I'm guessing potentially that could be the case this time. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I love that fact, Kay. That's a brilliant fact. And I think you can certainly see this is why you get candidates like Joe Biden making visits to states like Nebraska, because they know that it could come down to just one vote, just to a couple of electoral votes. I think certainly if it does go down to the wire, if Joe Biden fails to take some of those key Rust Belt states, or as you say, places like Georgia or Arizona, then it could come down to those really, really fine margins in Nebraska. It may be that they've played quite a good game there in deciding to do this unusual way of totaling up their electoral college votes.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nevada as well. Sorry, North Carolina, just behind you. If you move slightly to the side, we can see it's Sophie, 15 electoral college votes up for grabs there. But I think am I right in saying that they can actually count right through until the 12th of November. So if it came down to their votes, despite what the president is saying, you know, it's still quite a long way off potentially before we know who might be the next president of the United States.
This is it, and every state has quite different ways of doing things. Some, of course, only accept postal votes that come before the deadline. Others are saying, like in Pennsylvania, that it could be longer. As you say, everyone has different voting counting practices, even at a county level within the states too. And that is why it could be that we don't know the result for this for some days, particularly, of course, if it ends up being challenged in the courts, as Donald Trump is pushing towards. He's already saying, laying the seed, if you like, that he may end up challenging the verdict if it doesn't go the way that he wants. And that's why, as you were saying, I'm afraid that people who were hoping that you may have got a result already likely to be disappointed.
Yeah, the only other state that you've not mentioned there that's in grey behind you is Nevada, of course. That's where many people will know the state of Nevada, because of the famous casinos in Las Vegas. I'm sure we'll find out in the next hour a little bit more about Nevada. For now, thanks very much indeed, Sophie. Thanks a lot. You are watching Sky News. It is 10 o'clock. Good morning from Washington. It's an election too close to call. The polls suggested Joe Biden could steal the White House from the president, but this morning, all the signs of the results will go right to the wire, with all eyes now on the Rust Belt swing states and both men coming out swinging. Donald Trump vows to drag the US election into the courts after claiming there's fraud on the American nation.
It's a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Joe Biden says he's ready to fight a legal challenge as the election result remains on a knife edge. Race for the Rust Belt. Could it come down to Pennsylvania again as Donald Trump makes up ground in the key swing states? Good news too for the president as Latino voters help to turn the key swing state of Florida red. And better news for Joe Biden, who's ahead in the traditionally Republican Arizona and a projected win in Minnesota.
Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
We'll bring you all the twists and turns and results as we get them in the race for the White House. Hello everybody, a very good morning to you live from Washington, where the presidential election is just too close to call. But Donald Trump is already claiming he is heading for victory. The president says the ongoing counting of ballots in some key states is a major fraud on the nation and says he'll take it to the Supreme Court. But Democratic candidate Joe Biden is ready to fight a legal challenge against what he says is a naked effort to take away democratic rights. All eyes are now on the key swing states in the Rust Belt, in particular Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump is ahead, but lots of counting still to be done. The president is also projected to take Ohio and is ahead, we're told, in Wisconsin. Donald Trump has held the Sunshine State of Florida after Joe Biden lost key parts of the Latino vote. Georgia and North Carolina still there for the taking, as you can see. Better news for the Democrats in Arizona, though, where he's ahead in the traditionally Republican state, and a projected win in Minnesota. Our US correspondent Greg Milam has this report.
It wasn't the landslide many had predicted. It may not even be a win. It could be days before we know what it is. But Joe Biden is still projecting confidence he will be the next president.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
It was brief and designed to keep the faithful enthused for what could be a protracted battle. And as Biden was speaking, the president was tweeting, confident, but as many expected, casting doubt on the process. "We are up big," he wrote, "but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Twitter flagged it for possible misinformation. It was a contentious claim that could end up in the courts. Donald Trump had told us time and again not to write him off. Election night headed for morning, with him again making those disputed claims of wrongdoing.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
On the streets of Washington, the uncertainty has fed a febrile atmosphere, discontent with Trump and nervousness about which way the country's heading. As we'd suspected all along, it will be those Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin that will decide America's path forward. Biden's supporters remain confident.
I wish this would have been resolved earlier, but, you know, we have to keep the hope alive. I mean, Joe Biden's such a wonderful man. He's such a wonderful ethical. He's going to bring the country together, and that's what we're hoping for.
I'm still very positive of, Vice President Biden's going to be our next president.
It's going to take a little longer than we thought, and so we're optimistic. You know, we're Americans, we're used to having things quickly, and now we got to be a little more patient.
America's and the world's next 4 years are hanging in the balance. Greg Milam, Sky News, Wilmington in Delaware.
I want to talk about Pennsylvania in just a moment, but first Ali is here with me. Let's talk about Wisconsin, shall we? Wisconsin was the state that took Trump over the top, if you will, in 2016. It was the state that made him the President of the United States of America. And it's all to play for there again. Look at that, neck and neck, basically.
Yeah, it's 0.3% in it, so too close to call at this stage, but around 97% of the votes have been counted, so we are getting into the final stages. This has sort of flipped in Biden's favour. Maybe that's a slightly dramatic way of putting it, but it's gone into Biden's favour in the last half an hour, 45 minutes. If you look at some of the polls, if that's anything to go by, they are just flip-flopping between Biden, Trump as to who's the favourite to secure this state. And we're trying to work out exactly why there's been a sort of a surge on Biden, but it's probably to do with Milwaukee. Again, we look at the sort of the urban areas and how they play out for the Democratic vote. Normally, they play out very well for the Democrats, and that's why we spoke earlier, didn't we, about these red mirages and blue waves. That's why, as the state counting goes on and they start to count the cities in particular, you suddenly notice that come into Democratic favour. So that's maybe why Joe Biden has suddenly taken that very slight marginal lead in Wisconsin. But it is a really important state for either of those men to win. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's defining, but Joe Biden, if he's going to go to the White House, probably needs to win 3 out of 4 major states that are outstanding. Those 3 of those 4, the Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and then you've got Arizona as well. So if he does win Wisconsin, that's kind of 1 down, 2 to go.
Sure. Now, the result is not expected on election night, not least because those postal ballots only start to be counted yesterday, if you will, once the ballots had closed at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Key to Trump's victory in Wisconsin would be the non-college educated white electorate. Yeah. I think I'm right in saying. They have turned out for him, but not necessarily in the numbers that he might need. We said that we described it as the state that put him over the edge in 2016. Do you think it could potentially be the same again?
Yeah, it certainly could potentially, because, I mean, it is so close. I mean, bear in mind in 2016 as well, it was a state that Hillary Clinton completely ignored. I don't think she went there once, which was a mistake. And they always make these calculations when plotting their campaign trail. Sometimes it proves to be genius, sometimes it proves to be fatal. And for Hillary Clinton, that was a massive error. Donald Trump won a lot of this Rust Belt, what we call the blue wall, because he appealed, and this applies to all three of those states, to the blue collar workers. He was the one who said, I'm going to make life better for you. I'm going to make the economy better. You're going to have more dollars and cents in your pocket. That's all been torn apart. Forget what he said about having the world's greatest economy, America's greatest economy, back in sort of December, January. COVID ruined all of that. So the voters, what are they going to say about that? Do they still have faith in Donald Trump to make life better for them, or do they think that he has not done the deal that he offered?
Let's go to Pennsylvania. We've been talking about Pennsylvania not just this morning, but throughout the course of the election. All important swing state, turned their back on Hillary Clinton last time. The Democrats need it, don't they, really, basically, in order to be able to get over the line?
Well, no, there is a scenario where the Republicans...
convoluted.
The Republicans need it for sure. It's 20 electoral votes, as you can see on the screen there. Yeah. But if Donald Trump wins two of the other Rust Belt states and Arizona, which is looking as though it's going Biden's way, then Biden could get away without winning Pennsylvania. And in a funny way, we are kind of coming back to where this all started and focusing in on this one state. There's 50 states in America, and it might be down to this one yet again. We knew Pennsylvania would be crucial, and so it might prove. And we probably won't get a result from Pennsylvania for maybe a day or two because of the time it's going to take, potentially even more. And so that's why, if it comes down to this one state to decide it either way, in that interim period, you might get the shenanigans playing out.
Okay, when you say shenanigans, that is in the form of the president saying, I want you to stop doing exactly what you're doing here in Philadelphia, and I want to take this to the courts. He wants to take it to the Supreme Court, and we should bear in mind, of course, although they are completely neutral, although they are elected based on their party politics, if that makes sense, the latest addition to the Supreme Court is a Republican.
Amy Coney Barrett, who was sworn in, much to the Democrats' dismay, only days really before this election. Now, she did say when she took the swearing of oath that she would put her politics entirely to one side, that her role within the Supreme Court would be apolitical. But it is in the gift of presidents to appoint nominees to the Supreme Court, and it can have a real impact on American society. And the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg and the appointment in her as her replacement of Amy Coney Barrett
just 6 weeks before the election,
has swung the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican favour. Now, the Chief Justice Roberts, who is a Republican, tends to be a bit more liberal and has sided with the Democrats before. But even if he did, you've still got then a 5-4 split in favour of the Republicans. And Donald Trump would have known this, and that's why they were so keen to push it through, that if it came down to it, he had the court in his favour. The court can't decide the election. It can decide a lot of the conditions, though, for counting and the way the process plays out.
But they have already, as far as Pennsylvania is concerned, haven't they? They have already been asked to comment, if you will, in legalese, on postal ballots. They've done that already.
They have, but as you well know from the complexities of law, it doesn't take much for you to go back and get a judge to re-examine a case or a situation. So what the Republicans could do is they could take it to the federal court in Pennsylvania in the first instance and try and put their case forward that way. And that's what they have been trying to do elsewhere. Texas, for example, in the last couple of days voted in favour of the Democrats because of a Republican challenge to some ballots being counted there. And that is what they've been looking for about 18 months. 18 months to 2 years, Republican lawyers have been particularly concentrating on Pennsylvania and looking at where they could pick up perhaps slight irregularities in the ballots, whether or not a cross was slightly outside the box or a signature was not quite correctly filled out. And those will be the that'll be the minutiae of which they play some of their legal cases on.
Okay. For now, thanks, Ali. So, as we were saying, the president wants to take it to court. He's not happy at all about what's happening in Pennsylvania. Nevertheless, at this stage, the counting is continuing. It has continued throughout the night in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh as well. These are where the votes are likely to come from for the Democrats. The president wants to cut them off at the pass and take this matter to the US Supreme Court. Joe Biden's having none of it. His campaign said the president's statement tonight about, if we can just scroll up on autocue, trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. If the president makes good on his threat to go to court to try to prevent the proper tabulation of votes, we have legal teams standing by ready to deploy to resist that effort, and they will prevail. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will stand for the right of all Americans to have their votes counted, no matter who they voted for. And we remain confident that when that process is completed, Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States of America. And that, of course, there is precedent for this, isn't there?
There absolutely is. I mean, you look at 2000, Florida, and the dispute that went on between the candidate Al Gore and the eventual president George W. Bush. That went all the way to the Supreme Court. It took about a month to sort out. It it centered around just over 600 votes, and it was eventually resolved sort of in good faith, in good spirit. Al Gore conceded. The election was won by George Bush, and the rest is history. You know what happened next.
I do know what happened next, but I'll tell you what, I don't know what's going to happen from here on in for the next month.
No idea.
Or so. Perhaps Sophie Ridge will. She's standing by for us at Sky News Centre. Complicated, isn't it, Sophie?
It's very complicated, and as you say, who knows what is going to happen in the next days and even weeks ahead. But what I thought we could do next is just to have a look at the potential paths to power from now. How could things map out as those states come in? This is the current situation. You can see Joe Biden on 224 electoral colleges, Donald Trump on 213. So let's see what happens to those all-important totals if we give Nevada and Arizona to Joe Biden, as many expect. 244 he goes up to. We've also decided to give Donald Trump Georgia and North Carolina. Now, that would put him on 248. So neither of them would get to that all-important magic number of 270 electoral college votes, which means it's going to be a battle potentially for these three Rust Belt states. Let's give them to Joe Biden, shall we, first. We're going to give him Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, and you can see that puts him at 290, so easily over the 270 that he needs to be. But it's all in the balance. So what happens if we give them to Donald Trump? Let's have a look at that. So we're going to turn those three states there red, give them to Donald Trump, and he also goes over the line. He goes over the line on 294 votes. They could, of course, split, though, and this is where things get interesting, because let's keep Pennsylvania red. Let's keep that Donald Trump, and we'll give Joe Biden Michigan and Wisconsin, two states where he feels pretty hopeful that he's got a decent shot in. And you can see that just gets him to 270 electoral votes. It really couldn't be closer, but it is possible that Joe Biden could end up winning the White House without taking Pennsylvania if some of those other key votes go his way. Well, let's take a check now and find out exactly where we are in that all-important race to 270 electoral college votes, the race to the White House. You can see the path to power all over that lovely lawn, as you were saying earlier, Kay. Joe Biden currently on 224. He's a nose ahead. Donald Trump on 213. But really, things are incredibly close, and so many of those battleground states are still hanging in the balance.
OK, for now, Sophie, thanks. Well, the real lawn just behind us. Time here in Washington is 5:20 in the morning. We heard from the president 3 hours or so ago. Now, he is not taking this lying down. He'll be pleased, though, with what's going on in Ohio. It does look as though the projection is that the Republicans will take Ohio with its 18 electoral college votes. About 90% counted, as you can see, but the president well ahead, 8 points, actually more than 8 points ahead in Ohio. He is our projected winner. Let's bring in Dr. Melissa K. Miller, should we, Professor of Political Science at Bowling Green State University in Ohio. Hello to you, Doctor. Thank you for joining us. How significant is this result in Ohio?
Ohio was really a must-win for the president. No Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio, ever. And so Ohio was a must-win. I think when Ohio, fairly early last evening, went to the Trump camp, they probably breathed a sigh of relief. Trump, as you know, had to win every state that he carried in 2016, and he can afford to lose one of the outstanding states. He could afford to lose a little because he had a little cushion in 2016. But without Ohio, it was well nigh impossible. I think what's interesting is he pretty much matched his margin of victory. He won by 8 points in 2016. It looks like it'll be around 8 points again in 2020.
OK, he won, though, by, 500,000 votes, didn't he, last time? So how much should we really have considered the Buckeye State as a swing state?
Well, with this result, if the president goes on to win, then Ohio will retain its record as the most important and powerful swing state in all 50 states. However, if Biden were to pull this out, and your analysts have really laid out quite clearly that very narrow path that Biden could still win, and Ohio went red and voted for Trump, then I think many will begin to see Ohio, rather than as a battleground state, as a red Republican state.
Michael Bloomberg funding a last-minute spending blitz in Ohio to support his once challenger, Vice President Joe Biden. They must have thought it was in their sights.
I think one of the interesting things, we saw it in 2016, we saw it again in 2020, is that Ohio was too close to call for a number of days, if not weeks, heading into this, and yet the president appears to be winning it by about 8 points, suggesting that the pollsters once again are having a difficult time trying to predict turnout, trying to predict what the actual electorate will be. And, if they're undercounting supporters of Trump and not realizing that they're, say, short on non-college educated whites, that is probably, once again, what threw off the polls. So I think both the Biden team and the Bloomberg effort thought that Ohio was going to be closer than this 8-point victory. In fact, Biden was here on Monday, so it was a last-minute stop, and yet it was not enough to put him over the top in the Buckeye State.
And what does it mean, given the way that Ohio has fallen to President Trump? Can we glean anything from that for what might happen with the Rust Belt?
Yes, I think it is indicative of the president's strength in the upper Midwest, in the industrial Midwest. And so it looks like it's going to be difficult for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So if you think about the eastern part of Ohio that borders Pennsylvania, there's a key county there, Mahoning County, that Hillary Clinton carried in 2016. It flipped to Donald Trump last night. And, that county butts up right against Pennsylvania. And I think, looking at the tea leaves, the president looks strong in Pennsylvania. So it's all going to come down to those outstanding ballots. Are there enough in Pennsylvania's big urban areas like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to make up the gap that the Biden campaign is looking at right now?
OK, it's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. So how will Americans across the country react if this election result ends up being decided in the courts? Joining us now is Reverend Mark Thompson. He's a civil rights activist and the host of Make It Plain podcast. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us on the programme this morning. you've just heard what's going on in the Rust Belt. When all is said and done, it does potentially look like President Trump could be in charge in the building behind me for another 4 years. Your reaction to that, first of all?
Well, thanks again for having me. Well, first of all, I dispute that. Joe Biden has taken the lead in Wisconsin. There are a lot of votes still out in Michigan, and he's gaining on Trump in Michigan. And Philadelphia and Pittsburgh have yet to be counted in Pennsylvania. So I still think there are a lot of votes out there. Plus, there are a little over 250,000 votes around which there's going to be a federal court hearing today that the United States Postal Service did not deliver those votes in mail-in ballots. So, there's a lot more, I think, to count here. And in all of the places I named, you're looking at a pretty significant African-American vote and African-American electorate. So I think there's much that remains to be seen.
Okay. I wonder how the Black Lives Matter movement has changed America, do you think?
Well, obviously, there has been a big discussion and a reckoning in America, especially since the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. But I think the reality is, as we're looking at Trump still doing well, I mean, it's not over yet. Hopefully Biden will win, but Trump is still doing well enough that it makes one wonder whether or not there is enough change in America. It is really not a good sign that so many people would vote for someone like Donald Trump, who has been so overtly racist and sexist and misogynistic and homophobic and xenophobic to a number of diverse communities, on top of allowing more people than anywhere else in the world to die from a virus that he refused to make a plan for and be prepared for. It's a little troubling that many people would still vote for Donald Trump. So there's a lot more awareness that needs to happen. There's a lot more that needs to be done to awaken this country to choose a better path than Donald Trump's racism, neglect, and incompetence.
Can you understand, though, why some Black Americans would feel that Trump has supported them?
No, that's absurd. He has not. African Americans have been, and I'm not saying you're absurd, I'm saying that suggestion that anyone should or have any understanding for that. The fact of the matter is, African Americans, particularly African American men, were disproportionately targeted for suppression and disinformation in this campaign. And that was pretty transparent on the part of the Trump campaign. And so he may have picked a handful off, but it looks like, as I said, when we look at states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, maybe even North Carolina and Georgia, those votes haven't come in yet. In some of those major metropolitan areas where there's strong African-American presence, it's a strong possibility that African Americans may end up making the difference and winning, two or more of those states for Joe Biden and taking him into the White House. So no, that's not really logical. For most African Americans, those who are seen as supporting Trump are seen as being harshly disinformed or having some type of financial interest. Some of these rappers and entertainers came out. Ice Cube himself has a relationship with some of Trump's allies that helped to finance a basketball league he has. And so we've seen that before historically. But no, that doesn't quite add up.
I'm thinking about what Biden said, and he said, if you've got a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. Were you offended by that comment?
He should not have said it. I wouldn't go so far as being offended. But the fact of the matter is, knowing Joe Biden in the way that I do and many do, Joe Biden was raised adjacent to and really around African Americans. Most of his best friends growing up were African Americans. When someone like Joe Biden makes a statement like that, it's because he's been made to feel very, very comfortable around African Americans. But that does not entitle him or excuse him from saying something like that. I think that was a bit presumptuous and insensitive on his part. Most African Americans weren't offended by that. They just felt that that was a statement that he should not have made. It's something that African Americans might say, but it's not something appropriate for Joe Biden to have said. And I think that's borne out in these results. Still, the majority of African American women and men in this race have voted for Joe Biden.
Is this election almost a referendum, or what would you say to people who suggest that this is a referendum for Black Lives Matter as voters choose between candidates who supported Black Lives Matter and who didn't?
That's a good question, but I don't know. I think it's too early to determine what that is. Honestly, and I respect the conversation and interest in Black Lives Matter. I'm not convinced Black Lives Matter was on the ballot as much as other issues like the pandemic, perhaps even like the economy. The person that was really on the ballot was Trump and his handling of these things. When it comes to Black Lives Matter, those who supported Black Lives Matter, most obviously voted against Trump. But to the extent that those who are against Black Lives Matter and voted for Trump, and of course there were those out there, that's not just about Black Lives Matter and its popularity at this hour. But that comes from a history of racism and white supremacy in this country, and that those voters probably would have been there, whether there was a Black Lives Matter movement or whether there was the police-demic, along with the pandemic, as I like to call it, that happened this summer. Those voters still would have supported Trump. Because remember, Trump ran on a platform of racism when he was questioning President Obama's birth certificate and his nationality. I think overall, as I said, though, Black Lives Matter has more work to do. America has more work to do. I know some voters were won over. White voters were won over. Probably younger white voters were won over by the Black Lives Matter movement. But there's still a lot that needs to be done in America to continue this reckoning with this racist history.
Okay, it's good to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We appreciate staying up for us. I'm not sure if you stayed up late or got up early. Either way, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Did both. I took a little nap, but it's been a long one.
Good for you. Good. Say that again.
Thank you for having me. Good to see you.
And you too. Thanks a lot. 5:30 in the morning in New York. Ali Bunkle is here with me. No napping for you, young man. How's this playing out?
There's a couple of really interesting states at the moment, and one of those we haven't really spoken about is Nevada. And things are getting pretty narrow in Nevada. It is a state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016 by a margin of about 2.5%. It's got 6 electoral college votes, I should say, so not insignificant. But Joe Biden is ahead by about 11,000 votes on the current counts, just by a few percentage points there. And still only 85% of the vote counted. Now, having said that, from what I can gather, I think a lot of the votes are yet to come out of Clark County. And Clark County is where Las Vegas is.
Indeed so. And so as a result, they've struggled a lot with unemployment, haven't they? Because they very much rely on the hospitality industry and the tourism industry.
Oh, hugely. With the hospitality industry and the tourism industry both effectively shut down completely. Somewhere like Las Vegas is really struggling. Having said that, I wouldn't want to put a bet on the way that this is going to go. Nevada is one of those states that Joe Biden absolutely has to consider a banker. If that went to Trump, then that would mark, I think, a bit of a sea change. But, some way to go yet, as there are in other states.
That's 6 electoral college votes. What I don't understand about Nevada is why it's still considered to be a purple state, which is a swing state between red and blue, of course, because it has been with the Democrats, I think, since 2004. I remember being there in 2008, 2012 when Obama held it.
Yeah, it has, but it's sort of sandwiched though between your sort of West Coast states like California, for example, which is just sort of staunchly Democrat. Republicans need not even bother with that. And then the likes of Texas, for example. So it is that one that is sort of sits between the two, and historically has voted both ways, and perhaps tonight might even flip.
Apparently, since 1908, looking at my notes, the state has only sided with the losing presidential candidate twice. Do you know when that was?
Since 1908?
Yeah. Both recently. Both recently.
Yeah. Well, I think it voted Obama, didn't it? So it kind of been then 2000?
1976.
Yeah.
It voted for Ford over Carter.
Yeah.
And then in the last one, it voted for Clinton over Trump.
Oh yes, of course. I knew that. I had that in front of me. I don't know. I even said that.
Yes, you did. But either way, we're keeping an eye on it, and it is too close to call at this stage. Thanks very much. Let's take a look at the key developments for you so far here on Sky News this morning. Too close to call, as Ali was saying. No clear winner yet, as Donald Trump says his rival is trying to steal the election, and Joe Biden tells America he is on track to win. Who's going to be right? Race for the Rust Belt. Could it come down to Pennsylvania as Donald Trump makes up ground in key swing states and is projected to take Ohio? Looking at Ali, he said that's a sure bet. And good news too for the president as Latino voters help to turn the key swing state of Florida red. Better news for Joe Biden, who's ahead in the traditionally Republican Arizona and a projected win in Minnesota. So the result of this election is very much unclear. Let's see how the markets have been reacting. We've seen, actually, Ali, you told me how much Ian King is with us, as you can see. Stand by, Ian. How much did you say that Farage had put on a win?
10,000. £10,000, that is, not dollars. Yeah, £10,000.
£10,000 for Trump to win. What difference would that make, Ian?
Sorry, well, you have to tell, what were the odds?
Oh, that's a great question.
I was going to mention this because I can't do the calculation. 15-8, I think, were the odds
15-8,
when he put it
almost 2-1.
Yeah, that's not well. Those are pretty good odds. And actually, I mean, talking to a couple of contacts throughout the night, they had a bit of a flutter on Trump on some of the betting exchanges, where of course the odds move in a very fluid way, and you can cash out. And they did indeed do that when it turned out in the middle of the night that he'd won Florida. But the story of the night, Kay, really on the markets has been very interesting. Now, overnight, you saw markets trading high. You saw the futures trading higher as it looked like we'd get a clear winner. Now we're in this position where we've got anything but a decisive outcome, which is the very worst scenario. And really what was very interesting, when Donald Trump got up and spoke in the White House and falsely claimed victory, where you saw all the futures markets turn sharply lower, both in Europe and in the United States. Since then, we've seen a bit of a rally. Now, European stock markets opened to the downside 2.5 hours ago. All of the main indices were around 1% lower. But over the last couple of hours, you've seen a gradual drag back into more or less neutral territory. Most of the markets in Europe now, including the FTSE 100, pretty well unchanged. And the reason for that is I think people are starting to think, well, you might get a Biden presidency, but you're going to get a Republican Senate. In other words, you're going to get a status quo. And accordingly, in particular, very interestingly, the NASDAQ, which is the big US tech index, the NASDAQ futures pointing to gains for the upside, because all of those big tech stocks were seen as potential losers from a Biden presidency. Now, the other really interesting move to tell you about has been in US bonds. Now, US bonds, the traditional safe haven, of course, and you have seen a rally in US treasuries. That's partly, as I say, because of safe haven buying, but it's also, I think, partly because the market is starting to think, well, if you do get a Republican Senate, you're not going to get as big a fiscal stimulus as you would have seen had Biden been there and been able to push through the kind of spending programs and borrowing programs that he would have needed. That would have been an inflationary trade which is obviously bad for bonds. We've also seen the US dollar fairly strong there. Again, that's a bit of a safe haven move, but also I think it points to the fact that people are thinking, well, we might not get as much borrowing as we would have done had Biden got a clean sweep and that blue wave had delivered the Senate to him as well. So you're seeing the dollar up, you're seeing US Treasuries up, you're seeing European equities pretty well flat right now. If I tell you some of the big gainers in the FTSE 100, the FTSE, of course, remember, it's a big multinational index. It's full of big foreign currency earners. And so whenever the pound is weak against the dollar and the euro, you do tend to see the big foreign currency earners in the FTSE going higher. That's certainly been the case this morning. The FTSE being led high by the likes of AstraZeneca, British American Tobacco, Diageo, GlaxoSmithKline, all of those big players. Also worth pointing out, interestingly, the oil price is slightly higher today. Now, again, I think people had gone into this on the assumption that Biden was going to win and that you were going to get this blue wave giving him the Senate as well. Biden was seen as negative for oil and gas, and that hasn't really quite turned out to be the case. Also, you're seeing talk about production cuts being extended again, which is positive for the oil price. That's really the picture right now.
OK, lovely, Ian. Thanks so much indeed. Thanks a lot. Ali, my trusty wingman, is still with me here in the studio. We're going to go to Pennsylvania in just a moment, Ali. For those of our viewers who are just joining us, why is Pennsylvania important?
Pennsylvania is important because, as we've been saying now for days, if not weeks, it could come down to being the state that decides the election. And one of very few predictions to be turning out to be true tonight, that one could be accurate. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral college votes, as you see, so it could tip either man over that 270 target that they need to hit. It is closer than that 55-43 percentage split, as you can see on the screen, shows there. And the reason it's closer is because there's still around about 1 million votes left to count, and many of those in the two sort of major urban hubs, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and they would traditionally lean Democrat. And so I think we would see Joe Biden catching Donald Trump up, but whether it's enough, it could be a couple of days before we find out.
It certainly could. The president, if you've been with us since 7 o'clock, you'll know the president does not want those votes to be counted. Joe Biden said, we're going to continue to count them. It's not up to you. We will see you in court. Jenna Arnold, Democratic strategist, media surrogate for the Biden 2020 campaign, is with us as that counting continues. For now, Jenna, good morning to you. What went wrong?
I'm not sure anything went wrong yet. We still have a tremendous amount of enthusiasm coming out of counties here in Pennsylvania. The amount of folks who showed up for early voting is, as we've seen across the country, so substantial and enthusiastic. And we still have 1 million uncounted votes, as your colleague just mentioned. So we have a number of days ahead of us. But I will say I've been crisscrossing the state for the past couple of weeks, and it has looked very blue to me.
OK, that's anecdotal, at least for now, as the counting continues. The exit polls, when they came in last night, suggested that the economy was top of more voters' minds than COVID. It would seem that the president was aware of that, and he tried to convince the voters in Pennsylvania that Joe Biden would ban fracking. Fracking is hugely important in your state. Did he miss a step there?
You know, I appreciate you bringing up the economy. It's one of those talking points that the Republicans seem to lean on quite consistently. And yet, as we all know, due to some variables that are, beyond the control of most humans on the planet, our economy is struggling like never before. But what's clear is that Americans, particularly those in Pennsylvania, are very eager to come back to the sense of civility. And what we're seeing in such a close election is how divided this country is. Obviously, there were so many people who were hypothesizing that this was going to be a landslide. And what you see is an incredibly divided nation that has so much work to do, with itself on the civilian front.
Yeah, but when it comes down to the economy, the president has managed to convince the electorate, or certainly a huge minority of them at this stage, that that the economy is better off in his hands than it would be in Joe Biden's. And as I said, the exit poll suggesting that the economy was paramount in people's minds.
Yeah, everybody's frightened, particularly when you have a tremendous amount of people that don't have access to healthcare, or when education is struggling, or when people don't feel seen and heard. There's this desperation to sort of retract back to a scarcity mentality. And when we live in a country that prioritizes the dollar bill and square footage and follower count and all of the variables that sort of play into this capitalistic game, you know, it is a place where people have to retract to. And I think it's demonstration that we have to fix our systems so that people don't feel like they're left to their own devices.
Yeah, I mean, again, the president is a master of smoke and mirrors, some might say. He managed to convince the electorate, it would appear, that the economy roared back to life again after the government lockdowns in May because of COVID. Now, I suppose many economists would say that's because it tanked because of COVID, but we never seem to hear Joe Biden articulating that.
Well, when you're starting at ground zero, there's really no direction to go but up. And while I'd say that you know, the economy is getting better, it's true also that it was Americans who are taking the very cautious steps, some more cautious than others, to go back into their communities and put money back into the hands of local businesses and folks to keep the wheels turning. So I don't think Trump deserves that credit.
Fracking, let's just go back to that quickly before I let you go. 30,000 jobs are reliant on fracking in Pennsylvania. I think Trump won by just over 44,000 last time. Obviously, it would not necessarily be appropriate to make that correlation between the two, but one has to accept just how important fracking is in a state like Pennsylvania.
Well, and because of fracking, we're now in a position to put climate change and clean energy jobs at the center of the conversation. That's exactly where we need to make sure that we stay focused.
Good to talk to you. Great to see you this morning. Thank you for staying up for us. We really appreciate it. What time is it in Philadelphia? 5:45 in the morning. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's still dark out.
We've heard. Yep, it's still dark out here as well, although the White House beautifully lit behind us. Thanks for joining us. Very much appreciated. You have a quick look at the White House. The president is there at the moment. He did speak to us earlier on in the day. He has cried foul as far as counting is concerned in the state of Pennsylvania, and he wants the Supreme Court to intervene. Joe Biden is having none of it.
To the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Funnily enough, that's exactly what the president has been saying as well.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
So, How credible is Donald Trump's threat to take the presidential election results to the Supreme Court? Let's bring in Madeleine Westerhout. She was President Trump's personal secretary for 2 years during his administration, joining us now. Hello to you, Madeleine. Thank you so much for joining us. Do you think it's an empty threat?
Look, I don't want to speak on behalf of the president, but I do believe that every vote does need to be counted. I think what the president was referring to, though, is that we can't be finding, votes that are coming in on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I have no doubt that the president will fight for the American people just like he has for the past 4 years.
Although, am I not right in saying that the Supreme Court has said that can be the case? Anything that's received before Friday can actually be counted as long as it has the postmark of Election Day.
I believe that's what the Supreme Court said in Pennsylvania. I think that's interesting. And so, we'll have to play by the rules for sure.
I wonder what will be going through his head this morning. He seemed tired and a little bit fractious when he held his news conference earlier. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
The president has been on the campaign trail. He's been going to 4 or 5 states in the past couple of days. He has so much energy. So I'm sure he's anxious to kind of wrap this up. I think what is very clear, though, is that President Trump is the president for the everyday American, while Joe Biden would be a president for the Hollywood elite, for the media, and for the political elite.
Madeleine, as we speak to you this morning, we have a direct line of sight with the White House. Looks resplendent, lit up for our viewers this morning. It is 10 to 11 in the UK, of course, 10 to 6 here in Washington. It's a fabulous building. What was it like to work there? And what do you think might be going on right as we speak?
The White House is absolutely gorgeous, and that view is beautiful. But walking into the White House every single day is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I don't think the president takes that for granted at all. I think it's a common misconception that the president doesn't like living there, doesn't like being the president. But every day when I was working for him, I saw someone who was excited and willing and, ready to work for the American people. And I don't think there's anyone that got more joy out of walking into the Oval Office and sitting behind the resolute desk than President Trump. He absolutely respects the office of the president.
You were very close to the president, of course, even writing his tweets. Is that right?
Well, the only person that writes President Trump's tweets is President Trump. But there were some times when he would dictate tweets to myself or other members of the staff. But every single tweet that comes from his Twitter account is his words. Absolutely.
Under what circumstances would he would he dictate to you what to tweet? And did you actually press send?
So, for example, if he was in a large meeting with cabinet members or members of Congress, he's not sitting there with his iPhone. So he would call in myself or other staff and say, take this down. And either we would bring him a cell phone and he would press send, or his director of social media, Dan Scavino, would press send. But like I said, pretty much every single tweet was directly from him.
Did on occasion, Madeleine, though, did you think, oh, don't send that, maybe think about that, maybe save it for a little bit, Mr. President, and then, if you still want to send it after lunch?
Yes, absolutely. I think there were a bunch of us that said, on occasion, sir, I think we could do without this one, or let's wait it out. And sometimes he listened to us and sometimes he didn't. But at the end of the day, it's his decision. And I think it's fair to say that not every American loves every single tweet that he has put out. I certainly haven't loved every single tweet, but I do defend the tweeting because I would much rather have a president that gives us kind of that insight into his thinking, into his decision making, than another scripted politician.
What do you think the people get wrong about their conception, or what is the misconception of the president?
Oh, goodness. There's so much. I think one of the biggest is that he doesn't like being president and that he doesn't respect the office. And like I said prior to this, he absolutely does. He loves the American people. He loves this country. He has woken up every single day for the past 4 years and fought for the American people. And I know if he's elected again, he will do that.
What do you think he'll be doing right now? He's obviously, as you said, been incredibly busy on the campaign trail over the last few days, particularly up there in the Rust Belt, hoping for every single vote to go his way. He must be absolutely exhausted.
Well, if I were him, I would be trying to catch some sleep because I think it's going to be a busy couple of days. But I'm sure he is up. He is probably working. He's not one to get long hours of sleep. But I'm sure he is keeping himself busy, but hopefully getting a little bit of rest because he deserves it.
Okay, good to talk to you. Thank you, Madeleine. Thanks for a bit of an insight into the president's tweeting. Appreciate it. Thank you. What's going to happen in Michigan? The president won by fewer than 11,000 votes last time. What's it looking like this time? Here's Sophie. Sophie, good morning.
Thank you, Kay. Well, let's take you to two of those key states that in the Rust Belt, places that Donald Trump won just last time. Wisconsin, the home of the dairy industry, famous for its cheese, and also Michigan, of course, the birthplace of the US car industry. Now, this is part of the former Democrats' blue wall, places that they thought that Joe Biden may be able to take back from Donald Trump. Is he going to do it? Well, let's have a look, shall we? We're going to take you to Wisconsin first. This is the current situation in Wisconsin. You can see things are really too close to call. Donald Trump on 49% of the vote. Joe Biden just a tiny nose in front with 49.3% of the vote. And this matters because what's just happened very recently is that the votes in Milwaukee have just come in. You can see Joe Biden there taking 69.1% of the vote. That's a bit up on Hillary Clinton, but perhaps not quite as much as they were hoping for. And Donald Trump's actually increased his vote share as well. Why is Milwaukee so important for the Democrats? Well, these are the voters that they really rely on. They are quite a diverse population, so 26% here black. It's a young population, not many over 65s. And also it's a very urban population. It's one of those big cities. So really, things are on an absolute knife edge in Wisconsin. It's one of those states that Joe Biden would really have been hoping to win. So let's take you to Michigan next. What's happening in Michigan? Well, this is the current state of play. Donald Trump ahead with 51.3% of the vote. Joe Biden on 46.9%. But this is important because there are a lot of votes that haven't come in, including in Wayne County. Now, this is the home of Detroit, of course, one of the industrial car industry cities. Only 48% of the vote in so far in Wayne County, and that will give hope to Joe Biden, because very similar really to the situation in Wisconsin, it's in these cities that he's hoping to pick up the votes. A big population of black voters that they hope that they'll be able to count on, lots of young voters, not many over 65s, and again it's a very urban population. So things are unbelievably close in the Rust Belt, and it is those places like Wisconsin, like Michigan, that Joe Biden will be really keen to try and sew up. Let's take you now, shall we, to work out exactly how we're doing in the all-important race to 270. We can take you to our very own White House to find out how the two men are doing. You can see Joe Biden there on 224 Electoral College votes, Donald Trump on 213. There's not much in it, is there? Look, you can see Joe Biden just a nose ahead on the race towards the Oval Office, but really incredibly close still.
OK, Sophie, thank you. Latest, in fact, Michigan, just mentioning Michigan there, really badly affected by COVID-19, amongst the 15 worst hit states by the virus. 75 deaths per 100,000. 7,239 people have sadly succumbed to COVID-19 in Michigan as part of the 232,000 people who have died as a result of COVID-19 here in the United States. There is a glimmer of hope, though, for the people of the United Kingdom. We're hearing from the Oxford vaccine trial, and they are suggesting that there is a slight hope, just a slight hope, that there could well be a vaccine available before Christmas. That's the latest that we're hearing from the Oxford vaccine trial. Potentially that there could be a vaccine against COVID-19, or hopefully against COVID-19, available before Christmas. The latest figures from the United Kingdom 47,250 people have died from COVID-19. But could we see a vaccine before Christmas? All important in the United Kingdom. We thought, Ali, it was going to be hugely important here. But actually, the polls are suggesting, the exit polls suggesting that it was the economy, stupid.
It always is the economy, but bear in mind the economic situation in America right now is directly related to what is happening in terms of the COVID pandemic. The unemployment rate is far higher than it was pre-pandemic. The number of businesses that have had to close are high as a result of the pandemic. There are still places you go across the United States that are in sort of semi-lockdown status as a result of the pandemic. So that has been playing to everybody's minds, or most people's minds, I'm sure, as they went to vote.
OK, we're just hearing about Michigan there. I mean, it does look as though President Trump is doing pretty well in Michigan at the moment, and yet he only squeaked it through, didn't he, last time?
Well, he only squeaked through all three of the Rust Belt states, which is why the Biden team were quite confident of regaining them, because they didn't need to do much to bring them back into their favour. Having said that, both Michigan and Wisconsin are two states I'm looking at really closely, and boy, are they tight. Wisconsin, just over the border, there's 0.3% in it.
Wow.
Biden is in the lead, but it's hard to see where more Democratic votes come from in that state. So, I mean, it really is going down to the wire in a way that I don't think anyone really predicted.
Well, certainly the pollsters, it would appear, did not predict this. Some suggesting, many suggesting, that if not a landslide, then it was absolutely going to go Joe Biden's way. The American people have had a different view on that, at least for now, and it certainly is too close to call. We do not know who will be the president going into 2021. It's 11 o'clock. We are live in Washington, where we're no clearer on who will be the next US president. The polls favour the Democrat challenger Joe Biden, as I said, but all the signs are the result will go right to the wire. President Trump has threatened legal action, while all eyes turn to knife-edge votes in the Rust Belt, as we were just hearing from Ali. Donald Trump vows to drag the US election into the courts after claiming without evidence there's fraud on the American nation.
This is a major fraud on our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the US Supreme Court.
But Joe Biden says he is ready to fight a legal challenge as the results remain on a knife edge. Race for the Rust Belt. Could it come down to Pennsylvania, where counting goes on overnight as Donald Trump makes up ground in key swing states? Good news too for the president, as Latino voters help to turn the key swing state of Florida in his favour. And better news though for Joe Biden, who is ahead in the traditionally Republican Arizona and a projected win in Minnesota.
Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
We'll bring you all the twists and turns and results as we get them in the race for the White House. Hello, everyone. A very good morning from Washington, D.C., where the presidential election is just too close to call. Donald Trump has already claimed he's heading for victory and says he'll take his fight to the Supreme Court. Overnight, the president called the ongoing counting of ballots in some key states, which was approved before Election Day, a major fraud on the nation. But Democratic candidate Joe Biden's lawyers are ready to fight the legal challenge. His team says it's a naked effort to take away democratic rights. All eyes are now on the key swing states in the Rust Belt, where results could take days, in particular Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump is ahead, but lots of counting still to be done. The president is also projected to take Ohio. Donald Trump has held the Sunshine State of Florida after Joe Biden lost key parts of the Latino vote. Georgia and North Carolina still there for the taking, but only just. Better news for the Democrats in Arizona, where he's ahead in the traditionally Republican state, and a projected win also in Minnesota. Our US correspondent Greg Milam has this report.
It wasn't the landslide many had predicted. It may not even be a win. It could be days before we know what it is. But Joe Biden is still projecting confidence he will be the next president.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
It was brief and designed to keep the faithful enthused for what could be a protracted battle. And as Biden was speaking, the president was tweeting. Confident, but as many expected, casting doubt on the process. "We are up big," he wrote, "but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Twitter flagged it for possible misinformation. It was a contentious claim that could end up in the courts. Donald Trump had told us time and again not to write him off. Election night headed for morning, with him again making those disputed claims of wrongdoing.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
On the streets of Washington, the uncertainty has fed a febrile atmosphere, discontent with Trump and nervousness about which way the country's heading. As we'd suspected all along, it will be those Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin that will decide America's path forward. Biden's supporters remain confident.
I wish this would have been resolved earlier, but, we have to keep the hope alive. I mean, Joe Biden's such a wonderful man. He's such a wonderful ethical. He's going to bring the country together, and that's what we're hoping for.
I'm still very positive of, Vice President Biden's going to be our next president.
It's going to take a little longer than we thought, and so we're optimistic. We're just we're Americans, we're used to having things quickly, and now we got to be a little more patient.
America's and the world's next 4 years are hanging in the balance. Greg Milam, Sky News, Wilmington in Delaware.
Ambassador John Bolton is with us this morning. Just looking behind us, Ambassador, the sun is just starting to rise now over the White House. You said that you would be unhappy on election night. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel pretty unhappy this morning, too. I think the comments President Trump made a few hours ago, where he basically said that he was winning, had won, but now the election would be stolen from him, were some of the most irresponsible comments that a president of the United States has ever made. We don't know what the outcome will be. It's entirely possible Trump could win, but he has cast doubt on the integrity of the entire electoral process purely for his own personal advantage. It's a disgrace.
It could go to the Supreme Court. Talk to us about what the Supreme Court can do, because of course many of my viewers will remember what happened in the year 2000.
Yeah, well, I remember it because I was in Florida for 31 days, and the Supreme Court got that right. It said essentially the time had run out for the recount, and that the certification made by the Secretary of the State on election night would hold because it had not been successfully challenged. People should understand there is no national election system in the United States. It's done by the 50 states, and indeed in many cases by the counties within the states. So challenges that would come to the Supreme Court have to work their way up through a variety of lower courts. They have to be based on violations of state law or the federal Constitution. Supreme Court cannot reach out and decide the election, again, despite what President Trump said last night.